The controversy that went on throughout the 19th century and beyond, mainly in the form of argument pro and con compensation, is dead and buried. As stated above, it vanished from the scene as a better technique filtered into general use which left nothing to disagree about. See reference to Hicks's theory of wages, first footnote of this subsection. Nevertheless, in order to understand an important phase of past doctrinal history, a few clarifications will be useful. In the first place, the reader must not think that Ricardo was wrong in the result that he formulated in the two statements quoted above. On the contrary, if we interpret him to have meant that mechanization may permanently decrease labor's relative and possibly even absolute share in national income, no matter whether this be real income in our sense or in Ricardo's, he was correct. Only, his argument taken as a whole does not prove it. In the second place, so far as Ricardo meant to convey not only an abstract theorem but a picture of practically relevant processes and likelihood, he obviously underrated the effects of the increase in productive power that mechanized capitalism would display and of the expansion of output that would result therefrom, so that long-run distress and poverty looms larger in his text than it should in a realistic picture. On the one hand, this was due to something that is much worse than defective technique, namely, to lack of imagination. He never clearly realized that the essential fact about capitalist machinery is that it does what, quantitatively and qualitatively, could not be done at all without it, or, to put it differently, that it replaces workmen who have never been born. But, on the other hand, this was due also to the shortcomings of his analytic apparatus, which did not lend itself readily to the description of quantitative expansion. In particular, in the Ricardian system prices can fall to cost level directly, that is, in a way other than by increase of output, principles, ch 30. Hence he failed to see that total output in terms of goods must increase, under conditions of perfect competition, which he assumed, in consequence of mechanization. He further failed to see clearly that, if we express the wage fund also in terms of commodities, it can increase without any increase in saving, though it is then much more natural to say simply that real wage incomes, in our sense, increase than it is to say that the wage fund increases and that real wages increase in consequence of this. In the third place, the reader who, on perusal of Ricardo's chapter on machinery, sets it down as a mess is perfectly right, and he may well ask for the reason. It seems to me that the reason is that Ricardo, while retaining his own approach in terms of real value, labor embodied, at the same time repeatedly crossed the frontier that separates this approach from analysis in terms of goods. Why he did this is clear. His exact reasoning is always in terms of the labor-embodied approach, but this approach does not lead to any results about anyone's distress or welfare, which were what interested him in this chapter. And so he mixed up the two, sometimes speaking of distress of labor when summing up an argument that was in terms of labor embodied and hence irrelevant to real incomes in our sense, that is real income in terms of goods, sometimes speaking in terms of his real value in the course of an argument that makes sense only in terms of absolute quantities of goods. Finally, in the fourth place, additional clarification may be desirable as regards that increase in saving by capitalists to which Ricardo attributed effects that would or may remedy the injury the machine does to workmen. Since this injury, within Ricardo's wage fund method, is described as a reduction in the Ricardian value of the wage fund, additional saving will in fact tend to repair the damage. Now this additional saving comes from profits for two alternative reasons. First, even if the rate of profit be not increased permanently, if, in Ricardo's language, the value of profits be not increased, a fall in prices of the goods they consume makes it easier for capitalists to save, which, if propensity to consume remains constant as it always is with both Ricardo and Keynes, they will accordingly do. But, second, if the cheapened goods are, wholly or primarily, consumed by workmen, then, according to Ricardo's theory, the rate of profits will increase. And increased saving will follow from this. Let me add that J.S. Mill did accept Ricardo's methods, but did not follow them closely. The main comfort he had to offer to the working class was that mechanization occurs in a process that produces ample savings that easily replace reductions in the wage fund caused by mechanization. They would otherwise spill over into colonies and so on, so that these reductions are likely to be potential rather than real. Marx ought to have liked this, for it offers a nice suggestion for the socialist theory of imperialism, see below, but he did not display gratitude when he used it. Marx, OPCITCH 15, accepted Ricardo's analysis, adding nothing essential but minimizing the Ricardian qualifications, beating out the slender result to its thinnest leaf, making the most of the unemployment that has been historically associated with the process of mechanization, and allowing himself to be carried on by his glowing rhetoric to a pitch of excitement such that he even overlooks some points he might have made for his own theory or against the hated theory of compensation. Perhaps this shows, as do in his case other excesses of this kind, that he was not quite sure of his ground. Certainly it shows that he was aware of the decisive importance of the mechanization problem for his ultimate conclusions concerning the future of the capitalist system. Machines had to throw the laborers on the pavement. Still better, because of English machines the bones of Indian weavers had to bleach in the sun. Marxist unemployment is essentially technological unemployment. This technological unemployment had to create a permanent industrial reserve army, Ricardo's redundant population. And the presence of this permanent industrial reserve army, only temporarily absorbed in spells of high prosperity, had to depress real wages, in our sense, to levels of ever-increasing misery, degradation, and so on, Verelendung, that would eventually goad the proletariat into the final revolution. Of course, this was only an absolute law. 1080. Of course, Marx's effective display of severely selected historical facts, which fill out his analysis in that chapter, contains a considerable number of qualifications of his own, as do some passages in the third volume. But since abstract tendencies drive nobody into misery and despair, and since Marx took little heed of his qualifications when it came to ultimate conclusions and purposes, see, example ch 32, historical tendency of capitalistic accumulation, no Marx apologetics can be successful that proceed on either of those lines. We have no choice but to take statements like that above seriously. If we do, the failure of Marx's attempt to turn the possibility that Ricardo envisaged into inexorable necessity endangers the logical structure of his system as much as the actual history of the working class endangers any claim it might have to realism. 1081. But it is only the thesis about increasing misery that needs to be dropped from Marx's analysis of the process of technological development, although, from the standpoint of Marxist orthodoxy, it may be all important. Other results remain. In order to see them in their proper light, let us remember that, in Marx's general schema, social evolution is propelled by a force that is immanent or necessarily inherent in the profit economy. This force is accumulation. Under pressure of competition, the individual concern is compelled to invest as much of its profits as possible in its own productive apparatus, 1082, and it is compelled to invest them primarily in technological capital, naturally looking always for machines of ever new types. This does not permanently benefit capitalists as a class. 1083. For, as Ricardo had already pointed out, any supernormal gain is quickly eliminated by competitors adopting each technological improvement. But the temporary advantage gained by the one who is first to move gives him a lead in the race, rushing down on declining average cost curves and annihilating, expropriating, the weaker ones in the process. Capitalist concerns, individually growing in size, build up vast powers of production that eventually burst the framework of capitalist society. Not all this has stood up. Particularly vulnerable is the last point. Marx never made it clear precisely how the economy of giant concerns is to break down, and his breakdown theory, Zusammenbruchstheorie, has in fact been renounced by some of his most eminent followers. On the whole, however, one cannot but be impressed by both the analytic and realistic virtues of this conception of capitalist evolution, especially if one compares it to the modest elements of it that Marx found in Ricardo's chapter on machinery. 7. Money, credit, and cycles. 1. England's problems. It is the common opinion that the foundations of the monetary science of today, or yesterday, were laid by the writers who discussed the issues of English monetary and banking policy from the Restriction Act, 1797, to the gold inflation of the 1850s. This neglects indeed the French and Italian work of the 18th century, but nevertheless comes nearer to the truth than such sweeping statements usually do. Many of those writers moved on an unusually high level. They soared with ease into the sphere of abstract generalization and were possessed of a genuine will to analyze. This is the more remarkable because most of them were men of practical affairs and primarily interested in practical measures. We are accustomed to a different state of things. Few modern economists would look to men of practical affairs and especially to bankers for help in their analytic task or even consider them as authorities on the principles of their own business. But this situation developed in the next period. In the one under survey, it was the practitioners who were in the van of analytic advance, and research workers of different types were in most cases content to take their clues from them. With most of the leading performers we are already acquainted, especially with Ricardo, Malthus, Senior, Tuke, Torrens, and J.S. Mill. 1084. A small number of others will be introduced as we go along. But Henry Thornton, 1760–1815, must be saluted at once. He was a banker, MP, philanthropist, and which he himself and many who knew him would presumably have put first a leading figure in the influential group of evangelicals that was known as the Clapham sect. His inquiry into the nature and effects of the paper credit of Great Britain, 1802, 1085 is an amazing performance. The product, according to Professor von Hayek's estimate, of work that extended over about 6 years, during which the author's energy was largely absorbed by business and political pursuits, not faultless in detail and not fully matured, it anticipated in some points the analytic developments of a century to come. No other performance of the period will bear comparison with it, though several, among them Ricardo's, met with much greater success at the time as well as later. In part this was because the author put no emphasis at all upon his novel results. The book reads as if he himself had not been aware of their novelty. Perhaps he was not, though he paid an almost academic amount of attention to such predecessors as he knew. He was one of those men who see things clearly and who express with unassuming simplicity what they see. We shall confine ourselves almost exclusively to English work, a decision which, for the epoch and the topic, may be justified even apart from the considerations of space that impose it. With qualifications to be mentioned, this work was successfully summed up by J.S. Mill. The relevant chapters of the Principles contain some of Mill's best work. It displays indeed some contradictions, hesitations, and unassimilated compromises, as does his work on value, but even these were not unmixed evils, since they brought out, in strange contrast to Mill's own belief in the finality of his teaching, the unfinished state of the analysis of that time, and thus indicated lines for further research to follow. In any case, it was primarily in Mill's formulation that the work of the first half of the 19th century reached the writers of the second half, and we shall therefore keep this formulation in view, as a point of reference, throughout this chapter. I have commended the taste and ability for theoretical analysis of the writers of that period. Nevertheless, their analysis was too closely bound up with the conditions and problems of their time and country to admit of exposition without reference to these conditions. Accordingly, we shall now cast a perfunctory glance at them, neglecting entirely, for the reasons stated, the much more exciting experiences of the United States and of some continental countries. Sources of more adequate information are presented below. To the student who wishes to have a single reference on which to concentrate, I recommend Professor Weiner's presentation in Studies in the Theory of International Trade, chapters 3, 4, and v. This masterly piece of research, admiration for which does not, however, imply agreement in every particular, will serve both for the history of the most important facts and controversies, and as a guide to further historical literature. For statistical figures, see N.J. Silberling, Financial and Monetary Policy of Great Britain During the Napoleonic Wars, Quarterly Journal of Economics, May 1924, and British Prices and Business Cycles, 1779, 1850, Review of Economic Statistics, Preliminary Volume v. 1923, and E.V. Morgan, Some Aspects of the Bank Restriction Period, 1797-1821, in Economic History, a supplement to the Economic Journal, February 1939. By far the greatest contemporaneous histoire raisonnée is Took and Newmarch, History of Prices, discussed above ch. 4, Sector 8a. Perusal of Sir T.E. Gregory's introduction to the 1928 edition of this work is the second recommendation I have to make. Mr. R.G. Hawtrey's Currency and Credit, 3rd ed., 1928, ch. 18, and Art of Central Banking, 1932, ch. 4, usefully supplemented by Mr. W.T.C. King's History of the London Discount Market, 1936, come next. Further help will be derived from J.W. Angel, The Theory of International Prices, 1926, E. Cannon, The Paper Pound of 1797 to 1821, 1919, which contains a reprint of the Bullion Report, A.E. Fevrier, The Pound Sterling, 1931, ch. 9, A.W. Ackworth, Financial Reconstruction in England, 1815 to 22, 1925, R.S. Sayers, The Question of the Standard in the 1850s, Economic History, a supplement to the Economic Journal, January 1933, and The Question of the Standard, 1815, 44, Ibid February 1935, R.H.I. Palgrave, Bank Rate and the Money Market, 1903, and Elmer Wood, English Theories of Central Banking Control, 1819 to 1858, 1936, with a valuable bibliography which in particular presents a list of reports of committees on monetary subjects and of other official papers to which, as usual, no justice can be done here. A. War Inflation, 1793 to 1815. In spite of the suspension of the Bank of England's obligation to redeem its notes in gold, 1797-1086 war finance did not produce any great effects upon prices and foreign exchange rates until about 1800. To the modern student who is inured to stronger stuff, the most striking feature of the subsequent inflation is its mildness. At no time was the public's normal behavior with respect to money seriously disturbed. At no time did the impact of the government's war expenditure blot out those fluctuations that might have been expected to occur in the usual course of things. At no time was the government driven to anything more unorthodox than abnormally heavy borrowing from the bank, and even this borrowing never surpassed the limits beyond which the term borrowing becomes an euphemism for printing government fiat. At no time, finally, was the national wage bill the chief conductor of inflationary effects so seriously expanded as to endanger the currency. It was in fact this very mildness of the inflationary process that made diagnosis so difficult. In particular, it made it more difficult to recognize the inflationary element in the situation and to distinguish it from the effects upon foreign exchange of the two circumstances that a great part of war expenditure was for financing Allied and English armies on the continent, and that English exports and imports were for years together seriously interfered with. Government spent lavishly. But it also did its best, by the introduction of an income tax and in other ways, to keep the inflationary advances from the bank down to a minimum, and its finance never ceased to remain competent and responsible. But the reticence of the government about the extent of its borrowings from the bank, quite understandable until Waterloo, was a contributory factor in people's propensity to blame the bank for whatever consequences they did not like. This propensity, strong at all times, which was fully shared by the majority of writers, must be borne in mind throughout. From Ricardo to the most unsophisticated man in the street, everybody loved to make a whipping boy of the central bank, a habit economists have retained to this day. In public at least, the bank was unable to defend itself, because no effective defense was possible without giving the government away, and politicians in power are in a position to make their resentment felt. This may conceivably explain much that strikes historians as lack of insight in the official pronouncements. As a matter of fact, the bank was obviously not free to refuse the government's requests for advances. If there can be any question at all of its responsibility for inflation, it must be understood to refer to its loans to, discounts for, the public, which were inevitably increased as a consequence of the government's deficit spending. But they were rationed and kept down whenever government borrowed heavily, and cannot be said, everything considered, to have been obviously excessive, though it is, of course, always possible to argue that they could have been less had the bank been willing to take the responsibility for disturbing production in wartime. Moreover, punitive rates 1087 above 5% were rendered impossible by the usury laws until 1832. There is no doubt that such inflation as there was strong enough to accentuate speculative excesses and breakdowns, a boom in agriculture, and conditions of general prosperity in most of the years to 1815, none of which could, however, have been entirely prevented by the bank. On the surface, then, the controversy that contributed so much to monetary analysis was simply a controversy between writers who sought to prove and to indict inflation and to locate the responsibility for it with the bank, and other writers who sought to deny the presence of inflation or to justify it and to locate the responsibility for rising prices and unfavorable exchanges with circumstances other than the behavior of the bank. So far as this goes, it is possible to speak of two fairly well-defined and opposing groups or parties. Also, the first one may be said to have prevailed in the sense that it succeeded better than did the other in impressing its views upon the famous bullion report of 1810.1088. In consequence, it has become usual to affix to the members of this group the meaningless label bullionists and to the opponents of the report the label anti-bullionists, although the report itself really represents various compromises. However, the practical issues and the recommendations as to what should be done about it are of no great importance for us. Important is the analytic quality of the arguments and diagnoses produced. And from this standpoint the party lines lose much of their definiteness and almost all their interest. The differences between the supporters of the bullion report are actually much more interesting than is the common bond between them. But before taking leave of this historic document, let us note the significant fact that the report of the Cunliffe Committee that recommended England's return to gold at pre-war parity in 1918, final report, 1919, displayed little, if any, knowledge of monetary problems that was not possessed by the men who drafted the bullion report. b. The question of the standard. About 20 years of irredeemable paper and all the economic changes that had occurred during that time made the problem of deciding on a monetary policy much more difficult than it would have been after a shorter disturbance. De facto, though not legally, England had been on a gold standard when restriction was decreed in 1797. Within a few years a strong political current set in that was to carry her toward the legal adoption of it, 1816, and eventually toward the resumption of specie payments at the pre-war PAR, Peel's Resumption Act of 1819, actual resumption 1821. 1089. The possibilities of continuing the paper regime of the war, the course recommended by Lord Keynes in 1923, or of adopting bimetallism or the silver standard were advocated but not seriously considered. It should be mentioned, however, that Ricardo's plan, according to which the monetary metal should not enter into hand-to-hand circulation but be held by the bank for the purpose of redeeming notes, not in coin but in ingots of bullion, was actually embodied in the Resumption Act of 1819, though, meeting with complete indifference on the part of the public and with little favor on the part of the bank, the relevant permissive clauses did not become operative. Resumption impinged upon a depressive situation. Post-war readjustments were in any case bound to cause difficulties, particularly in the agrarian sector. Not only the inevitable fall of prices from the war peak, though the exact dates and figures given by Silberling have been criticized, there is little doubt that the price level, by 1819, had fallen by something like 30% in about 5 years, but also the adaptation of production to entirely new situations presented problems of the kind which it always takes a depression to straighten out. In addition, there was the fact, realized by many but not all the experts, that the prospects of gold production were distinctly unfavorable. Finally, however, there was something else which these experts, just as the experts of 1918, entirely failed to see. Quite independently of the preceding war inflation, the English economy was then entering upon one of those prolonged periods of falling prices, interest rates, and profits, of unemployment and instability, that always follow upon industrial revolutions. The last decades of the 18th century had witnessed such a revolution. The new cotton machinery, the steam engine, and canal building are but the most conspicuous instances of the events that transformed the very basis of manufacturing and trade. Results began to pour forth from 1815 on, upsetting the pre-existing industrial structure and exerting primarily depressive effect, until the economic process was steadied again, weakly in the 1830s, more strongly in the 1840s, by the beginnings of investment in railroad construction. In a situation such as this, even a slightly restrictive monetary policy is not the matter of indifference which it would be in a situation that is located on an upward trend of prices. And a slightly restrictive effect resumption undoubtedly had. The surviving sponsors of the policy of resumption recommended in the Bullion Report had therefore little reason for celebrating its ultimate success. They had in fact become silent or apologetic a few years before the event. They shared with their opponents the erroneous diagnosis according to which the responsibility for the further fall in the price level throughout the 1820s rested exclusively with resumption. Also, they were glad to join these opponents in entirely irrational accusations against the universal scapegoat, the bank, which was supposed to have mismanaged resumption and in particular to have caused international depression by raising the value of gold. We cannot go beyond pointing out that Tooke was almost the only writer of note to realize the absurdity of this and to come near to a more reasonable diagnosis in terms of non-monetary factors. For the rest, discussion went against the advocates of the unfettered gold standard until the upswing of 1830-35 and the emergence of another issue deflected attention, and until Russian, Australian, and Californian gold changed the monetary situation and the humors of economists. After 1850, Peel's Act of 1819 became in fact quite popular with them. Toward the end of the century, irrational admiration for the measure had largely replaced irrational condemnation. See Bank Reform. Largely, though not exclusively, the literature on banking in which we are interested centers upon advocacy and criticism of another Peel Act, the Bank Charter Act of 1844, which tried to give effect to the theory that banking ought to be separated from the control of the currency 1090 and actually enforced what may be described as a 100% reserve plan for bank notes. Again, like resumption, the measure grew out of a strong current of public opinion that crystallized in the vicissitudes of the years 1836-9 and was thereafter impervious to argument. Both public and politicians saw no causes of those vicissitudes other than misconduct or irresponsibility on the part of note-issuing banks. Notes and any troubles that arose about them were clearly visible. Whereas deposits, the use of which was as yet confined to a much smaller sector of the public, passed practically unnoticed, notes circulated widely and their issue was to the man in the street the typical form of the iniquity of banking. 1091 What the average MP presumably thought he was doing, when he cast his vote for Sir Robert Peel's bill, was that he was stopping a flagrant abuse and protecting the people's money. By 1800, England's banking system had reached an advanced stage of development. In the metropolis there were, besides the Bank of England, a number of private banking houses, partnerships, the joint stock banks put in appearance after 1826, giving a decisive impulse to deposit banking because they did not have the right to issue notes, and bill brokers. Outside the metropolis, and so far as merchants did not directly bank with London, or, after 1826, with one of the branches of the Bank of England, industry and trade were served by the country banks, whose number declined in the 1820s after having greatly increased during the Napoleonic Wars, and also by bill brokers. Two features must be particularly noticed. First, these country banks, though they had some deposit business, chiefly financed their customers by the issue of bank notes, promissory notes payable on demand in coin or Bank of England notes, in discounting commercial bills. Against these notes they held reserves in varying proportions that were not fixed by law. This practice was obsolescent even before it was killed by Peel's Act of 1844.1092, but for many English writers on banking, and still more so for their continental brethren, the banknote that originates in the discount of a trade bill remained the backbone of the theory of banking throughout the period and beyond. 1093 Second, there was another practice which was very common all over England outside of London and especially in Lancashire, and which is so interesting for us because it teaches us better than anything else what money really is. Traders used bills of exchange for making payments. That is to say, a firm that had sold some commodity would draw a bill on the buyer who accepted it, and then endorse it and hand it on to another firm in discharge of some obligation to the latter. Thus bills of exchange, accumulating endorsements, actually went from hand to hand, often without interest, and were, for the time being, no longer elements in the total demand for money but elements in its supply. 1094. The London bankers acted as agents or correspondents for the country banks and stood in a relatively close relation to one another. The London Clearing House was, by the end of the 18th century, already a well-established institution. Thus we behold an organic system rather than a number of individual billiard balls. Moreover, the system either had already found, or was rapidly finding, its central organ in the Bank of England, as the lender of dernier resort, as Sir Francis Baring put it. 1095. But even if we had space, it would be extremely difficult to describe the process by which the bank came to realize this responsibility, to accept it, and to develop routine principles by which to implement it, and it would be still more difficult to appraise, in the light of the conditions of that time, the success which attended its action or inaction at each of the stages of that process. One of the difficulties we experience in finding out what it was the bank meant to do at any given time, or even what its practice actually was, is the reticence of its official spokesmen who, even when they were forced to say something, did their best to confine themselves to innocuous trivialities that would give as little scope to hostile criticism as possible. Practitioners of business are rarely able to formulate their own behavior correctly. But in this case there were particular reasons for reticence. The reader will readily understand them if we view the position of the bank realistically. As I have already stated, the bank had few friends. Control is now a popular word. It was the reverse of popular in the epoch of intact capitalism. To say openly that the bank was trying to control the banking system, let alone to manage the general business situation, would have evoked laughter if not indignation. The thing to say was that the bank was modestly looking after its own business, that it simply followed the market, and that it harbored no pretensions at controlling anything or anybody. Moreover, in the formative stage of its policy, it would have been madness to assume in so many words the responsibilities that we now attribute to a central bank as a matter of course. This would have meant commitments which the bank could not have been sure of being able to fulfill. Moreover, any spectacular announcement of policy would have brought down upon directors hosts of unbidden advisers, every one of them convinced that he knew much better what the bank ought to do, and there would have been the danger of public outcries for legislation to force the bank to take, or to refrain from taking, particular courses of action. Moreover, cool refusal to take responsibility in crises did not necessarily mean what it seems to mean. In 1782, 1792, 1811, 1825 the result of such refusals was that the government was forced into action. It issued exchequer bills to merchants in difficulty and thus provided them with material which the bank was ready enough to discount, and the motive of the refusals may have been precisely to open up this delightfully safe way of coming to the market's aid. There is thus less reason for the indignant surprise some critics of the bank seem to feel at the reluctance the bank displayed to recognize its responsibilities, and at such sentiments as those of Thomson Hankey, Governor, 1851-2, who, as late as 1867, in his Principles of Banking, came near to denying any responsibility of the bank for the money market, though what he really denied was only that good bills of exchange ought at all times to be discounted at the Bank of England, p. 33 of 2nd ed., 1873. If we add that fine steering looks like no steering, we cannot exclude the possibility that both the insight and the practice of the directors were above and especially ahead of what they have been credited with. Actually, owing to the mere size of the bank, nothing that happened in England or indeed in the world can, from the first, ever have been irrelevant to its decisions. A little reflection will convince the reader that directors, even if they had been guided exclusively by the bank's long-run profit interest and even if they had recognized no responsibility to anyone except the proprietors, stockholders, would have had to do most of the things which, in the historical conditions of every stage of the bank's career, constituted the functions of a central bank. There is more to the old theory that a central bank serves the economy best if it attends to its own profit interest than we are at present willing to admit. Precisely when directors, clearly and consciously, began to attend to larger considerations is not known. Symptoms that admit of such an interpretation are certainly observable in the bank's behavior during the Napoleonic Wars, when some methods of credit control developed, such as rationing, irrespective of the standing of borrowers, and possibly also attempts at influencing, through the London market, the behavior of country banks. 1096 After 1815, the bank began to shape its permanent peacetime policy by an eminently healthy method of trial and error, much as the Federal Reserve System evolved. What was believed to be its permanent policy from 1918 to 1923? We get two interesting glimpses of some milestones on this road from statements made by the Governor, J. Horsley Palmer, in his evidence before the Parliamentary Committee of 1832 on the Bank of England Charter. The one refers to an empirical rule, Palmer's Rule, that had been adopted in 1827, namely, the rule to keep the bank's securities, discounts, loans, investments, approximately constant so that changes in circulation would occur only as gold flowed into or out of the country and circulation would behave as if it were wholly metallic. This rule, not meant to be obeyed strictly, anticipated the principle of Peel's Act to some extent and may in fact have been adopted in expectation of some such regulation. More important is the other statement that actually embodied a piece of analysis. Slightly reformulating Palmer's answer to question 678, we may put it like this. Accepting an unfavorable turn of foreign exchanges as a sign of an unduly great expansion of credit, he averred that the bank could prevent or stop an outflow of gold by raising its rate. The increased rate would reduce borrowing, reduced borrowing would mean a smaller volume of transactions and employment, and lower prices, reduced prices would increase exports and decrease imports, and this would turn the balance of payments, hence exchange rates. It is gratifying to note that this proposition does not stand in the name of some professor of economics. But it sounded too academic for professors to miss it. And it became the basis of the classic theory of central bank policy as taught in 19th century textbooks. The much more important short-run effect of an increase in bank rate that it will attract short balances from abroad was also discovered, as we shall see. Thornton, 1802, Tuke, 1838. We cannot go any further into the evolution of central bank policy during the period. The increasing importance, within the bank's deposits, of bankers' balances, its varying policies with respect to its own discount business, its changing attitudes to the money market, and so on. One point cannot be passed by, however. Some critics have averred that the bank, when it had realized its responsibilities at long last, allowed itself to be guided exclusively by the state of the foreign exchanges, that is, by actual or expected gold movements. Available information does not lend support to this view. Directors seem to have been guided by their diagnoses and prognoses of the general business and political conditions at home and abroad. There was indeed strong correlation between the bank rate and foreign exchange rates. But this correlation is easily accounted for by the fact that, under the unfettered international gold standard, gold movements were a sensitive index of general business conditions. 2 Fundamentals 1097. We shall not expect that writers of the type that created the literature we are about to survey would be greatly interested in the logical fundaments of the theory of money and credit, the kind of thing that the German term Grundlagenforschung denotes. There is indeed a flavor of primitivity, not to say crudity, about the conceptualization of those economists, which at the time and later led to various misunderstandings and futile controversies. This is no mere matter of terminology. In the case before us, hazy terminology was the result of haziness of thought about what money is and what money does. From the first, Thornton, Evidence before the Committees of Secrecy, 1797, a comprehensive category was formed of all means of payment, also called the circulating medium and sometimes currency, that included full value and token coins, bank notes, deposits subject to check or, alternatively, the checks themselves, and, under certain conditions, bills of exchange. This was all right. Obviously, the total of all we pay with is a meaningful notion. Its chief analytic value consists in the recognition it implies of the fact that there is no essential difference between banknotes and deposits. And that this fact was not self-evident but had to be discovered is proved by the further fact that some writers refused to recognize it. Lord Overstone and the advocates of Peel's Act of 1844 generally drew a sharp dividing line between banknotes and deposits, which was clearly not merely terminological and the precise significance of which is not easy to ascertain, because none of those authors was sufficiently explicit about logical fundaments. 1098 Tooke was at first one of those who fought against the conceptual merger of banknotes and deposits, until 1840, when the third volume of his history appeared. By 1844, inquiry, he had changed his mind and adopted it, perhaps as it is hardly too uncharitable to suspect, because this merger offered a convenient argument against Overstone and Peel's bill. But even most of those who used that comprehensive concept of means of payment 1099 did not, as do most of us, identify it with the concept of money. 1100 The great majority of leading authors, among them Thornton, Ricardo, Sr., Fullerton, J.S. Mill, and Marx, defined money, as it had been defined by Galliani, Beccaria, and Smith, as a commodity that has been chosen for means of exchange, measure of value, etc. Roscher expressed dominant opinion when he said that the false theories of money may be divided into two groups, those that hold that money is more, and those that hold that money is less, than the most saleable commodity. This, on the face of it, makes them theoretical metal lists. See above, Part 2, ch. 6, Sector 2. To establish this proposition we must take account of several facts that apparently contradict it. First, not all writers accepted the metal list doctrine as explicitly as did Fullerton, who included in money only full value coin, and, above all, Marx. Others, notably Thornton, see the first page of Paper Credit, implied it rather than stated it. Second, all or most included irredeemable government paper or would have included it if pressed. But this does not contradict our proposition, because paper money may be construed in such a manner as to come within a metal list definition of money. Thus Ricardo, not inelegantly, construed paper money as money, the whole cost of which may be considered as signierage, principles, ch. 27. Nor should it be urged that Ricardo cannot have been a metal list because he advocated a monetary system, Proposals for an Economical and Secure Currency, 1816, in which gold would be completely eliminated from circulation, and because he held that a currency is in its most perfect state when it consists wholly of paper money, Principles, ch. 27, for the sentence goes on like this, but of paper money of an equal value with the gold which it professes to represent. Such a gold certificate currency would function exactly like a gold coin currency and differs from it not by any basic principle but merely by certain economies. The very idea was to make sure that the value of the monetary unit should fluctuate according to the value of gold. Such a system is still metal list. Third, however, we must take into account the tendency to assimilate banknotes with paper money. Sir Robert Peel, in introducing his bill, defined money to cover coin of the realm and banknotes, the latter being paper currency, and this manner of speaking was very common. But it does not signify that credit means of payment were to be considered as money, but merely that, in the opinion of Ricardo and Overstone, banknotes were not credit means of payment but de facto money, though they should not be. Or to put it differently, using a phrase of Rausch's, they were money paper that had illegitimately usurped the role of paper money and were now to be forced to behave as if they were legitimate gold money. This is the whole philosophy of Peel's Act. Therefore, the inclusion in money of banknotes that are viewed in this light does not contradict our proposition. J.S. Mill excluded banknotes precisely because, having departed from the Ricardo, Overstone teaching, he did not view them in this light. 1101. But if we claim the majority of writers for theoretical metallism, since most of them also held that it was practical wisdom to base the currency upon gold, or silver, they were also practical metallists, we must be careful to make sure precisely how much this means. It does mean that they, and with unmistakable clearness Ricardo, Sr., Mill, and Marx construed the phenomena of money from the case of full-value metallic money, as we shall presently see. It also means that this impaired their analysis of the subject of money and credit, as will be explained in section 4. But it does not mean that this metallist basis of their analysis hampered them at every step. Sometimes it was happily forgotten. And at other times apposite constructive devices prevented it from doing harm. One such device we have observed already. Some later German writers have held that the metallist's starting point makes it impossible to do analytic justice to the facts of irredeemable paper money. Yet Ricardo and J.S. Mill experienced no difficulty at all in fitting these facts into a metallist theory. As in the subsequent period, the central problem of monetary theory was the value of money. More definitely than in the preceding period, this value was identified with the exchange ratios between money and goods, or the former's purchasing power. 1102. But the fact that all money prices do not normally change in the same direction, let alone proportion, that is, the fact that gives rise to the problem of the general purchasing power or its reciprocal, the general price level, caused difficulties that were very obvious in the discussion on war inflation and were never really overcome. Most of us uncritically perhaps believe that we may solve them by the method of index numbers, and this method, as we know, was already available. But few theorists took kindly to it. Wheatley was the first one to do so as far as I know. Most of the rest, up to and including J.S. Mill, distrusted it or even did not grasp its possibilities, the efforts of Lowe and Scrope notwithstanding. Neither did they develop any articulate theory of the price level. They talked loosely about prices in general, or general prices, or, more precisely, about the scale of prices, cairns, but they cannot be said to have done more than adumbrate the idea, and some, among them Ricardo, definitely rejected it. 1103. This is the reason why his proof that banknotes were depreciated during the Napoleonic Wars relied primarily on the premium on bullion, and why, in dealing with the monetary aspects of foreign trade, he compared prices of individual commodities at home and abroad, though he and others may have believed that these were representative of more general variations. The leading classics solved the problem of this rather dubious value of money simply by extending to it their general theory of value. Accordingly, they distinguished a natural or long-run normal value of money and a short-run equilibrium value. The former, or, as they also said misleadingly, the permanent value, was determined by the cost of producing, or obtaining, the precious metals. 1104. The latter by supply and demand. Observe three things. In the first place, this procedure ratifies our calling them theoretical metallists. In the second place, both propositions are obviously equilibrium propositions, though they refer to different types of equilibrium. In the third place, the words determined by are misleading and should be replaced by determined at. For there is no particularly strong causal connotation to this determination. The reader can easily satisfy himself of this by considering the following case. Suppose that the public changes its habits of payment permanently so that henceforth everybody holds less cash, in gold coins, than he did before. Less gold will then be required at a given level of prices, gold production will, within the assumptions of this analysis, certainly so adjust itself that, marginal, costs equal the new and lower value of the monetary unit, but it should be clear that in this case, costs are being adapted to value at least as much as the new value is adapted to the new costs. In other words, our long-run equilibrium proposition is one of many long-run equilibrium conditions and can acquire causal connotation only by the grace of the theorist, that is, by the latter's decision to freeze all other factors in the situation. Even then, a change in the marginal costs of gold will affect the value of money only through affecting the supply of money, as Senior and J.S. Mill recognized. 1105. Of course, it must be borne in mind that, owing to the extreme durability of gold, the total stock of it varies but slowly in response to the annual rate of production, and that, hence, the pattern of short-run equilibrium will in the case of gold be of greater importance relatively to the pattern of long-run equilibrium than it is in the case of other commodities. Even Ricardo, in spite of his bent for long-run analysis, reasoned about money chiefly in terms of the former, that is, in terms of supply and demand. We are now prepared to consider the vexed and vexing questions: how far the classics accepted the quantity theorem and whether or not it acquired illegitimate authority with them. For three of the leading writers, Thornton, Senior, and Marx, the negative answer is so clear as not to require proof. 1106. Let us then look at the positions of Ricardo and J.S. Mill. First, recall that mere recognition of the relevance to value of the supply or quantity of gold does not imply acceptance of what we have called the strict quantity theorem, Part 2, ch. 6, Sector 4. That is to say, the mere statement that the purchasing power of a monetary unit depends upon supply and demand does not identify any particular theory of money. The first of the troubles with which the reader has to cope in this matter is that Ricardo and James Mill, and a long list of later writers on money, including Pigou and Cannon, did not realize this but, in striking analogy with their procedure in the case of the wage fund, tried to deduce the quantity theorem from the law of supply and demand. As a result, in every individual instance, one has to ask himself whether they meant something that does follow from the law of supply and demand, for example, that ceteris paribus an increase in the quantity of money will tend to decrease the purchasing power of the unit, or whether they meant more, for example, that ceteris paribus, strictissime, an increase in the quantity of money will decrease the purchasing power of the unit proportionately. The second of the troubles with which the reader has to cope arises from the fact that the term quantity theory covers several meanings, so that if he finds that two writers disagree on whether or not the quantity theory should be attributed to a given author, he must keep in mind the possibility that the two writers simply mean different things by that term. For our present purpose we shall define it to mean, first, that the quantity of money is an independent variable, in particular, that it varies independently of prices and of physical volume of transactions. 1107. Second, that velocity of circulation is an institutional datum that varies slowly or not at all, but in any case is independent of prices and volume of transactions. 1108. Third, that transactions, or let us say, output, are unrelated to quantity of money, and it is only owing to chance that the two may move together. Fourth, that variations in the quantity of money, unless they be absorbed by variations in output in the same direction, act mechanically on all prices, irrespective of how an increase in the quantity of money is used and on what sector of the economy it first impinges, who gets it, and analogously for a decrease. I maintain that Ricardo, before him Wheatley, after him James Mill and McCulloch, held the quantity theory in this strict sense, and that no other major writers did. It is true that Ricardo, and the same goes for McCulloch but not for James Mill, introduced qualifications occasionally, and that, here and there, he made statements that were logically incompatible with his strict quantity theory, exactly as he did in matters of his labor quantity law of value. In both cases, however, he mentioned them only in order to minimize their importance. In the same sense in which we are within our rights in averring that he held the latter, even though only as an approximation, we are also justified in attributing to him the strict quantity theory, as an approximation. 1109. The case of J.S. Mill is quite different. 1110. At the start, he committed himself indeed to a strict quantity theory in the sense defined, even asserting in so many words that variations in the quantity of money will affect its value in a ratio exactly equivalent, and that this property is peculiar to money, Book 3, ch. 8, 2. But he closed the chapter by saying that this strict quantity theory is nevertheless under modern conditions an extremely incorrect expression of the fact. The apparent contradiction is easy to resolve. First, he confined the range of application of the quantity theorem to societies that know of no other means of payment except coin and irredeemable paper. The emergence of credit, according to him, changes the situation radically. With a developed system of credit, prices no longer depend, in any simple manner, on the quantity of money in that sense. 1111 he emasculated the quantity theorem still further, even for the case of a purely metallic circulation, by restricting its validity to the quantity of money that actually circulates. But the circulating quantity of money is certainly not independent of the business situation, output, employment, and so on, as J.S. Mill indicated by his turn of phrase about the quantity of money which people are wanting to lay out, that is, all the money they have in their possession except what they are hoarding, or at least keeping by them as a reserve for future contingencies, Book 3, ch. 8, 2. Moreover, he was quite aware of the implications of this, as we have seen in our discussion of his interpretation of Say's law. And if we coordinate this with his recognition of the fact that purchases on credit, that is, by means of credit instruments of one kind or another, influence prices as much as do purchases for money, Ibid ch. 12, we discover that in his analytic schema it is not at all the quantity of money per se which acts upon general prices, but simply expenditure, and that this expenditure is not closely, let alone uniquely, related to the quantity of coin or paper money. Thus, there is hardly any difference left between Mill's version of the quantity theory and the views of its opponents, contemporaneous or later. J.S. Mill's conceptual arrangement achieved the same end that others achieved by making velocity an economic variable. For to make the relevant quantity of money a variable in the purchasing power problem by defining it as the quantity that is actually being spent evidently comes to the same thing as to start from a given quantity of money, however defined, and to make average velocity an economic, and in particular a cyclical, variable. The former procedure takes the curse off constant velocity and has in addition this advantage, that it enables us to separate the two constituents of what is usually labeled as velocity, the rate of spending, which is certainly variable, and velocity in a narrower sense, which, being determined by habits of payment, the degree of concentration of industry, and the like, may in fact, normally at least, be treated as an institutional constant. There is no need to show how near this comes to very modern views. Before going on, I shall hastily mention 2 points about velocity that were of no great importance at the time, though they gained some during the next period. First, then as later, some writers expressed themselves to the effect that the use of credit economizes money or makes money more efficient. This obviously invites the idea that credit increases the velocity of the legal tender reserve money which, even though at rest in the vaults of banks, may then be said, metaphorically, to circulate with a velocity much greater than it would have, if it actually did circulate. This idea was developed by Rodbertus, Die Preisgeldkrisis, 1845, CMW Holtrup, Theories of the Velocity of Circulation of Money in Earlier Economic Literature, Economic History, a supplement to the Economic Journal, January 1929, p. 520. Second, attempts at formulating an equation of exchange algebraically which does not necessarily involve acceptance of the quantity theory go far back. John Briscoe, H. Lloyd, see above, Part 2, ch. 6, Sector 2c, but the most elaborate one of all belongs in the period under survey, J.W. Lubbock's on Currency, 1840, an interesting book by a still more interesting man. His equation has been reproduced in Viner, OPCIT p249n, and Margate, OPCIT Volume 1, p11, and p12, n8. 3 Gleanings from the discussions on inflation and resumption. To be sure, no element of Mill's performance originated with him. Yet there is historical merit in it. Both facts will stand out if we now survey a few of the landmarks on the road that led to his position. 1112. The Englishman who started writing on monetary policy around 1800 knew very little about the English work of the 17th and even 18th centuries, and still less, almost nothing in fact, of the non-English work of those centuries. An interesting example of how the advance of economics has been and is being impaired by these recurrent losses of previous accumulations of knowledge. In particular, they knew nothing about Cantillon and Gallieni and not much about Stoyart. Even the relatively learned Thornton knew the works of Locke, Hume, Montesquieu, and, of course, A. Smith 1113, but not much else. Substantially they started afresh, which goes far to explain the frequent occurrence of quite primitive arguments, even with the best of them. Since we are not primarily interested in the practical issues at stake but in the methods of analysis that were used in their discussion, and in only those methods that bear upon the fundamentals of monetary theory, there is not much to report. As we have seen, the Order in Council that suspended redemption of the notes of the Bank of England, 1797, was a precautionary measure that was taken in response to a crisis and a run. Government borrowing from the bank did not produce particularly visible effects for several years. When, however, prices began to rise and exchanges to fall, a torrent of articles and pamphlets poured forth whose thema probandum was that excessive issue of irredeemable bank notes was responsible for those evils. From his evidence before the 2 committees of secrecy, 1797, to his 2 speeches on the Bullion Report, 1811, 1114, Thornton's contributions outdistanced all others so far as width of comprehension and analytic power are concerned. 3 of them are of the first order of importance for the history of monetary analysis. The first is the treatment of the rapidity of circulation as a variable quantity that fluctuates with the state of confidence, that is, substantially with general business conditions. 1115 This rediscovery of a fundamental truth that stands historically in the name of Cantillon was never again lost, but it was so little attended to that it had to be rediscovered once more by Keynes. 1116 The second is the introduction of interest into the theory of the monetary process, or, more precisely, the casting into a scientific mold of ideas on the relation between money, prices, and interest, see below, Sector 4a, that are intuitively familiar to every banker. 1117 The third, which concerns the monetary aspects of international trade, will be discussed below in Section 5. But there is something else. In bringing his analytic apparatus to bear upon the facts and practical problems of his day and country, Thornton proved himself a past master of the art of economic diagnosis. He was the only one of the leading writers to see the effects of the bank's note issue and at the same time to keep it in its proper place in the total pattern of factors that shaped the English monetary situation during the first decade of the 19th century. Such merits as the Bullion Report of 1810 undoubtedly does possess, especially that honest, if somewhat uninspired, listing of all relevant facts, whether causes, consequences, or symptoms, must be ascribed primarily to him. 1118. The other bullionists or supporters of the policy that is embodied in the Bullion Report, resumption of specie payments by the Bank of England at the earliest possible date, are not, either by virtue of equal quality of work or by virtue of close similarity of views, entitled to be classed with Thornton. In addition to Wheatley and Ricardo, who represent a distinctly different school of thought, we merely notice Boyd and Lord King, whose arguments belong to the Wheatley, Ricardo line rather than to Thornton's, and Malthus, for whom the opposite would be nearer to the truth. 1119 Basically, their case was very simple. That the premium on bullion was proof of a depreciation of banknotes was little more than a definition. That this premium was greater, exchanges more unfavorable, and prices higher than they would have been, other things being equal, with a note circulation such as would have been possible had the notes been redeemable, that is, simply with a smaller note issue, only unreasonable stubbornness could deny. It was the not much less unreasonable stubbornness, with which they minimized all other factors in the situation, that laid them open to replies which were successful on several points. 1120 Disapproval of a note issue greater than the amount possible under redemption of notes on demand presupposes, of course, that the latter is taken for the normal or ideal condition of the currency. This makes theoretical and practical metal lists of all these bullionists. But it does not necessarily mean that they held any strict quantity theory. Thornton, for example, certainly did not. There are much more interesting questions which emerge behind these basic ones as soon as it comes to analyzing the mechanism of inflation in detail, particularly the relations between the issue of the Bank of England and the country banks. But we cannot go into these. The considerable success of the Wheatley-Ricardo line was due not only to Ricardo's force and brilliance but also to the lack of these qualities in his opponents. We shall confine ourselves to the outstanding authority among them, Thomas Tooke 1121, whose writings, though the first of them appeared only in 1826, represent better than do any others the strong as well as the weak points in the case against Ricardo's analysis. The most obviously strong point we continue to neglect the issue of policy was of course that, in an inflation as mild as was the one of the English restriction period, the influence of non-monetary factors and even of factors that affect directly individual commodities or groups of commodities only, such as the cereals, must necessarily account for a much greater part of observed phenomena than would be so in cases of advanced, let alone wild, inflation. A good or bad harvest, a boom or a crisis, will then sometimes dominate a given price situation so as to reduce, for the moment, the inflationary influence to insignificance. The thing for the analyst to do in such cases is to assemble and to discuss the data carefully, year by year or even month by month, in order to make them speak for themselves. Tooke did this very well and with a considerable measure of success, and this would have been quite enough to invalidate Ricardo's theory in its application to the situation then prevailing. But Tooke aimed at more than this and attacked Ricardo's theory as theory. This, also, could have been done successfully on lines that could have been derived from Thornton's work, but Tooke was quite unequal to this task. He had no notion of the logical relation between observation and analysis and never understood what facts may, and what facts may not, be adduced in verification or refutation of a theory. 1122 And the moment he lost contact with individual situations, which he knew how to analyze, he seemed to lose the ability to think the most eminent of that large class of economists who are in the same predicament. He then even lost that healthy sense for the absurd, which stood him in good stead in his factual analysis, and had no hesitation in committing himself to obviously untenable propositions such as some of the conclusions in the inquiry of 1844 by which he tried to sum up his views on the fundamentals of monetary theory. The 12th of these conclusions declares in so many words that prices of commodities do not depend, he failed to add uniquely, which would have saved the situation, upon the amount of the circulating medium, but that, on the contrary, the amount of the circulating medium is the consequence of prices. However, before we put this down as downright silly, it is as well to recall that he was facing economists who denied entirely the existence of the relation which his 12th conclusion asserted, and that Tooke may be in part justified on this ground and also be given the benefit of the mitigating circumstance that he was unsurpassable in clumsiness of formulation. The 13th conclusion then gives, though in a form that is not less clumsy, Tooke's theory of general prices, which has been much admired, especially in Germany 1123, where, partly improved, it experienced a revival in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. Essentially, it comes to this. Since, on the one hand, commodities may be purchased without the use of money, and since, on the other hand, money need not all become active, in which case it really is, as far as action upon prices is concerned, non-existent, the quantity of money on which Ricardo reasoned is not a useful datum. What acts upon prices is expenditure, however financed. Within total expenditure of all kinds and for all purposes, the expenditure for consumption or investment by households enjoys a particularly important position. And here we come to the ultimate regulating principle of money prices, History, Volume 3, p. 276. The fundamentally determining factor consists in the revenues of the different orders of the state, under the head of rents, profits, salaries, and wages. In other words, we come out with the income approach to the problem of the value of money. 1124 It should be said at once that Tooke himself offers several clues for restating this income theory of money more correctly and for developing it in various ways, one of which ends at Keynes's general theory. But as left by Tooke, it is open to a criticism that greatly reduces its importance. 1125 Those revenues are obviously not ultimate data, prices determine them as much as they determine prices, and in the complex of factors that generate them, quantity of money has its place. It is not difficult to imagine the gusto with which Ricardo would have taken his hatchet and so trimmed down Tooke's disorderly argument as to be able to show triumphantly that those revenues were nothing but quantity of money times velocity. Still, though we shall have to notice more important contributions of Tooke, the importance of this one should not, if its suggestive power be duly taken into account, be evaluated at zero. Let us now return for a moment to J.S. Mill and his performance. In the light of what we have learned since we left him, we might describe his teaching as a blend between Ricardo's and Tooke's. He saw the shortcomings of the Wheatley, Ricardo analysis and filed off its rough edges or some of them. He saw the shortcomings of Tooke's analysis and quickly corrected their most glaring faults, but he did much to salvage the truths they contained. To some extent, especially in his treatment of the monetary mechanism of international trade, he rediscovered Thornton's line, and here and there he improved upon it. There are but two qualifications to be added to this appraisal of a considerable achievement that, had it been better understood, might have been instrumental in bringing about a new epoch of monetary analysis. 1126 First, though his retention of the theorem that an increase in money will, caeteris paribus, raise prices in the same proportion, the property peculiar to money, is all right when hedged in as he hedged it in, he also retained the erroneous Ricardian doctrine that variations in quantity of money and variations in physical volume of output have nothing to do with one another and will never coincide except by chance. Second, this denial of the possibility of monetary stimulation is but the most important instance of the narrow views on the ideas of monetary management that emerged in the 20s and 30s of the 19th century. These must now be briefly noticed. 1127. Even before the passing of Peel's Resumption Bill, 1819, or the actual resumptions of specie payments by the Bank of England, 1821, many people voiced misgivings about the possible consequences of this step, which was bound to mean a jolt and might mean more than a jolt. When people began to realize that they were in for a serious depression which actually prevailed, with the exception of the spurts of 1817 and 1824, from 1815 to 1830 and, after the upswing that set in about 1830, resumed from 1836 on, they put, as we have seen, all the blame on the factor that was most obvious on the surface, resumption, and the way in which it was carried into effect by the Bank of England. Politicians were relatively reasonable, the spokesmen of the agrarian interest being the only group that, as a group, went to any unreasonable lengths in this respect. 1128 But bankers, financiers, and economists inspired by the viewpoint of bankers and financiers, especially those who felt on the defensive owing to their previous sponsorship of the Bullion Report, had most of them no doubt whatever that the root of all evil was money and nothing else, in most cases not even troubling to establish what seemed so indubitable a diagnosis. Accordingly, they criticized resumption, or at least resumption at pre-war parity, as untimely or altogether pointless, and they produced remedies and schemes of reform that ranged all the way from excluding gold from actual circulation and the insertion of silver into monetary reserves, through anticipations of the commodity dollar to a managed paper currency that was to stabilize prices and employment. We know, of course, that history incessantly repeats itself. But it is amazing and perhaps a little sad to observe that economists, swayed by the prevailing humors of the hour, also repeat themselves, and that, blissfully ignorant of their predecessors, they believe in each case that they are making unheard of discoveries and building up a brand new monetary science. However, there are some things to be gleaned from a history of analysis. 1129. In the first place, the question of diagnosis was indeed neglected, but not entirely. As we should expect, took shown in the discussion. He had the great merit of not being a monetary monomaniac, and his common sense and command of facts enabled him to analyze the decline of prices from 1814 to 1837 in a thoroughly sensible manner. His 6 causes: 1130 good harvests, favorable foreign exchange, removal of obstructions to foreign supplies and the emergence of new sources of raw materials, falling rates of freight and insurance, technological progress, increasing supply of capital, hence lower rates of interest, do not indeed reveal ideal analysis, and there is much in them to find fault with from a theoretical standpoint. But at least they contain the most important factor, the tremendous increase in productive efficiency in consequence of the Industrial Revolution, and in addition most of the salient characteristics of that epoch, though Tooke failed at the analytic task of bringing them into their proper relations. In the second place, the variations in the purchasing power of money brought up the question of justice as between creditors and debtors, or else, so far as the public debt was concerned, taxpayers. As always, justice was what benefited the interest with which each writer sympathized. But more substantial arguments, sometimes crude, sometimes more refined, reinforced or even supplanted considerations of justice. Squire Western made the point that there are situations in which, higher prices being the only alternative to widespread bankruptcy, a falling value of money might be deemed to be in the interest of creditors. Others emphasized that, on the whole, debtors represent the active elements in the economy, so that a benefit to them in the end benefits everybody. Still others learned to qualify their dirges about the discouragement of industry through falling prices by stating, unless this fall is caused by a fall in costs. 1131. Though some were for price maintenance even in the face of falling costs. Like Hume and Wicksell, most writers on currency preferred slowly rising to stable prices. Needless to say, the usual confusion between the prices a writer was interested in and the price level impaired arguments throughout. Most writers, as we have seen above, were having a hard time in defining what they meant by general prices. In the third place, definite ideas of monetary management were taking shape, and some of them were more than mere repetitions of 17th century argument. There was the idea of a stable price level, the idea of monetary stimulation of production, what we call pump priming, the idea of stabilizing interest rates, and the idea of stabilizing employment. Our few illustrative examples will be taken primarily from the economists of scientific reputation. Thornton offered several suggestions for monetary management in times of crisis. Ricardo's plan we have noticed already. Joseph Lowe's tabular standard 1132, intended for voluntary use for the stabilization of long-run contracts, marks a distinct advance in monetary analysis. Inconvertible paper currency was sponsored by T.P. Thompson. 1133. Pilletscrope did not go so far as this, but adhered to the metallic standard, gold or silver. 1134. However, besides sponsoring and elaborating Lowe's tabular standard idea, he tackled the whole complex of problems that arose from variations in the purchasing power of money, including their effects upon labor. He wrongly held that labor's relative or absolute share in gross produce must be reduced as the share of creditors, at fixed interest, increases, but he had the merit of emphasizing the influence of falling prices upon employment. This was also done by Bowman. 1135. The only other name I am going to mention, the name of the two heroes of the Birmingham Currency School, is Atwood. 1136. The Birmingham Currency School is correctly described by the label it accepted itself, Anti-Gold Law League. As we might expect, many of its members were just inflationists. But Thomas Atwood was much more than that. If I have caught the meaning of his message, he was an anti-deflationist in the modern sense. He had an almost hysterical horror of what we call deflation and attributed to it every economic difficulty of his age. And in deflation itself he saw nothing but the vagaries of an essentially irrational system of money and credit. But whatever we may think of this diagnosis, many of us are bound to sympathize with it. It had the merit of serving as a magnifying glass that enabled him to see what the leading economists of the period refused to see, namely, that an ideally managed paper money could avoid some consequences of the gold automatism that are in fact functionless. So far as I know, he did not work out his principle fully and systematically. But, barring exaggerations, his advocacy of the principle itself is free from anything that deserves to be called freakish. His claim to being considered as a serious specialist on money is further strengthened by his recommendation to resume gold payments, if indeed they had to be resumed, at a reduced gold value of the pound, a remarkable anticipation of an idea of 1919. None of these ideas entered Mill's authoritative text except as so many errors that need to be exposed. In his chapter of An Inconvertible Paper Currency, Principles, Book 3, ch. 13, besides asserting that a power to depreciate the currency without limit is an intolerable evil, he encountered with a flat negative not only Atwood's but also Hume's and Thornton's arguments about the possibility of monetary stimulation. From our standpoint, we have no right to object to Mill's evident dislike of the idea. Nobody is in duty bound to approve of monetary management, and there were and are perfectly good reasons for distrusting the ability, independence, and whatnot of the agencies that would have to undertake it. There are also reasons, good or bad, for wishing to put up with all the vagaries of automatic money rather than with the vagaries of politics. But we do have a right to object to Mill's refusal to consider the theory of managed money and to face squarely the facts and problems that gave rise to the idea. By doing so, he impoverished monetary analysis and left it, in this respect, in a state that explains, though it does not justify, the impression so prevalent in our day that there is an immense scientific gulf between him and us. Nor is his chapter of A Double Standard, Book 3, ch. 10, any more distinguished. What he had to say on bimetallism rests on the suspicion in general well-founded, of course, that the sponsors of bimetalist schemes simply want to depress the purchasing power of money. Since he disapproved of this, he brushed the whole subject aside without entering seriously into the analytic problems involved, though a considerable literature on silver and on bimetallism developed during the period under Survey Henry Cernachy's Mécanique de l'échange appeared in 1865, and though it was clearly the duty of the writer of a treatise such as Mill's to deal adequately with it irrespective of his sympathies. 1137 The little that can be said in this book about those problems will be deferred to Part 4, ch. 8. Gold production moved on a low level until the 1840s. When Russian and then Australian and Californian gold came in to change the situation, facts and effects were zestfully debated throughout the 1850s and 1860s. There could be no reasonable doubt that the new gold was exerting some influence upon prices, but there was all the more doubt whether this influence, counteracted as it was by the flow of gold to India, China, and other countries and by the concomitant increase in the output of goods, was strong enough to raise English prices by any appreciable amount. 1138 This implied investigation of the modus operandi of the new gold upon monetary systems, credit, interest, output, and so on all over the world. Nobody doubted that first effects were upon interest, that the easy reserve situation prevented what might have been a financial crisis in 1853, but that high profits and speculation, engendered by the monetary stimulation of the economic process, would lead to stringencies and accentuate cyclical ups and downs. 1139 With due respect to many a sensible piece of analysis that a more complete report would have to mention, I cannot but conclude that the gains for economic analysis were slender and that the economists of that time missed an opportunity to build the lessons of those experiences into their general theory of money. This shows also in the way in which the plethora of gold affected opinion on bimetallism. On the whole, people enjoyed the prosperity that the gold discoveries seemed to have brought. Providence was, for the time being, popular with the stock exchange. Dissent was not lacking, however, and some of the dissenters began to think of the adoption of a silver standard as a remedy for the gold inflation, that is, for reasons exactly opposite to those that had recommended the silver standard to some writers around 1820-1140 and were again to recommend it from the 1870s on. In addition, however, history was putting economists under obligation by performing an interesting experiment in bimetallism under their very eyes. France had then a de facto bimetallist system at the rate of 1:15 As gold fell, it began to flow into French circulation and reserves and to drive out the silver. This was the famous parachute effect, as Chevalier called it, that is to say, the effect of bimetallism to absorb the depreciating and to set free the appreciating monetary metal and so to stabilize the value of the monetary unit, at least so long as the latter was not entirely displaced. It does not reflect much credit upon economists that this effect had not occurred to them before 1141, but it reflects still less credit on them that they did not understand it fully when they had it before their eyes. The first economist to work out the complete theory of the bimetallist standard at a fixed ratio was Walras. For the theory of credit. Even today, textbooks on money, currency, and banking are more likely than not to begin with an analysis of a state of things in which legal tender money is the only means of paying and lending. The huge system of credits and debits, of claims and debts, by which capitalist society carries on its daily business of production and consumption is then built up step by introducing claims to money or credit instruments that act as substitutes for legal tender and are allowed indeed to affect its functioning in many ways but not to oust it from its fundamental role in the theoretical picture of the financial structure. Even when there is very little left of this fundamental role in practice, everything that happens in the sphere of currency, credit, and banking is construed from it, just as the case of money itself is construed from barter. Historically, this method of building up the analysis of money, currency, and banking is readily understandable, from the 14th and 15th centuries on, and even in the Greco-Roman world, the gold or silver or copper coin was the familiar thing. The credit structure, which moreover was incessantly developing, was the thing to be explored and to be analyzed. The legal constructions, to remember that most economists who were not businessmen were jurists, were geared to a sharp distinction between money as the only genuine and ultimate means of payment and the credit instrument that embodied a claim to money. But logically, it is by no means clear that the most useful method is to start from the coin, even if, making a concession to realism, we add inconvertible government paper in order to proceed to the credit transactions of reality. It may be more useful to start from these in the first place, to look upon capitalist finance as a clearing system that cancels claims and debts and carries forward the differences so that money payments come in only as a special case without any particularly fundamental importance. In other words, practically and analytically, a credit theory of money is possibly preferable to a monetary theory of credit. 1142. The situation of this period's theory of credit and banking may now be characterized like this. The English leaders from Thornton to Mill did explore the credit structure, and in doing so made discoveries that constitute their chief contributions to monetary analysis but could not be adequately stated in terms of the monetary theory of credit. But they failed to go through with the theoretical implications of these discoveries, that is, to build up a systematic credit theory of money. 1143, and on principle clung to the monetary theory of credit. So they produced in the end something that was neither the one nor the other. An eminent critic of our day, who is a strong adherent of the monetary theory of credit, Professor Rist, was therefore, formally, within his rights when he accused some of the authors of that period of having confused money and credit. Their waverings in the use of terms certainly suggest this. 1144. Keeping this in mind, we shall in this section discuss cursorily, a. the most interesting of the period's conquests in the theory of credit, and then, b. a few more points about banking and central banking that are most conveniently presented with reference to the quarrels between the currency and banking schools over the principles embodied or supposed to be embodied in Peel's Act of 1844, though those quarrels, unlike the ones over war, inflation and resumption, produced more heat than light. 1145. A. Credit. 1146. Prices, interest, and forced savings. As soon as we realize that there is no essential difference between those forms of paper credit that are used for paying and lending 1147 and that demand, supported by credit, acts upon prices in essentially the same manner as does demand supported by legal tender, we are on the way toward a serviceable theory of the credit structure and, in particular, toward the discovery of the relations between prices and interest. Before turning to the period's theory of these relations we must, however, consider the obstacles that prevented many authors from accepting the two propositions just alluded to. We have already seen that the monetary theory of credit in itself constitutes such an obstacle because, developing the theory of the network of credit payments from the case of payment in specie, it assigns to legal tender money a logically privileged position. But we still have to consider some practical reasons that seem to militate against an analysis that puts, say, money and deposits on essentially the same footing. In the first place, the law treats different types of means of payment differently. In the case of legal tender money, it insists on acceptance; in the case of an accepted and endorsed bill of exchange, it does not. For the legal mind, the two are anything but essentially the same thing, since the credit instrument is on the face of it a claim to money. In the second place, and in connection with this, money and paper credit, and again the various forms of paper credit, are not in practice equally well qualified for every purpose. They are not perfect substitutes for one another. Legal tender money is a universal means of payment, banknotes and deposits are less widely acceptable. The accepted and endorsed bill of exchange can circulate only in a relatively small circle of business concerns. And only legal tender money is recognized, in most historical cases, as the ultimate reserve money of the banking system. These differences are of course quite important, and nobody would think of trying to explain the way in which a given monetary system functions without taking account of them. And this is why Thornton's perception of the fact that the different means of payments may, on a certain level of abstraction, be treated as essentially alike was a major analytic performance, for the mere practitioner will in general be impressed by the technical differences rather than by the fundamental sameness. 1148 But precisely for the same reason, it is quite understandable that, though Thornton's view eventually prevailed with J.S. Mill, the opposite view found sponsors all along. And this was one of the reasons, though not the only one, why some writers stoutly denied that credit acts upon prices. 1149 Now we turn to the subject of prices and interest, or, as we may also call it, of the real and the money rate of interest. Within the scholastic system, interest being simply the price for the use of money, the phrase real and money rate of interest is a label on an empty box. There was no problem of any direct relation of this kind, any more than there is in the Keynesian system. 1150 But when, under A. Smith's influence, Barban's analysis began to prevail, according to which interest was that part of business gains that accrued to the purveyor of physical capital, the question was bound to arise how this interest was related to the interest in the market of money loans, which after all is a distinct phenomenon. A. Smith answered 1151 in effect that the loan rate of the money market was simply the shadow of the rate of profit on real capital, the latter being lent in the form of money as the later slogan has it, and that quantity of money, however defined, had nothing at all to do with it. I cannot emphasize sufficiently that this remained the dominant opinion throughout the 19th century, at any rate until Wicksell, that it was, as will be presently explained, also Ricardo's, and that even Thornton's contributions to the problem of the relation between money, prices, and the real rate of interest, important though they were, which point to a different conclusion, were largely forgotten. Thornton related the volume and the velocity of money and other circulating media to interest in the four following ways. 1. He was the first to point out that a high rate of discount will attract gold from abroad. 2. He also pointed out the relevance of the prevailing money rate of interest for the public's willingness to hold cash. 1152. 3. Further, he pointed out the effect upon the loan rate of expectations about the future course of prices. 1153. 4. Finally, soaring high above the commonplace controversy on the question whether or not banks have the power to inflate the currency, he presented all the essentials of a complete analysis of the market for loanable funds that pivots on the fundamental equilibrium theorem, that the loan rate, money interest, tends to equal expected marginal profits of investment, marginal efficiency of capital. 1154 This requires some elaboration. First, Thornton's theorem occurs in the course of an argument to the effect that there does not exist, within the logic of the credit mechanism itself and apart from convertibility, any restriction that will prevent bank credit from exceeding the limit beyond which it will cause an inflationary increase in prices, 1155, and that, in particular, sound banking practice, that is, the practice of lending on good security only or even discounting bona fide commercial bills only, does not constitute such a restriction. The reasons for this are, of course, that an expansion of loans, unless accompanied by a compensating reduction of expenditure by people other than the borrowers, will increase money incomes, hence raise demand schedules for goods and services, not necessarily their prices, so that every wave of additional borrowing tends to justify itself ex post, and that such an expansion of loans can at least in favorable situations be induced by the offer to lend at a rate that is below expected marginal profits. In other words, the equilibrium of Thornton's theorem is unstable. An increase in loans beyond the equilibrium amount will eventually, though not necessarily at first, result in an increase in prices and, if the rate of interest continues to be kept at its old level, the level that induced the first expansion, further borrowing will continue to be profitable at the new level of prices, further expansion of credit will follow, and so on, without any assignable limit, and we shall have the Wickselian cumulative process. For restatement and criticism, see below, Part 4, ch 8, Sector 2. To enforce stability, other conditions, such as convertibility direct or indirect of notes and deposits in gold, are therefore necessary. This practical conclusion, if not the whole of Thornton's analysis, was widely accepted, among others by King, Ricardo, Joplin, and Sr. J.S. Mill also accepted it, though, presumably under the influence of Tooke, he toned it down. Lord King was, so far as I know, the first to follow Thornton in his thoughts on the effects of the bank restriction, 1803. Ricardo accepted the doctrine resolutely, at least in the faulty form that, if banks charge less than the market rate of interest, there is no amount of money which they might not lend. Principles, ch 27, but see High Price of Bullion, 1810. Senior expressed himself similarly, see Industrial Efficiency and Social Economy, S. L. Levy ed., 1928, Volume 2. The essay is a review of Lord King's pamphlet, using the term usual rate. Since the market or usual rate itself may be below that equilibrium level which would prevent credit inflation, Ricardo and Senior must be interpreted to have meant something akin to Wicksel's real rate. Ricardo seems to indicate this by another faulty phrase that occurs in the paragraph from which I have quoted, and lets interest be regulated by the rate of profits which can be made by the employment of capital and is totally independent of the quantity or of the value of money. Clearly two different sets of considerations fight each other in this paragraph. On the one hand, Ricardo meant to uphold what has been described above as the Smithian view of the relation between the real and the money rate of interest. On the other hand, no practical financier could deny that any increase of the circulating medium, no matter whether of gold or notes or anything else, will tend to depress the rate of interest at least temporarily. So he reconciled Thornton's theory, which does not fit at all well into his quantity theory, first, by underlining the temporarily and, second, by emphasizing, to the exclusion of everything else, the inflationary effect of such an increase, as we shall presently see. Tooke might have pointed out, and to some extent did point out, that there are many qualifications to the proposition that low interest raises prices. As it was, probably carried away by his controversial ardors, he in the end denied the existence of any such nexus as unreasonably as he denied the existence of any nexus between quantity of money and prices. J.S. Mill, on this point as elsewhere, rationalized Tooke. This he did by the formula that the lending by banks qua lending does act on the interest rate and not on prices, but that, since the currency in common use, being a currency provided by bankers, is all issued in the way of loans, Principles, Book 3, ch 23, 4, the lending by banks qua creation of currency acts upon prices and not on the interest rate. The recognition of the currency creating power of banks, which took denied in the inquiry, is as interesting as the recognition of the relation, so strongly emphasized in the United States, between lending and repaying, on the one hand, and expansion and contraction of the circulating medium, on the other, in which relation some of the more naive American currency doctors saw, perhaps see, the source of all sorts of evil. J.S. Mill made nothing of all this, as will presently be pointed out again. Still, nothing of it escaped his attention or should have escaped the attention of his readers. Second, Thornton knew of course perfectly well that the inflationary process he described presupposes an uncompensated expansion of lending. If the increase in loans is compensated, for example, by saving, it will not start that process. But, preoccupied as he was with the operation of paper credit in wartime, he did not bother about this, and so he failed to state explicitly the condition for stable equilibrium in the market for loanable funds, which reads, in Wicksell's formulation of 1898, that loans should equal people's voluntary savings. To some extent, at least, this lacuna was filled by Joplin 1156, though he got still less credit for it than he got for having anticipated the principles of banking policy that, so far as the notes of the Bank of England are concerned, were carried into effect by Peel's Act. Like Ricardo, he strongly disapproved of the power of banks to create, by their lending, net additions to the total stock of means of payments, but he did not deny its existence. This was done by others, and pointed out that, if it were done away with, and if banks were accordingly prevented from increasing the total of their loans beyond the amount of the public's current savings, then a stable equilibrium in the money market might exist. It will be observed that in this case the equilibrium theorem is nothing but a particular way of stating the Turgot-Smith theory of saving and investment. Third, Thornton realized not only that bank loans which add to the means of payment may stimulate output rather than raise prices if they impinge upon an underemployed economy 1157, but also that, even after full employment has been reached, credit expansion may still have some effect upon output, though he immediately proceeded to show that this effect will be smaller than the inflationary one. Paper Credit, pages 236, 239 ETSEQ. If some money incomes do not increase in step with prices, their recipients may be forced to curtail their purchases of goods and services, that is, to perform a kind of involuntary saving which may increase real capital as does saving in the ordinary sense. Thus he anticipated Wicksell's doctrine of forced saving. But Bentham, who coined the phrase forced frugality, went much more deeply into the matter, and so did Malthus. 1158 Ricardo turned a deaf ear to Thornton's suggestion and kept on repeating again and again 1159 almost unintelligently that fictitious capital cannot stimulate industry, that capital can only be created by saving and not by banking operations, and so on, without ever facing the issue squarely. There was, of course, a reason for this. Here as elsewhere Ricardo was a prisoner to once for all conceived ideas. In this case, he had pinned his colors to the mast of a rigid quantity theory. The quantity theory implies that there is no relation between the quantity of money and output. And he just would not admit that there might be one after all. J.S. Mill was torn between the two opposing views. Almost certainly, under Bentham's influence he had given full scope to the view that expansion of bank credit may result in revenues being converted into capital, that period's standard formula for the effect of saving, and even used the phrase forced accumulation, 1160, which reads like an attempt to improve upon Bentham's forced frugality. In the principles, as we have seen, the fact that banks create means of payment by lending is freely recognized, and this implies the recognition of forced saving. Yet we read of a disposable capital that is deposited in banks, or represented by bank notes, which together with the funds of those who live upon the interest of their property, constitute the general loan fund of the country, Book 3, ch. 23, 2. In all this and in the whole tenor of that chapter, Ricardian influence prevails. But in the 6th edition 1161 a footnote crept in that reasserted his earlier view. After that, leading economists practically forgot all about creation of additional deposits and forced saving, so much so that they looked askance at Wicksell's rediscovery of them. To borrow a phrase used by Lord Keynes in another connection, these notions, so obviously important and realistic, lived from about 1850 to 1898, a dubious life in the economic underworld. Another lesson about the ways of the human mind. b. Gains from the controversy about Peel's Act of 1844. For our purpose, it is not necessary to go much further. Most of the, none too numerous, important things that were said in that controversy had been said before. The two groups that opposed one another on the legislative issue involved became known as the banking and the currency schools. Only Tooke, Fullerton, and Gilbart of the former, and Torrens and Overstone of the latter, school are of major interest for us. Tooke and Torrens we know already, but the latter's writings on money and banking have not been mentioned as yet. From a long list I take his earliest work in the field, an essay on money and paper currency, 1812, the principles and practical operation of Sir Robert Peel's Act of 1844. First ed., 1848, and his tracts on finance and trade, 1852, all of them even now worth reading. Of course, we shall mention in passing also a few other names, but nevertheless the reader must be warned that our selection is inadequate for any purposes but our own limited one and excludes several writers of importance. Continental and American literature we do not even attempt to cover. As regards the latter, reference is once more made to H.E. Miller, Banking Theories in the United States Before 1860, 1927. John Fullerton, died 1849, made his fortune as a surgeon and banker in India and took to writing on the theory and policy of banking, after having retired from business and having settled down in England. His main work, On the Regulation of Currencies, First ed., 1844, enjoyed, in England and on the continent, a persistent success such as few contributions to an ephemeral controversy have ever enjoyed a success that was greater than were its no doubt considerable merits, but it was the kind of sensible performance that, while meeting higher standards also, is a boon to large classes of not quite professional readers. Also, it was appreciated by Marx and popular in Marxist circles right into the 20th century. R. Hilferding's Finance Capital, 1910, drew on it largely and uncritically. J.W. Gilbart, 1794 to 1863, was a banker all his life, the first manager of the London and Westminster Bank, which he helped to found, an able and eminently respectable member of his profession, which looked upon him as a leader, the exponent and in part creator of what was to be, for the rest of the century, orthodox banking doctrine. No student of banking can even now afford to miss his highly successful practical treatise on banking, First ed., 1827, his History and Principles of Banking, 1834, and, at least, The London Bankers, 1845. His History of Banking in America, 1837, may be associated, so it seems to me, with a distinct American school of thought on banking, whose chief authority he was. Samuel Jones Lloyd, commonly known as Lord Overstone, 1796 to 1883, also a banker but of inherited wealth and position, was a much more brilliant personality and much more influential with politicians. He was the currency school's strong man, and his perspicacity, on the one hand, and his sketchiness, on the other, have led generations of economists to moderate the range and depth of his thought. He has left no systematic work, and the best I feel able to do for the reader is to refer to his tracts and other publications on metallic and paper currency, ed. by McCulloch in 1857, and his evidence before the House of Commons Select Committee of 1857, also ed. by McCulloch in 1858. Neither group was a school in our sense of the word. Within both, there were considerable differences of opinion and especially of level. In fact, it is necessary to distinguish in both cases a popular argument from what was, may pass muster as, serious analysis, a distinction that is not always easy to carry out because few participants in the controversy presented their cases systematically 1162 and in a manner that would have met with the unqualified approval of their own parties. Most participants attacked not the real views but a popularized or even distorted picture of their opponents' positions. And most scientific economists, foremost among them Mill, ranged themselves with the banking school on the continent, still more decidedly than in England. 1163 But among practitioners and especially among the directors of the Bank of England, Peel's Act counted many adherents. 1164. The first thing that strikes the modern observer when he looks back upon that controversy is the extent of fundamental agreement between the two schools. 1165 Neither contained any radical monetary reformers. Both were equally averse to monetary management or any thoroughgoing control of banking and credit. This is obvious for the banking school that fought Peel's Act without offering any other method of control, but it also holds for the currency school that wished to regulate the note issue precisely in order to make the currency automatic and to leave banking business, even central banking, entirely free. That is to say, both groups consisted of laissez-faire men. Moreover, both groups were staunch supporters of the gold standard and, in particular, of the regulation of foreign exchanges by free gold movements. If we neglect those of the banking group's objections to Peel's Act and those of the currency group's arguments for it that were of a purely technical nature, 1166, it seems that there cannot have been much left to disagree about. Briefly and not quite adequately, we may say that the banking principle asserted, 1. That, given English conditions and banking practice, and in particular proper leadership on the part of the Bank of England, 1167, convertibility of notes was enough to secure all the monetary stability of which a capitalist system is capable, and, 2. That in any case, even if this were not so, there would be no point in regulating notes alone, since deposits would raise the same problem. Equally briefly and inadequately we may say that the currency principle asserted, 1. That convertibility of notes cannot be assured without special restrictions upon their issue, and, 2. That the notes of the Bank of England were actually, or should be treated as, mere gold certificates, not as credit instruments like deposits or commercial bills, but as ultimate, reserve, money, just like the coin or bullion which they represented. 1168 Only Torrens, in reply to the objection that restriction of the note issue alone is futile, explicitly went beyond this narrow purpose. 1169 Believing, as we know he did, that the amount of deposits banks are able to create by lending is closely tied to the existing amount of coin plus notes, he asserted that regulation of the note issue would also do something toward regulating the creation of deposits. 1170 But if we neglect this, then the agreement between the banking and the currency schools about the basic importance of convertibility of notes is immediately seen to be the fundamental thing, compared with which their disagreement on the question whether or not there was need for special guarantees of this convertibility was a secondary matter. For since the banking school did not hold that the circulating medium would regulate itself in the process of competitive banking, why should they have insisted on convertibility at all if they believed this? And since it recognized the ever-present danger of overbanking, all they can have meant by saying that overissue of notes was impossible is that, with convertibility, it will in the end be severely punished. And this is obviously true. 1171 All the currency school can have meant by insisting on the possibility of an overissue of Bank of England notes is not denial of this obvious truth nor assertion of the not less obvious untruth that with convertibility overissue can go on forever, but merely that, without special restriction upon the issue of the Bank of England, overissue might go far enough to be beyond any remedy other than catastrophe. Thus interpreted, the difference between the two positions remains no doubt of practical importance. But it involves none but minor 1172 disagreements as regards analysis. The evolution of English central bank practice was not substantially interfered with by Peel's Act. The changes that occurred in the attitudes of the Bank of England toward its own customers and toward the loan market, the growing importance of bankers' balances within the total of its deposits, and other features of England's financial history after the passing of Peel's Act were more important than were the effects on policy brought about by that act. Most of these changes were slow to penetrate into the theory of central banking that had become stereotyped by 1850 into what almost amounted to a cult of the bank rate, the modus operandi of which was analyzed with little regard to observable facts. All the more important is it to point out that a central bank policy of much wider scope had been, on a much higher plane, blocked out by Thornton at the beginning of the period. His sound insight into the nature of banking credit and his keen yet balanced sense of the intimate logic of things qualified him well for dealing with this subject. He did this in a manner that anticipated practically everything that was discovered about central bank policy for a century to come. On page 259 of Paper Credit, he summed up his analysis in a set of rules that constitute the Magna Carta of credit management in an intact private enterprise economy. In order to establish this, I should have to copy out that page. To save space, I merely refer to it. In concluding the argument of this section, we must attend to one more topic. So far we have dealt mainly with the topmost stratum of that period's analytic work. We have noticed several important achievements, and we shall notice some more in the next two sections of this chapter. But we have also noticed the failure of those achievements to come to full fruition, and in particular the fact that they were not coordinated in such a way as to provide a good springboard for the work of the next period. In fact, we find, instead of an effective presentation of the best results, the emergence of a fairly general opinion about the nature and practice of banks that preserved many of the weak spots of the period's analysis, rather than the strong ones, but gained wide currency among both bankers and economists and thus proved an obstacle to further advance. For brevity's sake, no names will be mentioned except those of a few authorities who might, with more or less justification, be invoked in support of some of the propositions to be discussed. Point 1173. These propositions are associated with what has been called the commercial theory of banking and also with part of the argument of the banking school, but in using these labels we must keep in mind that neither the one nor the other is indissolubly wedded to them. Perhaps we had better dub the doctrine in question the commercial bill theory of banking. 1. According to the commercial bill theory of banking, the essential business of banks, the business that defines banks, is the financing of current commodity trade, national and international. It is not essential that this should be done only in the form of discounting bona fide commercial bills, each drawn in connection with a particular sale, but we retain our label nevertheless, because this was considered to be the typical case. Even so, this conception of the business of banks, though still too narrow, does not individuate any particular theory. We get the commercial bill theory if either or both of the following propositions are added to that definition of the banker's business. A. Banks derive or should derive the funds with which they discount from deposits entrusted to them by the public, and b. They satisfy the needs of commodity trade without influencing prices thereby and without having the power in justice we should always add normally to influence the amount of credit outstanding. 2. It should be obvious without further explanation how these propositions link up with definite errors which, as we have seen, were fully exploded by the work of the better writers of the period, and especially by Thornton. It should also be obvious that this view of banking the helpmate of commodity trade, who offers his money to satisfy the needs of business but does not force it upon business, who has nothing to do with price fluctuations and overtrading, to put it strongly, expresses very well the professional ideology of bankers who like to see themselves in this light. But finally it should be observed that there are elements of practical truth and wisdom in this doctrine. If reformulated to the effect that bankers had better be careful about their cash position and maturities and that they had better look with equal care at the soft spots in the applications for credit before them, it becomes quite unobjectionable. In other words, a faulty theory, in this as it does in other cases, covers wise advice. The proposition that sound business principles of discounting are all that is needed to keep the economic ship on an even keel should indeed have been recognized as erroneous ever since Thornton, but action in conformity with it would, nevertheless, have avoided all the worst breakdowns in financial history. 3. However, We should notice a few arguments about this needs of trade attitude that aimed at more than inculcating responsible lending practice. First, we mention one that is perfectly true so long as we confine ourselves to considering the individual banking business in a competitive system of many banks. Credit expansion for the individual bank is, in fact, severely limited by the drain on reserves that it will eventually entail. Of course, this is no longer true for all banks taken together, 1174, but even for all of them, if the system be really competitive, that penalty on stepping out of line is a more effective brake upon expansion in line than critics of banking practice are usually prepared to recognize. Second, there is less but still something in Fullerton's unjustly famous law of reflux, which simply recalls to the minds of reformers the commonplace fact that normally loans are repaid and that their repayment annihilates purchasing power, so that, though by itself this does not prevent inflationary expansion of credit, there is a very material difference between the case of bank credit which does, and the case of government paper money which does not, flow back automatically. Finally, third, we mention the central needs of trade argument that has been so uncritically vaunted by some and so uncritically rejected by others, the argument that the discounting of bona fide bills carries its proper limitation with it, and that in addition it makes the circulating medium expand and contract elastically as production and trade expand and contract. For this view, it is possible to invoke the authority of A. Smith and Tuke. It is, however, hardly necessary to point out its inadequacies. All the more necessary is it to point out its true core. Consider the most normal of all normal cases: a commodity has been produced and sold, the producer A draws on the trader B for the amount, A discounts the accepted bill at his bank and expends the money on his current production, while B, selling the commodity to ultimate consumers, collects from them the money with which to redeem the bill at maturity, the date being so chosen as to make this normally possible. Note that this is a piece of observable practice and no theoretical construct, that a bank that confines itself to this sort of business can, in fact, not increase its lending on its own, because commodities must be first produced and sold, 1175, and that there is an obvious sense, though one only out of several, in which it might be averred that bank money of this kind would vary in a manner roughly corresponding to the flow of commodities, does not raise prices, and is endowed with elasticity. We may indeed doubt whether this case has the importance attributed to it by sponsors of the doctrine. And we may not like this kind of elasticity, but there is no warrant for denying its existence. I repeat that none of the errors alluded to is inseparable from either the position of the banking school or of the commercial theory of banking. 5. Foreign exchange and international gold movements. The period's analysis of the monetary aspects of international economic relations, in the form that J.S. Mill imparted to it, proved an extremely durable achievement and, though now under critical fire, still underlies much of the best work of our own time. 1176. In order to appreciate it, we must bear in mind the following two facts. In the first place, the classic writers, without neglecting other cases, reasoned primarily in terms of an unfettered international gold standard. There were several reasons for this, but one of them merits our attention in particular. An unfettered international gold standard will keep, normally, foreign exchange rates within specie points and impose an automatic link between national price levels and interest rates. The modern mind dislikes this automatism, as much for political as for economic reasons. It dislikes the fetters this automatism clasps on government management of the economic process, dislikes gold, the naughty boy who blurts out unpleasant truths. But most of the economists of the period under survey liked it for precisely the same reasons. Though they compromised in practice as in theory, and though they admitted central bank management, the automatism, a phrase beloved by Lord Overstone, was for them, who were neither nationalists nor atatists, a moral as well as an economic ideal. It stands to reason that this alone will make a lot of difference between their problems and ours, and that this difference in practical outlook is bound to assert itself, though perhaps it should not in purely analytic work. In the second place, the classic writers were primarily concerned with commodity trade. Although they did not fail to consider international lending, subsidies, and tributes, the monetary problems of commodity trade, payment for imports and receipts from exports, the gold movements and variations in price levels incident to these, and the effects of gold movements on domestic credit structures and interest rates, were their central problems, so much so that they treated everything else from the angle of commodity trade. In consequence, international finance did not get its due in their analysis. The credit transaction that did was the transaction embodied in the commercial bill, including, it is true, the finance bill, which, directly or more distantly, corresponded to commodity transactions. But the South American loans and mining stocks, for instance, that were being issued in 1824 and that for the time being dominated the London money market left no footprints in basic theory. For us, the exactly opposite approach seems more natural. We are likely to look upon international capital transactions as the basic phenomenon to which commodity trade is subsidiary, by which it is controlled, from which it must be understood. And this point, too, would suffice in itself to divorce modern analysis from what may be described as the commodity trade theory of international finance, or of international payments or of international gold movements. The commodity trade theory of international finance is thus open to the criticism as is the theory of international values that its conception of the phenomena with which it undertakes to deal is much too narrow. 1177 Also, it must be pointed out that its particular assumptions disqualify it for direct practical application. But there is another criticism that strikes at it within its own precincts and should be mentioned at once because it has received undue prominence during the last 20 years or so. A theory of international finance that pivots on commodity trade will naturally emphasize the equilibrating role of variations in relative prices. It has been pointed out, first by Wicksell, that adjustments to disturbances of trade relations may and often do take place without actual changes in prices and also without actual gold movements. This is true, of course, and no classic writer, least of all Ricardo, would have denied it. But if the classic theory be nevertheless criticized on the ground that it put an altogether unjustifiable burden upon the price mechanism and in doing so failed to notice other equilibrating factors, then the critic is wrong because price variations of the kind the classic theory visualizes imply shifts of demand curves which in turn imply variations in income, as we shall see presently. Moreover, in the pattern which the classics chose for analysis, price variations in fact do hold the key position. All the critic can rightfully say is that this is no longer so in patterns in which prices are rigid and capital movements dominant. Finally, several writers of the period under survey explicitly introduced the factors that critics miss in the classical picture. 1178. In the third place, the classic theory of international finance was not fundamentally new. Thornton, who blocked it out, referred approvingly and critically to Locke, Hume, and A. Smith, and Hume's analysis undoubtedly was the starting point of the period's work. But Hume himself did no more than formulate effectively the result of a long development in the course of which mercantilist work had been slowly moving toward the doctrine of the classics. Thornton's teaching prevailed, more or less, with most of the leading writers of that and the subsequent period, from Malthus 1179 through Tooke to J.S. Mill and Cairns and eventually to Taussig. But Wheatley dissented from it and was followed by Ricardo. 1180 We proceed to consider the point at issue. For this purpose, we start from a state of monetary equilibrium between two countries. 1181 Being in possession of the theory of international values and of the equilibrium condition given by the equation of reciprocal demand, which, as we know, comprises the principle of comparative cost, we readily see that the condition of monetary equilibrium which we must now add is simply that, claims from commodity transactions cancelling one another, there should be, under our assumptions, no movement of gold from one country to the other. We proceed to investigate the properties of this equilibrium by assuming it to be disturbed and by analyzing the adjustments that will follow. First, we assume a disturbance occurring in the sphere of money. We assume, like Hume, that in one of the two countries everybody's holding of monetary gold is suddenly doubled. Without committing ourselves to any strict quantity theory, we may aver that in this country incomes and business funds in terms of gold, hence expenditure, will increase, that demand schedules for all commodities will shift upwards, that gold prices will rise in consequence, that exports will decrease, and that gold will flow out until equilibrium is re-established. Nobody ever challenged this, though the highly artificial process assumed might have given plenty of scope for quibbling. 1182 second, instead of assuming that gold has increased in one of the two countries, assume that commodities have decreased, for example, because of a bad harvest. The reader will be tempted to argue that, the need for food imports having increased, an unfavorable balance of trade will ensue and produce an export of gold through which adjustment will, for the time being 1183 be achieved. But on reflection, he will realize that this is not strictly correct and does not constitute a generalization of Hume's argument but a deviation from it. For the bad harvest per se does not produce an unfavorable balance. Needs are not incompressible. So far as the need for food imports is imperative, other imports can be curtailed. In other words, all that has happened is that the people in the country that experienced the bad harvest are, for the time being, poorer than they were before and have to readjust their consumption and investment to a lower level of real income, but on this lower level the balance of trade can be, and in the absence of money and credit would have to be, just as much in equilibrium as before. Actually, however, we do get the unfavorable balance also if we reason correctly per analogum of Hume's argument, only we get it as the effect rather than as the cause of the export of gold. Since gold has not been decreased by the failure of the harvest, and since we may assume that money incomes and money expenditures have not decreased either, but since there is now less of commodities to buy, prices will rise, or gold in terms of commodities will get cheaper, or, as we may also say, from the standpoint of the previous price level, gold has become redundant. This curtails exports and fosters imports of commodities other than gold, exactly as if gold and incomes and expenditures had increased, output having remained unchanged. 1184 We have thus reduced the disturbance that arose in the commodity sphere to a disturbance in the monetary sphere. Thornton, who began his investigation into the nature of monetary equilibrium in international trade by presenting the example of the crop failure, paper credit, p. 143, seemed to argue in the way that has just been shown to be open to objection. It is true that in other places, example Ibid pages 244, 247, his argument indicates that he understood the point I have been trying to make. But he was so hazy and so hesitant about it that Wheatley and later on Ricardo were right in asserting that the factors that operate on the value or purchasing power of gold are one thing and that the operation of the value or purchasing power of gold is another thing. But they so mismanaged their case as to leave contemporary as well as later writers to wonder whether they had any case at all. 1185. But had they? Is it really more than hair-splitting when we insist that gold flows out because it is the cheapest exportable commodity and not because of a bad harvest, when the bad harvest makes gold the cheapest exportable commodity? Instead of any other answer, I shall merely point to a fact of considerable importance both for the history of economic analysis and the history of economic thought. It is natural for bankers or writers who place themselves in the position of the individual banker to say that banks cannot expand credit beyond limits that are given to them irrespective of their own behavior. It is not less natural for bankers and students of the problems of the individual bank to start from the obvious fact that outflows or inflows of gold result from unfavorable or favorable exchanges, which in turn result from the demand for and supply of claims on foreign places. Accepting the quality of the individual paper, the factors behind demand and supply seem to be all that the banker has to analyze for purposes of diagnosis and forecasting: political factors, business situations, state of the crops, and so on, and this is in fact the standpoint on which Goskin placed himself in writing his famous theory of foreign exchanges, 1861. 1186 Since demand for and supply of foreign paper reflect a country's current, and prospective, balance of payments, we may call this the balance of payments theory of foreign exchanges. Decades of quiet conditions may pass without anyone's becoming aware of the fact that there is anything missing in this theory. But if people keep on applying it in conditions of violent disturbance, the presence of another factor becomes obvious that cannot be resolved into those which we may unearth by analyzing the individual items of the balance of payments, namely, the value, purchasing power, of the monetary units in which balances of payments are expressed. We may label as relative inflation the variations in the value of a country's monetary unit, in relation to the value of other countries' monetary units, and speak accordingly of an inflation theory of foreign exchanges. We shall return to this subject in Part 4, Chapter 8. Now I wish merely to point out that the first rumble of the prolonged battle between these two theories, though it should be clear that they do not amount to alternative explanations, is audible in the controversy between Thornton and Wheatley, Ricardo, when, in the latter's phraseology, gold becomes redundant in a country or the cheapest exportable commodity, then this country experiences relative gold inflation. So Wheatley and Ricardo did have a case, and one that was more than chopping logic, though, so far as their attack upon Thornton is concerned, they may have been unjust because Thornton's fine mind paid but little tribute to the fallacy in the balance of payments argument. When countries are in monetary equilibrium with reference to one another, then, so it has been stated above, gold is distributed between them in such a way that there is no profit in transferring any part of a country's holding to any other country. We may express this by saying that the purchasing power of gold is internationally at par, and also, from the standpoint of the inflation theory of foreign exchange, that this parity and its variations are the, immediately, determining factors in the foreign exchange market. This purchasing power parity theory, or some rudimentary form of it, goes far back and can, as we have seen above, certainly be attributed to Milanese. During the First World War, a particular coinage of it became associated with the name of Castle. But the principle involved must also be attributed to Wheatley and Ricardo 1187, in whose work it appears, as it was to appear in Castle, in characteristic association with a strict, and crude, quantity theory. 1188. The classic reasoning about gold movements and exchange rates can be generalized without much difficulty to irredeemable paper. 1189. Its application to the cases of loans, subsidies, and absenteeism. 1190. A standard topic of the economics of the period presents more difficulties. Of course, the divergence of views just described carries over into the discussion of these cases. But this is not the only problem. All of these cases, but especially international loans, raise questions that cannot be satisfactorily treated by a schema derived from the miraculous increase in the gold stock of a country or from the failure of a harvest. Among other things, income effects begin to play a qualitatively different role, and interest a decisive one. Results were correspondingly unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, modern criticism, qua criticism, often errs by not paying sufficient attention to the particular conditions of the transactions that individual authors envisaged and the sequence of events that were imposed by these conditions. Take J.S. Mill's famous treatment of unilateral political payments, say, an annual tribute that served as a starting point and evoked much criticism in the discussion on German reparations after 1920, Principles, Book 3, ch. 21, 4. The treatment is short and oversimplified, but substantially correct so far as the one case considered is concerned, namely the case where the recipient insists on receiving annual sums of money, the first of which the debtor country has no choice but to collect from the pockets of its citizens. Here the gold movement is not a question of automatic mechanisms at all, but is simply imposed by the initial conditions of the problem. Under these conditions, a fall in prices in the paying country can hardly fail to come about. This will increase exports and decrease imports and would bring back the gold, but, as Mill constructed the case, the paying country's claims to this gold will be absorbed by the receiving country's claim to the next installment of the tribute, so that gold stock, incomes, expenditures, and prices in the paying country are kept down and its excess exports are kept up. Another case might no doubt be constructed that would produce a different sequence of events and contain no gold movements and no price changes at all, but only income changes and commodity movements. But either case serves to illustrate what from the classic standpoint is the essential thing, namely, that the true equilibrating factor is the commodity transfer. And neither is very realistic. 6. The business cycle. One of the most important achievements of the period under survey, and one of the few that were truly original, was the discovery and preliminary analysis of business cycles. It is true that the crises of 1815, 1825, 1836-9, 1847-8, 1857, and 1866 pressed the phenomenon upon the attention of even the most academic of economists. But similar breakdowns had occurred, with similar regularity in the 18th century, and nevertheless nobody had gone deeply into the matter, nobody had distinguished them clearly from the effects of war and other external disturbances or seen in them anything but chance misfortunes or the results of manias or errors or misconduct. The first suggestion that there might be deeper causes to these breakdowns, causes which are inherent in the economic process, are indeed to be found in the mercantilist literature, mainly in connection with the ideas that were later on worked up into the various underconsumption theories. But these ideas were not made explicit before the controversy on gluts, during and after the Napoleonic Wars, which we know already and which ended, for the time being, in their defeat. After some additional comments on this controversy, we shall consider the analyses of business cycles that are primarily due to Tooke and Lord Overstone and then end up with the contribution of Marx. For an extensive treatment of the subject, the reader is referred to the work by von Bergmann. 1191. The facts about crises that the press and the public primarily notice and to which they naturally attribute such effects as bankruptcies and unemployment are the collapse of credit and the unsaleability of commodities. Press and public are inveterate adherents of monetary and overproduction theories. 1192. It was against the popular ideas of the latter kind that J.B. Say argued in his chapter on the law of markets. As has been stated already, so far as the subject of crises is concerned, the main merit of that law was a negative one. Say showed successfully that, however large the phenomenon of overproduction may loom in the historical picture of individual crises, no causal explanation can be derived from it. There is no sense in saying that there is a crisis because too much has been produced all round. Though negative, this contribution was very important. It may be said to stand at the fountainhead of the scientific analysis of cycles and to mark the point at which the latter broke away from pre-analytic thought. But the positive application that Say attempted to make of his law was much less valuable. He inferred from it erroneously, though with apparent logic, that, if general overproduction was no explanation, then partial overproduction must be at the root of the trouble, that some commodities are unsaleable because their complements are lacking, or that the apparent overproduction of some was really underproduction of others. This is the disproportionality theory of crises 1193 as it was called later on, which died from lack of vitality in the course of the 19th century, though individual adherents might be named throughout. One of them was Ricardo. Slightly improving the idea in chapter 19 of his Principles, he made a reasonable though, of course, inadequate case for sudden changes in the channels of trade as the most important single cause of disturbance. As we know, Sismondi and Malthus, followed by Chalmers, were the leaders in the campaign against Say's law, some of their arguments having been anticipated by earlier writers, especially Lauderdale. It is very difficult to label their theories, which neither of them systematized completely and which with both of them, but especially with Malthus, were theories of stagnation and prolonged unemployment rather than theories of crises. Malthus, however, came much nearer to definiteness and may I think be credited or debited with an underconsumption theory of the oversaving type. 1194 Stagnation ensues when people save and invest to such an extent as to leave no motive to a further increase of production owing to the incident fall in prices and profits. 1195 It cannot be emphasized too often that this argument, whatever its incidental merits, and one of them is that it locates the source of stagnation in the saving investment process, is, as it stands, definitely erroneous if intended to explain crises, though not if merely intended to show the possibility of productions becoming stationary. But Sismondi offers such a multiplicity of responsible factors that he cannot be classified satisfactorily. The oversaving argument is no doubt present and forms the core of his analysis of disequilibria of production and consumption. 1196 But underconsumption owing to low wages is still more prominent, both because of the vicious distribution of incomes per SE and because of the unemployment created by labor-saving machinery. Then there is, incident to his sequence analysis, the idea that increasing outputs meet totals of purchasing power that have been earned some time before by participation in the production of a smaller output. Further, Sismondi made much, and rightly, of all the random vicissitudes through which the road leads to the theorist's smooth ultimate long-run normals. Thus he became the patron saint of all those explanations that are content to talk about the anarchy of capitalist production, the lack of knowledge of what the other fellow does and of what buyers want, and so on, though all the crudities that are to be found in the literature of this kind must not be attributed to him. The phenomena of the post-Napoleonic depression suggested to him a rich array of sources of trouble of all sorts that was easier to shape into an indictment than into an analytic organon. Thus, he stands also in the current of ideas that produced a theory which was to command much support by very able economists from, roughly, 1850 to the end of the 19th century, and will have to be mentioned again. In a nutshell, it may be expressed by saying that crises will occur when anything of sufficient importance goes wrong. One of the chief representatives of this view was Roscher. 1197. But in addition to this common sense, if somewhat commonplace, theory, Roscher presented what can only be described as a fricassee of most of the ideas that were current at the time he wrote. Emasculating all of them, he accepted Say's law but reduced it to an identity. 1198. He accepted and amplified Ricardo's sudden changes in the channels of trade. He cautiously accepted Malthus' over-saving factor, though he said that Malthus had overstressed his point. He admitted that saving is injurious if savings are not invested. Principles, 220. He accepted several points that had been made by Sismondi. Finally, perhaps under the influence of J.S. Mill, he recognized the role of absorption of funds in fixed investments. 1199. All this without any effort at rigorous formulation or coordination. The situation that produced performances like this invited factual investigation, and there were several good monographs on individual crises, but I shall only mention the comprehensive and very successful history of crises by Worth. 1200. Of much greater interest than the work we have been surveying so far was the psychoanalysis of Tooke and Lord Overstone. Though crises commanded the scene throughout the century, it occurred to many observers from the 1820s on, among whom, not much to their credit, the scientific leaders of the profession were not conspicuous, that crises are but phases in a more fundamental wave-like movement and cannot be really understood except within this broader setting. From the first, writers used the term cycle or commercial cycle in order to denote the units of this movement. 1201. And spoke of a periodicity of these cycles, by which most of them meant not more, however, than a definite sequence of phases irrespective of duration. 1202. Some, however, did suggest approximate, if not exact, equality of duration, and among these the 10-year cycle eventually gained a certain popularity. Even Marx experimented with it in a non-committal manner. This pioneer work produced within the period the seminal performances of Jevons and Huglar, which will however be more conveniently considered in Part 4. In the footnote below, I mention a few others that have been almost forgotten. Observe that there is no relation between this work and the earlier discussions on Glutz. It grew up independently and owes little if anything to the general economics of the epoch. Its authors stood to the professed economists on a footing of cool and reciprocated indifference. Yet one should think that each group might have derived help from the other. 1203. But Tooke and Overstone did influence opinion within the fold and were in turn influenced by it, and their work succeeded in setting on foot what may be described as a new analysis of the business cycle. 1204. Also, they influenced one another more than they realized, or, at any rate, were prepared to admit, and the affinity between their methods and results is more important than are the differences. The prevailing impression to the contrary is due, in the first place, to their antagonism in matters of central bank policy, especially to their controversy over Peel's Act. In the second place, they were very different types and would express the same fact or result so differently that it would look like two different facts or results. In the third place, they did differ in several points of theory and factual diagnosis, which both of them stressed unduly but which, so far as business cycle analysis is concerned, amount to less than they seem to. In the state of research in the 1830s, the mere fact that they saw and understood intuitively at least the phenomenon of cyclical variations in business situations constitutes in itself fundamental affinity. But the manner in which they gave expression to their vision illustrates very well the difference in their mental setup that induced so many historians to overlook all they had in common. With Tooke's method of arriving at results from discussion of individual situations, the perception of the phenomenon was merged so completely into the ocean of his details that it nowhere stands out clearly, and the very fact that he saw it needs to be established against high authority. 1205 Lord Overstone, who theorized, though no doubt also from facts, especially the facts of his experience as a banker, boldly and purposively set forth that the state of trade, his quotes, revolves apparently in an established cycle that he divides into states of quiescence, improvement, growing confidence, prosperity, excitement, overtrading, convulsion, pressure, stagnation, and distress, ending again in quiescence. 1206 No importance attaches to these 10 phases any more than to Tooke's 2 or 3. But the sequence makes sense all the same. Neither author made any conscious attempt to associate with his phases general characteristics that would have produced a standard picture of the cycle. But it could be shown that they saw all those that experienced practitioners of business would see, and practically all that our wealth of statistics has taught us to see. Prices, interest, credit, gold movements, speculation, and investment, in their relation to business activity and overtrading, naturally were foremost in their minds. There is this difference though, preoccupied as he was with the historical facts of successive situations, Tooke presented a rich assortment of relevant elements that is entirely absent from Overstone's publications and presumably was not fully present in his thought. In that assortment, 2 things merit particular attention. First, Tooke emphasized throughout the importance of the corn trade and, in connection with this, of harvests. We cannot credit him with a harvest theory of the cycle. Any such one-factor theory was quite alien to his way of thinking. But we should, I think, credit him with having kept this element before the eyes of students and with having given an impulse to this theory which commanded some support even before Jevons wrote. 1207 Second, he emphasized that periods of prosperity are associated with investment in fixed capital, this particularly in connection with the boom in railroad construction during the 1840s and technological change. Emphasis on these 2 elements constitutes, of course, an important step in causal analysis. The cycle theory of both Tooke and Overstone is primarily an endogenous theory, that is to say, both authors tried to show how each phase of the cyclical process is induced by the conditions prevailing in the preceding one. But neither was content with this. Though Tooke's method produced a much larger array of explanatory, auxiliary, and random factors, Lord Overstone also recognized the more important categories, especially technological improvement, which he came near to considering as the most important of the causes of upswings. It is, therefore, quite wrong to attribute to him personally that purely monetary theory of the cycle which saw nothing in the latter but the vagaries of an ill-regulated currency and credit system, and which no doubt counted adherents among his English companions in arms and still more in the United States. 1208 Overstone himself explicitly stated that it is not the policy of banks which produces upswings. 1209 The sense in which this explanation is, nevertheless, possible for modern exponents of monetary theories of the cycle, Hawtrey and von Mises in particular, may be defined in terms of 2 propositions. First, no matter what he thought about the problem of ultimate causation, Lord Overstone certainly believed that expansion of bank loans, by means of banknotes and created deposits, beyond the boundary of real capital 1210 is responsible for a course of events that differs qualitatively from what would happen if lending always remained within these boundaries. Miscarriages, so he argued, would also happen in the latter case, but, however frequent, they would be each of them individual occurrences, not necessarily connected with one another, hence capable of being currently absorbed. But if credit has been substantially expanded beyond that boundary, then the whole structure of the economic process is distorted. Investment by firms is generally increased to an extent that the underlying conditions of the economy do not warrant and which, therefore, justifies itself only so long as this inflation goes on. This is more than is implied in the statement, which Took never denied, that excessive easy money will facilitate overtrading and accentuate its consequences. Second, Lord Overstone explained the turn of affairs from overtrading to convulsion, pressure, stagnation by a purely or predominantly monetary mechanism. Recession was the reaction to the preceding boom, but it was primarily a reaction to the credit expansion of the boom. This credit expansion raised prices, thereby causing drains of cash into circulation as well as to foreign countries, and threatening convertibility of bank notes. This was bound to raise interest rates and this again to shake confidence and to contract bank deposits and the amount of commercial bills outstanding. Tracts, 1857, p. 264 etseq. Nothing of all this was worked out with the care and thoroughness to which later analysis, aided by hostile criticism, has accustomed us. But the general import is clear enough: it is money and credit which, themselves unstable, unstabilize economic progress, and it was bank reform which was needed in order to stabilize it, not indeed completely. Overstone repeatedly disclaimed this, but so far as it is capable of being stabilized at all. Took criticized all this adversely. He did not believe in the existence or, at all events, in the importance of fictitious capital. He minimized the role of interest in the cycle. He did not think that the contraction of credit was the most important factor in causing the downturn. This was indeed enough for him to arrive at different conclusions as to policy. But when we take account, on the one hand, of the qualifications that Overstone applied to his argument, and, on the other hand, of all the qualifications that Took applied to his denials, we find the range of their disagreements considerably narrowed. Thus, a rich crop of ideas and of analytic performances may be garnered and put to the credit of that period's account. We have noticed the overproduction theories and at the same time the elimination of their most naive types. We have noticed several underconsumption theories and, in their case also, critical work that exposed their errors. We have noticed the random disturbance theories in the most varied editions. We have noticed the discovery of the business cycle and the emergence of both monetary and investment theories of it. Even an overconsumption and the harvest theory were not absent. Above all, we have noticed the beginnings of statistical work on the problem. But, strange to say, nobody seems to have known all these bricks or to have understood that they were bricks awaiting the hand that would combine them in a comprehensive structure, comprehensive though provisional before the period was out. J.S. Mill failed at the task, though he offered more of a synthesis than appears at first sight. 1211 He described the cyclical mechanism in terms of expectations of profit induced by favorable or unfavorable occurrences that act upon dealers' stocks, hence upon prices which eventually go on rising for no better reason than that they have risen, and, when it is realized that the rise has gone beyond the extent warranted by the initiating occurrence, begin to fall until they go on falling because they have fallen. Carefully pointing out that this could happen even in a community to which credit was unknown, he then emphasized the fact that readily extensible credit will greatly increase the violence of such fluctuations. But commercial crises defined as situations in which a great number of merchants and traders at once either have, or apprehend that they shall have, a difficulty in meeting their engagements may also arise without particular extension of credit when a large proportion of the capital which usually supplies the loan market is absorbed by unusual demands for foreign payments, fixed investments, and the like. He argued against naive overproduction and underconsumption theories, especially the oversaving theory, yet found, within the events of depression, place for both excess supply and underspending. Interest also gets its modest place, and so does the purely monetary mechanism of internal and external drains. Nor is periodicity, in the wide sense of the word, absent. I think this is enough to impart to readers the sense of flatness I experienced myself in trying to reconstruct Mill's analysis of the cycle. But though commonplace, all this is also common sense and not a bad foundation for further work. In perusing what A. Marshall said on the subject 1212, we find indeed much more material and do not have the same sense of flatness, but substantially his treatment does not amount to more than an elaboration of J.S. Mill's suggestions. Many other students were influenced or even initiated by Mill. Even Marx may have learned something from him. Marx's analysis of business cycles is an unwritten chapter, and no coherent picture of it has emerged, or is likely to emerge, that would command the approval of all, or even of all orthodox, Marxologists. 1213. Several methodological features call first for our attention. As always, Marx was conscious of reasoning sometimes on the same page on widely different levels of abstraction. In the matter of cycles, this is particularly important to note because, each cycle being a historical individual and in part conditioned by circumstances for which there is no exact analog in other cycles, we have always to deal with and even to construct ad hoc theories for facts the relevance of which varies according to the level of abstraction on which we wish to move. A cycle theory may still aim at being general or fairly general, and yet contain elements that are non-essential from the standpoint of a pure model. This greatly increases the difficulties of interpretation. Moreover, Marx attended carefully to the vital distinction between general institutional conditions that permit cyclical movements and causes or factors that actually produce them. For instance, the famous anarchy of capitalist society, the intervention of money between real transactions, and the vagaries of bank credit were for him facts to be taken account of, but as permissive though necessary conditions only, and not as causes. He perfectly realized the emptiness of any theory that contents itself with pointing to these and similar facts. Finally, he distinguished, from both conditions and causes, another set of facts, the symptoms. 1214. It stands to reason that neglect of these distinctions must be a fertile source of errors in analysis and of futile controversy, and that this methodological contribution is in itself sufficient to give to Marx high rank among the workers in this field. Next, we must try to appraise the apparent relation, which a passage in the Communist Manifesto seems to suggest, between cycles and the ultimate breakdown of capitalist society. Marx used the notion of a, perhaps decennial, cycle as a matter of course. Crises were never more for him than a phase in the cyclical process. Yet if he did believe, as he seems to have done, that crises tend to become more destructive as the capitalist epoch wears on, it is natural to assume that he associated this supposed fact 1215 with the ultimate breakdown, or even that he expected that capitalism would break down in a final crisis that would be so disastrous as to set fire to the framework of capitalist society. It is more fair to Marx's fundamental conception, however, to neglect such evidence as there is for his having taken this view, and to emphasize that, in his analysis, the cyclical process per se and the trend that points toward breakdown, especially if the breakdown amounts to not more than stagnation, are as a matter of fact two distinct phenomena, each of which might exist without the other. There was nothing in this to have prevented him from looking upon recurrent crises as contributory causes to an ultimately untenable social situation. Finally, we must try to collect Marx's contributions to a fundamental or causal explanation of the cycle, trying to find out, as so many others have tried before us, whether any definite theory of it can be attributed to Marx even though he never penned one explicitly. The first step is easy. Marx clearly visualized that the decennial cycle that, interrupted by smaller oscillations, runs along in a sequence of phases, or periods, as he said, of average activity, prosperity, overproduction, crisis, and stagnation. 1216 is characteristic of modern industry and not merely the result of a series of incidents or accidents. And he definitely located its source in the process of accumulation. But beyond this, one thing only is certain, namely, that he treated this process, including the increase in productive capacity it brings about and the industrial reserve army it creates, as a movement away from equilibrium, and crises as the catastrophes which periodically re-establish equilibrium and, by means of radical destruction of capital values, recreate the conditions for profitability of business. This is a promising approach that avoids many possible errors and irrelevancies and purposively leads up to the question that remains, Why should the process of accumulation be essentially 1217 disequilibrating? Since Marx considered the cycle as an essential form of capitalist life, we cannot accept a random disturbance theory as an answer. Since he passed a contemptuous judgment on credit theories of the cycle, we can exclude these, however much he made of speculation and other excesses that are facilitated by an expansible credit system. He certainly was not an adherent of any naive overproduction theory of crises in the sense of Fourier's crises pléthoriques. 1218 Nor should he be saddled, as he frequently has been, both by friends and foes, with that underconsumption theory which associates crises with inadequacy of labor's purchasing power and which, to the layman, seems so closely connected with exploitation. 1219 But this theory belongs to Rodbertus and not to Marx, who, like the good economist he was quite aware of its weakness and repudiated it in so many words. 1220 Thus, finally, we seem to be left with the falling rate of profit, the consequence, with Marx, not of accumulation per se but of the relative increase in constant as against variable capital, and several possibilities do in fact come into view of harnessing this law to serve the purpose in hand. To begin with, this law can live on the highest level of abstraction. Further, there is no question but that prosperity periods are periods of supernormal investment, and that the resulting increase in productive capacity has an effect upon prices and profits that need not be of causative, but must always be of considerable importance. 1221 Finally, Marxist accumulation leads to unemployment and tends to undermine the industrial structure that exists at any time, destruction of smaller and less efficient firms, and so on. Marx seems to have realized, however, that none of these elements will readily explain the cyclical form of the process of accumulation, and still less the occurrence of crises. In any case, perhaps wisely, he did not commit himself to an explanatory hypothesis clearly based upon any or all of them. 1222. Part 4. From 1870 to 1914, and later. 1. Introduction and Plan. 1. Coverage. This part is to cover the history of analytic work from about 1870 to 1914. For justification of the first date I invoke a fact that few economists will deny, namely, that it was around 1870 that a new interest in social reform, a new spirit of historicism, and a new activity in the field of economic theory began to assert themselves, or, that there occurred breaks with tradition as distinct as we can ever expect to observe in what must always be fundamentally a continuous process. The justification for the second date is the thesis that the First World War was an external factor powerful enough for its outbreak to be made a terminal point, though the influences that were to put an end to that epoch of economic analysis and to usher in another were all clearly visible before, and though they did not conquer until another decade or so had elapsed. All this must be taken with the same qualifications that apply to any attempt to periodize anything, and in particular with qualifications similar to those with which we found it necessary to safeguard our conception of the preceding period. A number of men and of works ride astride both periods and cannot be assigned to either without much arbitrariness, and there were many overlaps in views, attitudes, and methods. Partly because of this, some men and works that belong chronologically to either the preceding or the following periods have been allocated to this part. There is, however, also another reason for referring, sometimes rather fully, to developments of our own period and for carrying our story, in some matters, down to date. 1949 modern developments will be but cursorily treated in Part V, and it seems desirable to use opportunities as they arise for indicating, at least in a number of important points, how modern work harks back to the work of 1870, 1914, how far it is on the foundation laid by the latter that we ourselves are building. But all the qualifications that are necessary in order to prevent periodization from becoming misleading or downright nonsense should not blind us to the fact that the period we are about to discuss actually forms a real unit, which would have to be recognized quite irrespective of the claims of expository convenience. The breaks with tradition around 1870 were meant to be breaks by the men whose names are associated with them. They may have looked to those men more abrupt and more important than they do to the historian, but this does not mean that they were wholly imaginary. Upon these revolutions followed 2 decades of struggle and more or less heated discussions. And from these again emerged, in the 90s, a typical classical situation in our sense, the leading works of which exhibited a large expanse of common ground and suggest a feeling of repose, both of which created, in the superficial observer, an impression of finality, the finality of a Greek temple that spreads its perfect lines against a cloudless sky. But in the last decade or so before the outbreak of the First World War, even the superficial observer should have been able to discern signs of decay, of new breaks in the offing, of revolutions that have not as yet issued into another classical situation. 2. Paraphernalia. Through revolution and consolidation, that period witnessed substantial advance. I suggest that we are likely to underrate its achievements as much as we are to overrate the achievements of the period from A. Smith to J.S. Mill. In part, this is due to a fact that is the main cause of the difficulties some readers will encounter in perusing this part. Economists began to develop more complex techniques, which increasingly took the place of the simple ones of old that every educated person had been able to master without special training. As a natural and inevitable result, economics became both more specialized and less accessible to the reading public, and because of this economists earned plenty of entirely unreasonable reproach not only from spokesmen of this public but also from the less technique-minded in their own midst. This process was slow, however, and leaders who, like Marshall, harbored the ambition to be read by businessmen and who wrote accordingly, still secured full-dress reviews in the daily press. It hardly needs pointing out that any such success was bought at a price, and that against such advantage to the science and the public as we may see in it, we must set a loss of analytic efficiency. The science grew still more in bulk than in wisdom. This was in part the consequence of its rapid progress in professionalization and professionalization. We have noticed that even in the preceding periods economists recognized each other as people possessed of a special competence and that there had developed something like professional standards of performance. These became much more definite in the period under discussion, during which economics, or even each of the recognized branches of the economic trunk, developed into a full-time job. This induced increasing professionalization as much as it was in turn furthered by it. In the preceding period, most of the leading economists were not academic teachers. In the period under discussion, practically all were. In England, the change shows still more strikingly than it does anywhere else, because their professors of economics, or academic teachers with different titles, having been very few before, increased but little in absolute number during that period but nevertheless conquered the field. 1223 In the United States, the increase in the number of academic teachers was spectacular after Harvard had acquired her first regular professorship in political economy in 1871, Columbia's oldest chair in moral philosophy and political economy dates from 1818, and Yale in 1872. Germany, Italy, Spain, and the northern countries developed their economic professions on old established lines, but France took a big step by establishing in 1878 professorships of economics at all the faculties of law in the country, whereas up to that year there had not been any regular and recognized teaching in economics at all except in Paris. Measured by modern standards, research facilities beyond library facilities that were greatly extended, especially in the United States, remained extremely modest. In many places, they were entirely absent. 1224 Teaching methods improved in different ways in different countries. We must remember that both in England and in the United States the professional study of economics was still something new that had to fight its way and to establish its methods by a process of trial and error. 1225 And that in some other countries economics remained throughout the period a very minor adjunct of the study of law. Even in Prussia and some other German states, where economics had a much more independent position in the faculties of arts and sciences, philosophical faculties, that provided a curriculum and granted the PhD in economics, there were usually only 2 full professors in economics. 1226 And perhaps 1 or 2 lecturers, privat dozentin. American students will throw up their hands in holy horror when they read that one and the same man was expected to teach general economics, public finance, labor, money and banking, agrarian policy, international trade, and Industrial Organization and Control, Industry Politic, all in 3 courses. But the seminar, every professor gave a general seminar, covering indiscriminately all these subjects, as students' papers became available, and later on the specialized seminar, developed to complement the lecture courses, not all of which were exactly fascinating, I am afraid, and to secure individual attention at least for students working on their PhD theses. Progress took different lines elsewhere, though the seminar method was widely copied. Enough has been said, however, to convey an idea of a state of things that explains many of the difficulties that hampered the advance of economic analysis and reduced the level of the average economist's competence below what it might have been. This level of competence in turn accounts for the frequency of pointless controversies that arose from nothing but a failure to understand, and for a fact that still further complicates the historian's task. A lifelike picture is difficult to draw and an average is difficult to strike when there is so wide a gulf between the performance of a small number of leaders and the rest of the profession. The growing professions organized themselves and provided outlets for their current production. Again, it is neither necessary nor possible to go beyond a few important and familiar facts. The Verein für Sozialpolitik was founded in 1872, the American Economic Association in 1885, the Historical Association in 1884, and the Royal Economic Society, to use the name it eventually adopted, in 1890, 3 significant dates. The Royal Economic Society provided for the profession a central body and a journal. The American Economic Association provided, in addition, the yearly meetings we know with their large programs of papers and discussions. The Verein took its name from a special purpose, which was not scientific in itself, see below, ch. 4, 1227, and involved a definite pledge, which in the first decades of its career determined both the topics and the spirit of the annual discussions. Eventually, however, it tended to become what the other 2 organizations were from the first, an association of substantially scientific character for the whole field of economics. Still more important is another feature of the Verein that was absent from the program, as well as from the practice, of the American and English associations. From its beginnings it organized teamwork research. Every member of its central committee had the right to suggest projects. Those that were accepted by the executive committee were entrusted to subcommittees, and these in turn assembled groups of interested members and presented the results of their investigations for discussion in the annual meetings. The original papers together with the discussions are published in the 188 volumes of the Verein's Schriften. 1228. There is a case against, as well as a case for, such large-scale teamwork. But it is important for the reader to keep in mind this earliest instance of it. New outlets for scientific work were provided in the shape of new journals. To mention but a few of outstanding importance, the Revue d'économie politique, the Journal des économistes, the Economic Journal, the Quarterly Journal of Economics, the Journal of Political Economy, the American Economic Review, the Economisk Tijdschrift, Schmaller's Jahrbuch, the Archiv für Sozialwissenschaft und Sozialpolitik, the Zeitschrift für Volkswirtschaft, Sozialpolitik, und Verwaltung, predecessor of the Zeitschrift für Nationalökonomie, all date from that period. Comprehensive dictionaries of economics were, of course, no more of a novelty than were professional journals. Nevertheless, such cooperative enterprises as Palgrave's Dictionary of Political Economy, the new Dictionnaire d'Économie Politique, the Handwörterbuch der Staatswissenschaften, all reflect the vigorous growth of a for the time being new age and of its achievements, its undiminished controversies, its many fruits, its escape from orthodoxy. Really? JAS, which seems to have weighed so heavily on the previous generation. 1229. Finally, new institutions were established in which economics, in one way or another, held the place of honor. Let us salute the one that is by far the most important, the London School of Economics, 1895, point 1230. One more point: those who are wont to emphasize the importance for scientific achievement of professorial chairs, research funds, organizations, and the like would have to infer that English achievement was at or near the bottom of the international scale. As a matter of fact, it was at the top. The supremacy in economic research that England had held during the preceding period was indeed no longer unchallenged. Many of the decisive contributions and especially of the original ones were non-English to a much greater extent than before. England retained supremacy only in the same sense that she retained supremacy in industry and finance. But she did retain it, especially so far as prestige was concerned. And again, this was not only due to the performance of her leaders, it was also and perhaps primarily due to the quality of the second line. It was not only due to the supreme competence, or more, of Marshall and Edgeworth, it was also due to the nearly complete absence of downright incompetence among the rest. Hence the lesson, funds and shares are not everything, there are things that cannot be hired or bought, and if these things do not develop in step with funds and shares, the latter may prove to have been provided in vain. 3. Plan of the part. On the whole, the plan of this part is on the same lines as that of Part 3. No sacrifice has been made, however, on the altar of symmetry. Many things seem to deserve emphasis that were of no or less importance before and vice versa, and many rearrangements seemed indicated for other reasons. As before, we shall prepare ourselves for our main task by casting a glance at social backgrounds, the Zeitgeist, Chapter 2, and at such developments in neighboring fields as did exert or might have been expected to exert some influence upon economics, Chapter 3. The reader who finds these surveys superficial is once more reminded that the facts to be mentioned in these 2 chapters are not mentioned for their own sake. This is a history of economic analysis, a history of the attempts of men to apply their reason to the task of understanding things, not a history of the attempts of men to apply their reason and volition to the task of changing them. Then follow comments on 2 allied groups of men and ideas that lend themselves to separate treatment, the group whose work centered in the contemporaneous interest in social reform and whose leaders were with singular infelicity dubbed socialists of the chair, Socialisten, and the group that was called, and called itself, the historical school, Chapter 4. Point 1231. The much debated question of economists' value judgments will be touched upon in connection with the former, and the famous battle of methods, and its American counterpart, the institutionalist controversy, in connection with the latter. To some extent, this arrangement impairs our picture, because when we go on to a brief survey of the men, groups, and developments in general economics, chapters 5 and 6, we shall have already eliminated 2 of the most important influences upon this general economics. Let me hence entreat the reader to peruse these chapters in their order. The last 2 chapters of the part deal with sets of topics that it has seemed best to reserve for separate treatment. Chapter 7, Equilibrium Analysis, corresponds 1232 to Chapter 6 of Part 3 and assigns the same piloting function to Walras that was assigned to Senior in Part 3. It aims at presenting the emergence of the elements of modern pure theory in a manner that will, I am afraid, prove as unsatisfactory to the modern theorist as it will seem overloaded to the non-theorist. The latter may be right in contenting himself with what he will have read on these matters in chapters 5 and 6. The appendix to Chapter 7, on the fortunes of utility theory and its successors to the present day, stands by itself, or almost so, and should only be read by those who take special interest in the matter. 1233 Segregation of the topics of money, credit, saving and investment, and business cycles in the last chapter, 8, calls but for this remark. Segregation imposed itself for reasons of exposition as it did in Part 3, but in submitting to this necessity, I do not wish to convey the impression that I accept the current views about the monetary theory of this period. This will be made abundantly clear as we proceed. 2. Background and patterns. The nearer an epoch is to us, the less we understand it, our own we understand least of all. For this reason alone, the sketch of the cultural pattern of the period to be surveyed must be drawn with greater care than was required in the case of the preceding period. Moreover, the cultural pattern actually grew everywhere more complex as the bourgeois era wore on. The reader will please recall what has been said in Part 3, ch. 3, on the subject of the lack of uniformity in the cultural pattern or Zeitgeist of any epoch, To speak of a single dominant zeitgeist at all spells distortion of the facts, in most cases ideological distortion. But this fundamental truth of cultural sociology applies to the period under discussion with a vengeance. However severely we must simplify things, the following comments will make this abundantly clear. 1. Economic development. The period we are about to survey was again one of rapid economic development. It was then that Germany and the United States acquired the status of front-rank industrial powers. But elsewhere, for instance in Austria, Italy, Japan, and Russia, industrialization proceeded at a rate, though not of course in terms of absolute figures, that was not less remarkable. After 1900, England failed to keep in step, but up to about that year she experienced an increase in wealth that may be characterized by the fact that, from 1880 to 1900, English real wages per earner increased by nearly 50%. 1234. This created an entirely new standard of life for the masses. But until almost the end of the century, expansion in physical output was accompanied by falling prices, widespread unemployment of labor, and business losses. The spells of prosperity were shorter and weaker than were the depressions. In fact, the whole span between 1873 and 1898 has been dubbed the Great Depression. 1235. This particular edition of the paradox of poverty in plenty is not difficult to explain. All the observable phenomena can be satisfactorily accounted for by the impact of the products pouring forth from a productive apparatus that the two previous decades had greatly expanded. In a socialist society, such periods might be hailed as periods of harvest. In capitalist society, they do not cease to be that. But this aspect is entirely lost in the fears, sufferings, and resentments generated by the dislocation of existing industrial structures that is the first consequence of technological or commercial progress. An example will illustrate this. In the 70s and 80s, improved land and sea transportation brought greatly increased quantities of cheap American wheat to Europe, which meant severe depression to European agriculture. Of course, this was an essential element in the 50% increase in the real wages of English labor that we have noticed above. But European farmers and their spokesmen did not look at it in this light. And if they had, they would have derived very little comfort from it. Agrarian sectors were everywhere important enough to spread their depression to others. But, though this would take more space to show, the industrial sectors had analogous troubles of their own. In a sense, these were surface troubles incident to a process of adaptation that led from one long-run spell of prosperity to another. But for many individuals and groups the only available method of adaptation was bankruptcy. For labor it meant unemployment or the ever-present threat of it. The reader will find it easy to visualize the practical problems that resulted from this and the reactions to them of groups, classes, parties, and governments. It is on this background that we shall have to paint for the rest of this chapter. So obvious is this that there is less danger of forgetting it than there is of exaggerating the extent to which the facts alluded to both the progress and its vicissitudes determined political and cultural history. For instance, those facts do explain much of the radicalization of the masses we observe. The rising standard of life and a novel sense of power contributed to that result not less than did the threat of unemployment. They also explain much of the general zest for social reform, of the tendencies toward industrial organization, especially of the cartel type, of the increasing government activities, of the dissatisfaction with the results produced by free trade, even of renascent militarism. But the further fact that none of these tendencies showed any signs of weakening during the 15 years before the war, years that were of quite different economic complexion, most of them in fact gathered further momentum, should warn us not to trust such explanations too much. There are deeper things. JAS intended to expand this section. 2. The defeat of liberalism. On the whole, the business class still had its way throughout the period, at least up to the beginning of the century, though much more so in the United States than in Europe. But its serene confidence in the virtues of laissez-faire was gone and its good conscience was going. Hostile forces were slowly gathering with which it had to compromise. Still more significant, it grew increasingly willing to compromise and to adopt its enemies' views. 1236 Economic liberalism 1237 thus became riddled with qualifications that sometimes implied surrender of its principles. Political liberalism, from the 80s on, lost its hold upon electorates much more rapidly than appears on the surface. Only in a few countries, such as Germany and Austria, did genuinely liberal parties in the sense in which this term is used in this book meet with open defeat at the polls. In others, especially in England, the strength of existing political organizations and their leadership was so great as to make it possible for them to win victories on radicalized programs. 1238 The reasons why, and the extent to which, all this was different in the United States need not, it is hoped, be explained. What would have to be a lengthy analysis may be summed up by saying that, barring a number of groups and movements, none of which was strong enough to influence national politics perceptibly, all the average American's radicalism amounted to, and this also goes for economists, was hostility to big business, curbing monopoly. Before trying to see how all this mirrored itself in those departments of public policy in which we are primarily interested, Section 3, we must briefly glance at what we have described above as political forces hostile to bourgeois laissez-faire that were gathering momentum during that period. Orthodox socialism is the most obvious one. But it was not, during that period, the most important one. In any case, its career may be assumed to be so familiar to the reader that very few comments will suffice for our purpose. 1239 First, the period saw the rise of Marxist parties in almost all countries. But even the most successful of these, the German Social Democratic Party, which by weight of talent and numbers was an important factor in politics, kept on principle aloof from political responsibility. 1240 and thus reduced its practical influence, even on matters of social legislation, far below what it might have been. None of the other Marxist parties was numerically significant except the Austrian one. The non-Marxist socialist parties, which shaded off into non-socialist labor groups and which felt no qualms about political cooperation with bourgeois parties, did get near or into political office here and there. These events, which raised the much debated issue of Millerandism 1241 and the appearance, in 1906, of a Labour Party in the English Parliament, are, of course, tremendously important. But for the time being their importance was symptomatic only. For those who had their ear to the ground, another symptom was still more significant, and much more so than were the most flamboyant revolutionary speeches. To be sure, there were many bourgeois who habitually exploded at the mere sound of the word socialism. But there were others who were in sympathy with socialist ideas and, to an extent much greater than is commonly realized, lent practical support to them in one way or another, though not always openly. Of course, the non-socialist vote of the socialist parties was in many cases nothing but the manifestation of temporary resentments. But the number was on the increase of those who approved of the ultimate ends of socialism, or who approved of the immediate aims of socialist parties, or who did both and still professed that they were not socialists. The growth of bourgeois radical groups and parties was immediately of greater practical importance. They varied greatly in type and program, from liberal groups of the old type that had taken aboard more or less important items of social reform, to groups of intellectuals that descended from the philosophical radicals of old and differed little, if at all, from reformist socialists such as Edward Bernstein, ch. 5, Sector 8, below. The reason why radicals of the more advanced type carried political weight out of all proportion to their voting power, or, like the English Fabians 1242, without having any voting power at all, was that their support was often needed by governments in precarious positions, both where radicals formed parties of their own and where they formed the left wing of a bigger party of different complexion. This very situation characterizes the epoch. Bourgeois radicalism might be considered as a mere byproduct of the growth of socialism. And the latter was without doubt the product of laissez-faire society. One need not be a Marxist in order to realize that the private enterprise system tends to develop toward a socialist form of organization. The facts we have been discussing so far, however ominous they may have been for the bourgeois order of things, were therefore part and parcel of this very order, and in this sense perfectly natural. but there were others that did not fit into the schema or logic of capitalist evolution. Some of these do not present any difficulties of analysis either, but some others do. As regards the first category, we shall in fact have no difficulty in understanding that rapid capitalist evolution will evoke resistance from strata that are threatened by it and cannot adapt themselves to a new form of existence. This was the case with the European peasantry, also with English and especially Irish farmers, and, on the continent of Europe, with the independent artisans. Landlords were, of course, in the same boat. Very naturally, they clamored for protective legislation that was bound to violate the creed of economic liberalism and lend support to groups and parties that were anti-capitalist though not socialist. 1243 Even within the range of these phenomena, however, we cannot be sure that this was all. Many of the spokesmen of these groups did not feel that they were concerned with a particularly difficult economic situation. They felt, unlike the bourgeois radicals, that the whole liberalistic schema, including its legal and moral aspects, was fundamentally wrong. The second category consists of cases where the same attitude stands out better and presents much more of a problem because it does not link up so obviously with a definite economic plight. In countries where the bureaucracy was a powerful factor and where, as in Germany, it had sponsored economic liberalism in the preceding period, a significant change occurred, without as yet becoming definitely hostile. The bureaucracy began to look upon the business class in a different way, to consider it as something to be controlled and managed rather than to be left alone, much as the American bureaucracy does today. The white-collar class that increased rapidly in numbers and the other groups that were beginning to be called the new middle class, the old consisting of farmers, artisans, and small traders, displayed a remarkably strong resistance to socialist propaganda. But the minority that embraced economic or political liberalism in our sense was not much greater, if at all, than the minority that went socialist. The rest evolved attitudes and reform programs of their own. Finally, individuals and subgroups of all classes broke loose from economic and political liberalism, though often retaining the label to do likewise. And they had one thing in common in spite of all the differences in interests and cultural preconceptions that no doubt existed between them: the central or controlling position that they allocated to the state and the nation, the national state. Accordingly, these tendencies are commonly referred to as nationalistic or neo-mercantilist or imperialist, but though these and other phrases do express individual aspects of an attitude that is as difficult to define as it is to explain, they do not express the whole of it. Marxists have simple formulae to offer that will fit these phenomena into their scheme, the simplest being perhaps that imperialism is the last stage, or last card, of capitalism. Popular social psychology has other simple formulae to offer. I have none and must content myself with pointing out that we have been looking at the roots of modern totalitarianism. Quite different from this in nature, but equally hostile to economic and political liberalism in our sense, was another movement that is much easier to define because it defined itself. We adopt, for brevity's sake, the usual but misleading name for it, Christian socialism. Also for brevity's sake, we confine ourselves to the Roman Catholic branch of it, which was the only one to form great independent parties, like the German Centre Party, that present a unique feature: they are held together exclusively by the religious allegiance of their members, who for the rest differ in economic interests and political attitudes as much as it is possible to differ through the whole range from extreme conservatism to extreme radicalism, and yet cooperate effectively. Throughout the period, the Catholic Church was on the continent of Europe the object of legislative and administrative attacks from hostile governments and parliaments. In England, hostility did not go beyond violent talk about Vaticanism, which is what might have been expected in a predominantly liberalistic world. What could not have been expected is that these attacks everywhere ended in retreat, and that they left the Catholic Church stronger than it had been for centuries. Political Catholicism arose from a renaissance of religious Catholicism. Looking back, we see not merely reassertion of the Catholic standpoint by people who had never abandoned it, we see also a change of attitudes among people who had. Around 1900 it was a common observation to make that in a Catholic family the old and elderly were laicist and liberal and the youngsters believers and clerical. This is one of the most significant patches of color in our picture. but for the purposes of this book another fact is of still greater importance. Political Catholicism from the first stood for social reform. I cannot do more than mention the names of de Man, von Ketteler, von Vogelsang. 1244 This concern of the Catholic Church with the conditions of labor was nothing new and only adapted an old tradition to the problems of the epoch. 1245 But something that was new developed toward the end of the century, namely, a definite scheme of social organization that, making use of the existing elements of group-wise cooperation, visualized a society and a state operating by means of self-governing vocational associations within a framework of ethical precepts. This is the corporative state adumbrated in the encyclical Quadridecimo Anno, 1931. Since it is a normative program and not a piece of analysis, no more will be said about it in this book. I merely add the name of the man who has done more than any other for this conception of society, Heinrich Pesch, S.J. 1246. Finally, what was the attitude of economists? This question is difficult to answer because the Republic of Economists was torn by the same dissensions that agitated the political bodies. Individuals were still fairly numerous who clung to the liberalist faith in its integrity, particularly numerous in the United States. And there were also strictly liberalist groups in Europe, the Paris Group, see below, ch. 5, Sector 3, being the outstanding instance. But Marshall professed himself in sympathy with the aims of socialism and spoke without explanation and qualification of the evils of inequality. Also he was the first theorist to prove theoretically that laissez-faire, even with perfect competition and independently of those evils of inequality, did not assure a maximum of welfare to society as a whole, and he favored high taxation more than is compatible with Simon pure liberalism. This goes for most of the English economists. If we class them as liberals, it is owing to the strong stand they made for free trade and also, perhaps, to the fact that we do not sufficiently attend to the metamorphosis of the creed of the English Liberal Party discussed above. Most German economists were pillars of Sozialpolitik and thoroughly averse to Smithianism or Manchesterism. 1247 On the whole, the economic professions of all countries were politically supporters of the counter-tendencies to liberalism rather than of the still dominating liberal ones. In this sense, we can say that the alliance between economics and liberalism and, with exceptions, between economics and utilitarianism was broken. 3 Policies. In all departments of public policy, events reflected both the still dominant current of laissez-faire liberalism and the counter-currents that were indicative of the redistribution of political weights and of the new attitudes adumbrated in the preceding section. A. Free trade and foreign policy. Around 1870, many observers M. Chevalier among them predicted confidently that universal and perfect free trade would prevail before the century was out. Implicitly and explicitly they also expected the victory of those principles and practices of foreign policy that are associated with free trade, such as the settlement of disputes by mutual concessions or arbitration, reduction of armaments, international gold monometallism, and the like. Such expectations were not so absurd as they seem to us now. For all those things are, in fact, among the essentials of economic and political liberalism in our sense, and expectations cannot be called absurd that follow from the logic of a dominant system. Moreover, until the turn of the century, there was more than logical deduction to support them. England upheld free trade, and other powers 1248 kept their deviations from it within reasonable bounds. There were several major wars. But allowance must be made for survivals and for inherited situations. Moreover, peace was concluded in each case by consent and without display of vindictiveness. The International Court at The Hague and several cases of settlement of disputes by arbitration seemed to promise further advance toward a pacific if not pacifist state of affairs. Until, roughly, 1900, military expenditure remained comparatively moderate everywhere 1249 and was not unsuccessfully fought by ministers of finance. 1250 England and France greatly expanded their colonial empires, and Germany and Italy made a beginning in colonial enterprise, by means of the unblushing use of force. But even here the contemporaneous liberal observer might have taken comfort from certain facts. the significance of so strong a display of the imperialist attitude as was England's treatment of the Boer republics, for instance, is materially reduced by the facts that this policy was strongly opposed throughout by part of the Liberal Party and that the leader of this party, Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, scored a resounding victory at the polls very shortly after, 1906. It is only our knowledge of the outcome that induces us to place a different interpretation upon those exceptions and backslidings and also upon such things as the increase of the German fleet, the military preparations of the Balfour government, Germany's blustering, and England's efficient Entente policy. All the same, it is true that all of this, these exceptions included, heralded a new attitude that developed against the resistance of Gladstonian liberalism and got the better of it 1251 toward the end of the period, witness the armament race and other unmistakable symptoms. This imperialist or neo-mercantilist attitude was general. But it stood out in classic purity in the protectionist, tariff reform, campaign in England that was associated with the brilliant leadership of Joseph Chamberlain, though it ended, for the time being, in failure. The essential element in the program was imperial preference, not protection per se. Economists' arguments about the economic merits or demerits of protective duties thus failed entirely to meet the imperialist issue. B. Domestic policy and Sozialpolitik. Toward the end of the preceding period, extension to new strata of the right to vote had ceased to be a patent in which liberal parties had a proprietary interest. The period under discussion brought further extensions which clearly presaged, though they did not reach, universal suffrage. This was, of course, in keeping with the liberal current, but it was a potent factor in producing the counter-currents. The rest of domestic policy was in keeping with this on the whole and with exceptions that must not detain us. In the field of industrial policy, the first measures of regulation or control put in an appearance the Interstate Commerce Act, regulation subject to judicial revision of the prices charged by utilities, and the Sherman Antitrust Act are American examples. 1252 But public regulation or control still remained interference, a term that does not necessarily imply disapproval but seems to indicate an opinion to the effect that legislative or administrative activity in the field of industry requires special justification in every individual case or class of cases. Much more important, however, was the new attitude towards social reforms in the interest of labor. Sozialpolitik. The reforms actually carried out consisted chiefly in a. Legislation enabling governments to take a different attitude toward organized labor and strikes. In England the decisive steps were taken in the late 70s, by the Disraeli government. B. Legislation about hours and other conditions of work. An English instance is the introduction of the 8-hour day for miners, 1908, c. Social insurance, accident, sickness, old age, and eventually unemployment. Here Germany led, the Acts of 1884 and 1887, expanded by legislation in the 90s, but the English non-contributory old age pensions of the Campbell-Bannerman government and the further steps taken under the Asquith government marked important advances beyond the German example. Barring some enactments in individual states, there was practically nothing of the kind in the United States. In Europe, however, all countries advanced on these lines though at different rates of speed. For us, however, the important thing is not what was actually done. Nor are we primarily interested in the questions how far the measures actually carried may be fitted into the liberalist schema and how far they mean only continuation of older policies of the liberalist or else the paternalistic state. To some extent both questions may certainly be answered in the affirmative. There was less of a new departure than either friends or foes of Sozialpolitik were inclined to believe. It is the new spirit in which they were taken that is important to us, the new attitude toward them by a large part of the bourgeois public, and the fact that they were understood again, by friends as well as foes to be the first installments of a much wider scheme of reconstruction. It is this relation to future fundamental reconstruction which places Sozialpolitik in the counter-current, even where it enjoyed the support of the new species of reforming liberals as distinct from the support of radicals on the one hand and conservatives on the other. Finally, it is important to notice the relation in which socialpolitik stood to imperialism or nationalism or neo-mercantilism. This relation was not universal, that is to say, it was not present in the scheme of one type of supporters, the bourgeois radicals. Where these furnished the principal contingent of supporters, as they did in England, the relation fails to show on the surface. But with men of the type of Joseph Chamberlain, social reform and imperialism were complements even there. In Germany, this shows much more clearly. The age is not understood so long as account is not taken of those to whom national self-assertion and socialpolitik were but two sides of the same medal. C. Fiscal policy. Since nothing shows so clearly the character of a society and of a civilization as does the fiscal policy that its political sector adopts, we shall expect current and counter-current to show particularly clearly in this field. They do. On the one hand, the balanced budget, in fact the budget that shows some surplus to be applied to the reduction of debt, remained a fundamental article of financial faith, although practice often failed to conform to it. Further, taxation was for raising revenue only and was not to exert any other effects beyond what was inevitable, and in order to keep taxes as low as possible, expenditure was to be confined to necessary purposes. Gladstone, and his chancellors of the Exchequer, kept to these principles throughout. So did Goskin, the Chancellor of the Exchequer of the Second Salisbury administration, 1886–92, and, so far as they were able to do so, all the continental ministers of finance whose names are likely to go down in history, such as Raymond Poincaré, Witt, Pearson, Bombard 1253 and Miguel. The three last names may be used to exemplify an advance beyond Gladstonian finance, an advance partly paralleled in England by the introduction of the super tax in 1909 that may yet be said to fit the scheme of laissez-faire liberalism, the introduction of the progressive income tax on the total income of individuals as ascertained from their declarations, which was, of course, something quite different from the income tax in the English acceptance of the term. We are so familiar with it that we have lost the sense for the boldness of this innovation. But if the reader reflects that at the time, early 90s, no great country had introduced anything like it, and that the English system then carried well-earned prestige owing to its economic and administrative success, he will realize the greatness of the achievement that is primarily associated with the names of the Prussian Minister of Finance, Johannes von Miguel, 1891–3, and of the Austrian Minister of Finance, Eugen von Bombard. 1254. On the other hand, the counter-current asserted itself victoriously. All the three principles mentioned were violated. The first, the balanced budget, or rather the budget in surplus, principle was never, so far as I know, violated intentionally, unless we so interpret the Freycinet program of reconstruction after the Franco-German War and the Japanese program of development after the Sino-Japanese War. 1255. Deficit financing, on the whole, remains stigmatized as frivolous and unworthy of respectable governments. But the other two principles gradually lost their hold upon political consciences. Sir William Harcourt's Progressive Estate Duty, 1894, and Lloyd George's People's Budget, 1909, for instance, aimed at other goals than mere revenue raising, and the third principle broke down on the side of expenditure for social purposes, desire for which put an end, toward the close of the period, to the popularity of low taxation of the higher incomes and of retrenchment. D. Money. Substantially the credo of economic and political liberalism prevailed in the field of monetary policy throughout the period. In fact, it prevailed longer than that, as the English Cunliffe Report of 1918, Final Report, 1919, and the English Gold Standard Act of 1925 suffice to prove. Of all the articles of that credo, the gold standard was the last to go. Silver remained the monetary metal of the greater part of mankind and, as we shall see more fully in Chapter 8, enjoyed support of one kind or another everywhere. 1256. But all advanced nations stayed on, or established, the gold standard, in some instances at considerable sacrifice. Most modern economists will feel that even England could have done with a little monetary stimulation during the 80s. Also they may wonder why the German Empire was so keen on adopting the gold standard after 1871. But they will be quite unable to understand why countries such as Austria-Hungary, Italy, and Russia, which had entered the period with paper currencies that were depreciated in terms of silver, should have retarded their growth and imposed hardships upon themselves in order to raise their monetary units to a largely arbitrary gold parity. These countries could just as well have stayed off gold or, if they had to have it, could have introduced the gold standard at the gold value of their currencies that happened to prevail when it occurred to them to take this action. The riddle becomes still more baffling when we reflect that there was no political pressure to enforce that policy, for all the interests that really count politically, farmers, landowners, manufacturers, workmen, all suffered by it, and even the benefit to creditors was by no means beyond doubt. Only government employees were clear gainers. We cannot go into the question how far, in the conditions of the times and particularly from the standpoint of each individual country, an economic case may be made out for it all the same. It must suffice to point to certain extra-economic and extra-national considerations that were without doubt decisive. Past experience with depreciated currencies had invested the gold standard with a prestige that was for the time being unchallengeable. The unfettered or automatic gold currency had become the symbol of sound practice and the badge of honor and decency, and there was the admired example of England, whose creditor position, moreover, added further weight to it. Perhaps this explanation raises more problems than it solves. That it is true is certain. But the countercurrents asserted themselves also in monetary policy. We observe a growing awareness of the necessity to control money markets by central bank action other than the classic discount policy. As the period wore on, we also observe a growing reluctance in all countries to play the gold standard game, as witnessed by resort to the gold exchange standard and, even in England and Germany, to gold devices. Perhaps the gold standard was never automatic. By the end of the period, it certainly had ceased to be so, if it ever was. See below, ch. 8. The reasons for this were more political than purely economic. They link up with neo-mercantilist attitudes and with the increasing strain in international relations that began to be felt around 1900, also with increasing public expenditure. Arguments against the unfettered gold standard multiplied. It was losing its popularity like a naughty child that tells embarrassing truths. For art and thought. So far, whenever we probed below the surface of routine activities, which almost everywhere ran on bourgeois lines, we have discovered new patterns in process of formation, countercurrents indicative of impending fundamental change. We get the same impression when we cast a glance on the manifestations of that period's zeitgeist in the arts and in philosophy. A. Bourgeois civilization and its recalcitrant offspring. According to a common saying, that period had no style. There is some truth in this. No doubt. The business and professional classes lived, as a rule, uninspired lives in ugly homes that dishonored the elements of past styles they combined, bought ugly furniture of similar type and nondescript pictures, supported a theatrical and a musical tradition of which the glories were inherited from the past, and read a literature that was largely commonplace in all varieties except the professionally scientific one. This style of life in all its manifestations in England it came to be called Victorian is now a byword of stodginess or dreariness, and in fact testifies to the bourgeoisie's lack of capacity for cultural leadership, which is as pronounced as is its lack of capacity for political leadership. Nevertheless, diagnostic Ians who leave it at that are wrong, and it is easy to indicate the point at which they go wrong. They fail to credit the bourgeois civilization of that period with all its great creations, and they fail to see that parents' lack of ability to lead may turn their children against them but does not alter the fact that they are their children. The period saw the emergence, through a succession of stages, of a new music, of a new style of painting, of a new novel, a new drama, and a new poetry, and, in the midst of Victorian horror, of a new architecture. To be sure, the bourgeois public looked with amazement on most of these creations and did its best to smother them. Equally sure is it that many of the creations were by nature hostile to the social structure from which they sprang, and that many of the creative individuals were enemies of the social world they beheld, and felt themselves to be the demiurgos of another. But this does not alter the facts that both the works and the men did spring from that structure, that most of the men were bourgeois by birth and upbringing, and that their works were as much the products of the bourgeois mind as were the railroads and the power plants. Thus, capitalist society was on its way toward a new civilization all its own when it was overtaken by the meaningless catastrophe of 1914-18 that put its world out of gear. B. Bourgeois civilization and its philosophy. We have had glimpses of that period's religious and political schemes of thought and of certain changes that occurred in both that should suffice to convince us that the Weltanschauung of laicist liberalism did not prevail unchallenged. However, so far as it did prevail, we have as little difficulty in describing the bourgeois public's mental furniture as we have in visualizing the physical furniture of its homes. If we discard various sublimations and evasions, we find utilitarian ethics centering upon social service in the utilitarian sense and, as a philosophy, an evolutionary rather than mechanistic materialism. 1257 Religion, in most cases dropped tacitly rather than renounced explicitly, was replaced by an attitude, a word that we have all the more reason to record because it was used by one of the leading economists of the period, A. Marshall 1258, that preserved the ethical inheritance of Christianity and was in general not actively hostile to the abandoned beliefs and to the churches that taught them, though, as we know, there also was militant laicism. This made for historical reading. For some it was the means of completing a work of destruction, for others it was the means of satisfying cultural and ethical sympathies that survived dogmatic allegiance. This seems to be the secret of the huge success with the general public of such works as Ernest Renan's Life of Jesus, which was laicist in import yet completely free from any explicit hostility to Christianity. But the preference for historical reading extended beyond the sphere of theology, and for a similar reason, uncritical liberalism was meeting with many disappointments, as we have seen, and hence was losing its superficial optimism. Outside of the strongholds of Catholicism and Marxist socialism, the period was one of faltering beliefs all round, particularly as regards political democracy, and history and historical criticism appeal to such a frame of mind. Nowhere was this so much the case as it was in France. The success with the public of Hippolyte Taine's Origins of Modern France, English trans. 1876-94, will therefore be our only illustrative example. 1259 History of art, history of literature, history of philosophy all appealed for the same reason. Classical education, which was as yet almost intact, fostered these habits. Of course, this was not all. Equally in accord with the spirit of the age was the widespread interest in the physical sciences, which in response produced a large popularizing literature. There was not as yet science for the millions, but there was what might be termed science for the tens of thousands. All that it is necessary to mention for our purposes, however, is the prominence, within the total demand for this literature, of demand for books and periodical articles on biological evolution, mainly of the Darwinian type. After what has been said above, we shall understand this, and in consequence the popular success of even the professional writings of such men as Haeckel. 1260 Where a writer combined evolutionism with sponsorship of naive laissez-faire, we shall understand still better. This combination accounts for the vogue of the writings of Herbert Spencer. 1261 At this point we might stop were it not necessary to advert to the surprisingly favorable reception accorded by the bourgeois reading public to the first products of a spirit contemptuously hostile to its civilization. I do not mean the revival of Thomistic thought, which cannot be described as contemptuously hostile to bourgeois civilization as a whole, but only to its specifically laicist edition, and which was, in any case, not yet a live power in the general public's thought. 1262 Nor do I mean the increasing popularity, among non-socialist readers, of Marxist writings, for these, though hostile enough to the economic arrangements of the capitalist world, cannot be described as hostile to the bourgeoisie's cult of utilitarian rationality or to its laicism, or even, so far as Marxist orthodoxy is concerned, to its democratic humanitarianism. 1263 What I do mean is a current of thought that turned precisely against this liberal cult of rationality and progress and this liberal and democratic humanitarianism. On the political plane, it may be called anti-democratic, on the philosophical plane, anti-intellectualist. Nietzsche would make a bad example both because his teaching does not constitute a sufficiently pure form of this line of thought and because its influence was and is to this day smaller than we are sometimes invited to believe. Bergson's name had better be reserved for our list of the currents in the professional philosophy of that age. But there was one man who represented ideally what we are trying to visualize, that man was Georges Sorel. 1264. On the theory that the work of professional philosophers stands in a closer relation to a period's zeitgeist than does the scientist's work in the various sciences, I shall now append a desperately brief survey of some, to be precise 10, to be numbered X of the many currents in the period's philosophical thought. Philosophy is to be defined strictly, though the philosophers concerned with questions of epistemology and logic will be included. Our selection must not be understood to imply evaluation. We are interested in currents that are characteristic for the period whatever our opinion of their merits. This is why I do not touch upon Thomism again. The purely philosophical aspects of Marxism Engels carried on Marx's philosophical interests, and the German party had, as it were, an official party philosopher. Dietzgen are in line with the German classic philosophy of the preceding period and therefore implicitly noticed with it. Our keynote is, we are about to glance at the philosophy of an essentially unphilosophic and anti-metaphysical age in which the proposal to strike out the word philosophy from university catalogues was actually made. Accordingly, we shall expect professional, and professorial, philosophers to interest themselves intensively in the history of philosophy. This is what we find. Excellent histories of the philosophies of all ages and nations appeared in numbers. I shall name but one name, that of the man whose work seems to me to have been the peak achievement of the historical philosophy of that or any other age, Wilhelm Windelband. 1265. Similarly, we shall understand that declining fervor of philosophical creation should have facilitated the survival or renascence of philosophical creations of the past. This we also find. Provided we call utilitarianism a philosophy at all, it affords an instance, for it certainly was taught throughout the period, especially, under the influence of J.S. Mill, in England, too. Elsewhere we find, for example, Neo-Kantians and Neo-Hegelians and other Neos, and there were always some adherents of Herbart and Schopenhauer. 3. Next, we notice another body of thought, the emergence of which conforms not less to expectation. Whoever believes that experimental science has effectively destroyed the bases not only of religious belief but also of metaphysical speculation may, in case he experiences a void or, being a philosopher, wishes for employment, conceive the idea or take it from Kant that a picture of the universe, Weltbild, might be pieced together from the most general results of the individual sciences. The substitute for philosophy may take many forms and does not necessarily constitute philosophy as the universal science, scientia scientiarum, though the idea sometimes has been expressed in ways that suggest analogy with a holding company. Philosophy in this sense will look very different according to the individual philosopher's training. One type emerged from the hands of philosophers grounded in the physical sciences, a type of positivism or monism that does not differ in any matter of principle from the empirio-criticism of Avenarius and Mach. 4. 1266 Another type which emerged from the hands of philosophers who were psychologists or sociologists by training later on came to be called philosophical anthropology, v. and is not always easy to distinguish from parts of social philosophy or straight sociology. 1267. Both types invited misunderstandings of the specialist's theories. 1268 and trespassed upon his preserves, and they were not unnaturally resented. 1269 The resulting atmosphere impaired the success of enterprises such as the Unity of Science movement of later days or, at any rate, the philosophers' influence on them. It also impaired the authority of yet another type of research, which will be mentioned here, though it does not belong to the domain of philosophy in the strict sense, the type of research that continued the efforts of Whewell and Mill and of the German Wissenschaftslehre or general methodology of scientific procedure in the preceding period. For examples, I choose the works of Jevons, Sigwart, and Wundt. 1270 The methodologies of the social sciences and particularly of economics by Karl Menger, J.N., Keynes, and Simiand will be mentioned in another connection, see below, ch4, sector 2. But the contributions by Dilthey, Windelband, and Rickert must be mentioned here, both because of the influence they exerted, though, so far as I know, only in Germany, and because of a typical shortcoming that illustrates what has been said above. 1271 We return to the high road. As we walk along it, we shall shut our eyes to everything except the following pieces of the scenery. A historian who insists on forcing thought into unique correlation with the structural changes in the social organism would assuredly hold that his theory is admirably verified by the emergence at that time of a philosophy that found the criterion or even the definition of truth in the value for our individual and social life of the beliefs that are to be accepted as true pragmatism. 6. But the elements of this philosophy are as old as is philosophy itself, and the manner in which it was formulated by William James amounts to little more than systematic elaboration of ideas that have never quite been absent from any kind of human action or thought and were bound to assert themselves sooner or later through the mechanism of filiation of philosophic thought alone. Whereas pragmatism at least did not clash with the main currents in the zeitgeist of the period, Henry Bergson's L'Evolution Créatrice, 1907, did. 7. His anti-rationalist and anti-intellectual philosophy is something entirely different from the anti-rationalism of pragmatism, which merely meant the negative of the existence of pure truth, the product of a pure reason that is unconnected with the purposes and values of life. Bergson meant that the new truth or, more generally, the new creation is not worked out by logical processes at all. This involves indeed which James's philosophy did not an entirely new Weltanschauung wholly at variance, among other things, with the views then current, the Marxist one included, about cultural development. Not equally novel, but still more influential owing to the personal force of its great teacher, was the philosophy of Benedetto Croce, 8, which is of particular interest for us because Croce himself is something of an economist and because he is associated, more than is the case with any other philosopher, with some aspects of the professional work of Italian economists. Though it is impossible to convey in a few sentences an idea of his work as a whole and, unfortunately, precisely of the most original elements in it, it is possible to reduce to a single sentence the basic philosophical principle involved. A Hegelian spirit embodies itself in the actual course of universal history so that the subject of philosophy becomes identical with the metaphysics of the historical process. 1272. No survey of the philosophical currents of that time can afford to omit the name of Edmund Husserl and the beginnings of phenomenology. 9. Though no attempt at brief characterization seems to me to promise anything but confusion. Therefore, I prefer to resort to a reference. 1273 But I may say that of all the philosophies of our time, Husserl's is the most autonomous with respect to social or socio-psychological facts. Nothing but the filiation of philosophical ideas can account for it and, apart from what it owes to preceding philosophies beyond which it tries to advance, it could have been written just as well in scholastic times. This also holds for a body of philosophic thought that in other respects seems more than does involve a wholly different approach to problems that are not problems of any other science. I am referring to Cambridge philosophy of the pre-Wittgenstein days, which in the last years of that period may be said to have been dominated by Bertrand Russell and G.E. Moore, X. As the last sentence but one suggests, this conception makes philosophy a non-speculative special science that like any other science has its special task, the task in this case being to analyze the meanings of terms, such as number, or propositions that are used with confidence, but uncritically, in those other sciences or in everyday life. But, treated in this spirit, even topics such as the analysis of mind and the analysis of matter seem to me to pass from the domain of philosophy into the domain of epistemology or logic. And this is the fundamental reason why there is a path from the philosophy to the new logic and, in particular, to Bertrand Russell's and A.N. Whitehead's Principia Mathematica, 1911-13. But here we must stop. No history of any kind of analysis, economic or other, should ever be published that does not take account of the developments for which the term new logic is intended to stand. But this is precisely what this history cannot do. Finally, we must ask the question, what did any of this mean to the period's leading economists? With the utmost confidence I answer, very little indeed, still less than it meant in the two preceding epochs, and that, we know, was not much. But, in view of the fact that a different opinion is frequently expressed, we must go into the matter a little more deeply. In doing so, we must divide our question into two parts. First, what influence did philosophy or any particular philosophy exert upon the analytic work of economists, or, more precisely, did they arrive at any results that may be shown to depend upon philosophic influences? Second, what did philosophy, or a particular philosophy, mean to them as men and citizens? How far did it influence their general attitudes and horizons? This distinction, as we have had occasion to observe, is important for all times and places. But it acquires additional importance for a period in which economics grew more specialized and more technical. As regards the first question, it has been answered elsewhere for Marx and the Marxists. That answer will not, however, greatly differ from the one I am about to return for the rest of the economists. No philosophy can be proved to have influenced the economists of the period in the sense that they arrived at or failed to arrive at any analytic conclusions which they would not have arrived at or failed to arrive at without guidance from any philosopher except in their methodological investigations and squabbles. It is natural that, when trying to clarify their ideas about their own methods of procedure or when engaged in controversy about them, economists should invoke not indeed philosophical teaching in the strict sense but the teaching of methodologies written by philosophers. Max Weber affords a conspicuous instance. But it would be nothing short of ridiculous to aver that economists allowed philosophers to teach them their business when they were investigating the conditions in domestic industry, or railroad rates or trust problems of their time, or merchants' guilds in the 12th century, or, for that matter, the validity or otherwise of Baumbacher's theory of interest. Edgeworth professed utilitarianism in season and out of season. Yet analysis shows that these professions may be struck out from his economic propositions without being missed. 1274. As regards the second question, the answer is different. Practically all the economists of the period sprang from bourgeois families and were the beneficiaries or victims of an elaborate education that in most countries included philosophy even in its secondary, that is, pre-university, stage. As youngsters they could not have avoided some grounding in philosophy, even if they had hated philosophy like poison. The presumption is, however, that they did not hate it. The kinds of philosophy they got were mostly of the types that have been numbered I, II, III, V, and, in Italy and toward the end of the period, perhaps VIII. And this means overwhelming emphasis, direct or indirect, upon the German classics, particularly Kant. It is interesting to note that Marshall, in the preface to his Principles, mentioned Hegel's philosophy of history and the writings of Herbert Spencer as among the chief influences that affected the substance of his views. 1275. And many economists of that time might have expressed themselves similarly. Their study of philosophy certainly made more civilized beings of them. Many readers will, no doubt, disagree with me if I go on to say that this was all, and that ethical and cultural attitudes are influenced but little by philosophies, and a man's social sympathies and political preferences not at all. Since in this book we are concerned only with methods and results of analysis, this difference does not greatly signify. 3. Some developments in neighboring fields. The facts about developments in neighboring fields that will be assembled in this chapter are of necessity fragmentary. They are, to repeat it once more, impressionist patches of color which any other writer according to his ideas about what has been or could have been relevant to the development of economic analysis would have chosen in a different way. In fact, had I been writing histories of these fields for their own sake, I should have chosen differently myself. This inevitable arbitrariness, reinforced by the inevitable arbitrariness that comes from my personal limitations, is much more serious for this period than it was before, for it is in this period that the wealth of specialized work became unmanageable and that any attempt at neat logical tectonics becomes futile. Another point of view that influenced selection must also be kept in mind, namely, the ease or difficulty with which the reader can himself supply the necessary information. For economics, sociology is a most important neighbor. But at the same time, owing to its immature state, its historical development is the most difficult to get at. Psychology and, still more, historiography, however important they are for us, need less comment because their developments have been more satisfactorily described. And though statistics is for us the closest of all neighbors, its development during that period is so well known to the student of economics that we can pass it by entirely in this chapter, on the understanding that a few facts that must be recalled will be mentioned in the section on econometrics below. 1276. 1. History. As regards historiography, the great event, from our standpoint, was the close alliance with economics implied in the program of the Historical School of Economics. But precisely because this event will have to be discussed in some detail in Chapter 4, little needs to be said about historiography in general. The historian's partial conquest of the economic field was of course not his only one. All social sciences, including jurisprudence, where the conquest had taken place in the preceding period, and sociology, came partially under his sway. This, in turn, made him a student of social states and processes to an extent to which he had not been one before. The impersonal facts of social history, leavened, sometimes, by biological and psychological theories of less than unquestionable standing. 1277, gained ground at the expense of the romance of battles and intrigues. And even within social historiography, work geared to problems such as the emergence of the feudal domains in the 6th and 7th centuries, the origin and function of towns, the organization of medieval trade, the rise of capitalism, and the like gained ground at the expense of work defined by country and period. Of course, historians of legal institutions who were mostly lawyers by training had always done work of the former kind, and, so far as they are concerned, all we have to note is the greatly enlarged scope and the greatly improved methods of their work. But the important thing is that the tendency became general. 1278. Another tendency that is much in evidence in modern economic historiography, the tendency to emphasize quantitative aspects, was of course not entirely absent. It never had been, but it was not yet a universally recognized item of the economic historian's program. Some topics that are statistical in nature did, however, attract interest. 1279. And the important question how much, turns up where we should hardly have expected it. 1280. Finally, general history grew increasingly institutionalized and increasingly inclined to emphasize economic conditioning of historical process. Economists are apt to attribute this to Marxist influence. This influence did assert itself toward the end of the century. But the tendency in question was in full swing before, and to hold that Marx influenced historians, other than professional economists or professed socialists, in the 70s and 80s is to exaggerate greatly the specialist's speed of reaction to factors external to his field. As an outstanding example, I mention Carl W. Nietzsche, 1818-80, 1281, a man who is particularly important for us owing to his close relations to some historical economists, especially Schmaler. Remark. The reader will please remember the warning at the head of this chapter about disconnected patches of color. Even so, I cannot leave the subject without having pointed out the importance for the progress of historiography during that period of entirely new sources of material. The most important single instance is afforded by the Egyptian papyri. Papyrology revolutionized the science of Roman law. JAS. 2. Sociology. During the period under survey, sociology more or less struggled into academic recognition, not as a universal science of man in society as Comte had conceived it, but as one of the social sciences, though one that was not too sure of what its subject matter really was. All social sciences run up against certain fundamental problems of society, and none of them can afford to surrender its claims to some competence in matters of motors and mechanisms of social life. Witness the necessity under which we have found ourselves of recognizing an economic sociology. But room and need for the study of society and social processes per se are bound to emerge as soon as the growth of materials and the development of techniques enforce increasing specialization. The social science of Aristotle and the scholastic doctors formed a single unit, and one that was no full-time job, even as a whole. The philosophy of natural law was in the same case. Hume or A. Smith or Turgot or Beccaria had no difficulty in embracing sociology as well as economics and much besides. But this changed in the course of the 19th century. Width of scope then became increasingly inimical to quality of work. More and more, writers who inquired into the nature of society as such, or who asked such questions as what it is that determines the social structure or produces revolutions and the like, ceased to be writers on such topics as money or interest or employment. This defines one type of sociology by subject though not by method. In addition, ethics, religious law, and many other topics that, as we have seen, had been made the subject of positive non-metaphysical analysis before, then naturally fell into the province of the student of society as such. Finally, there were groups of social problems, such as sex relations, that all but lacked accredited specialists, and others, such as education, that presented aspects in which the accredited specialists were not primarily interested. Thus an imperfectly autonomous sociology grew and expanded in spite of a reception that was not conspicuous for cordiality. Of course, there were good as well as bad reasons for this grudging welcome. It was not all a matter of trade unionism. The serious workers in the field that came to be known as sociology were flanked by swarms of litterateurs whose presence discredited a fundamentally good cause, and this is the reason for a fact that greatly increases our difficulties of exposition. Many of the best sociologists preferred to call themselves something else, for example, lawyers, geographers, ethnologists, anthropologists, historians, economists, if they were in a position to do so, in order to stress the element of professional competence in the face of the indictment of dilettantism. The case for the two last categories was particularly strong. Historiography was raising itself to a new level of technical efficiency. Historians who were justly proud of this achievement cannot have viewed with pleasure the activities of writers who used their results in ways that habitually violated their new standard of scholarship. Similarly, economics was also climbing a long, steep, stony path toward a new level of technical efficiency. Economists had enough to do in defending their work against the laggards in their own ranks and against a public that always misunderstood. They did not relish being teased by semi-philosophical and semi-literary irregulars. That some of these irregulars, who were at one time justly condemned for professional incompetence, proved to have been fundamentally right at another time is neither paradoxical nor in itself proof of the incompetence of those who were responsible for the condemnatory sentence. 1282. The surface was troubled still further by the internecine warfare between the various groups of sociologists who, like psychologists and economists, always claim too much for their own methods or materials. But below the surface, there was both healthy achievement and promise for the future. The reader can easily satisfy himself from what has been said in the last but one paragraph that a science of society was in the making that included indeed many semi-independent or wholly independent provinces, yet was much more definite than was then believed. There was a sort of headquarters without power to command, to be sure, in a region held by the problems of society, social relations, social processes as such. 1283. And there were, steadily expanding, the applied or special fields such as the sociology of religion, hierology, of ethics, of all the arts, more recently also of knowledge, sense sociology, politics, economic institutions, and many others. Most of these served two kinds of masters. The practical lawyer or the practical educator, for instance, would be but ill served by treatises on the sociology of law or the sociology of education, and both need another type of work. This division does not, however, depend entirely upon the needs of practical life but extends to purely scientific pursuits. The scientific economist, quite independently of any practical applications of his work, needs complete autonomy in part of his field. No sociological considerations would improve Professor Hicks's value and capital. But between the sociologies of law, education, and economic behavior, as well as of all those other subjects, and that headquarters sociology, there is lively give and take, which in a sense unifies the whole of them. Headquarters cannot stay purely speculative. At the very least they need exemplifying and verifying materials, and thus are forced to draw upon all those applied or special fields, and these in turn use concepts and imply propositions that are drawn from, or else contributed to, headquarters. And to some extent all this was done, though with much ungraciousness and in the midst of many unnecessary quarrels. All this, however, tells us but little about methods and approaches, which are largely determined by the materials used. 1284 We turn to a brief and highly selective examination of this aspect. A. Historical sociology. Remembering both the vigorous advance of historiography and also its salient features, we shall not be surprised to learn that much of the best work done during that period in sociology was historical in nature. First, much of the work done by historians was sociological. A historian who writes what, for a lack of a better term, we have called problem history is hard to distinguish from a sociologist. Second, many of the best sociologists drew primarily on historical material and understood this material better than any other. Third, going beyond this, some sociologists define sociology as the analysis of the historical process. 1285 I hope I have made it sufficiently clear that the important thing is not the general theories of history, that is, the comprehensive hypotheses about the prime movers, if any, of the historical process, of which the so-called materialistic interpretation of history discussed above is by far the most successful. Much more important in the long run were the contributions toward the solution of those more restricted problems of which examples have been given in the preceding section. 1286 The attempts to schematize economic history by defining successive stages, example village economy, town economy, territorial economy, national and international economy. Schmaller's schema, present but little interest and need not detain us. B. Prehistorical ethnological sociology. But the term historical method in sociology should really be extended to cover the use of logically contiguous materials such as prehistoric archaeology, of which only beginnings had existed before the period under discussion, and of ethnology, which then experienced its decisive development. For however much the fact-finding methods of historical, prehistorical, and ethnological research differ, the method by which the sociologist draws inferences from these different materials is fundamentally the same. We may therefore speak of a historical prehistorical ethnological sociology that definitely established itself during that period. Within my very limited range of knowledge, the most impressive example of prehistoric sociology is Oswald Menyon's Weltgeschichte Steinzeit, 1931. The term ethnology I use in the sense which is perhaps more often expressed by the term cultural anthropology. The term anthropology is reserved for physical anthropology. I hope I am not misled by affection for a teacher of mine, if I call the two great works of the Finnish sociologist, Edward Westermarck, 1862–1939, who taught sociology at the London School of Economics, 1906–30, the peak achievements of ethnological sociology during that period, History of Human Marriage, 1889, and Origin and Development of Moral Ideas, 1906, though in details neither has stood the test of time. But the formation of the period's most important school of ethnology, to which, in a sense, Westermarck belonged, is associated with the research and teaching of Sir Edward B. Tylor, 1832–1917, see especially, Primitive Culture, 1st ed., 1871, many later ones. This school, though not averse to bold construction, Tylor himself, example sponsored the idea that animistic beliefs were the embryos of religion, always retained a firm foundation in actual ethnographic work. By this it may perhaps be distinguished from the ethnological branch of social psychology, see below, Sector 3E, into which it otherwise tends to shade off. Methodologically, It presents several points of interest, for example, the application of statistical procedure, see Tyler, on a method of investigating the development of institutions, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 1888-9. Methodological superiority and extensive ethnographic research are also its distinctive traits as against the continental body of work in which J.J. Bachofen, 1815-87, Mutarekt Matriarchate, 1861, was perhaps the best known figure. We cannot go much further, though it seems incongruous not to mention Fraser's Golden Bough, 1890, and many other equally famous works, such as L.H. Morgan's Ancient Society, 1877, but we have a special motive for adverting particularly to a school which followed and follows Fritz Grebner's teaching, Method der Ethnologie, 1911. Among other things, a prominent member of it, M.G. Schmidt, wrote the only treatise on ethnological economics we possess, Grundrisse der Ethnologischen Volkswirtschaftslehre, 1920-21, see also Wilhelm Kopper's, Die Ethnologische Wirtschaftsforschung, Anthropo, 1915-16. But still more important for us is the theory of cultural areas, Kulturkreis theory, that is characteristic of this school. The salient point is briefly this. Any investigation into primitive forms of civilization, of course, runs up against the problem of origins, for example, of observed types of tools or articles of adornment and the like, or of observed types of behavior, such as the domestication of animals, and also against the problem of the factors responsible for observed changes in time, progress. Ethnologists or cultural anthropologists proffered widely different explanations in individual cases. 1287 But the great majority of them agreed, or rather took it as a matter of course, that observed behavior, or the observed types of physical things that reflect behavior, must, on principle at least, be explained in terms of the conditions of the group or tribe to which each finding is to be attributed. That is to say, most ethnologists adhered to what may be called a theory of independent origins and autonomous development. Now, Grebner and his followers challenged this theory. On the strength of the fact that primitive cultural patterns are very stable over long periods, they denied the independent origins and the autonomous development of such things as similar tools, but took the occurrence of similarities as an indication, if not proof, of a common source from which the use of, say, a particular type of button would spread by diffusion instead of being autonomously invented. Hence the existence of areas of culture Kulturkreis. Whether or not we accept this theory to its full extent, its very logic makes it difficult to do so. Its fundamental importance for the whole of sociology is evident. Even limited acceptance imparts a serious shock to the evolutionary views of that period, and makes quite a difference to what we have called headquarters sociology. We conclude this part of our survey with a reference to Friedrich Ratzel's Anthropogeography, 1882-91, 4th ed. 1921-2, a performance of formative influence and especially the forerunner, if not the basis, of increased work on human geography. Perhaps it means stretching a point if we include this type of research among the bases of historical sociology. 1288 It is certainly more related to that specialty which has come to be denoted by the term ecology, the study of spatial relations of groups and institutions, which is now being intensively cultivated in the United States. But, potentially at least, human geography complements the material of historical sociology, as Ibn Khaldun had realized, and the outstanding contribution of that period had therefore to be mentioned. C. Biological schools. Application to social phenomena of the results of biological research loom too large in the thought of that period to be passed by entirely. We might wish to do so because the field is infested by ideological bias and by dilettantism to an extent that surpasses anything that even we economists are accustomed to. But we cannot do so, among other reasons, because biological considerations, though they touched the work actually done by economists only peripherically, hovered around it all the time. No attempt will be made to describe the development of professional biological work 1289. It must suffice to state that none of it exerted any influence upon sociological or economic thought except the work done on the lines of Darwinism and the work done by its Mendelian and other critics. Of these, the most important for us is August Weismann, 1834 to 1914. Point 1290, and the points at issue that are most important for us were the importance of innate and the inheritance of acquired characteristics. There is, of course, no such thing as a biological sociology in the sense in which there is a historical sociology. Biological considerations may come in to furnish more or less important explanatory hypotheses just as may economic considerations or any others, but the sociology they enter remains what it is by virtue of its own methods and materials. Emphasis upon biological factors or aspects is therefore all that can be meant by the loose phrase biological schools. We shall deal with them under 4 headings. In the first place, we notice the idea that society, being an organic system and not a mechanical one, can be fruitfully analyzed in terms of an analogy with biological organisms such as the human body. As an example that stands in the name of an economist, I mention a work by Schoeffel. 1291. But the obvious puerility of this idea must not blind us to the fact that emphasis upon the organic nature of the economic process may be but the means of conveying an eminently sound methodological principle, as it was, for instance, with Marshall. Theorists especially of the planning type often indulge in the deplorable practice of deriving practical results from a few functional relations between a few economic aggregates in utter disregard of the fact that such analytic setups are congenitally incapable of taking account of deeper things, the more subtle relations that cannot be weighed and measured but may be more important to a nation's cultural life than the things that can. 1292. Organic considerations are perhaps the most obvious antidote, though in themselves hardly an adequate one, against such uncivilized procedure. In the second place, we notice the attempts that were made to apply the Darwinian concepts of struggle for existence and survival of the fittest to the facts of industrial and professional life in capitalist society. 2 things must be carefully distinguished. On the one hand, it may be we cannot argue the case here that certain aspects of the individual enterprise system are correctly described as a struggle for existence, and that a concept of survival of the fittest in this struggle can be defined in a non-tautological manner. 1293. But if this be so, then these aspects would have to be analyzed with reference to economic facts alone, and no appeal to biology would be of the slightest use. Vice versa, any opinions that biologists may entertain on the subject would be ruled out as layman's talk. On the other hand, there may be genuine appeal to biological facts and theories. This is the case whenever the question of inheritance of physical or mental qualities of the human material is brought in. The relevance of this question for an appraisal of the effects of certain institutions and policies is manifest, or should be. Then, as later, these 2 things were but imperfectly distinguished. 1294. Here we are concerned with the second question only, and in particular with its relation to the period's discussion on social reform. The argument that measures in favor of the lowest strata of the population may have the effect of deteriorating the average quality of the human stock is, of course, much older than Darwinism. 1295. During the period under discussion, it found many supporters, the most important being Herbert Spencer, who added, however, nothing but an elaboration, based upon research into biological selection, of the old idea. Critics objected not so much to the biology involved in most cases, they were in no position to do so, as to the application of the concept of natural selection to the facts of social selection, to the practice of identifying the fitness that makes for survival with socially desirable characteristics, and so on, in what is by now a well-worn and familiar way. 2 points about this discussion must be regretfully reported. Economists entirely failed to bestow on these problems the amount of attention they deserve. Flippant phrases pro or con form the bulk of their contribution. The only one of the leading men to take more trouble was Pigou, and to him I refer the reader who wishes more information. 1296. Worse still, in taking sides, economists revealed to a deplorable degree the influence of ideological bias. 1297. And this is as true, if not more so, of those who pooh-poohed the idea of possible danger to the quality of the human stock as it is of those who uncritically affirmed it. Thus the question of nature versus nurture has remained in a most unsatisfactory state to this day. In the third place, we notice work that belongs under the second heading but which will be segregated for the sake of emphasis, namely, the work in statistical biology, biometrics, to which we also owe important methodological help. Two great names will suffice, Karl Pearson and Sir Francis Galton. Karl Pearson, 1857 to 1936, surely does not need an introduction, any more than he needs a monument other than Biometrica. Therefore, let us merely recall his two famous adages that are so pregnant with significance: ability runs in stocks and the nation is being recruited from its failures. Sir Francis Galton, 1822 to 1911, is the man whom I should choose as an illustrative example if I were asked to define the specifically English type of great man of science and the specifically English type of scientific creation. His training was medical, but apart from this he roamed in utmost freedom and informality over all parts of the world of thought that happened to attract him. Unconnected with universities and teaching, positing his own problems and going about treating them with an untutored originality that is perfectly fascinating, he was the most genuine yet the most unacademic of scientists, much like his kinsman Darwin. Of his many exploits, the following are relevant for us. He was the man who may be said to have independently discovered correlation as an effective tool of analysis, the man who set eugenics on its feet. In 1905 he founded the Eugenics Laboratory, the man who realized the importance of, and initiated, a new branch of psychology, the psychology of individual differences, and the man who tackled, although by an entirely inadequate method, the problems of nature and nurture, hereditary genius. 1869, Inquiries into Human Faculty and its Development, 1883, Natural Inheritance, 1889, all of which makes him in my humble opinion one of the three greatest sociologists, the other two being Vico and Marx. In the fourth place, we notice the racial theories. As here understood 1298, they are a subgroup of the biological theories. It is, of course, perfectly possible to believe that the range of individual variation is very great. Think for instance of the immense differences we observe in mathematical or musical talent, and even that an individual's position in the statistical distribution is primarily a matter of inheritance, without believing that the sociologically relevant characteristics differ race-wise. To believe the latter constitutes, then, the special feature of the racial theories. Extra-scientifically, this racialist belief is as old as humanity, and its towering monument is the Old Testament. Attempts to establish it by scientific methods do not, however, antedate the period under discussion to a significant extent. This is why I refrained from mentioning the strongest performance in this field, that of Gobineau, in Part 3, where it chronologically belongs. The only other name that will be mentioned is Ammons. The other side is represented, at its highest, by Boas. 1299. This extreme brevity is justified by the fact that economists, who are or should be vitally interested in the range of variation of individual abilities and in the question of their inheritance, are but mildly interested in the specifically racialist aspect of the latter. In fact, so far as I know, Werner Sombart is the only economist of note that ever made significant use of the element of race. 1300. The only comment I feel it necessary to make is that here we have a case in which research into a real problem has been made all but impossible by what can only be described as warring infantilism of both parties to the controversy. For the problem is a real one and not merely an excrescence of overheated imaginations. It is important for sociology in many respects, of which the theory of social classes is but one instance. 1301. D. Autonomous sociology. Seeing how widely we have defined historical sociology, the reader might well wonder whether there can be any non-historical sociology. For every sociologist or economist, however speculative his bent of mind, must use some facts, most of which are bound to be of a historical nature in our sense of the term. But this is not what I meant. We define a man as a historical sociologist only if he does serious historical or ethnological work himself, or if at least he arrives at his results by analysis based upon such work done by others. Desultory use of historical facts for purposes of illustration or even verification of a theory does not make a man a historical sociologist. By the same token, the reader who wonders whether there can be any non-psychological sociology, because it is indeed difficult to imagine any piece of sociological analysis that does not use psychic facts of one kind or another, has missed the essential point. It is the use of the methods and results of professional psychology that will, in this book, define psychological sociology or social psychology, see below, Sector 3E, and not the use of the facts of common experience observed and conceptualized by the sociologist himself, however psychological these facts may be by nature. In Chapter 7 below, we shall study in some detail an economic example of this distinction, which will teach us that this is not merely a matter of words but a point of considerable methodological importance and a source of many misunderstandings. The latter were fostered by the fact that sociologists and economists who never seriously applied professional psychology and never did any work that called for any of its methods, nevertheless, described their own procedure as psychological, thus exposing quite needlessly their pseudo-psychological constructs to professional criticism. We shall therefore recognize the growth during that period of an autonomous sociology, which groped for its own problems and methods, even though the products of this sociology were full of pseudo-psychological and pseudo-historical concepts and propositions. Society, class, group, structure, domination and subordination, leadership, assimilation, and adjustment are examples of the items which entered that part of this autonomous sociology that we have above described as headquarters or pure sociology. Cooley 1302 Giddings, Hobhouse, Ross, Simmel, Span, Stefan 1303 Tard, Tanys are names that represent widely different approaches to it, though we could, had we space, reduce many of these differences to far less than those authors themselves, all of whom still repay perusal, would have thought possible or desirable. 1304 The efforts of these and other men did not indeed produce any general sociology that was at all as widely accepted as was the general economics of the preceding period. Such a general sociology was adumbrated rather than created. Perhaps that was only natural in a science that then struggled into existence. But the fact that the subsequent period did not complete this task requires explanation. Evidently, this was or is because sufficiently important sociologists did not bestow sufficient work on it. And this in turn was due not only to the fact that in post-war times sociologists grew increasingly absorbed in special and very factual problems, but also to another: pure theory really thrives only in quantitative fields, where problems are of necessity non-mathematical. Its scope is fatally limited and it soon fails to attract. We proceed to mention a few examples of the period's performances in special fields that, however, belonged to autonomous sociology, to sociology that did not borrow methods and results from outside. We choose Durkheim to represent hierology, Ehrlich to represent the sociology of law, L. E. Bohn to represent the sociology of politics. Durkheim's name must not be omitted from these pages for reasons other than that he was one of the leading sociologists of religion. Besides contributing to several other special fields, he formed a school of sociology that followed a method based upon a principle that was anything but new but assumed a particular form in his hand. He realized that individual behavior can never be explained exclusively from the facts that pertain to the individual himself, and that it is necessary to fall back upon the influences of his social environment. This can be done in many ways. Durkheim's way was to construct a group mind, or, since his method was to explain things by means of material about primitive civilizations, a tribal mind that feels and thinks and acts as such. Since this idea itself is of romantic origin, we may describe Durkheim's position as a sort of positivist romanticism. The fundamental explanation of the phenomenon of religion, for example, that was derived from this principle may be conveyed by the phrase, religion is the group's worship of itself. No attempt was made to buttress this theory by anything that resembles professional psychology, social or other. This is why Durkheim's 1305 methods should not be confused with Lévi-Bruhl's. The time-honored philosophy of law, of course, always contained genuinely sociological elements. It survived during the period in part, thanks to required courses on history of philosophy of law, but independently of this, there evolved a strictly scientific research into legal phenomena. One of the most important lines of advance consisted in studying the actual legal ideas and habits of the people, live law, Lebensrecht, and in making generalizations from these, rather than the abstractions of jurisprudence, the basis of the theory of legal practice. This was Ehrlich's idea, which, produced in a small Austrian university under the most unfavorable circumstances imaginable, attracted worldwide, if sporadic, attention by its sheer weight. 1306. No other department of social life stood more sorely in need of research guided by scientific interest than did politics, where the dreams of the philosopher had produced ideological issues in utter disregard of the most obvious facts. Political scientists and economists alike, when talking about public policy, kept on constructing pleasant vistas of a public good, which it was the high destiny of statesmen to pursue, and of a state that floated in the clouds very much like a beneficent deity. 1307 The facts of group warfare, machines, bosses, pressure group propaganda, mass psychosis, and corruption were looked upon as aberrations. Party politics was looked upon as something that really should not exist instead of as essentials. But during that period there began something like an awakening of the scientific conscience, and political sociology, the study of political institutions as they actually work, put in an appearance. As a symptom we might choose the delightful book of a delightful man that everyone will read with pleasure as well as profit. 1308 But instead I choose the book, successful at the time but smothered by hostile criticism by now, of a man whose merit it was to drive home, with unsurpassable energy, one point that is of fundamental importance in the analysis not only of political, but of any, group-wise action. Le Bon's performance is one of a large class, the class of performances that make stand out before our eyes, and thus discover for analysis, what everyone always knew to be true in everyday life. Everyone knows from experience that in a crowd, no matter whether this crowd is a raging mob in the streets of a non-English town, for English mobs do not rage, or a faculty committee of elderly professors, we immediately drop to a level of intelligence, morality, and responsibility that is lower than the one we habitually move on when thinking and acting by ourselves. And the merit of having presented this phenomenon with all its implications is great indeed, in spite of everything that might be urged against Le Bon's material and method. 1309. Finally, we must mention three works of considerable importance which had economists as authors: Veblen, Wieser, and Pareto. Appraisal or even characterization is, however, impossible in the space at our command. Max Weber's sociological work will be noticed in Chapter 4 below. 1310. 3. Psychology. The wealth of the period's developments in professional psychology, as distinguished from work of more or less psychological nature that was done in other fields, defies description, though most of them grew from older roots and few only spelled new departures. For our purpose, however, we can reduce this wealth to 5 items: a. Experimental psychology, b. Behaviorism, c. Gestalt psychology, d. Freudian psychology, e. Social psychology. None of these exerted during that period any real, as distinguished from phraseological, influence upon economic research. But they must be mentioned because of the light their development sheds upon that period's zeitgeist and because of their potential importance, which will be indicated in each case. A. Experimental psychology. The quest for measurable facts, or at least for facts observable by methods other than introspection, was, of course, nothing new. Psychology had always been observational in this sense, and many of its votaries had always professed allegiance to the method of physics. But the empiricism of Hobbes, Locke, Hume, and Mill had been, so far as psychology is concerned, merely programmatic and did not induce actual experiment and measurement. These developed in the preceding period and gathered momentum in the one under survey. The most telling symptom was the advent of the psychological laboratory. Wundt's Leipzig laboratory may serve as a landmark. 1311 Its methods and its spirit exerted formative influence far and wide, even on men like William James and G. Stanley Hall, who quickly outgrew both the narrow scope of experimental psychology in this sense and Wundt's personal message. The statistical complement of this type of work was much improved later on in the United States. Edward L. Thorndike. One of the many offshoots of it that should, but does not, interest economists intensely is noticed in the footnote below. 1312. Wundt's laboratory work found a curious complement in his 10 volumes of Volker Psychology, 1900 to 1920. This is a study of language, myths, and mores that seems to have more to do with the ideas of Hobbes and Vico than with the Leipzig laboratory. It is mentioned here, instead of under ethnological sociology, to which it really belongs. 1313 because from Wundt's own standpoint and within his scheme of thought this type of research in fact complements the material that the laboratory produced, though it does so over a wide gap and will not do so at all from any other standpoint than his. It was only much later that genuine psychometrics displayed any tendency to enter the field of social phenomena. b. Behaviorism. In a sense, comparative psychology, mainly animal psychology, 1314, and, through comparative psychology, behaviorism, 1315, though new departures both of them, may be said to stem from Wundt's experimental psychology. Since some American economists have shown more interest in the programmatic pronouncements of behaviorists than they have in any other of the developments in psychology, 1316, it is important for the reader to realize the severe limitations to which the application of behaviorist principles is subject in the social sciences. Fundamentally, the behaviorist method amounts to a resolution of behavior into objectively observable responses, that is, reactions that we can observe without resorting to introspection or any other psychological interpretation of meanings to objectively controllable stimuli. The method accepts the reacting organism as a perfect blank without any propensities of its own, much as Locke had done with the mind, and, going beyond Locke, avoids the whole complex of concepts and interpretations. That is indicated by words like consciousness, sensation, perception, will, urge, or instinct. This is why the behavior of the lower animals and the simplest reactions of man in early childhood are the stronghold of the behaviorist method. Any step beyond the precincts of this stronghold is an achievement that helps us to do without certain tools, the validity of which it is possible to challenge. But beyond the range within which it is operational, that is to say, beyond the range within which it is actually possible to produce uniquely determined responses by controllable conditioning, the method itself becomes invalid. A generalization to the effect that man's behavior is uniquely determined by his environment that cannot be established experimentally is not so much wrong as meaningless. But precisely this generalization is the goal of some behaviorists' argument. It marks the frontier that separates a fundamentally sound method of research from an ideology, the popularity of which is not difficult to understand. The support it lends to extreme environmentalism is obvious. C. Gestalt psychology. Gestalt psychology, Ehrenfels, Kohler, Kafka, Wertheimer, Riesler, develops from a single basic fact: no individual element of any set of elements is perceived or appraised or interpreted individually. A sound in a song, a color in a carpet, or even a glass of wine that is part of a dinner is never experienced in isolation, and, if it were, it would mean to us something quite different from what it does mean actually, that is, as part of the definite set in which it occurs. All we need to say about this evidently highly important discovery, for it was nothing less, though my formulations sound trivial enough, is, first, that its development belongs mainly to the subsequent period and only the beginnings of it to the one under discussion, and, second, that among the many possible uses to which Gestalt psychology may be put in the social sciences, there is at least one of considerable importance. Gestalt psychology may be used in order to arrive at a sensible and non-metaphysical concept of psychosociological collectives such as society itself. D. Freudian psychology. Before the end of the century, psychoanalysis was a therapeutic method to be traced to the teaching of J.M. Charcot in Paris that had scored remarkable successes, especially in cases of hysterical inhibition of motion, in the hands of Joseph Breuer and Sigmund Freud. But about 1900, though it always remained a therapeutic method, it began to reveal a very much wider aspect. It began to develop into a general theory of the working of the human mind. The old idea of a subconscious personality and its struggles with the conscious ego was elaborated and made operational with unsurpassable effectiveness by Freud. 1317 Again, I cannot and perhaps need not do more than point to the vast possibilities of application to sociology, political sociology especially, and economics that seem to me to loom in the future. A Freudian sociology of politics, including economic policies, may someday surpass in importance any other application of Freudism, though so far only a small beginning has been made. W.H.R. Rivers. Nor can I go into certain other currents of thought that display important parallelisms with Freud's, however different in method and aim they may be in other respects. But I will mention T-Ribbit. 1318. E. Social psychology. This branch of psychology is usually defined very widely so as to include all types of research that have anything at all to do with psychic facts relevant to social phenomena and, in particular, all types of research that are based on the concept of a group or national mind or other collectives of this kind. This practice may be useful for the purpose of coordinating all conceivable sources of conceivably relevant facts or suggestions. But we cannot adopt it because it makes social psychology useless as a pigeonhole. The only use we have for the term here for our purposes, there is no point at all in throwing together men and methods that differ as widely as Herder and Romanticist philosophy and history, Westermarck or Tyler and cultural anthropology, Ross and autonomous sociology, and so on. Thus we are left with a very restricted field in which, during that period, McDougall was the most important figure. 1319 He was a professional psychologist and tried to block out a special psychology that would account for phenomena of interaction between individuals or groups and for the shaping influence a group mind, once formed, exerts upon the individuals that are born into it. The fact that he emphasized the creative element and reasoned in terms of instincts and emotion explains why his teaching, after a strong initial success, lost favor in a time that was rapidly becoming behaviorist and environmentalist. Less of a professional psychologist was Lévi-Bruhl. 1320 But he was still primarily interested in mind and only secondarily in society. Not many names would have to be added in order to draw up a fairly complete list. Psychological investigations, mostly of a statistical nature, were carried out in the service of several practical specialties. Child psychology, I think, coming nearest to relevance for problems of general sociology that cannot be noticed here. 4. Socialpolitik and the historical method. 1321. 1. Socialpolitik. Economists experienced the influence of the new atmosphere as they had experienced that of early liberalism and as they were to experience, in our day, that of socialism. In all these cases this meant not only or even primarily new facts and problems but also new attitudes and, extra-scientific, creeds. 1322 And hence, for a time at least, revolt against those restraints which in each epoch, as it wears on and as initial enthusiasms cool, the men who are engaged in the work of analysis find it necessary to impose upon themselves. The mercantilist writers had not discovered that there was anything for an economist to do except to propose measures and fight for them. The economists of the liberal age were at first in no better state, though they eventually did discover the difference between a theorem and a recommendation, and the economists of the period under discussion, yielding to what the reader may call either temptation or the call of duty, similarly deviated from the stony path that leads to scientific conquest. A. Influence upon analytic work. The manner in which and the degree to which the economists of that time allowed their analytic work to be influenced by the new spirit of economic policy differed greatly, however, as between countries and groups. In England, continuity in research and teaching was never in serious danger. The small body of English economists moved with the times, of course, which was not difficult for pupils of J.S. Mill, but did not jettison pieces of scientific apparatus along with old value judgments. In part this was due to the fact that the average member of that body understood economic theory much better than did the average economist in any other country, and hence he was in a position to realize the full extent of the latitude it left for any social creed he might choose to embrace. For the rest, that singularly happy state of things was simply an instance of the genuine freedom guaranteed by the English environment that removed many sources of irritation. Opposition to what many people believed to be an alliance between economics and laissez-faire policy existed both within and without the small group of orthodox socialists. But it did not amount to much. In particular, it did not amount to a new school of thought. A note indicated that JAS intended to write a paragraph on the Fabians at this point. In the United States, scientific tradition was not anything like as strong. But the radicalism of the typical member of the economic profession did not go beyond the points covered by old doctrine, antagonism to protection and to monopolistic big business, which then developed into the typical American economist's pet aversion. The processes of competitive capitalism were also under fire. Some economists were sympathetic with the populationist movement, others lent qualified support to the ideas of Henry George 1323, and views indicative of hostility to the capitalist order as such were not absent, though very few voiced them as candidly as did Thorstein Veblen. But that fire was weak. The large majority of economists conformed to the bluff convictions of businessmen who did not as yet share the misgivings of their European peers. No economist whom anyone would care to call leading, in any sense whatsoever, identified himself with any radical scheme of social reform. Not completed, JAS evidently intended to sketch the development of social reform in France and Germany before going on to the paragraphs which follow. I do not hesitate to say that this achievement was one of the most important in the records of the economic profession. Having made this quite clear, I hope that what follows will not be misunderstood. That achievement, great as it was, evidently did not belong to the sphere of scientific analysis. And since this is a history of scientific analysis, it does not in itself concern us here. What does concern us is another aspect of it which I readily concede is a less important one, namely its influences on teaching and research. Appraisal of this influence will then offer an opportunity to touch upon, so far as it is necessary to do so, the problem of the economist's value judgments. The efficiency of teaching indubitably suffered. I have emphasized above the share that the academic lecture hall had in spreading the spirit of social reform. The German socialists of the chair certainly fulfilled the ideal of progressive politicians, and laymen the ideal of the professor who preaches reform and denounces obstructing interests. Lucio Brentano addressed his classes as he would have political meetings, and they responded with cheers and counter-cheers. Adolf Wagner 1324 shouted and stamped and shook his fists at imaginary opponents, at least before the lethargy of old age quieted him down. Others were less spirited and effective but not less hortatory in intent. 1325 Such lectures need not necessarily be weak in the technical instruction they impart, but as a rule they are. He who thinks this a cheap price to pay for ethics and ardor will please consider for a moment where, say, internal medicine would be if its teachers, instead of developing the analytic powers of their pupils, indulged in rhetoric about the glories of healing. An increasing number of students left the universities and entered the practical vocations open to economists with an equipment that was nothing short of lamentable, and some of the best of them left thoroughly disgusted. 1326. B. Verein für Sozialpolitik. As regards research, a credit item first claims recognition. It has been pointed out above that the German economists' zeal for reform concentrated upon individual problems or measures much as did that of the Fabians in England. Fundamental reconstruction of society was to come about in time, as a byproduct rather than as the result of efforts directly aimed at it. This procedure involves accumulation of facts on a large scale, and the impressive series of the Schriften des Vereins für Sozialpolitik 188 volumes, most of which actually consisted of several volumes, testifies to a relentless will to dig, to which we are indebted for an invaluable extension of our factual knowledge. Much additional work of the same type was done by individuals and groups either in connection with or outside that corporate effort of the profession. 1327 If, because of considerations of space, the Schriften are allowed to stand as the only example of this kind of analysis, it must be understood that this instance is to illustrate what constituted the greater part of the work done by the economists of all countries in England, As before, it was done partly for royal commissions. 1328. Many of the volumes presented work of a high grade that was not only exemplary in its minute attention to detail but also analytically significant and inspired by considerations of scientific as well as practical urgency. The Varine's comprehensive price studies, begun in 1910, may serve as an example. Most of them, however, were no better and no worse than such investigations were and are at all times and in all countries. But an investigation into the influence of gold production, directed by Arthur Spiethoff, Der Einfluss der Goldersjugung auf die Preisbildung, 1890–1913, volume 149 of the Schriften, that was a part of them, rose far above the general level. On the whole, however, the economists responsible for the reports that fill those volumes of the Schriften, cared little for analytic refinement. They took no end of trouble with their facts, but most of them went straight from their impressions of the factual pattern to recommendations, just as would have any non-professional worker. They neither used nor contributed to theoretical or statistical technique, in spite of their obvious opportunities for doing so. And the analytic apparatus of economics did not improve but even deteriorated in their hands. Moreover, if abilities adequate to describing the trade practices of distributors of milk plus a fervent allegiance to the ideals of the Varine glorified no doubt by a little philosophy and other elements of German culture were all a man needed in order to establish himself as an economist and, in due course, to receive academic preferment, we cannot be surprised that supply adapted itself to the character of demand. Otherwise excellent men cease to care for the higher spheres of scientific invention and rigor. Men who cannot be described as otherwise excellent threw them overboard with a sigh of relief and prided themselves on doing so. And though there always were a few who tried to keep the flag flying, 1329 economic theory as understood in England was in many places almost completely in abeyance for several decades, not only as a field of research but also as a means of training students in scientific habits of mind. When, in the first decade of the century, a reaction began to set in, under Austrian and foreign influence, against economics without thinking, the full extent of the damage done revealed itself in the fact that people hardly knew what economic theory meant. Many thought that it was a sort of philosophy of economic life or else simply methodology. Many foreign observers laid all the blame for the state of things at the door of the historical school. But the historical school, though cultivating another purely scientific interest, still cultivated a scientific interest. It should not be held responsible for that substitution of convictions for performance. See, the problem of value judgments. Concern about the future of economics may have been one of the reasons why an increasing number of men felt it desirable to shape the Varine into something more like a scientific society and, when this had to some extent been attained, to bring forward the question whether economists were within their rights when they took it upon themselves to deliver judgment moral or other on the phenomena they analyzed. During the first decade of the century, this problem of the Werturteil, value judgment, caused heated discussions which culminated in what almost amounted to a row at the Vienna meeting of 1909. To many people it will seem obvious a priori that this attack upon the principle of the Varine's historic practice must have come from economists who were out of sympathy with the policies sponsored by it. This however was not so. The enemies of the Varine had of course always protested against its lack of scientific objectivity. But within the Varine the most prominent leaders in that campaign for freedom from evaluation, Wertfreiheit, were M. Weber and Sombart 1330, both of whom belonged to the radical wing of the Varine and were anything but exponents of capitalist interests. Nevertheless, it is abundantly clear from what has been said so far that it was not the epistemological problem involved which accounts for the bitterness of that controversy, but considerations of a different order. One may feel no qualms at all about the logical status of value judgments within a science and yet hold, a. that the substitution of a creed for analytic ability as a criterion of selection of the personnel of a science will impede advance, b. that those who profess to be engaged in the task of widening, deepening, and tooling humanity's stock of knowledge and who claim the privileges that civilized societies are in the habit of granting to the votaries of this particular pursuit, fail to fulfill their contract if, in the sheltering garb of the scientist, they devote themselves to what really is a particular kind of political propaganda. And it is easy to see that those who thought differently were bound to realize that what was at stake was not a point of scientific logic but their professional standing and all that was dearest to them in their professional activity. The epistemological problem in itself is neither very difficult nor very interesting and can be disposed of in a few words. It will be convenient to do so with reference to the English environment in which the problem arose in the natural course of things as a science comes of age. The critical searchlights are turned on all its habitual attitudes and practices and in which those political acerbities that elsewhere affected the handling of the question were much less important. We have seen how awareness of the problem came about and how it was dealt with by the succession of economists between Senior and Cairns. The distinction between reasoning about what is and about what ought to be having been well established before, the correct interpretation of this distinction was formulated by Sidgwick 1331 in a manner which left little, if anything, to be desired and which seems to have been accepted in principle at least by Marshall and his immediate followers. An ought, that is to say, a precept or advice, can for our purpose be reduced to a statement about preference or desirability. The relevant difference between a statement of this nature, for example, it is desirable to bring about greater economic equality, and a statement of a relation, for example, the amount people will attempt to save out of a given national income depends, among other things, on the way in which the income is distributed, reveals itself in the fact that acceptance of the latter depends exclusively on the logical rules of observation and inference, whereas the acceptance of the former, the value judgments, always requires, in addition, the acceptance of other value judgments. This difference is of little moment when the ultimate value judgments, to which we are led up as we go on asking why an individual evaluates as he does, are common to all normal men in a given cultural environment. Thus, there is no harm in the physician's contention that the advice he gives follows from scientific premises, because the strictly speaking extra-scientific value judgment involved is common to all normal men in our cultural environment. We all mean pretty much the same thing when we speak of health and find it desirable to enjoy health. But we do not mean the same thing when we speak of the common good, simply because we hopelessly differ in those cultural visions with reference to which the common good has to be defined in any particular case. Sidgwick had his full share of the typically English confidence in the ultimate values that happen to prevail in one's own country at one's own time. Therefore he recognized, beyond the frontiers of the science of economics, the existence of a corresponding art, whose propositions were precepts, but precepts not much less enforceable than are propositions of the logico-factual kind. He saw, however, the real problem as he showed by an excellent illustration which, slightly amplified, will serve to sum up the central point in that controversy. An indefinite number of impulses and considerations enter into the making of a protectionist or free trader. Among them are some which link up with a man's tastes in national styles or ideals. Therefore no scientific argument can compel him to embrace or abandon protectionism. 1332 But his motivation may, and as a rule does, imply also propositions about causes and effects, some or all of which may come within the province of the economic analyst. If it should be the case, for instance, that our man is a protectionist because he believes protection to be a remedy for unemployment, then the economist is within his rights if he points out that this is so in some cases but not in others, and that, in this sense, the man ought not to be protectionist unconditionally. The reader will realize that considerations of this order greatly reduce the practical importance of the issue so far as its purely epistemological aspect is concerned. In particular, if an economist is inspired by the typically historical sense for environment, he may be able to proffer from a knowledge of which value judgments are associated with a given environment historically relative advice without leaving the precincts of his professional competence. This goes some way, though not the whole way, toward justifying economists' value judgments. It also explains, in part at least, why the controversy on value judgments did not produce any very important results. But it does not alter the fact that the progress of economics, including progress in its practical usefulness, has been and is being severely impeded by economists' quasi-political activities. 2. Historism. It is one of the major aims of this book to destroy the myth that there ever has been a time when economists as a body scorned research into historical or contemporaneous fact, or when economics as a whole was purely speculative or lacked its factual complement. What, then, is the distinctive characteristic of the group that called itself the historical school, and how was it possible for its members to look upon its program as a new departure? Evidently, it would not do to include everyone who recognized that economic history is an important source of economic truth. Nor can we draw the line around all those who displayed an extensive command of historical facts or a sense of the historical flux of policies and of the historical relativity of propositions, for this would still include List and Marx and Marshall. Not even the actual performance of historical work is enough. There would be no point in a definition that includes James Mill. These considerations, however, point directly to what we are looking for. The basic and distinctive article of the historical school's methodological faith was that the organon of scientific economics should mainly, at first it was held that it should exclusively consist in the results of, and in generalizations from, historical monographs. So far as the scientific part of his vocation is concerned, the economist should first of all master historical technique. By means of this technique, which was all the scientific equipment he needed, he should dive into the ocean of economic history in order to investigate particular patterns or processes in all their live details, local and temporal, the flavor of which he should learn to relish. And the only kind of general knowledge that is attainable in the social sciences would then slowly grow out of this work. This was the original core of what became known as the historical method in economics. 1333 The resulting attitude and program is what economists of a different persuasion meant by historism. Of course, the term history must be interpreted broadly so as to include both prehistoric and contemporaneous fact and the contributions of ethnology. Our way of defining the historical school no doubt tends to obliterate the frontier line between the historical economist and the economic historian. But this is no disadvantage. For the methodological creed of the historical school may be summed up precisely in the proposition that the economist, considered as a research worker, should be primarily an economic historian. The work of economists of the historical school in fact supplemented, and was supplemented by, the work of economic historians proper, a species of the historical genus that was by then well established and did not always welcome what it was sometimes inclined to look upon as unfair competition. 1334. As thus defined, the historical school cannot be said to have ever been dominant in any country. But in German economics it was, during the last 2 or 3 decades of the 19th century, by far the most important factor of a purely scientific nature. This is why we are going to acquaint ourselves somewhat more fully with the performance of the German historical school before dealing briefly with the parallel movements in other countries. A. The older historical school. In deference to established tradition, we shall first notice the work of 3 writers, Bruno Hildebrand, Wilhelm Roscher, and Karl Nies, who are usually mentioned together under the heading of older historical school. As a matter of fact, however, they did not form a school in our sense. The reader should remember that in this book the term school means a definite sociological phenomenon and hence cannot be used at will for any group of writers we may choose to select, and their relation to economic history was neither uniform nor very different from that of a host of other economists of all ages. Hildebrand was an active man of many merits who, by program and performance, emphasized the evolutionary character of economic civilization without renouncing belief in natural laws, however, and the basic importance of historical material more than did the majority of his contemporaries. Roscher was the incarnation of professorial learning, mainly of a philosophico-historical nature, and must indeed be mentioned both on account of his scholarly labors in the field of the history of economic thought and as a leading figure on the stage of academic economics. On that stage he conscientiously retailed, in ponderous tomes and in lifeless lectures, the orthodox mainly English doctrine of his time, simply illustrated by historical fact. However, this does not make a historical economist in the term's distinctive sense. Nor does talk about historical laws or approval of Mangold's epigram that economics is the philosophy of economic history, especially if, for the rest, one theorizes exactly as do other people. was the most eminent of the three. But his main performance was in the field of money and credit, where he made his mark as a theorist. His only connection with the historical school consists in a programmatic book, in which he stressed the historical relativity not only of policies but also of doctrines, and which owes to commendation, by genuinely historical economists, a prominence it does not quite deserve. 1335. b. The younger historical school. The new departure, the distinctive research program, and the emergence of a genuine school must in fairness be associated with the name of Gustav von Schmoller 1336, 1838–1917. In a sketch as short as this, we must concentrate on his work and leadership. The second-line leaders whom the same fairness demands we must resolutely label as such: Brentano, Bucher, Held, and Knapp, we can only mention below. 1337 And the work of less prominent men must be passed by entirely. Schmoller led the school, the younger historical school as it came to be called, by example as well as by word. In his early days he produced a monograph on the clothier's and weaver's craft of Strasbourg, which, not otherwise particularly distinguished, acquired importance in its programmatic setting and became the model of the work of a host of pupils and of followers who were not pupils. His concern with historic work, however, went much further than that instance would suggest. He also did work not usually done by anyone who is not a professed historian. For instance, he took a leading part in the great edition of documents relating to the history of the public administration of Prussia, and always spoke of this achievement with loving pride. Thus, though historical work done by economists was not in itself a novelty, it was then undertaken on an unprecedented scale and in a new spirit. To those critics who felt that the thing was being overdone and who spoke of historism in a derogatory sense, it can fairly be replied, first, that all human achievement is of necessity one-sided, and, second, that in spite of all that was accomplished it is impossible to indicate a single field, at least I cannot indicate one, in which the work of the period went as far as we could wish. Much of this work was no doubt rather pedestrian. 1338 But the sum total of it meant a tremendous advance in accuracy of knowledge about the social process. It must suffice to list the main headings: economic, especially fiscal, policy and administration, the class structure of society, medieval and later forms of industry, especially of craft guilds and merchant guilds, the growth, functions and structures of cities, the evolution of individual industries, of bank credit, and, one of the finest pieces of Schmoller's work, of government and private enterprise. Schmoller's own circle did not do much in the field of agriculture, but it was sedulously cultivated by others and produced some of the best work of historical economics. The outstanding names are Hansen, Meitzen, and Knapp. 1339. Before we glance at some attempts at synthesis, it is necessary to insist on certain features of this work that have not always received the attention they deserve. First, we have noticed that Schmoller himself and most of his pupils threw themselves into the fight for social reform, asserting their personal value judgments with the utmost vigor. 1340 This has obliterated the fact that their scientific credo was extremely critical of value judgments and of the practice of economists to identify themselves with political parties and to recommend measures. One of Schmoller's objections to what he called Smithianism was precisely that these Smithians were so bent on producing political recipes. In part, no doubt, he took this stand because he did not like the particular recipes that were proffered by economic liberalism. But this was not all of it. Beyond his allegiance to different principles of economic policy, there was the respect for the economic fact and the will to let it speak for itself. Second, the same truly scientific spirit of criticism made the school look askance at the broad generalizations that are in the nature of philosophies of history. Schmoller realized, of course, the inevitability of theories in the sense of explanatory hypotheses, and he was less cautious in framing them than it is usual for professional historians to be. But he stopped far short of any attempt at reducing the whole historical process to the action of one or two factors. A single hypothesis of the Comte, Buckle, Marx kind he did not even visualize as an ultimate goal. The very idea of a simple theory of historical evolution seemed to him a mistaken one, in fact unscientific. This point is essential in order to understand his scheme of thought and in particular in order to distinguish it from all those schemes that have nothing in common with his except the reference to history, which, as has been stated above, is too general to be of use. For instance, the view that history is our source of facts might be called Comtist. But Comte turned to this source, or told us to do so, in order to discover by a procedure which he believed to be the same as that used in the physical sciences historical laws. Schmaller's scientific intent was quite different. For him, Comte's suggestion was the very incarnation of the naturalist error and Comtist historical laws were shams. In fact, there is no trace whatever of Comtist influence in his work. This should be clear from our sketch of it and of the program behind it. And it should also be clear that the roots of both the work done and of the program are to be found exclusively in the German past, the high level of historiography, the widespread respect for the historical fact, the low level of theoretical economics, the lack of respect for its values, the supreme importance attributed to the state, the small importance attributed to everything else. These points individualize the school, and they were all of them typically German, in their strengths as well as in their weaknesses. Third, Schmaler always protested against an isolating analysis of economic phenomena. He and his followers spoke of a method of isolation and held that we lose their essence as soon as we isolate them. This view, of course, was simply the consequence of his resolve to feed economics exclusively on historical monographs. For their materials as well as their results are obviously refractory to any attempt at isolating in most cases. In fact, they become meaningless if isolated. Though perfectly understandable and, for all economists who have no bent for theory, perfectly acceptable, this consequence indicates a limitation of the scope of economic analysis of the Schmalerian type, to which corresponds an almost unlimited extension of its subject matter. Nothing in the social cosmos or chaos is really outside of Schmalerian economics. In principle, if not quite in practice, the Schmalerian economist was in fact a historically minded sociologist in the latter term's widest meaning. On this level, specialization would indeed impose itself again if decent work is to be turned out. But the divisions would be enforced by the material and would be of the same kind as those that must exist between medievalists and, say, Romanists. This is the scientific meaning of the label that Schmaler affixed to his school. He did not call it historical simply, but historico-ethical. The label also carried a different meaning. It was to express protest against the wholly imaginary advocacy of the hunt for private profit of which the English classics were supposed to have been guilty. But below this surface meaning, which no doubt served well enough with the public, there was one that was less suggestive of salesmanship. The school professed to study all the facets of an economic phenomenon, hence all the facets of economic behavior and not merely the economic logic of it, hence the whole of human motivations as historically displayed, the specifically economic ones not more than the rest, for which the term ethical was made to serve, presumably because it seems to stress hyper-individual components. Fourth, it is of course a delusion to hope that the results of monographic historical research will weld into general economics merely by being coordinated and without the aid of mental operations other than those that produce the monographs. But we must not overlook that, though such research plus a coordinating study of its results will never produce articulate theorems, they may produce, in a mind appropriately conditioned, something else that is much more valuable. They may exude a subtle message, convey an intimate understanding of social or of specifically economic processes, a sense of historical perspective or, if you prefer, of the organic coherence of things, which is extremely difficult, perhaps impossible, to formulate. Perhaps the analogy with a physician's clinical experience or part of it will prove more helpful than misleading. These considerations will go a long way toward clarifying the possibilities of synthesis that were within the reach of the Schmaler school. The most obvious one is of course a comprehensive economic history, and the outstanding example, for the German Middle Ages, is in Amsternigs Deutsche Wirtschaftsgeschichte, 1879–1901, point 1341. But Schmaler himself visualized a different possibility. When the shadows lengthened, he endeavored to take stock of what he and his groups had achieved or intended and to show the world what a systematic treatise of the historical school would look like. An outline, Grundriss, 1342 of 2 volumes was the result. But by that time he had silently unlearned the lessons of extreme historism. Into a framework that did not depart fundamentally from oldest tradition, he fitted the rich materials of social history, giving for every type or institution a sketch, in some cases, a masterly sketch, of its historical evolution on the lines of his personal theory of it in the chapter on social classes. For instance, historical and ethnological material is arranged around a division of labor theory of the phenomenon. Of course he had to use a conceptual apparatus, and occasionally to reason in the same way as do economic theorists, traditionally so called. He theorized weakly, so weakly in fact that his theory, in this sense, is not even thoroughly bad, but he displayed no reluctance to do so. In matters of value and price Schmaler in fact adopted, or meant to adopt, the teaching of Karl Menger. I am tempted to sum up by saying, think of J.S. Mill's treatise, imagine another that bestows as much emphasis and competence on the institutional aspects as Mill bestowed upon theory in the traditional sense, and reduce correspondingly the space and thought allotted to the latter, and you have Schmaler's Grundriss, barring of course politico-philosophical backgrounds, which do not concern us here. See, the method and straight. Thus, the leader had sheathed the sword. More important still, the flood of historism had begun to ebb and a feeling of neighborly tolerance had begun to prevail all round. Comfortably assured of the survival of both parties, we may therefore turn back for a moment to consider the famous clash between theoretical and historical economists that has come down to posterity as the battle of methods, method and straight. The main facts were these. When historism was nearing high tide, Karl Menger, in 1883, published a book on methodology 1343 that dealt on a broad front with the fundamental problems of procedure in the social sciences, but was very obviously intended to vindicate the rights of theoretical analysis and to put the Schmaler school in its place, and a very secondary place it was. 1344 Schmaler reviewed the book unfavorably in his jar book, and Menger replied in a pamphlet entitled The Errors of Historism 1345, which fairly steamed with wrath and of course elicited rebuttal. This not only created a lot of bad feeling but also set running a stream of literature, both of which took decades to subside. In spite of some contributions toward clarification of logical backgrounds, the history of this literature is substantially a history of wasted energies, which could have been put to better use. Since there cannot be any serious question either about the basic importance of historical research in a science that deals with a historical process or about the necessity of developing a set of analytic tools by which to handle the material, the controversy, like all such controversies, might well seem to us to have been wholly pointless. This impression is strengthened by the surprising fact, which stands out clearly enough if one cares to look below the ruffled surface of polemical arguments and slogans, that neither party really did question its opponent's position outright. The quarrel was about precedence and relative importance and might have been settled by allowing every type of work to find the place to which its weight entitled it. The reasons why, for a time, neither party felt able to adopt this standpoint are important enough for the sociology and history of any science to require explicit statement. The first thing to be observed about all controversies between scientific parties is the large amount of mutual misunderstanding that enters into them. This element is not absent even in the most advanced sciences where homogeneous training, habits of exact statement, and a high level of general competence could be expected to exclude it. But where, as in economics, conditions in all these respects are immensely less favorable than they are in mathematics or physics, men frequently have but an inadequate notion of what the other fellow really worries about. Hence a great part of the fighting is directed against positions which are indeed hostile fortresses in the imagination of the warrior but which on inspection turn out to be harmless windmills. Secondly, this situation is made worse by the fact that methodological clashes often are clashes of temperaments and of intellectual bents. This was so in our case. There are such things as historical and theoretical temperaments. That is to say, There are types of mind that take delight in all the colors of historical processes and of individual cultural patterns. There are other types that prefer a neat theorem to everything else. We have use for both. But they are not made to appreciate one another. There is a parallel for this in the physical sciences. Experimenters and theorists are not always the best of friends. But again, things will be more difficult where neither party can boast of spectacular successes that conciliate and impress. Moreover, every decent workman loves his work. And this alone, for some of us, implies dislike for other methods in a perfectly irrational and impulsive way. Third, we must never forget that genuine schools are sociological realities, living beings. They have their structures, relations between leaders and followers, their flags, their battle cries, their moods, their all too human interests. Their antagonisms come within the general sociology of group antagonisms and of party warfare. Victory and conquest, defeat and loss of ground, are in themselves values for such schools and part of their very existence. They will try to appropriate labels that are considered honorific. In our case, both parties laid claim to such epithets as empiric, realistic, modern, exact, and to affix derogatory labels speculative, futile, subordinate to the work of the enemy. These labels may mean little or nothing in themselves, but they acquire a life of their own and in turn keep controversy alive. All this gives scope to personal vanities, interests, and propensities to fight that may, as they do in national and international politics, count for more than any real issues, in fact to the point of obliterating the real issues. D. The youngest historical school, Spyathoff, Sombart, and M. Weber. The controversy petered out as all controversies of this type do, and the zeal for the historical monograph returned to normal. But the work of the Schmaler school was carried on under the leadership of new men who hailed from Schmaler, had experienced the influence of his message in their formative years, and, though they differed from him and from one another in aims, methods of research, and performance, remained faithful to the fundamental principles he had been foremost in asserting. We might almost speak of a youngest historical school. By far the most eminent members of it are Spyathoff, Sombart, and M. Weber. 1346. So far as technical training is concerned, Spyathoff is no historian at all. But Schmaler's fundamental precepts came into his approach to a problem in this way. At the beginning of each of his great research projects mentioned above stood a simple conceptual apparatus, constructed with care but with a view to adequacy for the particular investigation rather than with a view to refinement per se. With this apparatus and a provisional analytic idea or hypothesis, he attacked in detail selected sets of facts that the apparatus and the idea indicated as relevant. Sometimes going so far as to analyze the economics of an individual apartment house or of a particular firm. Finally, he described the general features of the pattern that emerged without the help of any elaborate method, and these general features, properly adapted to the questions to be answered, were his theoretical results. I dare say that the reader is not much impressed with the novelty of this procedure, which may seem to him nothing but obvious common sense. But it was new in its neatness, the crystal clear distinction of the steps, and the equal attention bestowed on all of them in the success with which Spyathoff did not clamor for, but actually developed, realistic theories of a certain type. It should be observed that, though a man of wide cultural interests, B remained a research worker strictly within the traditional boundaries of economics. He did not care to merge economics into an all-embracing sociology. In this respect he did not follow Schmaler's example. But Sombart did, and, throwing aside all qualms about the limits of professional competence, even out-Schmalered Schmaler. His Modern Capitalism, which title really covers a much wider area, represents a third type of historical school synthesis, to be distinguished alike from the general economic history type and from the type of Schmaler's Grundriss. It is a vision of the historical process that has an artistic quality and is drawn into the sphere of science by being nourished with historical fact and expressed by means of a primitive analytic scheme. It is histoire raisonnée, with the accent on the reasoning, and systematized history with the accent on system in the sense of a succession of frescoes of social states. The kind of historical theory that emerges is best illustrated by Sombert's theory, though it is traceable to Marx, and though he abandoned it in the second edition of the early accumulation of industrial capital from the rent of land. They are explanatory hypotheses suggested by facts. However, his theories are not exclusively or even primarily economic. An attempt such as his defies departmentalization. All factors operative in the totality of the historical process do come in and must come in. Wars and Jews enter pari passu with saving or gold discoveries. And this is quite all right so long as we remember, a. that such comprehensiveness is the privilege of just that one type of scientific endeavor, b. that this type cannot live except on the food provided by other types of work if it is not to degenerate into irresponsible dilettantism, and c. that Sombertian success depends on a combination of personal qualities not usually found together in the requisite intensity and cannot be had by wishing for it, which it is just as well to emphasize in view of the wide international appeal of Sombert's work. Sombert's methodological pronouncements followed fashions too closely to be interesting. At first he was duly contemptuous of those who drilled Robinson Crusoe, see below, ch 6, sector 1, and 2. When the wind changed he was anxious to be recognized as a theorist and took credit for having used, in spots, the deductive method. Considering the relation of his work to American institutionalism, this change of front is important to remember. Much more important is it, however, to note the same absence of hostility to economic theory, in the narrow sense of the term, in M. Weber, whose views on the nature of the logical processes in the social sciences were much more significant. 1347. Weber did not confine himself to mere professions of methodological faith couched in general phrases. He really went into the matter and analyzed the forms of thought actually used within his range of comprehension, that is mainly those used by historical economists and sociologists. And he emerged from gigantic labors with a definite and positive doctrine. This doctrine turns on two concepts, the ideal type and the meant meaning. In the social sciences, he held, we perform operations of a kind entirely foreign to the physical sciences. In the physical sciences, explanation never means more than description. In the social sciences, explanation involves the understanding of cultural contents, the interpretation of meanings, hence the term interpretative sociology, verstehen sociology. There is no sense in asking what the falling stone is about beyond stating the law of its fall. But there is sense in asking what a consuming household is about. In order to make headway with the analysis of the latter and of all social phenomena, the observer must understand his subject of research in a sense in which he cannot and need not understand the falling stone. For this purpose he must create types which, though not necessarily pure like the economic man, are abstractions in that they possess only essential and lack non-essential properties. They are logical ideals. And we try to get at an understanding of what such a type does, feels, says, by asking not what his actions, feelings, utterances mean to us, the observers, but what they mean to the type under research, or, to put the same thing into different words, we try to unearth the meanings that the types intend to attach to themselves and their behavior. If this conveys something to the reader, then he will realize that this theory of the logic of the social sciences, whatever its merits or limitations and its sources in professional philosophy, is quite neutral as between the various kinds of analytic activity. In particular, economic theory in the traditional sense is not ruled out. And it makes precious little difference to the practical work of a theorist whether Mr. Methodologist tells him that in investigating the conditions of a profit maximum he is investigating meant meanings of an ideal type, or that he is hunting for laws or theorems. As a matter of fact, in the epoch of his ripest thought, M. Weber was not unwilling to declare that, so far as his almost complete ignorance of it enabled him to judge, he saw no objection of principle to what economic theorists actually did, though he disagreed with them on what they thought they were doing, that is, on the epistemological interpretation of their procedure. 1348. Indeed, he was not really an economist at all. In an atmosphere not disturbed by professional cross-currents, it would be the obvious thing to label him a sociologist. His work and teaching had much to do with the emergence of economic sociology in the sense of an analysis of economic institutions, the recognition of which as a distinct field clarifies so many methodological issues. So far we have been dealing with a specifically German phenomenon that grew out of specifically German roots and displayed typically German strengths and weaknesses. Of course, some of the factors that account for the rise of the German historical school were ubiquitous. Moreover, in every country there were other factors that favored parallel movements. Comtism was one of the most important of these. Finally, the work of the German school was far too important to remain without influence on the course of things in other countries. Nevertheless, it is important to realize that these parallel movements, though similar, were yet essentially different, that they owed less to the German example than one might be tempted to suppose, and that, with the possible exception of American institutionalism, none of them was strong enough to cause a break in traditions and to redirect research, partly because that tradition was stronger and more ably defended. In Italy, the German development was sympathetically noticed by some, as was the German Sozialpolitik. But neither influence availed to upset the existing patterns. Italian economics had always been strong on the factual side and continued to be so. Nobody seems to have thought of fighting over it. Although some leaders such as Einaudi did some or most of their work in the field of economic history, it would hardly occur to anyone to speak of an Italian historical school in the sense of a distinct scientific party. The same holds true for France. The great tradition of French historiography continued, of course, and, following the interests of the times, economic history received additional attention. Some economists did historical work. I shall mention only Levasseur. 1349. Later on some work was done on lines suggestive of those of Sombart, for example, by Henry C. And those brilliant historians or historical sociologists, like Hippolyte Taine or Alexis de Tocqueville before him, whose works have become required reading for any cultivated person, painted to a considerable extent in economic colors. Nothing of this spelled any new departure for professional economics. 1350. But Simian's work and methodological creed did. Though he owed nothing to German influence if his work had any source in the past, that source was Comte's views of traditional theory, which his theory experimental was to replace, and his arguments against it, speculative castles in the air and so on, were pretty much those of Schmaler. Only, no group has as yet rallied to his standard. 1351. Economic history and historical economics in England. Turning to England, we first notice the quality and quantity of the work done by economic historians that rose to new levels during the period and laid the foundations for the still greater achievements in our own time. The performance of Cunningham may serve as an example. 1352. He did, and felt himself to be doing work that was and always had been essential to economic science, which is primarily analytic, as he put it, Growth of English Industry and Commerce, Volume I, p. 18. He wished to see it used by theorists, and he asserted its claim to a place in the economist's curriculum. But beyond expressing the belief that the conceptual apparatus of analytic economics is not readily applicable to conditions anterior to the capitalist epoch, he nowhere indicated a desire to see it replaced by generalizations proceeding from historical research. That claim on behalf of economic history did not meet any appreciable resistance. Several economists, such as Rogers 1353, were primarily economic historians so far as their research was concerned. Alfred Marshall was a better historian than most of those who later attacked his economics as unhistorical, speculative, and so on. His industry and trade alone suffices to prove that, though the whole extent of his historical acquirements was not known outside of his circle until the publication of Keynes's biographical essay. Under these circumstances there was evidently no room for a historical school in the sense of a scientific party committed to fighting for a distinctive program. As a matter of fact, there were but the merest fragments of one. There had been a forerunner, Jones. 1354, and later on, at the time of the ascendancy of the Schmaler school in Germany, some English economists professed allegiance to more or less similar principles. The most important men to remember are Ashley, Ingram, and Cliff Leslie. 1355. But though all three of these men attracted attention and made their marks, none of them succeeded in forming a group, let alone a militant one. This was so even in the 70s. Later on, when Marshall's leadership asserted itself, the majority of economists, and practically all the talent, flocked to his standard. Some opposition there was, but it was only in part methodological in nature. We may mention Hobson and the Webb's. 1356. The modest trickle of controversial literature need not detain us further. But we must record the excellent performance of J.N. Keynes that settled most of these methodological issues in a spirit of judicial reasonableness and to the satisfaction of the profession. For 2 decades this book held a well-earned position of authority. Its perusal may be recommended even at this distance of time because of its merits as well as of its success. 1357. The manuscript of this chapter stops at this point. The section on American institutionalism was apparently never written. 5. The general economics of the period, men and groups. 1. Jevons, Menger, Walras. The call of social reform created a new focal point for the practical interests of the economics profession, but though it influenced tone and direction, it did not affect the technique of analytic work. The historical school meant indeed to revolutionize the methods of the science, but this revolution ended in compromise even in Germany. So far as these influences went, general economics remained, in scope and method, substantially what it had been before. But its analytic core, for which the term value and distribution became increasingly popular, experienced a revolution of its own which was to subside into a typical classical situation around 1900 and constitutes, in our field, the third great event of that period. According to a familiar tradition from which it is convenient to start, this revolution centered in the rise of the marginal utility theory of value that is associated with the names of 3 leaders, Jevons, Menger, and Walras. We pause to salute them. 1358. Throughout his modest career as a civil servant and teacher, William Stanley Jevons, 1835–82, never made a mark that was at all commensurate to the importance of his achievement. During his life he was better known for his writings on money and finance and on other practical questions of current interest, even for his sunspot or harvest theory of business cycles, see below, ch. 8, than for the performance that was to make him immortal. In England, moreover, his memory was overshadowed by the strong leadership of Marshall, who consistently discounted the Jevonian Revolution. There are many reasons for this. Jevons left hardly any personal pupils, a fact that was in turn due not only to lack of opportunity. He never taught in a strategic position, but also to his amiable modesty or lack of assertiveness, which was quite compatible with the compensatory habit of making large claims of revolutionary novelty for his ideas. But it is also true that his work in economic theory lacks finish. His performance was not up to his vision. Brilliant conceptions and profound insights, particularly his championship of mathematical modes of thought, his theory of value, his theory of capital and interest, were never properly worked out. They were stated as aperçus and so intermingled with old stuff as to look almost superficial. Marshall's definitely ungenerous attitude toward him did the rest. In England, therefore, he never got his due. In particular, his originality was never recognized as it should have been. For he was without any doubt one of the most genuinely original economists who ever lived. In very few other cases, John Ray is another, is it so difficult to speak of roots as it is in the case of Jevons. He heard of his forerunners only after the event, which, in his particular case, was quite excusable, especially since he gave generous credit to those whom he did discover later on. Perhaps he owed more to Mill than he knew. He harbored a strong aversion to Mill's principles, which he had to use in his teaching, but Mill's tergiversations, which are such excellent targets for rifle practice, may nevertheless have taught him many things. Barring this, however, he seems to have built the essentials of his teaching from bricks of his own manufacture. The bulk of his work in pure theory is contained in his Theory of Political Economy, 1st ed. 1871, The date that fixes his priority as regards the concept of the final degree of utility is however 1862, when he read a paper, Notice of a General Mathematical Theory of Political Economy, at the Cambridge Meeting Section F of the British Association for the Advancement of Science. The bulk of his work in the fields of money and cycles has been assembled by Professor Foxwell in a volume entitled Investigations in Currency and Finance, 1884, study of which no economist should neglect. In addition, Jevons was as much a logician as he was an economist. I mention his Principles of Science, 1874, a work of truly Jevonian force and originality which has not, so it seems to me, received the recognition it deserves. A bibliography is appended to his letters and journal, edited by Mrs. W.S. Jevons in 1886. Mrs. and Professor H.S. Jevons contributed a brief article on his life and work to Econometrica, July 1934.1359. Carl Menger, 1840–1921, was, after a brief career in the civil service, appointed to one of the two chairs of political economy at the Faculty of Law of the University of Vienna, which he held for the rest of his official career, 1873–1903. This location was by no means ideal, both because there was no local tradition in the subject, let alone one that commanded the attention of the world, and because the future lawyers and civil servants who formed his audience were but mildly interested in what he had to say. If you were well up in civil and public law, you could afford to flunk the economics examination. But nothing daunted, this hickory of a man asserted himself eventually, found personal pupils of his own intellectual caliber, and though not without an embittering period of strife founded a school, which displayed vitality and coherence and, though lacking all the means and advantages that usually condition such achievement, exerted international influence until it was, temporarily, dispersed in the 1930s. His fundamental principle of marginal utility was his own subjectively, though Jevons holds, of course, priority of rediscovery. And so were, both subjectively and objectively, many of the theorems that occur in the course of its elaboration. He was a careful thinker who rarely slipped, if ever, and his genius stands out only the more impressively because he lacked the appropriate mathematical tools. The ultimate roots of his teaching were in that German theoretical tradition which had reached peaks in Hermann and Thinnen. But the influence of Smith, Ricardo, and especially J.S. Mill is also unmistakable. With Menger, as with Jevons, it was their teaching which he meant to revolutionize. Precisely because of this they were, in a sense, his teachers. His Grundsätze der Volkswirtschaftslehre, first ed. 1871, the second ed. 1923, the work of his old age, adds nothing essential, as well as his other writings, some of which will be mentioned later, were republished, 1933–6, in 4 volumes by the London School of Economics. The introduction by F. A. von Hayek to these collected works, Volume I, is the best source of information on the man and the thinker. See also H.S. Bloch, Carl Menger, Journal of Political Economy, June 1940. An English translation of the Grundsätze, Principles of Economics, with introduction by F. H. Knight was published in 1950. As has been emphasized before, economics is a big omnibus which contains many passengers of incommensurable interests and abilities. However, so far as pure theory is concerned, Walras is in my opinion the greatest of all economists. His system of economic equilibrium, uniting, as it does, the quality of revolutionary creativeness with the quality of classic synthesis, is the only work by an economist that will stand comparison with the achievements of theoretical physics. Compared with it, most of the theoretical writings of that period and beyond, however valuable in themselves and however original subjectively, look like boats beside a liner, like inadequate attempts to catch some particular aspect of Walrasian truth. It is the outstanding landmark on the road that economics travels toward the status of a rigorous or exact science and, though outmoded by now, still stands at the back of much of the best theoretical work of our time. Unfortunately, Walras himself attached as much importance to his questionable philosophies about social justice, his land nationalization scheme, his projects of monetary management, and other things that have nothing to do with his superb achievement in pure theory. They have cost him the goodwill of many a competent critic, and must, I imagine, try the patience of many of his readers. In any case, the tribute above must be understood to refer to his pure theory alone. Marie-Esprit Léon Walras, 1834–1910, was a Frenchman, and not only by virtue of his birthplace. The style of his reasoning and the nature of his achievement are characteristically French in the same sense in which Racine's plays and J.H. Poincaré's mathematics are characteristically French. So are all the roots of his achievement. He emphasized himself the influence of his father Auguste Walras and of Cournot. But, as has been pointed out before, we must add that of Say, his true predecessor. And behind the figure of Say there looms the whole French tradition, Condillac, Turgot, Quesnay, Bois-Guilbert, however much or little he may have consciously absorbed from it. He paid conventional respect to A. Smith. The rest of the great Englishmen meant little to him. His career displays the typical inability of the born thinker to master the practical problems of personal life. He was much too original to be a success at his schools. His training as a mining engineer, to which he owed his mathematics, failed to gain him a living. He turned to freelance journalism, developing his various ideas about social reform, the ideas typical of the French middle-class radical of his time, but he made no mark. 1360 A lucky chance, however, rescued his genius from the danger of going to waste. In 1860, he attended an international congress on taxation in Lausanne, where he read a paper that was well received. In the audience was M. Louis Ruch-Onnet, who later became chief of the Department of Education of the Canton de Vaud and, in 1870, founded a chair of political economy at the Faculty of Law of the University of Lausanne, which he offered to Walras. Having found the anchorage he needed, Walras went to work and remained at work until the end. But his creative period roughly coincides with his tenure of professorial office, 1870–92. All of his work that counts, and some material that does not, most of it previously published in memoirs and articles, beginning in 1873, was eventually consolidated into 3 volumes, Elements d'Économie Politique Pure, 1st ed. 1874–7, 5th definitive ed. 1926, Études d'Économie Politique Appliquée, 1st ed. 1898, 2nd ed. edited by Professor Leduc, 1936, Études d'Économie Sociale, 1st ed. 1896, 2nd ed. edited by Leduc, 1936. The first volume, Lecons 5–34, contains the great achievement. The second volume contains supplements, some of which are of the first order of importance, especially those on money and credit. The third volume is, from our standpoint, of little interest. See his autobiography in Journal de l'Économiste, December 1908, his bibliography in Revue du droit public et de la science politique, May and June 1897, his correspondence with Jevons in Journal des Économistes, June 1874, William Jaffe, Unpublished Papers and Letters of Léon Walras, Journal of Political Economy, April 1935, and J.R. Hicks, Léon Walras, Econometrica, October 1934. At the present time, when it would be hard to find a theorist who does not acknowledge Walras' influence, the statement will read strange that he formed no personal school. But the students of law who had the opportunity of listening to him at Lausanne were hardly accessible to his scientific message. His professorship brought him peace and security but very little influence. And his professional contemporaries were mostly indifferent or hostile. In France, practically no recognition was extended to him during his lifetime, though he found a few followers, such as Octi. In Italy, Barone was an early convert. Pantaleoni too was among the first to understand the importance of his work. It was through Pantaleoni, I believe, that he found his brilliant pupil and successor, Pareto 1361, who was the man to found what under the circumstances became a Pertian rather than a Walrasian school of Lausanne. As a coherent school, this was, however, confined to Italy or almost so. In England, the parallel and much more powerful teaching of Marshall excluded any direct influence until Professor Bowley presented the gist of the Walras, Pareto system in textbook form, Mathematical Groundwork, 1924. The Germans, including the Austrians, saw nothing in Walras' work but the Austrian doctrines dressed up in the particularly repellent garb of mathematics. In the United States, Walras acquired two first-rank followers, Fisher and Moore, but was practically ignored by the rest of the profession. All along he had had stray admirers, of course. But it was only in the 1920s, that is to say, long after his ideas had won out and a decade or so after his death, that he got his due. If one wants to harvest quickly, one must plant carrots and salads. If one has the ambition to plant oaks, one must have the sense to tell oneself, my grandchildren will owe me the shade. 1362. So he once wrote to a friend. 1363. Without going for the moment into the question what the Jevons, Menger, Walras revolution amounted to or whether or not it succeeded in creating a new engine of analysis, we shall now proceed with our survey of men and groups in order to get a provisional idea of the lay of the land in the general economics of that period. As in Chapter 4 of Part 3, this survey will be carried out by countries. 2. England, the Marshall lineage. Before 1885, the year of grace in which A. Marshall delivered his inaugural lecture in Cambridge, the English situation may be characterized like this. There was plenty of good current work, factual in particular, such as new marches. There was no lack of occasional sparks such as are to be found in the writings of Bagehot or Cliff Leslie. There was competent teaching, deriving from J.S. Mill, Cairns, and Fawcett, worthily upholding the flag. But there was nothing out of the common except the message of Jevons, and this, so far as theory was concerned, was as yet not more than a voice crying in a wilderness of dead wood. An after-dinner speaker of 1876 admirably expressed a very general feeling 1364 when he said that, though much remained for economists to do in the way of development and application of existing doctrine, the great work had been done. It was Marshall who changed all that and led out of the valley onto a sunlit height. In England, the period is emphatically the Marshall lineage. His success was as great as A. Smith's, if account be taken of the facts that a science must inevitably grow less accessible to the general public as its techniques develop, and that Marshall had no winning political horse to back, such as free trade had been in its prime. A. Edgeworth, Wicksteed, Bowley, Cannon, and Hobson. Marshall's figure overshadowed not only those English economists who continued to dwell in the post-Millian stratum of analysis, such as Sidgwick and Nicholson, though neither was without merit, 1365, but it also overshadowed Edgeworth and Wicksteed, who indeed lacked Marshall's range of comprehension, both of historical and contemporaneous fact and also his personal force, but who were his intellectual equals within the compass of the theorist's craft. Francis Isidro Edgeworth, 1845 to 1926, one of the successors of Senior in the political economy chair at Oxford, 1891 to 1922, an editor or co-editor of the Economic Journal, 1891 to 1926, descended from a family of the Anglo-Irish gentry and was, in everything except sports, a typical product of a classical Oxford education. Two masters have drawn pictures of the man and the thinker Keynes in the Economic Journal, March 1926. The piece is reprinted in Essays in Biography, pages 267 etseq, and Bowley in Econometrica, April 1934, to which I must be content to refer. But a few points must nevertheless be mentioned here in order to place him for us. First, I mention his utilitarianism, which strongly asserted itself from the beginning, New and Old Methods of Ethics, 1877, and looked so incongruous in a man whose mind was nothing if not cultured, it did much to keep alive quite unnecessarily the unholy alliance between economics and Benthamite philosophy on which I have commented repeatedly. But let me also repeat that in his case, as in that of Jevons, we can leave out the utilitarianism from any of his economic writings without affecting their scientific contents. Second, Edgeworth's name will stand forever in the history of statistics. I do not mean primarily his work on index numbers, see below, ch 8, sector 4, but his work on statistical methods and their foundations that centered in his generalized law of error. Third, there is the long series of his papers on economic topics, the powerful originality of some of which, hidden as it was by quaint peculiarities of presentation, that not everyone will find as delightful as I do myself, has never except by a few been adequately appreciated. In actually novel contributions, indifference curve, contract curve, decreasing returns, general equilibrium, and so on, to the analytic apparatus of economics, they amount to as much as, or more than, do Marshall's principles. Then, fourth, why was this great figure so entirely overshadowed by Marshall? The answer, which is interesting from the standpoint of the sociology of science and in particular of the question, what succeeds, and how and why, seems to be this: Edgeworth lacked the force that produces impressive treatises and assembles adherents. Amiable and generous 1366, he never asserted himself in any claims of his own. He was oversensitive on the one hand, overmodest on the other. He was content to take a back seat behind Marshall, whom he exalted into Achilles, hesitating in conversation, absent-minded to a pathological degree, the worst speaker and lecturer imaginable. Lie was personally ineffective. Unleaderly is, I think, the word. His papers relating to political economy, 3 volumes, 1925, together with Mathematical Psychics, 1881, London School reprint, 1932, contain practically all his work in economic theory. Edgeworth's contributions to mathematical statistics have been summarized by Professor Bowley in a pamphlet published under the auspices of the Royal Statistical Society in 1928. I wish that space permitted me to do justice to the personality of Philip Henry Wicksteed, 1844–1927, as it radiated upon me, in 1906, during an hour's chat on the lawn in front of his house at Wantage. His repose that owed nothing to callousness, his benevolence that was not weakness, his simplicity that went so well with his refinement, his unassuming modesty that did not lack dignity. As it is, I can merely record that this theologian, who was a lecturer on Dante, stood somewhat outside of the economic profession. One of the reasons why his work, particularly excellent on the pedagogical side, did not leave a more discernible mark. Is it believable that his most original piece of work, an essay on the coordination of the laws of distribution, 1894, London School reprint, 1932, went almost unnoticed, that 2 copies only were sold, and that even today Professor Stigler is the only economist I know to rate it at its true value? His Common Sense of Political Economy, 1910, New ed. Together with selected papers and reviews, introduction by Professor Lionel Robbins, 2 volumes, 1933, contains several original points and is far more than a popularization of then established doctrines. Particularly in matters of foundations and of critical elucidation of concepts, for example, in connection with the theory of dimensions, which he did much to advance in an article on certain passages in Jevons' Theory of Political Economy in the Quarterly Journal of Economics, April 1889, his ideas were much ahead of his time. The general complexion of his system is Jevonian. He was in fact the only Jevonian theorist of note, but he shook off so many old things that still stuck to Jevons' exposition and added so many corrections and developments, partly under Austrian influence, that he may be said to have worked out something that, though of course a revision of the marginal utility system, was his own. Wicksteed was independent of Marshall rather than an opponent. Equally independent and still less of an opponent was Professor Bowley at the London School of Economics, the first part of whose career falls within the period under survey, and who then developed what may be termed his scientific style, which anticipated the statement of scope in the Constitution, Section I, of the later econometric society, the advancement of economic theory in its relation to statistics and mathematics. This program that Bowley was to carry out in a long series of publications was then novel and defined a distinctive position. But it attracted little notice at the time, the less so because Bowley did nothing to promote it by way of methodological declarations of policy. Another independent, this one more of an opponent, was a vital teacher, also at the London School, and at that time better known both to the profession and to students, Canon. 1367. There were others whom we ought to, but cannot afford to, mention. Also, there was opposition, and not only from those who kept to older forms of thought. There were, of course, heretics like Hobson. 1368. More important, there were anti-theorists, like Sidney Webb, whom anything like analytic refinement moved to scorn. 1369. But there was no opposition from anyone of comparable stature as an analyst, much more than Ricardo had ever done. Marshall actually commanded the scene. The great master, who was also a masterful man to some he looked pontifical, made almost the whole of the rising generation of English economists his pupils and followers. B. Marshall and his school. Marshall created a genuine school, the members of which thought in terms of a well-defined scientific organon and supplemented this bond by strong personal cohesion. Professor Pigou, his successor in the Cambridge chair, Professor Robertson, who succeeded Pigou, and Lord Keynes, to mention only a few of the most familiar names, were formed by his teaching and started from his teaching, however far they may have travelled beyond it. After 1930, Keynes himself and most of what may be termed the third generation did indeed renounce allegiance. But so far as purely scientific analysis is concerned, this means less than it seems to mean. And though some of them grew to dislike Marshall, not only his modes of thought but also his personal aura, his stamp is still upon them all. 1370. That school was in a sense still is a national one and very alive to its specifically English character. I have compared Marshall's success with A. Smith's. In fact, the former was still more spontaneous and immediate than was the latter. The principles were received with a universal clapping of hands, and the newspapers, which at first were rather cold to the wealth, vied with one another in complimentary full-dress reviews of the principles. But one qualification imposes itself: abroad, Marshall's work never succeeded as had A. Smith's. The reason is not far to seek. Marshall's message, however much he liked the idea of being read by businessmen, was after all a message to the economics profession. And the economists of all countries who were open to economic theory at all had by 1890 evolved or accepted systems that, however inferior in technique, were substantially like Marshall's in fundamental ideas. First and last, Marshall was, and felt himself to be, the great English economist of the period. But this does not alter the fact that Marshall's great work is the classical achievement of the period, that is, the work that embodies, more perfectly than any other, the classical situation that emerged around 1900. I believe that Lord Keynes meant to express a similar evaluation when he listed the publication of the Principles as the first of the three events in 1890 from which the modern age of British economics is to be dated. 1371. Although we shall have to move within its orbit throughout this part, it will be convenient to assemble here the main points about Marshall's work as a whole. The portrait of Alfred Marshall, 1842 to 1924, the man, the academic man, the teacher, the thinker, has been painted with unsurpassable brilliance by Lord Keynes. Alfred Marshall, Economic Journal, September 1924, reprinted in Essays in Biography, 1933, and so has been the portrait of the tutelary deity of his life, Mrs. Marshall, whose memory can never be separated from his, Mary Paley Marshall, 1850 to 1944, Economic Journal, June 1944. Two other references are strongly recommended to the reader's attention: the Memorials of Alfred Marshall, ed. by A. C. Pigou, 1925, and the article on the place of Marshall's principles in economic theory by another leading Marshallian, Mr. G. F. Shove, Economic Journal, December 1942. An extensive and presumably complete list of Marshall's writings was published by Keynes in the Economic Journal, December 1924, it is reprinted in the Memorials. But the bulk of Marshall's published work is in the Principles of Economics, 1st ed., 1890, described as Volume I until the 6th ed., 1910, in what follows, references are to the 4th, 1898, in Industry and Trade, 1919, and Money, Credit and Commerce, 1923. The 3 volumes are all essential. Nobody knows Marshall who knows only the principles. They are supplemented by a posthumous volume of official papers, 1926. For the rest, it must suffice to mention his Pure Theory of Foreign Trade and his Pure Theory of Domestic Values, privately printed, 1879, London School reprint, 1st ed., 1930, his and Mrs. Marshall's Economics of Industry, 1879, a most important stepping stone to the principles, and, finally, the highly revealing address on the old generation of economists and the new, 1896, published in the Quarterly Journal of Economics, January 1897. Marshall and A. Smith have more in common than similarity of success and of position in the history of economics. Neglecting a number of time-bound differences, we find strong similarity in the visions or general conceptions of the process and, in particular, with respect to economic evolution. Also we find an approximately equal distribution of weights as between theory and facts, although Marshall's superior art succeeded in banishing mere narration from the pages of the principles so that to readers who neglect industry and trade, his treatment looks more purely theoretical than it is and much more so than does A. Smith's. But the similarity extends still further to the aim, plan. I am not referring to non-essentials such as sequence of topics, and nature of the performance. Marshall was aware of this. He is reported to have said, "It's all in A. Smith." There is more in this remark than mere recognition of the fact that today's work necessarily grows out of yesterday's. There is recognition of kinship. And there is a final similarity, both the wealth and the principles are what they are, partly at least, because they are the result of the work of decades and fully matured, the products of minds that took infinite care, were patient of labor, and indifferent to the lapse of years. This is all the more remarkable because both Smith and Marshall were extremely anxious to preach their wisdom and to influence political practice, yet neither of them allowed himself to be hurried into print before his manuscripts were as perfect as he felt able to make them. 1372. A reader's guide through the principles is superfluous, I trust. Suffice it, then, to say that Book V, Theory of the Equilibrium of Demand and Supply, contains the core of the analytic performance. Book 6 on distribution is an extensive application of the analysis of Book V. Book I presents first an economic history in one lecture, so severely scaled down that what remains reads like a series of trivialities and almost entirely fails to convey the breadth and depth of the research that actually went into it, and second an almost unbelievably insular sketch of the history of economics. Book 2, Some Fundamental Notions, Concepts, could have been written by any 19th century hewer of wood and drawer of water. Books 3, Wants, and 4, Agents of Production, contain several novelties and, occasionally, deep insights, e.g. in ch 12, 11 and 12, all smothered by a mass of things that might have been improved by pruning. The reader who pierces the highly polished surface, on which everything seems to be reduced to commonplace, is first of all struck by the tremendous wealth of analytic and factual detail, drilled into order by a stupendously skilled taskmaster to whom it never seems to have occurred that nothing will make a book more difficult than will the attempt to make it too easy. Everything finds its appointed niche in a vast structure, and everything is, before being displayed in its niche, analytically chiseled into shape by an artist in neat and economical conceptualization. In the second place, that reader will discover a quality that comes near to constituting Marshall's chief claim to immortality. In Marshall he beholds not only a high-powered technician, a profoundly learned historian, a sure-footed framer of explanatory hypotheses, but above all a great economist. Unlike the technicians of today who, so far as the technique of theory is concerned, are as superior to him as he was to A. Smith. He understood the working of the capitalist process. In particular, he understood business problems, and businessmen better than did most other scientific economists, not excluding those who were businessmen themselves. He sensed the intimate organic necessities of economic life even more intensively than he formulated them, and he spoke therefore as one who has power and not like the scribes or like the theorists who are nothing but theorists. I am afraid that this achievement so remarkable in one who moved primarily within academic circles and largely shared their prejudices together with the Olympian repose, which his attitudes to hotly debated practical problems display, accounts in part for the unpopularity that surrounds his name today. In the third place, the reader who gets still further and knows how to see the analytic skeleton under the smooth skin and all the flesh will behold the apparatus of what we now call partial analysis, that is, the set of tools that have been forged for the purpose of analyzing the phenomena in relatively small sectors of the economy, individual industries that are too small to call forth, through variations in their own outputs, prices, and demands for factors, repercussions in the social aggregates, especially in real and monetary national income, so that everything that happens outside of such sectors may be treated as given. See below, ch 7, Sector 6. Book V is the classic masterpiece of this partial analysis that has been so much admired by some and so severely criticized by others. The questions involved will be discussed later on. At the moment another matter calls for our attention. The partial analysis viewpoint is so much in evidence throughout Marshall's text, and the handy concepts of partial analysis that he forged or refurbished have been so generally received into current teaching that there is some excuse for those who see in Marshall the master of partial analysis and nothing more. All the same, this fails to do justice to the depth and range of Marshall's thought. It is not only that the wider conception of the general interdependence of all economic quantities receives intermittent attention in the principles. Marshall actually formulated this wider conception embryonically but still explicitly in the notes 14 and XXI of the appendix. And the memorials contain a passage, p. 417, rightly emphasized by Mr. Shove in the article referred to above, that reads, "My whole life has been given and will be given to presenting in realistic form as much as I can of my note XXI. It seems fair, therefore, to list Marshall also among the builders of the general equilibrium system as well as of the marginal utility analysis per se. There is more to another opinion that restricts Marshall's achievement. His theoretical apparatus is strictly static. This does not prevent him from dealing with evolutionary phenomena or indeed any phenomena of economic life that are refractory to the application of the methods of statics. As Keynes pointed out in his treatise on money, 2. p. 406, Marshall was a little disposed sometimes to camouflage the essentially static character of his equilibrium theory with many wise and penetrating obiter dicta on dynamical problems. But in order to do so he had to get off the driver's seat of his analytic engine, the arms of which do not reach these problems. The range of the principles is much wider than that of the theory which the work expounds, and the theory itself is impaired by the strain to which it is subject, especially in the neighborhood of the phenomena of decreasing average cost. In the fourth place, no unbiased reader can fail to perceive the twin facts that will be fully discussed later on, namely, that Marshall's theoretical structure, barring its technical superiority and various developments of detail, is fundamentally the same as that of Jevons, Menger, and especially Walras, but that the rooms in this new house are unnecessarily cluttered up with Ricardian heirlooms, which receive emphasis quite out of proportion to their operational importance. It is therefore understandable that a few English writers and the majority of non-English ones have put Marshall down as an eclectic, who tried to reconcile and to combine, or to compromise between, the analytic principles of the English classical school, meaning Ricardianism, and the analytic principles of the marginal utility school, meaning, mainly, Jevons and the Austrians. It is not less understandable that both Marshall himself and the Marshallians refuse to accept this interpretation, not without irritation. They are right. Marshall's powerful engine of analysis, though it may look antiquated by now, was the result of a creative effort and not of a synthetic one, especially those will have to admit this who, like myself, discount the importance of the Ricardianism in it. This leads, however, to the questions of the roots of Marshall's work and of its originality. These questions are no mere matters of dusty records. They must be answered in order to light up an important phase in the history of economics. The roots of Marshall's work are easy to lay bare. As an economist, he was trained, or rather trained himself, in the tradition of A. Smith, Ricardo, and J.S. Mill. In particular, his acquaintance with economics commenced with reading Mill in 1867-8, Memorials, p. 10, and he retained what might be called a filial respect for J.S. Mill throughout his life, though he was under no delusion concerning the latter's intellectual stature. In addition, the preface to the first edition of the Principles extends guarded recognition to the influence of Cournot and Thenon, which is indeed unmistakable. No economist other than these five, not even Jevons, Dupuit, or Jenkin 1373 is credited with any influence on fundamentals, though many are recognized on individual points of minor importance. But the resulting picture is entirely possible. We have noticed the peculiar character of J.S. Mill's treatise, which hovers between Ricardo and Say and invites corrective reformulation. A man such as Marshall, who was trained in mathematics and physics and to whom the concept of limits and hence the formal part of the marginal principle would be as familiar as would be his breakfast bacon, need only have allowed his mind to play on Mill's loose statements and to work out their exact model, system of equations, in order to arrive at a point where the purely theoretical parts of the principles came in sight. The incidental innovations would then naturally appear to him as mere developments from Mill instead of as revolutionary. Moreover, strong leaders who are sure of a disciplined majority do not make revolutions either in science or in politics but lead on smoothly, leaving fuss and revolution to minority groups that have to shout in order to be heard at all. I think that this agrees pretty well with the opinion espoused by the Marshall-Lienz point 1374. In any case, it is my justification for attributing to Marshall, within pure theory, remember, creative achievement. By this admission we have already prejudged the question of originality. Though Marshall never left any doubt that he felt under no obligation to Jevons, let alone to the Austrians and Walras, the full extent of his claim to subjective originality was not known to the world before the publication of the Memorials, Keynes's biographical essay, and Shove's paper. This claim is accepted here without question. Of course, this does not touch objective originality or priority. A marginalist treatise published in 1890 or, for that matter, in 1880 could have improved and developed existing doctrine, which Marshall certainly did, but it could not have revealed fundamentally new truth. According to what I believe to be the ordinary standards of scientific historiography, such merit as there was in the rediscovery of the marginal utility principle is Jevons, the system of general equilibrium, including the theory of barter, is Walras, the principle of substitution and the marginal productivity theory are Thenon's, the demand and supply curves and the static theory of monopoly are Cournot's, as is the concept, though not the word, price elasticity, the consumer's rent is Dupuit's, the diagrammatic method of presentation is also Dupuit's or else Jenkins'. If this had been always clearly understood, there would be no more to be said. 1375 But it has not been generally understood. Perhaps it is not even understood now by all economists. 1376 With the result that the reputation of others has suffered and that there exists, in many minds, a picture of the scientific situation of that time that it is the duty of the historian to correct. This duty is painful because the reason for this state of opinion is largely Marshall's own fault. The case of the Austrians versus Marshall, and Edgeworth, will be considered later and therefore need not be touched upon here. In striking contrast to the generosity he lavished on Ricardo and Mill, Marshall was less than generous to all those whose contributions were closely related to his own. The one exception is Thenon, whose work was properly recognized not only in a general way in the preface to the first edition of the Principles but also in the passage, p. 704 of the first ed., that speaks of von Thenon's great law of substitution. but Cournot received only general recognition and is not referred to where we should have expected specific reference, primarily in the theory of monopoly. However, we are not concerned with leveling any indictment against Marshall on the score of inadequate acknowledgement of indebtedness of this charge. Keynes and Shove have largely cleared him, but with his inadequate acknowledgement of priority. The case of Jevons is the most obvious one. But the case of Walras is worse. Marshall, of all men, mathematically trained as he was, entertaining as he did the highest opinion of the central importance of his own note XXI, cannot have been blind to the greatness as well as to the priority of Walras' achievement. Yet Walras' great name occurs in the Principles only on 3 unimportant occasions that have nothing to do with that achievement. 1377 And exactly the same holds for the less important cases of Dupuit and Fleming Jenkin, who received but footnote recognition, and this not in the right places. I hasten to emphasize extenuating circumstances. One of them has been formulated by Lord Keynes. Marshall perceived in the work of Jevons and the Austrians technical faults and other inadequacies that might have impaired the success of the new organon unless the offending authors were kept at arm's length. There are other such circumstances. Continuity of analytic work is an asset, and the originators of the new theoretical system, or at least Jevons and the Austrians, had needlessly broadened the gulf that separated them from their predecessors. Also, Marshall was very conscious of his role as a national leader. He may have felt it his duty to uphold the national tradition. Fortunately, however, I can conclude on a more pleasant note. The greatest thing about Marshall's great work still remains to be said. Behind the great achievement there is a still greater message. More than any other economist, with the exception, perhaps, of Pareto, Marshall pointed beyond himself. He had no theory of monopolistic competition. But he pointed toward it by considering a firm's special market. It has been stated above that his pure theory was strictly static, but also that he pointed toward economic dynamics. He did no econometric work. But he always reasoned with an eye to the statistical complement of economic theory and did his best to frame concepts that would be statistically operational, and in his address on the old generation of economists and the new he outlined important parts of the program of modern econometrics. Naturally, his work is out of date. But there is in it a living spring that prevents it from becoming stale. 3. France. The French situation from 1870 to 1914 was curious indeed. Walras was at work, to 1892 or thereabouts, and Cournot was emerging from oblivion. In the factual branch of analysis, there were Le Play and his school, Simiand, Levasseur, Mantoux, Martin, and many others. 1378 Counting peak performances only, we might feel inclined to put French economics at the head of all countries. But, excepting those of the factual branch, the peak achievements almost entirely failed to percolate, and there were hardly any symptoms of that wider activity that makes up lost ground so rapidly in our own day. 1379 The indifferent reputation of academic French economics in that period is, however, not due to its deficiencies in the field of pure theory, and there is no reason to think little of it so far as applied fields are concerned, but to something else that will preclude recognition by modern radicals eliminate, namely, to liberalism in the Gladstonian sense. So obvious were the political affiliations of the leading group of French economists, and so completely did their politics dominate every line they wrote, that we have no choice but to adopt political criteria for the rest of this sketch. Accordingly, we consider first the laissez-faire ultras, who are known as the Paris Group because they controlled the Journal des Economistes, the New Dictionary, the central professional organization in Paris, the Collège de France, and other institutions, as well as most of the publicity, so much so that their political or scientific opponents began to suffer from a persecution complex. It is extremely difficult, even at this distance of time, to do justice to this group that was also a school in our sense. I shall mention only a few names that will guide any interested reader to its works and, instead of characterizing individuals, attempt to characterize, in a few lines, the group as a whole. The most distinguished names, then, were Paul Leroy-Beaulieu, Courcelle Senouil once more, Levasseur, the indefatigable Gustave de Molinari, Yves Guillot, Maurice Bloch 1380 and Leon Say. They were anti-etatists, that is to say they indulged in a belief to the effect that the main business of economists is to refute socialist doctrines and to combat the atrocious fallacies implied in all plans of social reform and of state interference of any kind. In particular, they stood staunchly by the drooping flag of unconditional free trade and laissez-faire. This accounts easily for their unpopularity with socialists, radicals, Catholic reformers, solidarists, and so on, though it should not count for us. But what does count for us is the fact that their analysis was methodologically as reactionary as was their politics. They simply did not care for the purely scientific aspects of our subject. J.B. Say and Bastiat, and later on a little diluted marginal utility theory, satisfied their scientific appetite. Some who sympathized with the politics of the group, though they were no members of its inner circle, and are hence, very significantly, mentioned but rarely took a higher flight and did notable work. This holds particularly for two men who should always be listed among economists of eminence, Coulson and Chason. It is not without importance to note that both were engineers by training, and in this respect continued a French tradition that is adorned by the name of Dupuit and is now more alive than ever. If I were willing to use the term school in any other sense than that adopted in this book, I should certainly form a school from those brilliant French engineers in the public service who contributed, and are contributing, so substantially to scientific economics. 1381. But even the others, whose flights cannot be described as high, had one great merit. Their philosophies were deplorable, their theory was weak, but when they wrote on practical questions they, like their predecessors and like Marshall, knew what they were writing about. That is to say, they lived and thought in close proximity to business and political practice, which most of them knew from experience and not from newspapers. There is an atmosphere of realism and shrewdness about their works that partly compensates for lack of scientific inspiration. 1382. The politicians can hardly have liked a group that stood for free trade and otherwise indulged in an impracticable liberalism. So, when the government proceeded to establish chairs in economics in all the law faculties of all the universities of France, 1878, it saw to it that the new professors should not all of them be of the political complexion of the Paris group. This wrought a change, of course, but apart from bringing the light of economics to the most unfortunate provinces that had had to dwell in outer darkness until then, this change was at the beginning more political than scientific. However, the new men who felt themselves to be new men in more senses than one drew together, founded the heterodox Revue d'économie politique, 1887, doubted, most of them, the natural law that booms laissez-faire, looked with more favor on protection that was carrying the day anyhow, and allowed themselves to be caught in modest programs of social reform. Scientifically, very little came of this at first. But in the course of the 35 years, counting from those appointments, by the grace of the spirit of the times, substantial improvement was effected, and not only by the new professors themselves. The Paris milieu was livened up, though the little knot of laissez-faire stalwarts, not less remarkable for longevity than for strength of conviction, held out like Leonidas Spartans at Thermopylae. As for representative names, it will suffice to mention P.L. Cowes, who, more a jurist than an economist and influenced by German Sozialpolitik and German Historism, was a man of sense and force even if not much of a scientific economist. Charles Gide and Charles Rist, who rose into prominence later on, 1383, and two men whose performances were among the first harbingers of a new epoch in French economics, Landry and Aftalion. 1384. So far as I know, none of the groups that expounded systems of social reconstruction, socialists and solidarists included, made any contribution to be noticed in a history of analysis. 1385. For Germany and Austria. As we know, in Germany Sozialpolitik and the work of the historical school asserted their influence upon general economics more than in any other country. These interests did not entirely destroy tradition, nor did they entirely crush out the theoretical component in general economics. But in places they came near doing so, although a reaction had set in by 1900 and was running strong by 1914, the men who were then in their 20s were practically untrained in the art of handling analytic tools, and some of them actually conceived of theory as consisting of philosophies about socialism or individualism and the like, and of quarrels about methods. They had no conception of theory as a box of tools. Broadly speaking, genuinely homegrown theory was insignificant and anemic, and the only live impulses came from the Austrian and the Marxist schools. The situation, thoroughly decentralized as it was much as in the preceding period, is difficult to describe by means of a brief sketch. Simplifying to the utmost, I propose to deal with it as follows. We shall first consider the Austrian school, then we shall glance at a number of representative men who form a group in no sense except that they had laid the foundations of their reputations in the preceding period and exerted considerable influence as elder statesmen in the one under survey. Finally, reserving the Marxists for separate treatment at the end of the chapter, we shall add additional representative names that will serve to complete the picture, begun in the preceding chapter, of the life and work of German economics, so far as impressionist patches of color can be said to complete any picture. In all three subsections this purpose of painting a picture that must not be overcrowded has been kept in view at considerable pain, cost of injustice to many individuals. Point 1386. A. The Austrian or Viennese school. The close cultural relations that existed between the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and Germany did not prevent the emergence in Austria of a scientific situation in our field that differed completely from the German one. This was largely due to two personal facts, to the fact that Karl Menger was a leader of quite unusual force, and to the fact that he found two disciples, Bohm-Bawerk and Wieser, who were his intellectual equals and who completed Menger's success. They cannot really be called second generation, but have title to be considered as co-founders of what, considering all circumstances, was to be a school of surprising importance and durability. There were several other followers of some note, such as Sachs and Zucker-Kandel, and of course a second generation did rise within the period. But I think it to be both right and conducive to a correct impression to confine this subsection to those two 1387 leaders and to two other men who, personally rather than doctrinally, stood somewhat apart and never got all the credit they deserve, Auspitz and Lieben. Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk, 1851–1914, was, so far as his career was concerned, primarily a public servant. This must be kept in mind in appraising his scientific work, exactly as Ricardo's business avocations must be kept in mind if we are to do justice to his. What is before us to read is not the finished work that Bohm-Bawerk had in mind. Parts of the published performance were written in a hurry, the consequences of which Bohm-Bawerk never had the opportunity to remedy. In order to show this, let us cull a few relevant facts from the record of a life conspicuous for single-minded devotion to duty, complete disinterestedness, high intellectual endeavor, wide cultural interests, and genuine simplicity, all of which was entirely free from sanctimoniousness or any propensity to preach. His early scientific development must have been seriously interfered with by his entering the civil service immediately on completing the usual legal studies that, as we know, left but little room for economics. He was 30 when he was appointed to the University of Innsbruck, and the 8 years he taught there define the whole of the time that he was able to devote, in the plenitude of his powers, to scientific economics. He was a hard, systematic, and effective worker, and we need not, perhaps, deduct very much from his fund of energy on the score of academic teaching. More of it, however, went into his polemics, by which he established himself as by far the most eminent champion of Menger's teaching. 1388 The rest went into the chief work of his life, Kapital und Kapitalsins, first volume, 1884, 4th ed., 1921, English trans, 1890, 2nd volume, 1889, 4th ed., 1921, English trans, 1891. Volume I, Geschichte und Kritik der Kapitalsins-Theorien appeared in English as Capital and Interest, Volume II, Positive Theory de Capitals as Positive Theory of Capital. Work on the second volume that contains his own creative contribution. The first contains a series of criticisms of interest theories had to be curtailed, and the volume had to be hurried through the press in parts as the author wrote it, anticipating his re-entry into the Ministry of Finance for the purpose of preparing the great fiscal reform of 1896. Distinct ideas are but imperfectly welded together. In essential respects the author changed his standpoints while writing. Different currents of his own thought run side by side. The decisive later chapters are frankly provisional, see preface to the unchanged second ed., and as he was able to make them, not as he wanted to make them. A brilliant but absorbing career followed from 1889 to 1904, during which he held cabinet office 3 times and had no more leisure than is implied in scanty leaves of absence and occasional hours that he snatched from official work, especially in the early mornings. Even so, he kept up a peripheral relation with academic teaching. He was honorary professor at the University of Vienna, occasionally conducting a seminar. Also, he was able to do some writing of a polemical or expository nature. Among other things, he produced his famous criticism of the Marxist system. 1389, but he was not able to do original work. Leisure came indeed in 1905, when, refusing the most lucrative post in the gift of the crown, he accepted appointment as ordinary, full, professor at the University of Vienna. This spelled freedom from all but self-imposed duties and also from the petty vexations of modern life, since all authorities of that environment were infinitely respectful to the Privy Councillor full of honors. But he was older in mind and body than in years. Though he conducted his famous seminar to his death, 1914, his creative force was spent. He did work at his capital and added formidable appendices, but no real progress was possible anymore. The revised and enlarged third edition of Kapital und Kapitalsins was published in 3 volumes, 1909-14. Volume 2 was expanded into 2 volumes, 2, 1 and 2, 2, an unchanged 4th edition with an introduction by von Wieser appeared in 1921. Let us neglect Bohm-Bawerk's championship of the marginal utility principle, his critique of Marx, and a few other things that might be mentioned, and ask what was the nature and significance of his main contribution. The answer that most people are likely to return is, a theory of interest and, in connection with it, the period of production. This answer is wholly inadequate. The Bohm-Bawerkian theory of interest and, incidentally, the Bohm-Bawerkian period of production are only 2 elements in a comprehensive model of the economic process, the roots of which may be discerned in Ricardo and which parallels that of Marx. Part of it is, naturally, a complete theory of distribution, not of interest alone, that culminates in the capital market fully developed. See Part 2 of Positive Theory, Book 4, 3rd and 4th eds, where the stock of goods, the period of turnover, wages, and interest are simultaneously determined. If we wish to label his place in the history of economics, we had better call him the bourgeois Marx. 1390. There is thus a Ricardian root to Bohm-Bawerk's achievement 1391, though he was entirely unaware of it. Equally unaware was he of the fact that he had been anticipated, in one essential point, by Ray. 1392. Finally, much more definitely, he was anticipated by Jevons. His relation to the latter is not unlike that of Marshall. Occasional anticipations on this point or that occur fairly frequently, one of them, as we have seen, in Senior and another in Newcomb's Principles. Subjectively, however, he was so completely the enthusiastic disciple of Menger that it is hardly necessary to look for other influences. It is not only that he followed Menger in matters of value and price, even the 2 propositions that the productivity of a given quantity of capital can be increased by extending the period of production, and that we habitually undervalue future pleasures as compared with present ones, 2 cornerstones, as we shall see, of the specifically Bohm-Bawerkian theory of capital and interest, had been indicated by Menger. 1393. It is this rather than Jevons' priority that raises the question of Bohm-Bawerk's originality. It could be argued that a man who had it in him to develop such embryonic suggestions into an imposing organic whole hardly needed any suggestions at all. But it is not necessary to do so. It is Baumgart's model or schema of the economic process adumbrated above which makes him one of the great architects of economic science, and this schema was quite outside Menger's as well as Jevons' range of vision. A few of the best minds in our field, Wicksell and Taussig 1394 in particular, have in fact considered him as such. But much more numerous, from the first, were critics and detractors. This is due, in the first place, to Baumgart's reserve, which, though he had very many pupils, prevented him from turning them, as did Marshall, into disciples, hence he never acquired a scientific bodyguard that would stand ready to sally forth in his defense. In the second place, the famous controversialist had accumulated many accounts that some people were not slow in settling. 1395 In the third place, as explained above, Baumgart's work had not been permitted to mature. It is essentially, not formally, a first draft whose growth into something much more perfect was arrested and never resumed. Moreover, it is doubtful whether Baumgart's primitive technique and in particular his lack of mathematical training would ever have allowed him to attain perfection. Thus, the work, besides being very difficult to understand, bristles with inadequacies that invite criticism. For instance, as he put it, the production period is next to being nonsense and impedes his reader's progress to the core of his thought. In consequence, criticism of individual points was often successful, and such piecemeal defeats injured the reputation of the whole. He even got criticism from such eminently fair-minded men as Irving Fisher, who seems never to have realized how much his theory of interest owes to Baumgart, though he, of all men, was certainly anxious and even over-anxious to do justice to any predecessors he could find. By the time Keynes wrote his treatise, it was an almost general opinion that Baumgart's theory was just a curious error and not to be discussed seriously anymore. And yet his ideas keep on turning up and teaching people, critics and detractors included, their business. This, in fact, his ideas had done from the first, though Baumgart got few compliments, and acquired few disciples, he was and still is one of the profession's great teachers. 1396. Friedrich von Wieser, 1851–1926, was a very different man. He was a born thinker, and a brief spell of civil service in his youth and a still briefer spell of cabinet office in his middle 60s were the only interruptions in a pacific and uneventful academic career in Prague and Vienna. This thinker is, however, difficult to characterize. The great thing about him was a spacious vision that went deep below the surface. But he implemented this vision very imperfectly, for he not only lacked, like Baumgart, the necessary technical training, but in addition, the natural aptitude for turning out an effective argument. His sociology, which merits more attention than it has received, Recht und die Macht, 1910, Gesetz der Macht, 1926, has been already mentioned. His significant contribution to the theory of money will be mentioned in the appropriate place. Of his three great works in general theory, the first, Über den Ursprung und die Hauptgesetze der Wirtschaftlichen Worths, 1884, has the merit of re-emphasizing and developing the Mengerian argument on value. He coined the term Grenznutzen, marginality, and no other, though even that meant a great deal at the time. The second, Der Natur Worth, 1889, English trans, 1893, worked out the Austrian theories of cost and distribution. He coined the phrase Zurechnung, imputation, which Menger had not more than sketched, and this work must, in spite of the latter fact and also in spite of glaring faults of technique, rank high as an original achievement. The third, Theorie der Gesellschaftlichen Wirtschaft, in M. Weber's Grundrisse der Sozialökonomik, I, 1914, English trans. Social Economics, 1927, while adding nothing essentially new, is an impressive summary of a lifetime's economic thought. History knows him. The extent to which it knows him, however, varies greatly from historian to historian, chiefly as the man who rounded out the Austrian structure, though some of his ideas were more akin to those of Walras than to those of Menger. The best appreciation of his significance as a theorist is to be found in Professor Stigler's book, to which reference is here made once for all. 1397 His Gesammeltabhandlungen have been edited, with a biographical introduction, by Professor von Hayek, 1929. Space does not permit more than a brief reference to the work of two remarkable men, Rudolf Auspitz, 1837–1906, an industrialist who fought the cartel that increased his profits, which increase he handed over to his employees, a politician who was co-author of the bill that introduced the progressive income tax, and Richard Lieben, 1842–1919, his relation and scientific collaborator, a private banker of artistic tastes. They produced one of the outstanding theoretical performances of the age, the Untersuchungen über die Theorie des Preises, 1889. The first part was published separately in 1887, French trans, 1914. Technically, they were immensely superior to their compatriots, and both because of this and because they put partial analysis problems into the foreground, their work looks less Austrian than it is. It received some recognition from Edgeworth and more from Irving Fisher, but was without honor at home. Their total and marginal supply and demand curve apparatus, they did not use average curves, was an original contribution at the time, as was the general theory of the appendix that was not noticed at all. I have described the Austrian school as the one of the two live influences in German general economics. But this influence did not assert itself perceptibly until after 1900, and even later the German attitude toward it was not wholly friendly. 1398 There were several reasons for this. First, it was but natural that men primarily interested in the practical problems of their day and in historical work should not welcome the renaissance of a type of research that they considered fundamentally wrong or at least uninteresting. Second, many men, but especially Schmaler, who frankly admitted his error later on, associated theory with Manchesterism, that is, with unconditional laissez-faire. They therefore thought that they beheld not only a renaissance of a type of analysis they did not like, but also a renaissance of a type of economic thought or of a political economy they abhorred. Third, most of the existing theorists were either under Marxist influence, and the Marxists naturally were incapable of seeing in a new theory anything but a new piece of bourgeois apologetics, or else were the faithful followers of the English classics. Some of them out-Marshalled Marshall in their admiration for Ricardo and J.S. Mill, but, unlike Marshall, refused steadfastly to advance beyond them. 1399 Nor were the various guerrilleros, who tried new starts for themselves, any more disposed to accept an analytic schema which, however simple it was, could not be appreciated without some theoretical training. In England, an initial advance soon ran up against the Marshall-Lean castle that frowned in awful state upon the Austrian cottage. In the United States, recognition was freely extended by a number of economists. But since the country developed a marginalist school of its own, and since some of the most eminent American economists, Irving Fisher in particular, followed Walras rather than the Austrian triumvirate, the situation did not differ very much from the English one. In France, the Austrian teaching fell in with the national tradition and, being more acceptable than the mathematical one of Walras, made considerable headway. Leroy Beaulieu, Gide, Landry, Colson, who however was more Walrasian, and many others extending more or less hospitality to it. In Italy, success was substantial at first. But the Austrian impulse soon petered out or was submerged by the teaching of Pareto. The earliest as well as the most lasting of the Austrian successes were in the Netherlands and in the Scandinavian countries. B. The elder statesman. Science progresses, so Bohm-Bawerk once told a restless and recalcitrant young man, through the old professors dying off. However, before promoting the progress of science by doing so, these old professors are in the picture, and some of them must be mentioned. I choose Roscher, who lasted until 1894, Nies, Schaffel, Stein, all of whom we have met already and all of whom exerted significant influence. No more need be said of Roscher. Karl Nies, 1821–98, was above all a great teacher who made Heidelberg a center of study and research in which the most diverse types were welcomed and made to work together. Of his many works, I shall mention only his chief performance Geld und Credit, 1873–9. Albert Schäufele, 1831–1903, the Swabian radical. If he lived today and in the United States, we should characterize him as a New Dealer or even as a parlor pink Austrian cabinet minister, 1871, and then a student enjoying lettered ease in his little hometown for over 30 years, had less opportunity for teaching but exerted formative influence as a writer. But unless there is more to his ambitiously conceived Bauende Leben des sozialen Körpers, 1875–8, then I am able to find in it, economic analysis cannot be said to owe much to him. His works in taxation will be mentioned in their place. The section on taxation in ch. 6 was not completed, ed. Lorenz von Stein, 1815–90, the student of French socialism, professor in Vienna, 1855–88, established himself as an authority on public administration and public finance. His textbook of economics is insignificant, and I mention him merely because it seems incongruous to leave out of the picture a no doubt brilliant figure. C. The representatives. The names of academic leaders that first arise in one's mind, when one thinks of German economists of the period under survey, are of course those that have been mentioned in the preceding chapter, and in particular Brentano, Bucher, Knapp, Schmaler, Sombart, Wagner, and M. Weber. I select in order to illustrate various aspects of the situation, Bortkiewicz, Diehl, Dietzel, Lonhart, Lexus, Filipovich, and Schulz-Governitz. But there I must stop. Many successful teachers, such as Johannes Conrad, the kindly mentor of many American visitors, or Gustav Kohn or Pottel or Held or the excellent Nass or Herner, must be passed by. Of the first group only Adolf Wagner, 1835–1917, needs additional comment. We know him already as a leader in the fight for Sozialpolitik and a politically conservative reformer. Besides, he has to his credit substantial performance in the field of money that will be noticed in Chapter 8. Also, we shall have to notice his work in public finance, Finanzwissenschaft, 4 volumes, 1877–1901. It is on these achievements that his historical reputation must be expected to rest. Now we have to consider him as an analytic economist in general. He felt himself to be a theorist in the sense that he was opposed to historism. But though by no means friendly to the Schmaler school, he emphasized historical relativity by his famous, if not exactly novel, distinction between the historico-legal and the economic categories, of institutions, forms of behavior, and processes, which it is perhaps unnecessary to explain. He used to say that Rodbertus and Schäufele were the 2 economists from whom he had learned most, and he always displayed a critical interest in Ricardo, who for him remained the theorist to the end. Of the work of his age he absorbed but surface meanings, though he extended recognition to many foreign economists, Marshall and Taussig in particular, in that formal way that means so little, and received similar recognition, especially from Marshall, in return. Always excepting the field of money, his originality or even his competence in analytic economics cannot be rated high. Yet his name will live much longer than will that of many an expert analyst. Of his voluminous works that are, to an almost intolerable degree, affected by Rabi's Systematica, only his principles, Grundlegung der politischen Ökonomie, 1st ed., 1876, superseded by his cooperative enterprise, the Handbuch, Lehrunde Handbuch der politischen Ökonomie, need be mentioned here. Our second group consists of very heterogeneous material. Ladislaus von Bortkiewicz, 1868–1931, was a trained mathematician and physicist 1400 and ranks high as a statistician of the Lexus school. As a theorist he is known chiefly as one of the most competent critics of Marx 1401 and Baum-Bauerk. His essentially critical bent prevented him from producing, so far as economic theory is concerned, any creative work. Nor is this all. His criticism was at its best when directed toward details. In a sense he was a comma hunter, and he had no eye for the wider aspects and deeper meanings of a theoretical model. Bortkiewicz described himself as a Marshall Lian. But this meant no more than that he liked some of the least admirable and least progressive features of Marshall's principles. He could have exerted beneficial influence in Berlin, however, if he had not stood on a side track quite overshadowed by Schmaler and Wagner, and if he had been less ineffective as a teacher. Karl Diehl, 1864–1943, on the contrary, stood on no side track. He occupied in Freiburg what was partly before him and partly owing to him one of the most prominent German chairs of economics. And he was a most effective teacher, not so much in the lecture hall as in his seminar, which formed and stimulated a large number of pupils. He was of a strongly institutionalist bent, all for historical relativity in particular. But this did not prevent him from being a genuine theorist, that is, an economist who does not drop theory when he has done with some philosophies and quarrels about concepts, but who uses theory as an instrument with which to solve problems. His theory was neither original, nor very modern, nor very refined. Its roots were in the English classics 1402, but it was serviceable theory all the same, and in the existing situation meant a good deal. Heinrich Dietzel, 1857–1935, the incumbent of another leading professorship, in Bonn, was a man of a different stamp. He, too, was primarily a theorist and the superior of Diehl in rigorous logic. But he was less effective as a teacher, both by temperament and by the singular sterility of his scientific message. He just dug his toes in and stayed, intellectually, in the position, the classic position, he had reached in his early manhood. Though he did some respectable work on classic lines and contributed an interesting volume on theory, Theoretische Sozialökonomik, method mainly, to Wagner's Lehre und Handbuch, he is not likely to be remembered except for his controversy with Bohm-Bawerk. Wagner's and Dietzel's cases show that it was the nature of the theory taught, rather than either Sozialpolitik or Historism, which accounts for what at first sight looks like an eclipse of analytic work of this kind that may not amount to a great deal in itself but seems to be necessary to vitalize the rest. The case of Wilhelm Lexus, 1837–1914, the great statistician, displays the same thing from a slightly different angle. Lexus did work of a high grade in many fields, especially on questions of monetary policy and foreign trade. He was also prominent among the critics who attacked the Marxist system when the third volume came out. But all these writings show weaknesses on the theoretical side that are surprising in a man of no doubt remarkably keen intellect. His textbook solves the riddle, however. It shows conclusively that he took no interest whatever in the work of improving the apparatus of analysis. Having grown to maturity in an anti-theoretic atmosphere, he entirely failed to perceive the scientific possibilities of the new ideas that were cropping up in his middle age. Since his purely intellectual interests were in any case in the theory of statistics, he did not even bother to use mathematics, which he would not have had to acquire laboriously in the service of his economics. We must on no account omit to mention Eugen von Filipovich, 1858–1917, although we shall have to mention him again in order to use his famous textbook as a representative sample of what it was the student got. He was one of the greatest teachers of the period, a man of intellectual stature, passionately interested in the social and economic issues of his time, yet a careful thinker and open to all the currents in scientific economics that were within his range. These virtues, and in particular this catholicity of scientific taste, made him an ideal mediator when mediation was sorely needed. He gave their due both to Schmaler and to Menger and all they stood for. He was wholeheartedly in sympathy with Sozialpolitik of a New Deal type, and though not a man of theory himself, his own research was wholly of a practical nature. He saw to it that analytic culture should not, within the sphere of his influence, drop to zero level. Much earlier than the other Austrians, he got on terms with the spirit of German economics. He was professor in Vienna, and it was due to his influence, exerted mainly through his textbook, that marginal utility theory filtered through to German students at all. Gerhard von Schulze-Governitz, 1864–1943, illustrates at its best still another type. So far as technical economics is concerned, this Freiburg professor can hardly be called an economist at all. But he was more a genuine social philosopher, almost what I should like to call a social theologian, and at the same time a political observer who did not lack realism. He thus produced works 1403 of wide scope that, whatever our opinion may be about their epistemological standing, have their place, besides being masterpieces of their genus. They were written with a purpose, they preached a social message. But though this is much, it is not enough unless a good technician teaches in the next room. He never seems to have realized that, if we are to apply our reason to social and international affairs, we need not only social visions, ideals, and facts, but also, since we are not Laplacian demons, certain techniques, and he unwittingly injured his pupils, some of whom were to rise to eminence, by failing to impart to them the saving minimum of technical economics, and, for this purpose, to learn it himself. Even in Marshall Lien England, there were Hobsons. But in Germany and Austria, in a situation such as I have been trying to describe by patches of color, where the all-round competence of all professional economists, hence the level of criticism, cannot be high, Hobsons must thrive and freelance economists must be numerous. Trained men also, the training being what it was, would often indulge in misplaced originality that arises simply from failure to understand or master the existing apparatus of the science. Even able men may then blunder atrociously, misconceive problems, take their errors for discoveries. In consequence, we have a long list of men who even attained success with the profession and filled considerable positions but are difficult to characterize from a professional standpoint. I shall mention some of the most eminent writers of this type, but I shall not return to some of them, Efforts, Gottel, Liefman, Oppenheimer, and Span. Treating such men in this manner involves the duty of saying why. This duty cannot be fulfilled properly, it would take a volume. I can only state my reasons, not establish them. Otto Efforts, who was the only man in our list who failed to attain a professorship and was something of a tragic figure, produced a work, Arbeit und Boden, 1890-91, which in its final form, which differs considerably from the original one, was published in French under the title Les Antagonismes économiques, 1906. It is typically the work of an able man who does not know how to go about his task. My reason for excluding Efforts from my subsequent report is that removal of provable mistakes reduces his argument to commonplace. For a different opinion, see the introduction to the French volume. I fear that the only way of appreciating Professor F. von Gott-Lilienfeld, who held a conspicuous place and found many adherents, or else my reason for excluding him is to read him. 1404 Robert Liefman, 1874-1941, was an economist of merit, especially on cardinals. Our trouble is with his theory, summed up, for example, in Grundsätze der Volkswirtschaftslehre, New ed., 1922, which presents an interesting feature. His fundamental principle of equalization of marginal returns in money, and the whole of his subjective theory of prices, is, barring slips, nothing but a particularly inconvenient expression of the main content of the Austrian theory. But having discovered it independently, he stoutly denied any affinity, wasted powers that were well above average on conducting controversies, and asserted claims that nobody would or could take seriously. Meaningless talk about imaginary issues such as subjectivism and objectivism, or materialism and naturalism, in price theory did the rest. His net contribution to topics relevant to the purposes of this book, and excepting his work on cardinals, is zero. Franz Oppenheimer, 1864-1943, was a man of mark, a leading Zionist, a positivist sociologist who is not likely to lose his place in the history of that line of thought, a powerful teacher who shaped many growing minds and did much to keep the flag of economic theory flying by spirited controversy. His Henry George attitude toward private property in land 1405 in itself would not suffice for my refusal to go at length into his doctrines. The reason for this refusal is that the case of his analytic apparatus, his objective theory of price, is beyond remedy, or, rather, because there is only one remedy for its defects, namely, training in theory. But he was not devoid of insight and threw out many good ideas. Among other things, he saw the use of the concept, and coined the word, comparative statics, see below, ch 7, sector 3.1406. Professor Othmar Spann 1407, whose teaching at the University of Vienna, from 1916 on, was a great success and who formed a genuine school in our sense, has been mentioned already on previous occasions. Neither his social philosophy nor his epistemology nor his sociology is in question here. We are concerned with his theory only. And this was completely barren of results. It is only the use of certain phrases that distinguishes the works on public finance or cycles or any others that profess to apply that theory. 1408. 5. Italy. The most benevolent observer could not have paid any compliments to Italian economics in the early 1870s, the most malevolent observer could not have denied that it was second to none by 1914. The most conspicuous component in this truly astounding achievement was no doubt the work of Pareto and his school. But once more it must be emphasized that dominant schools do not dominate. The Pareto school with its allies and sympathizers never dominated Italian economics any more than the Ricardo school dominated English, or the Schmaler school German, economics. The really remarkable thing is on the contrary that, even independently of Pareto, Italian economics attained a high level in a variety of lines and in all applied fields. Some of the excellent work done especially in money and banking, public finance, socialism, and agricultural economics will be noticed later, but it cannot be made to stand out as it should. Not even the various currents in general economics can get their due, least of all those that originated in historical or other factual work which in Italy really fertilized general economics and did not, as in Germany, conflict with theory, the kind of general economics that may be represented by the work of Luigi Einaudi, although it was only after 1914 that he rose to a leading position. We shall divide our sketch into three parts, which we respectively inscribe to the elder statesmen, Pantaleoni and Pareto. An interesting figure that falls out of our inevitably oversimplified picture, Achille Lauro, is noticed in the note below. 1409. A. The elder statesman. As already mentioned, the vigorous renaissance of Italian economics is often associated with the teaching of Ferrara, Mesadaglia 1410 and Casa. 1411. Sociological conscience compels us to emphasize the facts that Italy was sure to revive her brilliant tradition in the field as soon as circumstances became more favorable, that national unity brought about such circumstances and produced in addition new national problems and opportunities, and that, though the worldly means at the disposal of Italian economics were modest, there was a large number of ill-paid professorships. These facts do not, however, detract from the merit of these great teachers and those who were to follow them. The personal element looms large in the explanation of the achievement. An unusual number of unusually able men certainly made the most of these objective opportunities. It was the particular merit of Casa and Mesadaglia to teach science and to propagate the spirit of scholarship, to lead away from the eternal squabbles about politics, laissez-faire versus socialpolitik in particular, and to let the rising generations discover that there was serious work to be done. Though they succeeded only in part, who could have done more, and though the old controversy went on not only undisguised but also in the guise of apparently scientific squabbles on natural laws, they not only instigated research but also helped to create the atmosphere of research. This research, so far as general economics is concerned, no doubt started from foreign examples, notably the examples of the historical and the Austrian schools. But, by way of criticism as well as of original work, it became rapidly nationalized. A great many men responded successfully to the stimulus, and a great many should be mentioned, such as Supino or Ricca Salerno, the pupil of Casa and teacher of Lauro, Conigliani, Graziani. But we must refrain. B. Pantaleoni. 1412. The Principi di Economia Pura, 1889, will serve as a landmark. Austrian or Austro-Walrasian in fundamentals, enriched by Marshall's apparatus of foreign and domestic trade, from his privately printed pamphlets of 1879, it gave an important lead away from old and toward new things. In this consists its importance, for though it is brilliantly written, Edgeworth was not wrong when he called it a gem and is still worth reading. There is nothing entirely original in it. Pantaleoni's original ideas are scattered in his papers and addresses. To mention but a few, he was one of the first theorists to try his hand at the subject of price fixing, presi politici. He contributed to the theory of industrial combinations, syndicati. He toyed, not without success, with the tricky concept of collective maxima of satisfaction. He wrote suggestively on the problem of evaluation of assets in the absence of prices. Above all, as More was to recognize, he was the first theorist to adumbrate a theory of endogenous fluctuations. Nothing of this he carried very far. But he disseminated suggestions and helped to get things going. And he introduced Pareto to the work of Walras. Again, many names ought to be mentioned here. I shall confine myself to three, however. The first is Baron 1413, who began to publish in the early 1890s. He was the man who showed Walras how to dispense with constant coefficients of production, who formulated the limits of the validity of Marshall's partial analysis, who went in some points beyond Marshall and in others, in the theory of public finance, beyond Edgeworth, and no doubt on the basis proffered by Pareto blocked out the theory of a socialist economy in a manner on which the work of our own time has not substantially improved. Only the last performance, and his excellent textbook, have received adequate recognition. But he did better than the second man I am going to name, G.B. Antonelli, whose remarkable performance has received no attention at all. 1414. The third name to be mentioned is that of Marco Fano 1415, whose early work belongs to this period. See, Pareto. At long last we approach the eminence that was Pareto. If we follow his disciples in speaking of a Parettian epoch, we should date it from about 1900, when he began to define a position and to form a school of his own, as we noted above. Like all genuine schools, this one had a core, allies or sympathizers, and a foreign sphere of influence. Many writers come under each of these headings. But if we sample the Italian economists who, then or later, attained international reputation, we find that followers of strict observance, those who formed the core, were in a small minority. I think that the names of Amoroso, Bresciani, Turini, Del Vecchio, Einaudi, Fano, Gini, De Pietritonelli, Ricci will arise in the mind of everyone who knows the scientific situation of 1910–40. Of these only Amoroso and De Pietritonelli belong to the core of the Parettian school. 1416. Einaudi and his pupils stood entirely aloof and on ground of their own. And all the others were at most allies or sympathizers, in the sense that they recognized Pareto's eminence, allowed themselves to be influenced by him in individual points, though substantially they went their own way. Perhaps the word ally is altogether too strong. In order to appraise Pareto's international sphere of influence, the reader must distinguish four different things. First, Pareto's sociology was a success internationally and, for a short time within the 1930s, created the limited Pareto vogue that we have noticed already in the United States. Second, the famous Pareto law of the statistical distribution of incomes evoked much interest and criticism, mostly hostile, all over the world. 1417. Third, Pareto as a pure economist became a familiar figure in England and the United States when Allen and Hicks developed his theory of value, indifference curve approach, see below, appendix to ch 7, giving generous credit to him. This was, however, only in the 1930s. Fourth, the rest of Pareto's economics remained practically unknown in the Germanic countries, except for some adverse criticism of his theory of monopoly, especially in Germany. Things were more favorable to Pareto in France, but not before the late 1920s, where Bouquet sponsored his doctrines and Divizia and Pirot noticed them. 1418. The Marchese Vilfredo Pareto, 1848–1923, the son of a Genoese father and a French mother, was trained, and throughout his prime practiced, as an engineer. This means more than that he had a good training in mathematics. His powerful mind roamed far beyond the precincts of applied science into the realm of the pure concepts that are perfectly general, few people can ever have realized with such intensity as did he that, ultimately, all exact sciences or parts of sciences are fundamentally one. Early interest in economic theory is indicated by an address in 1877 to the Reali Academia dei Gergofili 1419 on the logic of the new economic schools. But still more obvious is an early interest in economic policy. This calls for comment, because Pareto's legitimate influence has been reduced by the aversion to his politics of so many of his readers. He looked to them, at all events until his General Sociology, Trattato di Sociologia Generale, appeared in 1916, like an uncritical ultraliberal in the laissez-faire sense. But his liberalism, economic and political, was of a peculiar kind and had a peculiar root. He was a man of strong passions, passions of the kind that effectively preclude a man from seeing more than one side of a political issue or, for that matter, of a civilization. This disposition was reinforced rather than mitigated by his solid classical education that made the ancient world as familiar to him as were his own Italy and France. The rest of the world just existed for him. And, watching with passionate wrath the doings of the politicians in the Italian and French liberal democracies, he was, by indignation and despair, driven into an anti-etatist attitude which, as events were to show, was not really his own. Add to this the fact that at the same time he was, like Marx, a product of the civilization he hated, and therefore, also like Marx, a positivist and laicist, and you will understand the liberalist surface of his earlier writings. He was 45 when he left Italy and business practice, having accepted the chair of Lausanne vacated by the retirement of Walras. Indifferent health and the acquisition by inheritance of adequate means motivated his own retirement, at a comparatively early age, to Seligny on the Lake of Geneva, where, in the almost 20 years of thought and assiduous writing that were still before him, he was at leisure to fill to the full the measure of his genius and of his intellectual ambitions. There he grew to be the lone thinker of Seligny, who was looked upon, with something akin to awe, somewhat as an ancient sage. The interesting fact deserves to be noticed that so great an influence could have been exerted by a man who lived in resolute though hospitable seclusion in a shabby house full of cats, hence Villa Angora, that was then not convenient to visit. 1420. If we now discard his sociology and also Pareto's law, the indubitable greatness of his performance is as difficult to define as its roots are easy to indicate. Ferrara and others, Cornat among them, may have provided suggestions, but his work, as it shaped in Lausanne where he first put his mind fully to analytic economics, is so completely rooted in Walras' system that to mention other influences can only mislead. To the non-theorist this shows less than it should, because Pareto's theory floats in a sociology, philosophy, and methodology that are not merely different but diametrically opposed to Walras' ideas. But as pure theory, Pareto's is Walrasian in groundwork as well as in most details. Nobody will deny this, of course, as regards Pareto's work until 1900 that centers in the Cours d'économie politique, 1896-7. This is simply a brilliant Walrasian treatise. Later on Pareto discarded the Walrasian theory of value and based his own on the indifference curve apparatus invented by Edgeworth and perfected by Fisher. He also overhauled Walras' theory of production and capitalization, and he departed from the latter's teaching in matters of money and others, adding various developments of his own. The new system was presented in the Manual d'Economia Politica, 1906, the mathematical appendix of which was greatly improved in the French version, Manuel, 1909. 1421. But even the Manuel, always disregarding the sociology, is not more than Walras' work done over, as can be established by drawing up the exact models of both authors. It was, however, done over with so much force and brilliance as to grow into something that deserves to be called a new creation. Though various deductions from the achievement are in order, there are not unimportant points in which Walras' system remains superior. Recognition of the quality of his creation does not excuse Pareto's less than generous attitude toward the teaching of Walras, from which he put himself at a greater distance than was really necessary. 1422. 6. The Netherlands and the Scandinavian countries. Two facts describe the scientific situation in the Netherlands that prevailed at the beginning of the period: a high level of competence and culture in our field, based upon an old tradition that was being worthily kept up by such men as Mies, and the absence of a domestic impulse towards scientific revolution. Dutch economists were quite above any battle of methods and but mildly affected by either Historism or any other of the new tendencies of the age. They carried on the usual discussions about socialism, socialpolitik, money, free trade, but on the whole things were quiet. Thus they were both able and willing to accept the new theories in the Austrian edition rather than in the Walrasian or Marshallian one, simply because Menger's teaching was available, in a usable form, before the others. The leading Dutch economist of the period, Pearson, inserted this teaching in his own and founded 1423 a school that, supported by leaders such as Verheyen, Stuart and de Vries, lasted well into the 1920s, when it assimilated newer tendencies without any violent breakpoint. 1424. We might repeat all this, with very little change, for the Scandinavian countries, which may for our purposes be taken as a unit. But I shall merely mention the names of Berg, Copenhagen, Davidson, Uppsala, and Kassel. 1425, Stockholm, and then hurry on to the Nordic Marshal, Wicksell, whose work was one of the most important factors in the emergence of the economics of our own time, and not only in Sweden. No finer intellect and no higher character have ever graced our field. If the depth and originality of his thought do not stand out more clearly than they do, this is only owing to his lovable modesty, which led him to present novelty semi-hesitatingly as little suggestions for the improvement of existing pieces of apparatus, and to his admirable honesty, which pointed incessantly to his predecessors, Walras, Menger, and Bombauer, although, with much more justification than did others, he might have presented his system of analysis as substantially his own. Creation. Knut Wicksell, 1851–1926, like Marshall, was a trained mathematician. He was also, for his time, a radical who knew how to get himself into trouble, but who never learned to sacrifice to his emotions what he believed to be scientific truth. In this respect, he was not unlike J.S. Mill, who must be listed among the formative influences that acted upon Wicksell's work and with whom in particular he shared an almost passionate neo-Malthusianism. 1426. Barring this qualification, his life may be described as that of a quiet and retired scholar. He attained a professorial chair, Lund, only late in life and occupied it for a comparatively short span of years. Nevertheless, his influence spread by virtue of its own momentum, particularly after his retirement, when he took part in current discussions more actively than before. He had many pupils of very high quality. Practically all the well-known Swedish and Norwegian economists of today are, more or less, his pupils. His international reputation, however, was not commensurate with his achievement until, in the late 1920s and the early 1930s, it began to dawn upon the professional world that he had anticipated, to a very large extent, all that was most valuable in the modern work on money and interest. This part of his work will be considered later on, as will his work on taxation. In this and the following two chapters we are chiefly concerned with his performance in general theory. Attention is drawn to the standard biography, which carefully analyzes Wicksell's work, by Professor Emil Sommerin, unfortunately not available in English, Das Lebenswerk von Knut Wicksell, Zeitschrift für Nationalökonomie, October 1930. His first publication on economic theory, Überwort, Kapital und Rand, 1893, London School reprint, 1933, is the work of a mature man of 42 and contains the skeleton of the first volume of his lectures, 1901, German ed., 1913, English ed., with excellent introduction by Professor Robbins, and two important appendices, 1934. Volume I of the lectures embodies the bulk of his contributions in that field, though several papers, example his last piece of work, the paper on the theory of interest, Zuerzinstheorie, in Die Wirtschaftstheorie der Gegenwart, ed. H. Meyer, 3, 1928, ought to be added. No reader's guide will be offered. No student of economics has completed his training who has not read the whole of this volume, although the first part is elementary and, for us, valuable mainly for the purpose of dispelling erroneous ideas, old and new, about the utility theory and marginalism in general. The main original contributions are pointed out in Professor Robbins' introduction. 7. The United States. The background of individual performance in the United States from about 1870 to 1914 is adequately described by the following familiar facts. During that period, the American economic profession established itself both nationally and internationally. It acquired definite standing at the universities and in the country, an organization and all the paraphernalia of an established department of scientific knowledge, and it came to be increasingly recognized by the other national professions. Also, American economics increasingly professorialized itself. But, starting from near zero at 1870, these developments went on at such a rate of acceleration that the growth of fully competent personnel lagged behind the opportunities that were opened up. Many of the men who entered the new profession were practically untrained, and they approached their professional activities with their minds full of preconceived ideas that they were not prepared to put through any analytic mill. Even the spirit of the old social science movement kept on reasserting itself and had much to do with the success of institutionalism. So had sympathies with populism that many economists entertained. Others, not finding in the country what they wanted, continued to rely on European ideas and methods, though no longer exclusively English ones. The pilgrimage to Germany, in particular, became for those who could afford it almost a regular incident of their career, something like the cavalier's tour of old. When they met, after having found their individual bearings, they had difficulty in understanding one another, and of locating, let alone appreciating, one another's standpoints. Disagreement was hence largely disagreement owing to misunderstanding. Surprisingly different intellectual levels not only as regards scientific apparatus were found side by side, for there was no uniformity either in professional training or in general education. For a considerable stretch of time, there were no recognized professional standards, and competent teaching was not always guaranteed. Most were at their best when working on some factual problem of national interest, which they learned to master thoroughly, and it was in this type of endeavor that the first successes occurred. But from the first, theory was unpopular with the majority and likely to evoke opposition quite independently of the reinforcing German influence, and long before this opposition was rationalized and made vocal. All this had its obvious advantages as well as disadvantages. Moreover, it all straightened itself out in time through a long, arduous, wasteful, but not inglorious struggle. The best way to recall to the reader's mind a number of figures that, with one or two exceptions, should be familiar to him, will be to adopt a schema similar to the one that has served us before. First, we shall glance at a few of those men who helped to prepare the ground for the developments from the 1890s on. They do not exactly correspond to what we have called the elder statesmen before. They were simply good economists and good teachers who, both before and after those developments began, stood for straight thinking and were instrumental in raising standards all round. We shall then, form a group of Clark, Fisher, and Taussig. And we shall, combine into a final group some representative men whose names, in one way or another, we need for the purpose of general orientation. But we cannot afford to pass by the economist whose individual success with the public was greater than that of all the others on our list, Henry George. 1427. The points about him that are relevant for a history of analysis are these. He was a self-taught economist, but he was an economist. In the course of his life, he acquired most of the knowledge and of the ability to handle an economic argument that he could have acquired by academic training as it then was. In this he differed to his advantage from most men who proffered panaceas. Barring his panacea, the single tax, and the phraseology connected with it, he was a very orthodox economist and extremely conservative as to methods. They were those of the English classics, A. Smith being his particular favorite. Marshall and Bohm-Bawerk he failed to understand. But up to and including Mill's treatise, he was thoroughly at home in scientific economics, and he shared none of the current misunderstandings or prejudices concerning it. Even the panacea nationalization not of land but of the rent of land by a confiscatory tax benefited by his competence as an economist, for he was careful to frame his remedy in such a manner as to cause the minimum injury to the efficiency of the private enterprise economy. Professional economists who focused attention on the single tax proposal and condemned Henry George's teaching, root and branch, were hardly just to him. The proposal itself, one of the many descendants of Quesnay's impot unique, though vitiated by association with the untenable theory that the phenomenon of poverty is entirely due to the absorption of all surpluses 1428 by the rent of land, is not economically unsound, except in that it involves an unwarranted optimism concerning the yield of such a tax. In any case, it should not be put down as nonsense. If Ricardo's vision of economic evolution had been correct, it would even have been obvious wisdom. And obvious wisdom is in fact what George said in Progress and Poverty, ch. 1, Book 9, about the economic effects to be expected from a removal of fiscal burdens if such a removal were feasible. A. The men who prepared the ground. The work and services of the men in the first of our groups will be illustrated by the names of Dunbar, Hadley, Newcomb, Sumner, Walker, and Wells. Charles F. Dunbar, 1830 to 1900, was no product of the academic hothouse. His very American career, American in a sense that is now but a reminiscence, led through business, farming, law, journalism, and newspaper management to the first, regular, professorship of economics in Harvard plus vigorous participation in university administration plus highly successful activity in the editorial chair of the Quarterly Journal of Economics, which he founded in 1886. We shall not expect that he did creative research. How is it then that no history of American economics could be complete without mentioning him, and what can students have got from him? Both questions can be answered simultaneously. He knew the subject matter of economics from first-hand experience, his mind was clear and penetrating, his writings may not have been scholarly in the strictest sense, but any scholar could have learned from them, and still can. 1429 His administrative ability enabled him to organize the studies in our field in a way that made the most of the opportunities then existing, and, after all, the essentials of the scientific apparatus of that time were not so complicated that an able man, a mind that intuitively knew what is what, could not have mastered them in a very short time. And so, though not a great economist in the sense appropriate to this book, he was a great economist in the sight of God. Arthur T. Hadley, 1856 to 1930, was more of a purely academic man, though he was also more of an administrator than a teacher or scholar. The work for the sake of which he is mentioned here is his Economics. 1896. The reader should really look at it. He will find a core of not very refined, but eminently serviceable and realistic, theory embedded in a forceful presentation of the institutional framework, plenty of policies and politics, the ideal thing for all-round introduction on a respectable level, and glorified, as seems to have been his teaching in general, by a gift for felicitous formulation. Who can beat on that level his definition of increasing and decreasing cost? You have increasing cost if a producer sets a price at which he is willing to sell a given quantity or less, and decreasing costs if he be willing to sell at that price a given quantity or more. Simon Newcomb, 1835 to 1909, was an eminent astronomer who also taught, and wrote on, economics, but not enough to acquire the influence he deserved. He is chiefly remembered as a sound money man and a laissez-faire ultra, but his name stands here because of his principles of political economy. 1885, the outstanding performance of American general economics in the pre-Clark, Fisher, Taussig epoch. He had not got onto the Jevons, Menger, Walras level, and his analysis was substantially classic. But his presentation was masterly and highly suggestive, also original in several points. But among these points is not the equation of exchange that Fisher credited to him. This was but a formulation of what was then an old story. William G. Sumner, 1840 to 1910, wholly an academic man and also a sound money, laissez-faire ultra. 1430 was for the rest a different kind of person. He was a sociologist of eminence, his analysis of folkways was an extremely fertile contribution, and his historical work on money and finance ranks with the best performances of American economics. 1431 But this is not why he is mentioned here. In addition to all that, he was a powerful and stimulating teacher of wide horizons. He, the historian and sociologist, drew Irving Fisher's attention to the possibilities of mathematical theory, who, from his chair in Yale, spread the message of high standards of scholarship. Francis Amasa Walker, 1840 to 1897, the son of Amasa, was, like Dunbar and Hadley, primarily an administrator, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He was also, for a time, a genuine soldier and a civil servant of distinction, revenue, census. But his indefatigable industry enabled him to earn a great reputation as a scholar. This reputation rests primarily upon his work in money and currency policy, see below ch 8, but he performed creditably also in the field of general economics. 1432 He was the kind of man who cannot touch anything without improving it, and his many activities brought him very much to the fore. Among other things, he was the first president of the American Economic Association, a president of the American Statistical Association, co-president, or assistant president, of the Institut International de Statistique. As a scientific economist, he therefore got rather more than his due both in his day and in the historical record. In particular, his own contributions to economic theory, residual claimant theory of wages, emphasis upon the role of the entrepreneur, criticism of the wage fund theory, received perhaps more attention than they would have if made by a less prominent man. But I am saying this to protect the memory of others and the historical standing of American economics of that time, and not to discount the services of a man whose name certainly deserves to live forever in the history of our subject. David A. Wells, 1828-98, we have met already. He is mentioned again to impress upon the reader's mind how important in the total of American research was the factual component also in the makings of American general economics. His famous Recent Economic Changes, 1889, which every modern student of economics should study, illustrates admirably what I mean. Wells stands here as the representative of a large class. Carroll D. Wright, 1840-1909, would have made an almost equally good one. But this sketch must not degenerate into a catalogue. B. Clark, Fisher, and Taussig. There cannot be much difference of opinion, among either adherents or opponents, about the actual positions in American economics held by Clark and Taussig in the first decade of the century, though there may be about Fisher's position at that time. The difficulty is to appraise their positions in the history of that economics. The three men were cast in very different molds. All they have in common is eminence and the fact that they were all purebred academic economists. Perhaps, however, there is also something else. All three of them stood out as economists in the technical sense. For the rest they accepted unquestioningly the grand commonplaces of their time and country. They were all three of them typically animi candidi Americani. But not even their detractors will deny that, however much helped by the times, they were for the world at large the great American economists of that period. John Bates Clark, 1847-1938, last of the claimants to independent discovery of the principle of marginal analysis and architect of one of its most significant theoretical structures, did not conquer an adequate pulpit until 1895, when he was called to Columbia. There he remained until his retirement, 1923, and there he witnessed the vogue of his teaching that may be said to have lasted from 1895 to 1910. But the fundamental elements of his theoretical system were all worked out before, mainly, I think, during the 1880s, though some seem to have emerged in his mind in the early 1870s before his visit to Europe. In part, this shows in the papers he published in the 1880s, which, if space permitted, could be shown to display stages of the development of his thought in a very interesting manner. They also corroborate the claim alluded to because they reveal his own individual route to marginal productivity distribution. What he did was to turn the Ricardian theory of rent, which with Ricardo had no other function than to eliminate rent from the price problem by making it an intramarginal surplus, into a principle that was of general application to all kinds of competitive returns, law of three rents, without becoming tautological in the process marginal utility, and disutility. Coming in quite naturally on this route. In spite of the priority of Fanon, on the one hand, and Jevons, Menger, and Walras, on the other, this was an achievement of the first order of importance and, so we may add now, of subjective originality. Nor was it his only one. Apart from his theory of capital, see below, ch 6, sector 2c, he made a great stride toward a satisfactory theory of the entrepreneur's function and the entrepreneur's gain and, in connection with this, another great stride toward that clarification of all economic problems that must result from a clear distinction between stationary and evolutionary states. He identified this indeed with the distinction between statics and dynamics. But this did not greatly matter. He saw the essential points involved in constructing the model of a stationary state and he created, for the purpose of describing its properties, the concept of synchronization. To call him simply the master of American marginalism, therefore, spells failure to grasp the whole of his analytic message. If his achievement fell short of that of Bombach, Marshall, and Walras in some respects, it rose above theirs in others. 1433. But it is as the master of American marginalism that he was and is chiefly known to the American profession and to the world. 1434. The reader has presumably heard so often of the Clark School or the Marginalist School that he may be surprised at the difficulty I experience in adopting this phrase. All American and many foreign economists who were interested in economic theory at all were of course greatly influenced by Clark and they learned from him. There is no question about this. The circle of allies and sympathizers was extremely large, and there certainly was a foreign sphere of influence. But the precise extent of his influence is difficult to determine because, so far as his theory of distribution goes, this influence is inextricably mixed with the influences of all the other builders of similar systems. Even in the United States, one has to look very closely at an author at his theoretical mannerisms, for instance in order to make sure whether he got his marginal productivity theory from Clark or from Marshall or from the Austrians. More important, there was no clearly discernible core in the sense in which there was a nucleus consisting of sworn disciples such as Ricardo or Marshall had. Strictly Clarkian treatises are as rare as treatises displaying Clarkian influence are numerous. Among theoretical writings of importance, the one that comes nearest to developing Clarkian doctrine is Carver's 1435 but, textbooks accepted, I do not know of any other. Nevertheless, marginalism came quickly to be considered the badge of a distinct school. And not only that, it even acquired a political connotation, growing, in the eyes of some, into a reactionary monster that stood ready to defend capitalism and to sabotage social reform. In logic, there is no sense whatever in this. The marginal principle per se is a tool of analysis, the use of which imposes itself as soon as analysis comes of age. Marx would have used it as a matter of course if he had been born 50 years later. It can no more serve to characterize a school of economics than the use of the calculus can serve to characterize a scientific school or group in mathematics or physics. To this day, the very use of the term marginalism is indicative of erroneous conceptions of the nature of the principle. A fortiori, it cannot have any bearing upon policy or social philosophy. This is perfectly understood in England, where no radical or socialist takes offense at it. It is only the political or ethical interpretation that is put upon the results of marginal analysis which can have such a bearing. And, as has been pointed out before, Clark was not free from blame. He was, of course, within his right when, in a book on the philosophy of wealth, he expounded his ethical evaluations, though they were of a type that is apt to get on radical nerves. But he went further and asserted that distribution according to the law of marginal productivity is fair. And this, in the eyes of a profession, the large majority of which did not take kindly to theory in any case, created an association between Clarkean marginalism and capitalist apologetics in the face of the refuting fact that this marginalism, barring differences in technique, plays exactly the same role it played with Clarke in the reasoning of scientific economists of socialist persuasion, such as Professors Lang and Lerner. 1436. Frank William Taussig, 1859–1940, whom we are to consider next, must suffer still more than either Clarke or Fisher from my inability to draw, within the available space, well-rounded pictures of individuals as such. He rose to prominence later than Clarke, and his influence was still increasing when, in 1917, he accepted the chairmanship of the newly created Tariff Commission and, during the war, various other public duties from which he returned with enhanced reputation and authority. Barring this interruption, he was a teacher at Harvard throughout his adult life and certainly one of the greatest teachers of economics who ever lived. His teaching in the classroom, his guiding advice, and, last but not least, his example formed innumerable young minds, and no man had more to do with the steady rise of standards throughout the period than had he. However, except in the field of international trade, he did not form a school in our sense. Measuring by hours of work, his research was primarily factual. In particular, he was the country's great authority on international trade and especially the tariff. Even in this field, facts came first. Earlier publications on the subject developing into his classic Tariff History of the United States, 1888, and theory came afterwards, International Trade, 1927, though he was a master of the art of welding factual and theoretical analysis. Also he developed an interest in economic sociology that produced important results. His Inventors and Money Makers, 1915, and his American Business Leaders, in collaboration with C.S. Jocelyn, 1932, are the chief examples. The roots of his theory are to be found in Ricardo and in Baumgartner, whose influences show clearly in his most ambitious theoretical venture, Wages and Capital, 1896, London School reprint, 1932. Formed by an older tradition, he displayed a curious resistance to the newer doctrines Baumgartner's capital theory accepted, which is perhaps why, of all their exponents, Marshall appealed to him most. But this resistance wore away, and in the end nothing was left of it except certain formal reservations that are not entirely unlike Marshall's. A turning point is indicated by his Outlines of a Theory of Wages, Proceedings of the American Economic Association, April 1910, that frankly embraced marginal analysis. Criticisms may no doubt be raised, from a technical standpoint, against the general economics he taught, and some of them are valid even ex visu of 1900. But he was more than a theorist, historian, and economic sociologist. Above all, he was a great economist. The first edition of his Principles of Economics, 1911, will help us to appraise what students got at that time. 1437. Irving Fisher, 1867–1947, was a Yale man from first to last, one of the two stars of the first magnitude that glorify Yale's scientific record, the other being Willard Gibbs, the great physicist. He was a mathematician by training and even taught astronomy for a year. We neglect all those of his scientific or propagandist activities, temperance, eugenics, hygiene, and others, that have nothing to do with economic analysis and, for the moment, also his writings on money and cycles, which will be noticed in the last chapter of this part. Also we cannot go into his considerable contributions to the theory of statistics, index numbers, distributed lags 1438 and others, beyond emphasizing that with him statistical method was a part of economic theory and no longer a mere adjunct to it, in other words that he was essentially an econometrician standing in line with Petty and Quesnay. The following remarks must be confined to his three main works in general theory. The first, his thesis Mathematical Investigations in the Theory of Value and Prices, 1892, reprint 1926, is a masterly presentation of the Walrasian groundwork. To this, however, Fisher added, at least 1439, two contributions of first-class importance and originality. He indicated a method for measuring the marginal utility of income, which he developed later in his paper published in Economic Essays contributed in honor of John Bates Clark, 1927, and in the second part of the Mathematical Investigations, where he treated, as Edgeworth had done, the utility of every commodity as a function of the quantities of all commodities. He developed the fundaments of indifference curve analysis. The second, his Nature of Capital and Income, 1906, which was much admired by Pareto, besides presenting the first economic theory of accounting, is, or should be, the basis of modern income analysis. 1440 in the third, the rate of interest, 1907, done over and republished in new form in 1930 as the theory of interest. 1441 His generous acknowledgement of the priorities of Ray and Bohm-Bawerk did not allow the powerful originality of his own performance to stand out as it should. The impatience theory of interest is but an element of it. Much better would its nature have been rendered by some such title as, Another Theory of the Capitalist Process. Among the many novelties of detail, the introduction of the concept of marginal efficiency of capital, he called it marginal rate of return over cost, deserves particular notice. 1442. This, together with Fisher's work in the fields of money and cycles, will substantiate the statement that some future historian may well consider Fisher as the greatest of America's scientific economists up to our own day. But this was not the opinion of his contemporaries. In the profession and the world at large, Fisher was, so far as the period under survey is concerned, not widely recognized until he became the Fisher of the compensated dollar, which most people did not like. Even later on it was stable money and 100% reserve against deposits, and so on, which diverted attention from his genuinely scientific work. In these and other matters, Fisher, a reformer of the highest and the purest type, never counted costs, even those most intensive pain costs which consist in being looked upon as something of a crank, and his fame as a scientist suffered correspondingly. In addition, the very nature of his achievement did not make for quick success. The mathematical investigations passed practically unnoticed, of course, and came into its own only when the contents were no longer of any except historical interest. The contents of Capital and Income were considered by most people as elaborate trivialities. The rate of interest fared better, nationally and internationally, but it is doubtful whether it conveyed its message fully before the reformulation published in 1930. See, a few more leading figures. The economics profession reminds the outsider of nothing so much as of the Tower of Babel. However, to some extent we have seen already, and to a greater extent we shall see in the next chapter, that this impression is, on closer inspection of the scenery, not only easier to explain but also less justified than it might seem. In this subsection we shall carry our work of description a little further by mentioning a few more leading figures that stand out, here and there, from the divisions of the ever-growing army of United States economists that was then, as it is now, surging on in apparent disorder. The reader is asked once more to bear in mind that we have noticed the men in the institutionalist movement 1443 in the preceding chapter, Veblen and Commons in particular, and that a few more men will be mentioned in our survey of the period's work in applied fields. 1444 But he is also asked to remember that the point of view appropriate to our purpose excludes or pushes into the background men whose services were invaluable to the profession and to their students if they did not do the kind of work that matters here, which means chiefly, if they neither contributed to the development of our apparatus of analysis nor proved themselves masters in its use. I exemplify by the honored names of Henry C. Adams, Ely, Hollander, Laughlin, Seeger, and Seligman. 1445. In one of those divisions which in fact he did much to create, Professor Frank A. Fetter, 1863 to 1949, rose to a leading position in the first decade of this century. He was primarily, though not exclusively, a theorist, a man of scientific progress and no friend to theoretical survivals. He has sometimes been classed as an Austrian, but this is not quite correct. It is true that at that time all serious theoretical endeavor had to start from the bases laid by Jevons, Menger, and Walras, and that non-mathematicians would prefer the Menger version to the other two. It is also true that he did not like Marshall precisely because of the latter's attempts to preserve outmoded heirlooms, a feeling that was perhaps reciprocated. But all this does not suffice to make a man a follower of Menger. On that basis, Fetter erected a building that was his own, both as a whole and in many points of detail, such as the theory of psychic income. The vivifying influence upon the American profession's interest in theory of his critical exploits cannot be evaluated too highly. 1446. Fred M. Taylor, 1855–1932, is another name that comes to mind whenever we feel able to muster sufficient complacency to congratulate ourselves on the present level of economic analysis in the country. He was eminently a teacher of economic theory down to the minutiae of theoretical reasoning, and formed very many minds, among them those of some of the most prominent economists of today. There is a Taylor school, though not in the one master one doctrine sense. His own work developed from, and went into, his teaching, and he was very hesitant about publication. But when it eventually did appear, his Principles of Economics, 1911, 9th ed., 1925, was a great success. Though technically it is open to many objections, I wonder whether modern students would not do well to refresh themselves by a dive into Taylor's world of problems, which of course, like the problems of most of the theorists of that age, seem now very remote. Taylor's highly significant contribution to the theory of the socialist economy will be noticed elsewhere. As the period drew toward its end, the non-mathematical theorist found himself confronted by an increasingly difficult task. This was Taylor's predicament and the main source of his inadequacies. The same applies to Herbert J. Davenport, 1861–1931. If we want to appraise the historical position and services of these men and others like them, we must not apply modern standards of rigor, because at that time there was as yet valid excuse for those who had no conception of things that seem elementary now, such as continuity, incremental quantities, determinacy, stability, and so on. In consequence, they on the one hand struggled with difficulties that seem imaginary now, and on the other hand failed to see problems that bother us. 1447 H.J. Davenport was an excellent theorist and a great teacher in his day, and the profession is under considerable obligation to him for the infinite pains he took to straighten out the fundamental problems of the theory of his time. 1448 There is another interesting point about him. He was an enthusiastic Vebelite and a strong radical of the Middle Western type who saw the evil spirits of reaction stalk both the professional and the national scene without making any effort obviously unnecessary to verify their existence. Davenport thus affords one of the examples that show that preoccupation with the theory of that epoch was perfectly compatible with institutionalist sympathies. The work of these and other men shades off without violent break into that part of the work of our own period that may be identified with such men as J.M. Clark, F.H. Knight, J. Viner, and A.A. Young. This pointer must suffice. 1449 We must be content to glance at one of the brightest patches of color in the picture of that epoch, Patton, and then at a lonely peak, Moore. If vision were everything, Simon Patton, 1852–1922, who taught at the University of Pennsylvania from 1888 to 1917 would, historically, have to be put down as one who had few equals if any. If technique were everything, he would be nowhere. As it is, he is somewhere between, standing apart on ground largely his own. He is chiefly remembered for his advocacy of protectionism. This alone was a barrier between him and the large majority of the profession, for his conception of an economy of plenty, in which neither diminishing returns nor thrift would be of primary importance any more. This savors, on the one hand, of dilettantism, but, on the other hand, of later currents of thought, successfully anticipated. Neither impression is quite correct, but at the time the profession was inclined to take the former view of the matter, though it never failed to recognize what may be called the seminal importance of Patton's ideas, and still less to appreciate the vigorous teacher and delightful conversationalist breakfast with whom was apt to shade off into lunch. Henry Ludwell Moore's, born 1869, position in the history of economics is as assured as Patton's was among his contemporaries. To forget him in any future historical record of our science would be as easy as it would be to forget Sir William Petty. And this is as true of future economists who admire, as it is of future economists who disapprove of, every line he ever wrote. For his name is indissolubly associated with the rise of modern econometrics, which must inevitably, whether we like it or not, become more and more synonymous with technical economics. The least of his titles to lasting fame is that his work is the scientific fountainhead of the torrent of statistical demand curves that was to pour forth in the early 1930s. The great thing was his bold attempt to create, by a number of ingenious devices, a statistically operative comparative statics, see below, ch. 7. This venture, embodied in a series of papers that he worked up into his Synthetic Economics, published in 1929, is one of those landmark achievements that are bound to stand out irrespective of whether or not we make use of them. It is therefore necessary, both in the interest of our picture of that epoch's scientific situation and of the sociology of science, to stay for a moment in order to explain why a man of such stature did not acquire a greater reputation. For, though he got some credit for his statistical demand curves mostly through his follower Henry Schultz and caused some raising of eyebrows by his crop theory of cycles, an improved version of the Jevonian theory, his reputation has not been what it should be to this day. The first reason is, of course, the nature of his work. To try to make the Walrasian system statistically operative is something that was altogether beyond that epoch's scientific horizon. 1450. The second reason was that he was a very modest and at the same time very sensitive man. His research program could have been understood, and it might even have attracted institutional support, if it had been pushed by vigorous propaganda and if it had been represented as a program of revolt against existing orthodox theory, which, in a sense, it was. But Moore was not the man for such tactics. When he did not meet with response, he retired into himself. He was the very opposite of a high-pressure salesman. 1451. But there is a third reason. Moore published indeed a series of papers that should have familiarized the profession with his thought. His first books, however, deterred rather than attracted even competent judges. In order to rate at its true value his ingenious laws of wages, 1911, or his economic cycles, their law and cause, 1914, or his generating economic cycles, 1923, it is necessary to make a lot of allowances for the peculiar merit of pioneering effort. In some points, this also applies to synthetic economics, which was, however, internationally noticed. The route this book chalks out is, however, not only difficult but, in the age of developing alternatives, also unpopular. Nevertheless, all modern analysts should study this book with care, though it is quite possible that by so doing they will become admirers of Moore rather than followers. 8. The Marxists. We have occasionally observed that many economists of that period were radicals in the sense in which we use the term today. Socialism has been called an intellectual produce, and it is difficult to say how many of those radicals should be called at least potential socialists. But neither their radicalism nor their socialism is any business of ours so long as it does not involve differences in analytic approach or, to put it perhaps more tellingly, so long as it involved only different aims, sympathies, and evaluations of the capitalist economy and civilization but not a different theory of the economic process. If we have mentioned radical or socialist convictions at all, this has been done only in order to destroy widely held prejudices against the scientific work of that time. For example, the Fabians are for us just a group that did economic research, and there is no reason to separate them from other people who did the same thing on the ground that they were planners or, according to some definitions, socialists. In this section we are interested in those socialists only who professed a different and specifically socialist scientific economics. Of these, the Marxists were so much more important than were any others that we may, for our purposes, consider them as the only ones. But we shall naturally touch also upon their socialist critics whose work acquires meaning only with reference to the system criticized. The Marxists were a group or sect in more senses than one. But among other things they were also a scientific school, for, as has been explained before, dependence upon a creed, though it may affect, does not destroy the scientific character of the work of a group. It is only as a scientific school in our sense as a group whose members did analytic work, accepted one master and one doctrine, and worked in close, if not always harmonious, contact that Marxists come in here. All other aspects of Marxism, perhaps the essential ones, must be neglected. Now, scientific work done on Marxist lines, and even full mastery of the scientific contents of Marx's work, was until about 1930 so largely confined to German and Russian writers that, for the purposes of general orientation, no others need be mentioned at all. 1452 Also, as pointed out already, it was in Germany and Russia only that Marxism exerted a strong influence upon the work of non-socialist economists. For a time, theory-minded economists had in these countries hardly any choice but to turn to Marx, or, in Germany, to Rodbertus. The conquest by Marxism of the socialist part of the Russian intelligentsia was not due wholly to the strong cultural influence of Germany, it was partly due also to the fact that Marxist speculation was congenial to the Russian mind. But it was largely due to the German influence, and the relation between Russian and German Marxists remained very close, though not always amicable, in a personal sense, until Lenin's death or even until Trotsky's defeat. From the standpoint of analytic work done, it is only necessary to mention, among the strictly orthodox writers, Plekhanov and Bukharin. 1453 But it must not be forgotten that Marxism was the chief formative influence of practically all the Russian economists of the age. Marx was the author they really tried to master, and the Marxist education is obvious even in the writings of those who criticized Marxism adversely. The most eminent of these semi-Marxist Marx critics was Tikhon Baranowski, who is discussed below. A. Marxism in Germany. At the basis of the success in Germany are two facts: first, the tremendous success of the Social Democratic Party, and second, the official adoption of Marxism by this party, Erfurt Program, 1891. Both these facts raise most interesting problems of political sociology into which we cannot go. But it must be emphasized on the one hand that, from the standpoint of Marxist orthodoxy, these two facts are really one, because any truly socialist party must of presumably dialectical necessity be Marxist, and on the other hand that, from any standpoint other than that of Marxist orthodoxy, this adoption by a party that was rapidly growing toward political responsibility of a creed that prescribed abstention from political responsibility, in capitalist society, was obviously not the only possible, but on the contrary a most astounding, course to take, a course that was bound to cause weakening dissensions within the party, as in fact it did before the century was out. Actually, however, the party did go Marxist with a will, and its huge organization offered inspiration, support, and employment a regular career, in fact to orthodox Marxists only and, on principle at least, to no other socialists, however devoted or radical. On this basis developed a large and able corps of intellectual adherents that produced a large orthodox literature. Besides the party newspapers, it had as an outlet a heavy magazine, Die Neue Zeit. Later on there was also the Austrian Camp study, of which is perhaps the best method of acquiring familiarity with the group's work. The non-Marxist socialist was something of an outcast and had a rather uphill fight that the party had plenty of means of turning into defeat. This is one side of the medal. Before looking at the other we shall see what the results were for economic analysis. It is clear from the outset that, under those circumstances, literature was bound to be apologist and interpretative in nature, and that no substantive novelties and no substantive dissent were possible except in the guise of cautious reinterpretation of the master's meanings. Until his death, 1895, Friedrich Engels, as the grand old man of the party, wielded an authority that was indeed challenged sometimes by Rosa Luxemburg for instance, but never successfully or in any matter except tactics. Doctrinal leadership, with little say in practical politics, passed to Karl Koski, 1854 to 1938, who had known Marx and was cut out for the role of high priest, not least because he was not absolutely rigid and knew how to make concessions to dissent, within the inner circle of party writers. On individual points. 1454 he edited the Theorie and über den Mehrwert, 1905-10, composed what may be called the official reply to Bernstein's criticisms and many other pieces of apologetics and counter-criticism, wrote learnedly on the economic interpretation of history, and tackled problems of applied theory, especially the question of socialist agricultural policy, thus contributing here and there even to a development of Marxist doctrine. There was nothing very original in all this. The nature of the position he had taken up from the first would have precluded originality even if he had had any spark of it. But taking Koskai's work as a whole, we may well speak of a historically significant performance. 1455 The writers who, amidst acrimonious controversies, succeeded in working out more or less novel aspects of Marxist doctrine are usually referred to as neo-Marxists. Though the productive years of most of them fall within the period under survey, many of their publications belong to the next. We adopt, however, the same practice that we also follow in some other matters, namely, the carrying of our survey down to the present in order to relieve Part V. I select for purposes of illustration Bauer, Kuhnau, Grossman, Hilferding, Luxemburg, and Sternberg. Of those that this choice omits I regret most of all Max Adler. 1456 But this brilliant man suffered such loss of energy by his party activities and his practice of law that he was never able to do justice to his gifts, though he was an important element of the Viennese circle of Marxist theorists. Otto Bauer, 1881-1938, a man of quite exceptional ability and not less exceptionally high character, was to some extent in the same predicament even before he rose to the position of leadership. But, besides the book on agrarian policy that has been mentioned already, at least his Accumulation de Capitals, Die Neuzeit, 1912-3, may be mentioned as a contribution to analysis of force and originality. Many other writings are of great interest for the student of Marxist political thought. Rudolf Hilferding, 1877-1941, a close friend and ally of Bauer's, wrote a notable reply to Bohm-Bawerk's criticism of Marx, Bohm-Bawerk's Marx-Kritik, 1904, English trans with introduction by P.M. Sweezy, 1949, and other things, which a fuller review could not pass by, but must be mentioned principally as the author of the most famous performance of the neo-Marxist group, Das Finanzkapital, 1910. Whatever may be thought of the rather old-fashioned monetary theory of the first chapter and the monetary theory of crises of the fourth, its central thesis, that banks tend to gain control over industry at large and to organize the latter into monopolistic concerns that will give increasing stability to capitalism, though a hasty generalization from a phase of German developments, is interesting and original, see especially the third chapter, and had some influence upon Lenin. The one publication by H. Kuhnau, 1862-1936, that is relevant in this connection is his series of papers Zur Zusammenbruchstheorie, Die Neuzeit, 1898-9. Rosa Luxemburg's, 1870-1919, Gesammeltwerke were published in 1925-8, but her most important contribution to Marxist theory is Die Accumulation de Capitals. With the subtitle, Contribution to the Economic Explanation of Imperialism, 1912. P.M. Sweezy has pointed out to me that there is a second book with the same title, but different subtitle, written in answer to her critics while she was in prison during the war and published in 1921. Ed. H. Grossman, Das Akkumulations und die Zusammenbruchsgesetze des kapitalistischen Systems, 1929, and Fritz Sternberg, Der Imperialismus, 1926, represent a younger generation. The first is chiefly a Marxist scholar. The latter, who recently published a highly successful book, The Coming Crisis, 1947, is less concerned with Marxist theory but tries rather to write what he believes Marx would write were he alive today. Their works fall in with the Marxist revival to be noticed presently. Most of the titles mentioned point toward a goal that, in spite of their violent altercations, the neo-Marxists have in common. Identifying, in the true Marxist spirit, thought and action, theory and politics, they were primarily interested in those parts of the Marxist system that have, or seem to have, direct bearing upon socialist tactics in what they believe to be the imperialist phase of capitalism. 1457 Accordingly, they were but mildly interested in Hegelian dialectics, the labor theory of value, and such questions as whether or not it is possible to transform Marx's values into production prices, without altering the sum total of surplus value. All the more interested were they in imperialism and in the problem of the breakdown of capitalism, hence in the theory of accumulation, of crises, and of increasing misery. It is impossible to do justice to the widely different features of the more or less ingenious systems of the individual writers. Very broadly speaking, the upshot was this. They were relatively successful in elaborating an economic theory of protection and of a, real or alleged, tendency of capitalist society to develop an increasing propensity to wage wars. Neither exposition nor criticism can be attempted here. 1458 But critics who feel inclined to be too severe on this theory should remember what sort of arguments it is intended to replace. It may be wrong, but it constitutes the first attempt to look at the phenomenon in something like a scientific spirit. The increasing misery was either discarded silently or deferred to some indefinite future when counteracting factors would have spent their force. Compare, for example, Sternberg's theory of the closed season during which that tendency is suspended. The modus operandi of accumulation and the breakdown theory provided the battleground that was most hotly contested. And here the most sensational event was Hilferding's frank renunciation of the breakdown theory. He even contended that capitalist society, if left to itself, would increasingly consolidate its position and petrify into a sort of feudal or hierarchic organization. Naturally, this was high treason to some. But even those or some of those who rejected Hilferding's theory watered down Marx's spectacular breakdown, for, if words mean anything, this is what Marx envisaged: to a mere inability of capitalist society to keep up its traditional rate of accumulation, which means little more than the settling down into a stationary state that was envisaged by Ricardo and hardly corresponds to the ideas evoked by the word breakdown. 1459. b. Revisionism and the Marxist revival. Before going on, let us glance at the other side of the medal, revisionism. As has been observed, it was not to be expected that so large a party, with so large a fringe of sympathizers, would indefinitely accept such doctrinal discipline as the strict Marxists insisted on imposing. It was indifference to philosophical and theoretical minutiae rather than acceptance of them that secured the passing of the Erfurt resolutions. Retribution came when Bernstein, 1460, a man of sufficient importance who was not indifferent to doctrine and who, moreover, believed the Marxist creed to be injurious to the party, made up his mind to risk frontal attack. Dialectics, historical materialism, class struggle, labor theory, increasing misery, concentration, breakdown, including the revolutionary ideology, all came in for wholesale condemnation at his hands. We are not interested in the ensuing row, or in the tactics of August Bebel, the man in supreme command, who, like the good tactician he was, displayed at first the requisite amount of wrath, then accepted formal submission without going to extremes though minor lights were penalized in various ways, and finally acquiesced in a state of things in which revisionism was allowed in the party on condition of refraining from active hostility. Nor are we interested in the facts that several outstanding party men were or became revisionists, that the wing acquired its own periodical, Sozialistische Minutschrift, and its own writers. For though some of these writers did creditable work, especially on individual practical questions, as did, for example, Schiphol on foreign trade policy, this work inevitably lost most of its distinctive color. All we are interested in is the question what net results the revisionist controversy produced for Marxist analysis. It is safe to say that Bernstein's attack had a stimulating effect and produced here and there better and more careful formulations. Perhaps it had also something to do with the increasing readiness of Marxists to jettison prophecies of spectacular misery and breakdown. On the whole, however, results cannot be rated very highly so far as the scientific position of the Marxists is concerned. For on analysis, Bernstein's attack proves to have been much weaker than one would infer from its effects on the party and on the general public. Bernstein was an admirable man, but he was no profound thinker and especially no theorist. In some points, especially as regards the economic interpretation of history and the concentration of economic power, his argument was distinctly shallow. In others, he proffered the sort of common sense that any bourgeois radical might have produced. Koski was, if anything, more than equal to the task of answering him. And if it had not been for the political implication of the attention he got, Marxists need not have worried greatly about him. We go on to notice two phenomena that belong to later times. Marxist analysis displayed few, if any, symptoms of decay before 1914. The contrary assertion was often made, of course, but only by writers with whom the wish was father to the thought. But during the 1920s we observe a phenomenon that was scientifically much more important than revisionism had been. We find an increasing number of socialist economists, some of them quite radical in politics and not all revisionist or laborist in the political sense, who, while professing the utmost respect for Marx, nevertheless began to realize that his pure economics had become obsolete. Marxism remained their creed, and Marxist remained their allegiance, but in purely economic matters they began to argue like non-Marxists. To put it differently, they learned the truth that economic theory is a technique of reasoning, that such a technique is neutral by nature, and that it is a mistake to believe that something is to be gained for socialism by fighting for the Marxist or against the marginal utility theory of value, that no technique can be exempt from obsolescence, and that the literary defense of the cause of socialism stands to lose efficiency by clinging to outworn tools. The importance of this for the evolution of a genuinely scientific economics cannot be estimated too highly. Here was at last a recognition, by the group most averse to this recognition, of the existence of a piece of ground on which it was possible to build objectively scientific structures. For the 1920s this tendency may be represented by the names of Lederer and Dobb, both of whom also exemplify the fact that political ardors need not suffer by that recognition in the least. 1461 With neither of them was it a matter of watering down practical issues, with both of them it was a matter of logic. This gain was not quite lost in the turmoil of the 1930s. It may still be averred that, in spite of the Marxist revival we observe, the scientifically trained socialist is no longer a Marxist except in matters of economic sociology. The names of Olang and A.P. Lerner may be invoked as illustration. 1462. The other phenomenon we have to notice is precisely that Marxist revival. The sociology of it is too obvious to detain us. But there are three aspects of it that deserve attention from our own standpoint. First, though the gain for analysis of the tendency just referred to has not been quite lost of late, as our illustrative examples show it has been lost in part, economists of high standing have turned Marxists, not in the sense of accepting Marx's social or political message, this would be their affair, nor in the sense that they, like Lang, accept much or all of Marx's economic sociology, this would be capable of defense, nor finally in the sense that they pay respect to Marx's historical greatness. Few people would quarrel with them about this, but in the sense that they actually try to revitalize Marx's pure economics, thus joining forces with the surviving neo-Marxists. The outstanding examples are P.M. Sweezy and J. Robinson. 1463 Second, there are the attempts to Keynesify Marx or to Marxify Keynes. These attempts are very revelatory of prevailing ideologies, but also indicate awareness of a purely analytic task. It is in fact possible to enrich the meanings of both these authors by points culled from the other, though they are at opposite poles in matters that are of decisive importance analytically. But these attempts have never, so far as I am aware, gone to the length of trying to revive Marx's theoretical apparatus. 1464 Third, though the Marx vogue in England and in the United States is in part simply the natural consequence of immigration, it is also something more. On the English or American student of economics, Marx's doctrine impinges as something new and fresh, something that differs from the current stuff and widens his horizon. 1465 This impact may indeed spend itself in scientifically worthless emotions, but it also may prove productive. In any case, Marx's influence must be listed among the factors of the scientific situation of today. 6. General economics, its character and contents. 1. Outposts. A. The sociological framework of general economics. 1466. As we have seen, economic sociology and in particular historical and ethnological knowledge of social institutions progressed most satisfactorily during the period under survey. But the general economics on which I am going to report now was but little affected by these developments. Its institutional framework was left practically untouched, that is to say, it was left in the shape in which it had been thrown by the English classics and in particular by J.S. Mill. Nations remained amorphous agglomerations of individuals. Social classes were not living and fighting entities but were mere labels affixed to economic functions, or functional categories. Nor were the individuals themselves living and fighting beings, they continued to be mere clotheslines on which to hang propositions of economic logic. And, with improving rigor of presentation, these clotheslines stood out even more visibly than they had in the works of the preceding period. 1467 Critics sneered. They saw that all this was poor sociology and even poorer psychology. Like their predecessors in the first half of the 19th century, they failed to see that, for a limited range of problems, this was at the same time sound methodology. Owing to the importance of the problems of interpretation involved, I shall digress for a moment in order to make, once more, an attempt at clarification. The Marxists especially but also others accused the marginal utility theorists of psychologism, that is to say, of entirely missing the true problem of economics, which is to analyze the objective facts of the social process of production, and of substituting the completely secondary problems of the psychological reactions or subjective attitudes of individuals to those objective facts. See, example K. Koskai's remark on the Austrian school, p. 19 of his preface to the first volume of Marx's Theorie and über den Mehrwert, 1905-10. The Austrians and other groups, with all their misplaced emphasis upon psychological magnitudes, had only themselves to blame for this mistaken objection, which can be disposed of, so far as the objectors were Marxists, by pointing out that the new theories were hardly more psychological than was that of Marx, who never hesitated to appeal to capitalist psychology, example in the matter of accumulation, whenever he felt it convenient to do so. In addition, however, an increasing number of critics objected not indeed to psychology per se, but to the hedonistic or otherwise unsound psychology from which economic theorists were supposed to derive their propositions. These objections will be briefly noticed in another place, see below, ch. 7. Here, we are concerned with three other sources of criticism or misunderstanding which, for purposes of identification, we shall label political, sociological, and methodological individualism. By political individualism we mean simply a laissez-faire attitude in matters of economic policy, the attitude that was dubbed Smithianism or Manchesterism in Germany. Economists who built their theoretical structures from assumptions about the behavior of individual households and firms were under suspicion of recommending the results of the free interplay of individual self-interests which they described. In the eyes of the critics, this suspicion seemed verified by the facts that many of those theorists actually were economic liberals in that sense, and that some, for example, Pareto in the first stage of his career, did harness their theory into the service of an ultra-liberal policy. But this meant no more than that, like everyone else, the laissez-faire men among the theorists of the period indulged in the bad habit of giving vent to their political preferences whenever practical applications were under discussion. As has been pointed out, however, the majority no longer adhered to unqualified laissez-faire. It moved with the times. The English and the Austrians accepted socialpolitik and progressive taxation. Marshall professed to be in sympathy with the ultimate aims of socialism, though he expressed himself in so patronizing a way as to evoke nothing but irritation. Walras is best described as a semi-socialist, Wicksell as a bourgeois radical. More important, however, is it to realize that the political liberalism, so far as actually espoused by the theorists of the period, had nothing to do with their marginal utility theories. Marxists no doubt believed that these had been excogitated for purposes of social apologetics. But the new theories emerged as a purely analytic affair without reference to practical questions. And there was nothing in them to serve apologetics any better than had the older theories. In fact, the contrary would be easier to maintain. Compare, example, the equalitarian implications of the law of decreasing marginal utility, and it was bourgeois economists who developed, during that period, the rational theory of the socialist economy. See below, ch. 7, Sector 5. It was Marshall, Edgeworth, and Wicksell who reduced the doctrine that free and perfect competition maximizes satisfaction for all to the level of an innocuous tautology. 1468. By sociological individualism we mean the view, widely held in the 17th and 18th centuries, that the self-governing individual constitutes the ultimate unit of the social sciences, and that all social phenomena resolve themselves into decisions and actions of individuals that need not or cannot be further analyzed in terms of super-individual factors. This view is, of course, untenable so far as it implies a theory of the social process. From this, however, it does not follow that, for the special purposes of a particular set of investigations, it is never admissible to start from the given behavior of individuals without going into the factors that formed this behavior. A housewife's behavior on the market may be analyzed without going into the factors that formed it. An attempt to do so may be suggested by considerations of division of labor between different social disciplines and need not imply any theory about the theme of society and individual. In this case we speak of methodological individualism. How does this concept apply to the actual procedure of the general economics of that time? On the one hand, it is true that the formative influences of environments, group attitudes, group valuations, and so on were not taken into account in any other way than they had been by J.S. Mill 1469, and that this was one of the reasons why, in conscious contrast, the historical school should have emphasized ethical aspects as much as it did. Marshall, who did more in this direction than any other of the leading theorists, still remained within established tradition. It is also true that the failure of theorists to go further than this made itself felt as it does now in their treatment of a number of problems that are nevertheless purely economic. On the other hand, however, it may be shown that, within the range of the problems that primarily interested them, that is within the range of the problems that come within the logic of economic mechanisms, the procedure of the theorists of that period may be defended as methodological individualism, and that their results, so far as they went, were not substantially impaired by the limitations that are inherent in this approach. b. Population. As we know, the theory of population, mainly the Malthusian theory, formed an essential part of the general economics of the preceding period. This means more than that economists worried about pressure of population and that apprehensions on this score influenced their vision of the social future and their ideas about economic policy. It means that hypotheses about actual and expected rates of increase in population entered into their theorizing just as did the law of decreasing returns, and that in consequence their theoretical analysis would have been incomplete without those hypotheses. Senior, therefore, had been quite right when he included a diluted Malthusianism among the fundamental postulates of economic theory. The essential point to grasp is that this ceased to be so during the period under survey. No theorist writing in, say, 1890 would have thought of doing what Senior had done. And this was not primarily because, very obviously, there was no longer any immediate reason for worrying about pressure of population. It was because the marginal utility system no longer depended upon a particular hypothesis on birth or death rates and was in a position to take account of whatever hypothesis an author might think fit to make. Hence the population branch of general economics tended to wilt and in its place developed a special field, not necessarily cultivated by economists alone, of population studies. This is why, since we cannot survey this special field properly, we are no longer vitally interested in the subject and why we are going to dismiss it with the following 3 comments. First, though no longer essential to general economics, a topic that had been essential for so long was not abandoned quickly. It is of some interest to note that most of the leaders continued to accept, in one form or another, the Malthusian thesis, at least for an indefinite future. Bombach, Marshall, Walras, to some extent, and especially Wicksell 1470 all paid their respects to it, even though they no longer based upon it any part of their analytic structures. For the rest, an inconclusive discussion pro and con the Malthusian law lingered on in textbooks and monographs. 1471. Second, the fall in the birth rate that began to set in first in the higher income brackets then also in the lower, first in towns then also in the country, first in some nations then in practically all industrialized ones, has in the subsequent period given rise to a sort of Malthusianism in reverse, that is to say, to widespread concern about the economic consequences to be expected if birth and death rates should keep on behaving as they did in the 20s, and extrapolation that, barring details and technique, reproduces Malthusian methodology in the opposite direction. 1472. In the period under discussion, we find only the first beginnings of this. In addition, the falling birth rate itself, or rather the motives responsible for its obvious immediate cause, contraception, presented a problem in explanation that was attacked from various standpoints. I must be content to mention what seems to me the most important performance in this field, though it also belongs to the next period, Mombert's prosperity theory of the falling birth rate. 1473. Third, the really valuable progress accomplished in this field consists in the great improvement of the methods of marshalling and interpreting demographic material. This achievement greatly helped to create the new specialty mentioned above and to remove population problems from the mere economist's sphere of competence. 1474. This is not to say, of course, that these problems will not re-enter general economics. The theory of secular stagnation or maturity contains a hypothesis on population in its set of fundamental postulates, and thus illustrates the possibility that the tendency noticed in this subsection may be reversed in the future. 2. The vision, enterprise, and capital. The revolution in economic theory we are going to appraise also left other things untouched in general economics besides its sociological framework. This statement must not be understood to mean that there was no advance respecting those parts of general economics that were not affected. There was substantial advance, as we shall see all along, and especially in our discussion of that period's theory of money and of cycles. Only this advance was not essentially connected with the new theory of value and distribution, and could have come about nearly as well without the latter's help. In this section, we shall survey some topics that were left untouched by the revolutionaries, and a fortiori by Marshall, who did not feel himself to be a revolutionary within the range of the strictest possible definition of economic theory. A. The vision. The first item to be mentioned is the economist's vision of the economic process. We are already familiar with this concept and with the role that vision plays in any scientific endeavor, see Part I, and nothing more needs to be said about it. Now, it is perfectly obvious that all the leaders of that time, such as Jevons, Walras, Menger, Marshall, Wicksell, Clark, and so on, visualized the economic process much as had J.S. Mill or even A. Smith, that is to say, they added nothing to the ideas of the preceding period concerning what it is that happens in the economic process and how, in a general way, this process works out, or to put the same thing differently, they saw the subject matter of economic analysis, the sum total of things that are to be explained, much as Smith or Mill had seen them, and all these efforts aimed at explaining them more satisfactorily. No conceptual creation of the period points toward a new fact or a new slant. This may be illustrated by their treatment of competition. Their economic world, like that of the classics, was a world of numerous independent firms. To a surprising extent they continued to look upon the competitive case not only as the standard case that, for certain purposes, the theorist might find it useful to construct, but also as the normal case of reality. Even the owner-managed firm survived much better in economic theory than it did in actual life. The great merit that must nevertheless be put to their credit is that they complemented this vision by an analysis that was far superior to that of the classics. As we shall see, they defined competition and analyzed its modus operandi with ever-increasing success. They worked out the theory of other cases such as straight monopoly, oligopoly, and so on. Marshall, moreover, glanced at the case where firms are rushing down descending cost curves, and thus clearly pointed toward the set of phenomena that were to attract theorists' attention in the 1920s and 1930s. But in all essentials, the vision of the analysts of the period remained Mill's. However much more they worried about trusts and cartels, they treated them as exceptions or, at any rate, as deviations from the normal course of things. See below, ch 7, sector 4. We also know that the subject that is most closely related to vision is economic evolution, or, as practically all non-Marxist authors of that period continued to call it, progress. Within the precincts of this conception, there was no change at all. The reader may satisfy himself of this by studying the 36th Lecken of Walras Elements d'Économie Politique Pure 1475, 1926. Marshall's theory of progress is much richer than are those of either his contemporaries or predecessors, but, stripped to bare bones, it comes to the same: population increases, accumulation proceeds, markets widen in consequence, and this induces internal and external economies, cost-reducing improvements in the organization and technique of production. To these effects we must add those of non-indust or revolutionary inventions that just happen, all of which may, but for the calculable future need not, be interfered with by the action of the law of decreasing returns in the production of food and raw materials. All this does not go fundamentally beyond J.S. Mill or even A. Smith. In particular, this progress is thought of as a continuous and almost automatic process that does not harbor any phenomena or problems of its own. B. Enterprise. In most minds, the idea of economic evolution will call up the associated idea of enterprise. Here again analytic advance, though substantial, proceeded mainly along the old lines. No doubt the entrepreneur was being distinguished from the capitalist, and his profit from interest, with ever-increasing clearness as time went on. But the majority of contributions amounted to little more than elaborations of Mill's three elements of profits or of Mangold's rent of ability idea, and differences in explanation were chiefly differences of emphasis or formulation. A brief survey will suffice under these circumstances. Jevons and, excepting Bohm-Bawerk, the Austrians had very little to say about the matter. Bohm-Bawerk's theory was a friction or uncertainty theory, whichever the reader prefers. The source of entrepreneurs' profits was the fact that things do not work out as planned, and persistence of positive profits in a firm was due to better than normal judgment. Observe that the obvious common sense of this explanation may easily cover up its inadequacy. 1476 Walras' contribution was important though negative. He introduced into his system the figure of the entrepreneur who neither makes nor loses, entrepreneur ni faisant ni benefice ni perd. And since this system is essentially a static theory despite some dynamic elements that will be noticed in the next chapter, he thereby indicated a belief to the effect that entrepreneurs' profits can arise only in conditions that fail to fulfill the requirements of static equilibrium, and that, with perfect competition prevailing, firms would break even in an equilibrium state, the proposition from which starts all clear thinking on profits. 1477 Marshall went further than most, however, in his careful analysis of earnings of management that expanded and deepened Mill's wages of superintendence so greatly as to make practically something new out of them. He also offered other helpful suggestions. One was his reception of Mangold's idea of rent of ability, though he did not use it for the special purposes of an explanation of profits but more generally in the explanation of all supernormal returns to personal exertion. Another suggestion was enshrined in his concept of quasi-rent. 1478 Clark's contribution was the most significant of all. He was the first to strike a novel note by connecting entrepreneurial profits, considered as a surplus over interest, and rent, with the successful introduction into the economic process of technological, commercial, or organizational improvements. Among the rest, many authors developed Mill's or A. Smith's, element of risk. 1479. This was done most successfully by Hawley and especially by Professor Knight. To the latter we owe, in the first place, a very useful emphasis upon the distinction between insurable risks and non-insurable uncertainty, and, in the second place, a profit theory that linked this non-insurable uncertainty on the one hand to rapid economic change which, barring extra economic disturbances, is the main source of this uncertainty, and on the other to differences in business ability which are much more obviously relevant to the explanation of profits and losses in conditions of rapid economic change than they would be otherwise. He thereby achieved a synthesis that is not open to the main objection against the ordinary type of risk theories. A further step in the same direction was taken by Dobb. 1480. No attempt can be made to go further into the large literature of the subject that embodies and indeed characterizes a considerable part of the analytic developments of the period under survey, then produced some of its best performances in the 1920s, and finally petered out so far as its theoretical component is concerned. 1481. Factual work, which in this field meets with particular difficulties, did not get beyond beginnings. The record of successful research practically begins in the 1920s, especially in the United States where scarcity of material was an almost prohibitive obstacle before. 1482. There is one more point, however, that cannot be left untouched. All the theories of entrepreneurial activity and of entrepreneurial gains that have been mentioned are functional. That is to say, they all started by attributing to entrepreneurs an essential function in the productive process, and they all went on to explain entrepreneurial gains by success in filling that function. No doubt, different authors define this function in different ways. But Mr. Dobbs' later turn of phrase that entrepreneurs, undertakers, are the people who take the ruling decisions of economic life, OPCITP 54, might well serve as a common motto for them all. In describing the period's work on this topic as one of its major contributions to economic analysis, we have placed ourselves on the same standpoint. 1483. It is natural, however, in a matter that concerns the central figure of the capitalist economy and, moreover, in a matter on which reliable factual information is, for most economists, so difficult to acquire, that any functional theory must be under suspicion of ideological bias and that it must sooner or later be met by equally suspicious opposing theories, the burden of which is to establish that the entrepreneur fills no productive function at all but merely preys upon the productive activity of others. Such theories enjoy wide currency in the popular economics of our time. Our first question is, has any such theory been held by any economist of repute? The reader might think of Marx and the Marxists. If so, he mistakes the point that is at issue at the moment. Throughout the period there was a considerable number of economists who did not go along with the tendency toward a divorce of the entrepreneur from the capitalist and of the entrepreneurial gain from capital gain. All these economists continued to identify the entrepreneur, on principle, with the capitalist in the same sense as had A. Smith and Ricardo. For them, hence, the principal thing to explain was the return that accrues to capital. Of all the economists who retained this approach, the Marxists were, as a group, the most important. Thus, the Marxist theory of exploitation is a theory of the exploitation of labor by capital, and it is therefore correct, as is and has been the usual practice, to list this theory among theories of interest. The entrepreneur is undoubtedly present in the Marxist drama. But he is present behind the scenes and his gain is not a Marxist problem. It can be inserted into the Marxist system only by means of an un-Marxist reinterpretation. Even in Marx's description of the process of concentration, it is big capitalists that prey upon expropriate the smaller ones. So soon as we realize this and accordingly exclude the Marxists as well as the other authors who adopted a similar view 1484 we have difficulty in finding any accredited exponents of what we may call the depredation theory of entrepreneurial gain. Veblen comes nearest to being an instance, though even in his case certain qualifications should be made. We may perhaps consider him as the scientific ancestor of the popular theory alluded to above. But modern scientific socialists do not qualify as may be seen from the writings of Lang and Dobb. Under these circumstances, it is hardly worthwhile to raise the question whether functional explanations of the entrepreneur's role and gain are ideologically vitiated or deserve to be discounted on the ground that their authors' minds may have harbored apologetic intentions. 1485 Unfortunately, this does not settle the matter. For in the first place, the functional theories do not cover the whole contents of the profit or loss item as known to business practice. This is so not only because this item also includes returns to owned factors. Some of those theories, especially the older ones, following J.S. Mill's example, did include these, but also because the entrepreneur, and even the mere manager, especially the owner-manager of a concern, is so placed as to be the recipient of, positive or negative, leftovers. The word residual as applied to his profit, has therefore more definite meaning than it has in the case of the other claimants to shares in total receipts. Moreover, the entrepreneur or owner-manager who stands between the commodity and factor markets has more opportunity for exploiting favorable situations. 1486 And is more vulnerable to other people's doing the same thing than is anybody else. Total net profits in the sense of the gain item in an entrepreneur's personal income statement are hence an agglomeration of elements of quite different nature, and they are not anything like as closely related to whatever it is that, adopting some particular theory, we may conceive pure profits to be as other people's total receipts are to their functional incomes. The difference may be very considerable and constitutes a reason, though not the fundamental one, why we should not speak of a tendency of entrepreneurial gains toward equalization. The fundamental reason is that entrepreneurial gains are not permanent returns at all but emerge each time, to adopt the language of the Knight-Dobb theory. An entrepreneur's decision in conditions of uncertainty proves successful and have no definite relation to the size of the capital employed. In other words, entrepreneurial gains, though always present like technological unemployment, yet arise, also like technological unemployment, from a sequence of events each of which, being unique, would not of itself cause permanent gains or unemployment. There is no mechanism to equalize such individually temporary gains except at zero level. But many theorists of that epoch, explicitly or tacitly, did assume the existence of such a tendency simply because they had not completely got rid of the association of entrepreneurs' gains with capital gains that can indeed, if allowance be made for risk, be shown to display such a tendency. This topic is difficult, though in a sense that differs from that in which the non-mathematical student of today finds modern theory difficult and cannot be further pursued. But I want to add that, partly for this reason, we also should not speak of supply of business ability. English authors and others did this because they were prone to assimilate what they significantly called earnings of management with wages. This language is capable of defense but should not induce us to draw supply curves for entrepreneurial services even if we believe in supply curves for any other kind of work. In the second place, it should be observed that, whatever their nature in other respects, entrepreneurs' gains will practically always bear some relation to monopolistic pricing. Whatever it is that produces these gains, it must of necessity be something that, for the moment at least, competitors cannot parallel, for, if they did, no surplus over costs, including entrepreneurial wages, could emerge. The successful introduction of a new commodity or brand is perhaps the best illustration of this. Moreover, there are means available to the successful entrepreneur, patents, strategy, and so on, for prolonging the life of his monopolistic or quasi-monopolistic position and for rendering it more difficult for competitors to close up on him. Obviously, this may be linked up with the elements of the case that have been glanced at in the preceding paragraph in such a way as to yield a picture of reality that may, for practical purposes, differ but little from that drawn by a straight depredation theory. Rare birds indeed are the economists who give the proper weight to the set of facts and at the same time do not overstress them. It is here rather than in the fundamental question of theory involved that ideological bias as well as political interest assert themselves. On principle, a sponsor of a functional theory is at liberty to give as much weight to predatory activities as he pleases. 1487 But most economists who wrote before 1914 may have underutilized this freedom as much as many of their successors have abused it. It must not be forgotten, however, that the widespread hostility to big business and to trusts, so far as there was any analytic meaning to it, does imply equally widespread recognition of the facts referred to. C. Capital. Once more we have to report advance, but advance almost wholly unconnected with the revolution in value and distribution. 1488 Throughout the period, economists of all countries displayed a propensity to adhere to the deplorable method of trying to solve problems by means of hunting for the meaning of words. There was a controversy about the concept of capital, or rather there were several of them, in particular one in which the chief figure was Bohm-Bawerk and another in which the chief figure was Irving Fisher. 1489 All this must not blind us to the fact that serious and not fruitless analytic work was actually done, partly even through the instrumentality of that unprepossessing method. We briefly note the main points. First, as we know, Fisher defined capital as the stock of wealth that exists at any moment. Analysis stands to gain from this in two ways. It always gains when added emphasis is placed on the fundamental distinction between funds and flows, and in this particular instance, as Fisher's argument shows, it gained a stepping stone between the economist's capital concept and the accountant's capital account. Most economists continued, indeed, to define capital as a stock of goods but as a particular category of goods rather than as the total stock. 1490. Second, though physical concepts still enjoyed greater popularity, non-physical ones began to intrude. Capital tended to become a fund or a sum of assets consisting of money or evaluated in money. This tendency shows well in the work of Menger, who at first, in his Grundsätze, defined capital as goods of higher order, but later on, in his contribution to the theory of capital, Zur Theorie des Kapitals, which he published in Jahrbucher für Nationalökonomie, July 1888, as productive property. Considered as a sum of money productively used. This foreshadows later tendencies, but we shall not go on to show how this point of view cropped up here and there because not much came of it at the time except in uninfluential instances. 1491 The conception of capital as the discounted value of streams of expected returns put in appearance, in the wake of the works of Bohm-Bawerk and Fisher, in the guise of value of capital rather than of capital sans phrase. But it should be clear that this makes less difference than some later authors were inclined to think. 1492. Third, the majority of writers kept to the triad of factors of which capital was one and to the parallelism between the items of this triad and the items of a corresponding triad of incomes, entrepreneurial income standing apart. This also applies to Marshall despite his formal introduction of a fourth factor, organization. Now, all the analysts who kept to that triad and to that parallelism had in fact a strong analytic interest. It is ridiculous to speak of a political one to define capital in a way that would qualify it to stand, in production and distribution, on a par with the labor factor and the land factor. They also had an analytic interest that was indeed weaker but still strong to deal with capital as a homogeneous quantity, the increase and decrease of which would have an unambiguous meaning. Some achieved this, quite illogically, by putting a capital factor expressed in dollars alongside of a labor factor expressed in labor hours and of a land factor expressed in acres, a practice for which instances can be found even in the 1930s. 1493 In any case, however, it should be clear that, on principle, any such quantification of capital is quite inadmissible so long as capital means an assemblage of physical goods, factories, machines, lubricants, raw materials, and the like. Such an assemblage of goods can never be considered as a quantity in the ordinary sense of the term but only in the sense in which a matrix may be referred to as a complex quantity. 1494 Nor is this all, the same applies to the land and the labor factors that are not homogeneous quantities either. And still this is not all. The elements of these three complex quantities or matrices are not clearly separated from one another but shade off into one another. A railroad track, though made by man, behaves like a natural agent. The skill of a lawyer is or may be looked upon as the result of investments, and so on. In our own day all this has been brought home to us, with unsurpassable energy, by Professor Knight, who accordingly described the entire notion of factor of production as an incubus on economic analysis that should be eliminated from economic discussion as summarily as possible. 1495. Our agreement with him must, however, be qualified in two directions. In the first place, in asserting his perfectly correct view of the matter, Professor Knight was being seriously unjust to past performance and unnecessarily so. As has been explained above, the triad of factors is one of those things whose introduction constitutes one step in advance, though, at a later stage of analysis, its elimination may constitute another. 1496. In the second place, it would hardly be easy to eliminate the factor idea entirely. For the condemnation Professor Knight passes upon it may be expressed by saying that he admits an indefinite variety of factors. 1497. Within which there is no economically significant difference. But, disregarding the difficulties of presentation that would arise from the adoption of this view, there are significant differences within the world of requisites of production that are not less real and important because no sharp dividing lines exist between them. Even an attempt to take account of these differences by reasoning on an ideally pure, and homogeneous, labor, an ideally pure, and homogeneous, natural agent, and an ideally pure, and homogeneous, type of capital good, say shovels, one exactly like the other, would hardly have to be listed among the most heinous of the offenses theorists have ever committed against realism. The reader should carefully observe, however, that this argument is not intended to carry us back to the standpoint of the economists alluded to at the beginning of this paragraph. All I wish to convey is that segregation of physical capital goods from labor and land is not inherently objectionable, and that it may serve useful purposes in the analysis of structural relations within the economy. I did not wish to defend the particular purpose that was foremost in the minds of those economists, namely, the purpose of constructing an entity called physical capital, the price of whose services would constitute interest, just as the price of the services of labor constitutes wages and the price of the services of natural agents constitutes rent. We are not concerned with interest just now. 1498. But in order to avoid misunderstandings, I want to say at once that I consider that theory of interest completely untenable. 1499. And the triad arrangement, so far as it serves the purposes of that theory, wholly unfortunate. However, though a majority of economists adhered to the triad schema, the tendency was away from it even among sponsors of physical capital concepts. Menger's concept of goods of higher order, consumers' goods being goods of the lowest order, has often been mentioned in this connection. But the strongest attack upon the triad came from Bohm-Bawerk. He not only destroyed, by one of the most brilliant of his many efforts in criticism, the theory of interest alluded to above, but he also fought the idea that physical capital is a distinct factor of production, capable of being treated on the same plane with the original factors, labor and natural agents. 1500. Both the analytic motive and the wisdom of this reduction of the triad to a dyad are open to doubt, but, so far as it exerted any influence at all, it certainly served to discredit the triad. This dyad must, of course, be distinguished from a different one that is more in line with Professor Knight's views and became more and more popular as that period wore on. An increasing number of economists decided to assimilate natural agents with capital goods on the ground that the former's peculiarities, if any, did not warrant separate treatment. 1501. Finally, we must notice the boldest of all attempts that has ever been made to quantify physical capital, J.B. Clark's. He also included land in his concept of capital goods. But alongside this concept he set up another, pure capital, that was to denote a fund of abstract productive power. Had he defined this pure capital in monetary, or any value, terms, the construction would be readily understandable. But he thought of it as a physical thing, the meaning of which he tried to convey by analogies. A waterfall consists, in any given fraction of a second, of individual drops of water, but these individual drops pass on and are replaced by others, and yet the waterfall as such remains the same waterfall. Similarly, pure capital consists at any moment of individual capital goods. Those individual goods, or most of them, are indeed destroyed and replaced by others, yet pure capital as such remains, or may remain in a steady state, the same pure capital. Of course, it is possible to express in this way any set of elements, such as population, that renews itself 1502, so long as one does not delude oneself into believing that such a construction will solve any problems. Clarke, however, allowed himself to be so deluded and confidently believed that he had established the existence of a permanent factor of production, capable of yielding a net income. Fourth, the event in this field that attracted most attention internationally, and has ever since proved a fertile source both of controversy and of positive work, was the publication of Baumbaurk's theory of capital. Since Jevons had anticipated the main ideas, it will be convenient to start from his chapter on the theory of capital, Theory of Political Economy, ch. 7. There, Jevons declared that he was going to follow the classic, Ricardian, tradition with which he professed himself in fundamental agreement. 1503, noticing, however, as had Marx, that Ricardo's capital concept embraced such disparate things as wage goods on the one hand and plant, equipment, and raw materials on the other, he suggested that the term capital should be confined to the wage goods only, apparently for the same reason that induced Marx to separate these wage goods as variable capital from the rest, the constant capital. Asking himself the question how best to define the distinctive function of this wage good capital, he very naturally hit upon the answer, which was indeed anything but new, that it served to support labor. 1504, had he wished he might just as well have said to exploit labor during the time it takes to finish the job on which workers are being actually employed. But at this point another current of ideas sets in that was not explicitly present in the argument of the Ricardians. 1505, capital, so Jevons tells us, allows us to expend labor in advance. And command over wage good capital is therefore a prerequisite for introducing whatever improvements in the supply of commodities lengthen the average interval between the moment when labor is exerted and its ultimate result or purpose accomplished. p. 248, Jevons italics, for example, for building a railroad. The time we can finance, which in the Jevonian argument is the same thing as the time for which we have enough wage goods to support the labor that, directly and indirectly, is employed in building the road, is therefore one of the circumstances that restrict our choice between methods of production, hence a determinant of the resulting product. This time, which now enters both the production process and the concept of capital, must, however, be thought of to include not only the time of construction and production but, in case the product consists of durable goods or of a stream of goods, also the time of uninvestment. We are thus led to distinguish between amount of capital invested and amount of investment of capital, the latter being determined by multiplying each portion of capital invested at any moment by the length of time for which it remains invested. p. 249. The well-known explanatory diagrams follow, as well as explanatory examples. This is, or suggests, a novel conception of the time structure of the productive apparatus. The reader himself would do well to look up Jevons. In addition, I venture to ask him two things: to disregard details and to concentrate on the fundamental idea, and to admit that so far this idea is not obvious and complete nonsense. 1506. Reasons have been offered for believing that Baumbaurk's theory of capital was subjectively original. But it will be convenient to treat this theory as if it were nothing but an elaboration of the Jevonian ideas. 1507. To begin with, we have to discard the difficulty that arises from the fact that Baumbaurk, though his subsistence fund plays exactly the same role as Jevons' wage good capital 1508, defined his capital as intermediate products. We accept Jevons' concept but cannot dismiss this point without emphasizing Baumbaurk's conception of intermediate products, such as tools and raw materials, as consumers' goods in the process of maturing, tausigs inchoate wealth. There is depth in this conception that is not found in Jevons. 1509. Next, recalling the emphasis placed by Jevons on the relation between the stretch of time that his wage good capital allows us to finance and the use of superior methods of production, we find the same idea embodied with added emphasis in Baumbaurk's concept of the roundabout process of production, production sumwege, that is, production of consumers' goods via the production of intermediate goods. The extra productivity, Muragibikite, of superior technology is linked so closely with the insertion of additional stages of production, and this, in turn, with the extension of the time during which a given investment remains locked up, that we are set wondering whether, leaving aside relatively unimportant exceptions, which he went out of his way to recognize, Baumgartner was in a position to admit the occurrence of improvements that shorten that time instead of extending it. 1510 He postulated, then, that the product of a given quantity of labor increases with every increase in Jevons' amount of investment of capital. But he also postulated that this increase proceeds at a decreasing rate. 1511 This amounts to setting up a law of decreasing, physical, returns that is formally analogous to the law of decreasing marginal productivity of any other factor. In the arithmetical tables by which Baumgartner illustrated his ideas, see, example Kapital und Kapitalzins, 2, p. 463 ETSEQ of the third ed. He applied, as it were, successive units of time to a given amount of resources, actually, a month's labor. The restriction involved is stronger than necessary, but made the going much easier for Baumgartner than it would have been without it. In appraising the standing of this postulate we must, however, never forget this lesson from the practice of the physicist: a postulate may be justified not only by establishing observationally the facts it asserts but also by its results. Finally, Jevons' amount of investment of capital which has a time dimension divided by his amount of capital invested which has no time dimension gives Baumgartner's famous period of production. This quantity is to characterize, by a single figure, the structure of production, if possible of total national production, and to serve as the fundamental variable of capital theory. Formally, it represents a gravitational center. Think of n particles of the masses m1, m2, mn that lie on a straight line. Choosing this line for axis and denoting the coordinates of the particles on this axis by x1, x2, xn, we find that the coordinate x of their center of gravity is. Now let the m's represent, instead of n masses of particles, n quantities of physical resources that are being successively applied, at n points of time, t1, tn, to the production of a consumer's good that, after another spell of time of storage 1512 is sold and consumed. This setup inevitably imposes upon us either the necessity of identifying these physical resources with a single homogeneous agent. Baumgartner chose, like Jevons, homogeneous units of labor 1513, or else the assumption that these resources consist of doses of invariant composition. For axis we now choose time instead of distance, and for 0 point on this axis the point of time at which the consumer's good is sold. Evidently the t's are all to the left of this 0 point, hence negative, and decrease numerically as we proceed from the first act of investment in t1 to the right toward the 0 point. The expression 1514, which has only a time dimension, since the resource dimension cancels out, is Baumgartner's period of production. The phrase is most infelicitous. It is difficult to think of a more infelicitous one, and to a considerable extent responsible for the flood of adverse criticisms. But the meaning of the thing itself is clear: it is the average of the time distances from the sale of the products of all the units of invested labor 1515. The need for comments on this theory of capital, in addition to those that have been made already, is much reduced by the fact that Professor Knight, by far the most eminent of its critics, has admitted that, under all the assumptions made by Baumgartner, it is valid. 1516 First of all, it must be emphasized again that here we are not concerned with Baumgartner's theory of interest or with the bearings upon it of any of the elements of his capital theory. This makes a lot of difference. As an example, consider the argument that in a synchronized process in which production and consumption run along continuously, with all its elements perfectly coordinated, the idea of periods of production ceases to have any importance or even meaning, and production may safely be treated as timeless. Now, it may be true that in such a process the period of production ceases to have any importance in the explanation of interest. 1517 But that is not the same as saying that the concept has no use or even meaning in such a process. Even in Clarke's waterfall, assuming it to be perfectly steady, we may, for example, try to define the time which a drop of water takes on the average to get from top to bottom, which would be a method, though a very imperfect one, of describing some of its properties. Similarly, Baumgart's period of production would, if his assumptions be accepted, express one of the most meaningful characteristics of an economic process, however cycleless it may be. This has been shown, in one of the none too numerous constructive contributions to Baumgart's capital theory, by Professor Marszczak. 1518. In the second place, we must bear in mind Baumgart's technical disabilities, which resulted in his ideas being much more open to formally successful attack than it would have been if presented in a stronger armor. This armor has been strengthened, however, by several writers, especially by Gifford 1519 and Marszczak. In the third place, and independent of technical blemishes, it must not be forgotten that the concept of period of production, as framed by Baumgart, was only a device to express an aspect of the economic process and that it neglected all others, which is what Wicksell meant when he said that Baumgart's capital theory was so abstract as hardly to constitute even a first approximation to reality. For both reasons the whole construction no doubt looks gaunt, not to say freakish. Some of the features that account for this impression can be removed without great difficulty. Jevons knew better than to let labor be added to a growing intermediate product until a finished consumer's good emerges that is consumed at once. As stated already, he included the process of uninvestment so that his period was not simply a period of production. Baumgart himself, inspired by Ray, added the gradual using up of durable consumers' goods. Wicksell showed how services of natural agents might come in along with labor. His pupil, Professor Ackermann, also inspired by Ray, dealt in one of the most important works in this field, with the problems of fixed capital, which is so curiously absent from Baumgart's schema. 1520. One of those features of Baumgart's schema that seemed most ridiculous to critics that his period of production seems to start from a state in which all production proceeds without any tools or materials at all and people catch fish with their bare hands can be removed so soon as we realize that all economic theory is a theory of planning and inevitably has to accept the results of the past plant, equipment, and stocks all included as data. We shall then cease to try to construct an economic process of ovo and, looking forward only, consider instead of the amount of investment of capital, the amount of investment to be done. 1521. Incidentally, this would also remove one of the motives for resolving all capital goods into labor and land or labor alone. Similarly, we can get rid of the linearity of Baumgart's schema of production of the idea that all products emerge as the result of processes during which, in each intermediate stage, nothing is added to the result of the previous stage but labor. Nor does it seem impossible to me to derive from the periods of individual firms the social period of production that is needed in Baumgart's theory. But no satisfactory answer that I can see exists to another objection. In order to make Baumgart's conception of the structure of capital serve his analytic intention, this structure must be a physical fact, and the different quantities of product that different time structures turn out must be comparable physically. In order to secure the first requisite, we need indeed a physically homogeneous resource, the elements of which differ in nothing but the time dimension. In order to secure the second requisite, the products that enter Baumgart's tables must all be the same in kind and quality, differing in nothing but physical quantity. Neither requirement can be fulfilled except in special cases. And it is this which reduces the analytic value of Baumgart's capital theory, so far, to such value as may still attach to the non-operational illustration of an aspect of reality. 1522. But, so the reader might well ask, if we recognize all this and if we introduce all those corrections, what is left of Baumgart's capital theory and in particular of his period of production? Well, nothing is left of them except the essential idea. And this keeps on proving its vitality by every piece of criticism and every piece of constructive work it evokes. 1523. 3. The revolution in the theory of value. 1524 and distribution. In this section, we shall try to formulate, in an entirely elementary manner, what this so-called revolution consisted in and what difference it made to economic analysis. For this purpose, we shall adopt the language of the marginal utility theory in its original and most uncritical form. And we shall use primarily the Austrian edition of it, because the Austrians, Menger, Wieser, Bohm-Bawerk, in spite of their defective technique, succeeded in bringing out certain fundamental aspects more clearly than did either Jevons or Walras. Marshall's teaching will come in, as an instructive contrast, both in this section and in the next chapter, where we shall move on the higher level of Walras. 1525. The history of the marginal utility theory itself and of its successors will be treated in chapter 7. But we need a few elements of it right now. Menger started from what he supposed were the obvious facts of human wants, which he formalized in this way. First, there are different categories of wants or tastes or desires, Bedürfniskategorien, such as the desire for food, for shelter, for clothing, and so on, which define the concept of goods and can be arranged in a definite order of subjective importance. Second, within each of these categories of wants, there exists, given as a psychic reality, a definite sequence of desires for additional increments of each good, Bedürfnisregungen, which we experience as we go on consuming successive increments. Menger illustrated this by a numerical table that has been reproduced by Professor Stigler, OPCITP 144, and dealt carefully with the large number of questions that arise in connection with the schemas, such as how far wants may be treated as data in spite of their expansibility and malleability. Neglecting these questions, we proceed at once to state the postulate or law that was fundamental to the new or psychological theory of value. As we go on acquiring successive increments of each good, the intensity of our desire for one additional unit declines monotonically until it reaches and then conceivably falls below zero. Or, replacing Menger's discrete figures by a continuous curve or function, and the phrase desire for one more unit 1526 by marginal utility, the marginal utility of a thing to anyone diminishes with every increase in the amount of it he already has. Marshall, Principles, p. 168. Waiving various objections, we may define from this, as a sum or integral, the concept of total utility, and then also say that the total utility of a thing to anyone increases, up to the point of satiety, with every increase in the amount of it, but at a decreasing rate. In either form, this is what Marshall called the law of satiable wants and what the Austrians called Gesetz der Bedürfnissättigung. In honor of the most important forerunner, it is also called Gauss's first law. 1527. We add immediately the proposition which is or should be called Gauss's second law. Unlike the first, it is not a postulate but a theorem. In order to secure a maximum of satisfaction from any good that is capable of satisfying different wants, including labor or money, an individual, or household, must allocate it to these different uses in such a way as to equalize its marginal utilities in all of them. 1528. At first sight, both statements are nothing but somewhat technical renderings of sad trivialities. But we must not forget that the proudest intellectual structures rest on trivialities that are entirely uninteresting in themselves. What could be more trivial than that a body at rest will remain at rest unless something, a force, acts to set it in motion, Newton's first law. Let us, then, look at the structure that was erected on those trivialities. A. The theory of exchange value. The first problem that Jevons, Menger, and Walras-Gaussen II tackled by means of the marginal utility apparatus was the problem of barter. Like their classic predecessors, they realized the central position of exchange value, although, also like these predecessors, they did not make it sufficiently clear to their readers and perhaps did not sufficiently realize themselves that exchange value is but a special form of a universal coefficient of transformation on the derivation of which pivots the whole logic of economic phenomena. 1529. Their barter theories, or, to use Whately's term once more, their catalectics, differed greatly as regards technical perfection and correctness. The peak achievement of the period is contained in Lecon's 5-15 of Walras' Elements. 1530. But they all also Gaussens aimed at the same goal, which was to prove that the principle of marginal utility suffices to deduce the exchange ratios between commodities that will establish themselves in competitive markets, and also the conditions under which ranges of possible exchange ratios must be substituted for uniquely determined ones. In other words, they established what A. Smith, Ricardo, and Marx had believed to be impossible, namely, that exchange value can be explained in terms of use value. 1531 Jevons, Menger, and Walras would all of them have approved of this statement. It is this which they meant when they claimed to have discovered the cause of exchange value. However, even if granted, this would not in itself have amounted to a great deal, especially since the paradox of value had been, as we know, resolved a dozen times before. 1532 It is more important that the new theory of exchange was more general than had been the old ones. 1533 And that it proved more fertile in results, many of them due to Edgeworth, even in the cases covered by the old ones. But this is not the essential point either. The essential point is that, in the new theory of exchange, marginal utility analysis created an analytic tool of general applicability to economic problems. 1534 This will become clearer as we go on. B. Cost, production, distribution. The concepts of marginal and total utility refer to consumers' wants. Hence they carry direct meaning only with reference to goods or services the use of which yields satisfaction of consumers' wants. But Menger went on to say that means of production, or, as he called them, goods of higher order, come within the concept of economic goods by virtue of the fact that they also yield consumers satisfaction, though only indirectly, through helping to produce things that do satisfy consumers' wants directly. Let us pause for a moment to consider the meaning of this analytic device that looks so simple or even trite and was nevertheless a genuine stroke of genius. 1535 It enables us to treat such things as iron or cement or fertilizers, and also all services of natural agents and labor that are not directly consumed, as incomplete consumable goods, and thereby extends the range of the principle of marginal utility over the whole area of production and distribution. The requisites or factors or agents of production are assigned use values, they acquire their indices of economic significance and hence their exchange values from the same marginal utility principle that provides the indices of economic significance and hence explains the exchange values of consumable goods. But those exchange values or relative prices of the factors constitute the costs of production for the producing firms. This means, on the one hand, that the marginal utility principle now covers the cost phenomenon and in consequence also the logic of the allocation of resources, structure of production, hence the supply side of the economic problem so far as all this is determined by economic considerations. And it means, on the other hand, that, inasmuch as costs to firms are incomes to households, the same marginal principle, with the same proviso, automatically covers the phenomena of income formation or of distribution, which really ceases to be a distinct topic, though it may, of course, still be treated separately for the sake of convenience of exposition. The whole of the organon of pure economics thus finds itself unified in the light of a single principle in a sense in which it never had been before. Most of the problems that arise from this setup can be discussed only on a level on which Walras rules supreme. But, though I believe that Jevons should be credited with a vision of the facts above and if so holds priority, the credit for having worked out that theory systematically, on the plane on which we are moving now, should go to the Austrians and particularly to Menger, whose Grundsätze contain all the essentials. Professor Stigler, indeed, pointed out many a hiatus in Menger's treatment and rightly attributed them to his preoccupation with the threshold problems of the valuation of directly consumable goods. This accounts in fact for the impression that he was neglecting cost aspects. But on Stigler's own showing, Menger had all the essential results. Nor must we forget that the Grundsätze was, in a sense quite different from that applicable to Marshall's principles, intended to be but an introduction. Actually, it was left for Wieser to work out the Austrian theory of cost and distribution explicitly. But he was the worst technician of the three great Austrians. And objections to methods that were peculiar to him crowded upon his readers and especially Wicksell so as to impair the effect of what was really a great performance. Bohm-Bawerk expounded, developed, and defended the Mengerian theory of value. But in this field he neither had nor asserted claims to originality. The best formulation of the Austrian doctrine was presented later on by Wicksell. If the explanation of the exchange value of means of production is based upon their indirect utility or use value to the consumers of their final products, that is to say, if their economic significance is to be derived from the contribution which they severally make to consumers' satisfactions, the problem naturally arises how the contribution of each of them is to be isolated, seeing that all factors are equally requisite for the final product and that complete withdrawal of any one of them will in most cases result in a zero product. The very fact that some German critics continued to urge that this problem was insoluble and that, because it was, the marginal utility theory was inapplicable to the evaluation of any goods other than consumers' goods present in given quantities, hence inapplicable to production, should suffice to show that here was in fact a real and non-trivial difficulty, removal of which was the prerequisite for the fundamental ideas becoming analytically operative. Menger removed it by applying the analog of the method that he had used to resolve the value paradox. He accepted the impossibility of separating the contributions of factors to the product that results from their cooperation. But he observed that in order to remove the difficulty it was sufficient to determine their marginal contributions, Wieser's Grenzbeitrag, point 1536, and these can be very simply found by withdrawing successively small quantities of each requisite of production, keeping the others constant each time, and ascertaining the loss of satisfaction this will cause to the consumers of the product or products. Some technical points about this procedure 1537 will be discussed in the next chapter. But we must notice at once that this was the way in which the Austrians rediscovered marginal productivity. Theirs was, however, a marginal productivity with a difference. In order to clarify this point, let us recall the usual distinction between marginal physical productivity and marginal value productivity. Marginal physical productivity of a factor is the increment of product that results from an infinitesimal increment in the quantity of that factor. Marginal value productivity of a factor to a firm 1538 is this physical increment multiplied by the corresponding increment in this firm's total revenue or gross receipts. Both these concepts do enter into the Austrian theory. But they do not enter on its ground floor, and they had been developed independently of it. 1539 Fundamentally, the Austrian marginal productivity was indeed a value productivity, but one that did not presuppose the price of the product. It was not physical marginal productivity multiplied by any price but physical marginal productivity multiplied by some consumer's marginal utility. It was on this basis that they worked out their theory that was at the same time a theory of production and of distribution. The tools of their barter theory, forged beforehand, then came in to implement it and to show how this works out in a private property economy. Now, this conception of marginal value or utility productivity makes obvious common sense only in the case of a Crusoe economy. Crusoe may indeed be reasonably supposed to value his various scarce means of production according to the satisfactions he knows to be, on the margin, dependent upon their possession. To use Wieser's term, he may indeed be supposed to impute these satisfactions to those means, his own ability to work being just one of them, and so, for his own practical purposes, to perform a subconscious process of imputation. But if we are to maintain that a similar process of imputation constitutes the innermost meaning of the mechanisms of acquisitive society, Tawny's term, it is necessary to construe this imputation as vicariously performed by firms that do not psychologically experience those consumers' satisfactions and in any case want to maximize pecuniary gains instead. To prove this is the real problem. So far as it can be proved at all, it can be proved only by showing that the barter or price mechanisms of free markets will operate in such a way as to ensure the results that would follow if factors were first evaluated as Crusoe evaluates them, and if these utility values were then turned into exchange values or prices in the same manner in which the utility values of consumers' goods are turned into exchange values in a simple consumers' goods market. 1540 Even to posit this problem, which is obviously neither trivial nor without interest, would have spelled considerable achievement. But Menger and Wieser, barring technical defects, went almost the whole way toward actually solving it, and thereby also solved the fundamental problems of allocation of resources, production, and of the pricing of these resources, distribution. However, the construction involved in applying the method of imputation was not only far removed from any actual mental processes that may be credited to any deciding agents. This does not greatly matter considering the as if that enters this as it does so many other scientific constructions, but also unnecessary. In order to determine the prices of factors and their distributive shares, we do not need to know their utility values first. All we need to know is consumers' tastes, the technological conditions of production, and the initial distribution of ownership of factors, then the principle of maximum net revenue, implying a principle of minimum cost, will do the rest. But the Austrians insisted on asserting their fundamental idea at every step and, in order to accomplish this, thought it necessary to divide up between the factors the use value of the product, just as the receipts from the sale of the product are actually divided up between factors, the idea being that the former process, a methodological fiction, would yield the explanation of the latter process, a reality. Therefore, their problem of imputation, Zurechnung, took the following form: to find the utility functions of producers' goods from given utility functions of consumers' goods. It was greatly complicated for them by their technical deficiencies and gave rise to a considerable literature, positive and critical, which, starting from the original contributions of Menger, Wieser, and Bohm-Bawerk, explored various blind alleys and produced more heat than light. It is, however, not necessary for us to go into this point 1541, but whatever we may think of the technical merits of the theory of imputation, it expresses a profound truth which the simple statement that production and distribution are matters of evaluating productive services does not convey in itself. And it yields a satisfactory theory of costs. Discussion of the marginal utilities of means of production in the spirit of the theory of imputation easily leads to the recognition of the relevance to these marginal utilities of the elements of complementarity and substitutability 1542 of factors and of their alternative uses. By this route the Austrian arrived at what has been called the alternative use or opportunity theory of cost 1543, the philosophy of the cost phenomenon that may be expressed by the adage, what a thing really costs us is the sacrifice of the utility of those other things which we could have had from the resources that went into the one we did produce. Sporadically, this theory of cost had turned up in the past, especially in J.S. Mill's principles, but only to explain special cases which failed to fit into the older schemata. As a general theory and as an explanation of the fundamental social meaning of cost both in capitalist and in socialist society, it was new. There should be no doubt also that it makes a much better theory of distribution. But I want to advert particularly to the fact that it emphasizes a phenomenon that got all but lost in Marshall's analysis. Consider the allocation of a requisite of production, say, labor, of a given type in a two-commodity economy. As we go on allocating more and more labor to the production of commodity A and less of it to the production of commodity B, marginal utilities of the commodity A will fall and marginal utilities of commodity B will rise. We may express this by saying that the utility returns from the A production are decreasing and that costs in the A production are increasing. We have derived, from the marginal utility principle, a new law of decreasing returns, which is independent of any physical law of decrease, and which will assert itself even in face of a physical law of increasing returns. See, interdependence and equilibrium. If we behold the bustling crowds that work and trade in order to make a living, we shall indeed have little difficulty in linking up their behavior with appetites for gain and appetites for goods. But it will be by no means obvious to us that the process that generates real income can be satisfactorily described, so far as its formal logic is concerned, by any simple principle, or that there is any inherent logic to it at all. The history of analytic effort in this field is the history of a growing awareness, partial at first, ever more general later on, of the presence of a logically coherent economic process, an awareness that first attained conscious formulation in the works of such men as Cantillon, Quesnay, A. Smith, Say, and Ricardo. but it was only in the period under discussion that the conception of an economic cosmos that consists of a system of interdependent quantities was fully worked out with all its problems, if not quite satisfactorily solved, at least clearly arrayed, and with the idea of a general equilibrium between these quantities clearly established in the center of pure theory. This was the achievement of Walras. So soon as we realize that it is the general equilibrium system which is the really important thing, we discover that, in itself, the principle of marginal utility is not so important after all as Jevons, the Austrians, and Walras himself believed. But analysis of Walras' schema at the same time discloses the fact that marginal utility was the ladder by which Walras climbed to the level of his general equilibrium system. If the marginal utility principle ceased to be all-important after this level had been reached, it was nevertheless all-important heuristically. This observation sheds new light on the achievement of Jevons and the Austrians. They, too, found the ladder. Defective technique only prevented them from climbing to the top of it. But they did climb as high as their technique permitted. In other words, we must see in the Jevons, Menger utility theory an embryonic theory of general equilibrium 1544 or, at all events, a particular form of the unifying principle that is at the bottom of any general equilibrium system. Though they did not make it fully articulate, mainly because they did not understand the meaning of a set of simultaneous equations, and though they saw in marginal utility the essence of their innovation instead of seeing in it a heuristically useful methodological device, they are nonetheless, just like Walras, among the founding fathers of modern theory. This also holds for J.B. Clark. Later critics were so delighted with their own technical improvements and so anxious to renounce communion with Jevons and the Austrians that they entirely failed to perceive this. In what sense was a revolution effected? And did this revolution produce a new theory of the economic process? The answer to the first question will depend upon what we mean by that much misused word. If we mean change that is both thoroughgoing and discontinuous, then the claim of these pioneers of modern theory, the claim to having revolutionized the pure part of economics, should be admitted. For though J.S. Mill's shaky structure invited reconstruction on the lines actually adopted by Jevons, Menger, and Walras, and though Marshall may be said to have done much the same thing by reform rather than by revolution, the controversies of that age testify strongly to the break that had occurred. We are apt to smile at Gausson's boast of having accomplished a Copernican feat. But this boast was less unreasonable than it may seem at first sight. The replacement of the geocentric by the heliocentric system and the replacement of the classic by the marginal utility system were performances of the same kind. They were both essentially simplifying and unifying reconstructions. The comparison strikes us as ridiculous only because of the different intellectual standings of astronomy and economics. Similarly, we smile when we learn that the Negro soldier statesman Toussaint L'Ouverture, 1743–1803, described himself as the Bonaparte of Santo Domingo. But this is because France's importance in the world is so much greater than is Santo Domingo's, rather than because there is any obviously ludicrous disproportion between the two men, each taken with reference to his environment. 1545. This bears upon the habit, which has developed especially in the United States, of describing the marginalist theory as neoclassic. Considering how much of the old framework and the old attitudes was taken over by the marginalists, we might feel inclined to approve of it. Marshall's efforts to preserve continuity and still more a semblance of it lent additional support to the implied, and somewhat derogatory, appraisal of the revolutionaries' performance. But so far as pure theory is concerned, there is no more sense in calling the Jevons, Menger, Walras theory neoclassic than there would be in calling the Einstein theory neo-Newtonian, as we know already the term eclectics, as applied to Marshall and his followers, is still more misleading. For this, however, he had only himself to blame. The second question, as it stands, must of course be answered in the negative. No theory in the sense of pure theory can ever be a theory in the sense of complete analysis of the phenomena to which it refers. Factual assumptions are as important as is the analytic apparatus that distills results from them. 1546. Moreover, Economic life is a unique historical process, and our authors had no explanatory schema of economic change other than the one they had inherited from A. Smith. Even if they had had one of their own, their marginal utility theory would have been completely neutral to it. Finally, they had no more explicit dynamic schemata than had their classic predecessors, and they struggled through the inadequacies thereby created very much in the same manner. It might seem that, if our question were reformulated in the light of these three qualifications, the answer should be yes. The marginal utility theorists certainly seem to have succeeded in creating a use-value schema of economic statics that was complete in itself. Unfortunately, we must qualify still further. Not all of the problems of pure theory were capable of unique solution within the marginal utility theory. We have had examples already, namely the theories of enterprise and of capital. As regards these, marginal utility theory completely failed, and very naturally, to restrict the range of possible difference of opinion. Another case of failure of the unifying power of the marginal utility principle is the theory of interest. This is the main reason why we shall have to enter into a separate discussion of the distributive shares after all, although the occasion will be used to touch also upon a few other matters, below Sector 5. Before we do this, it will be useful to discuss Marshall's attitude to the Jevons-Menger analysis. For Marshall's attitude and real cost. The reader is requested to refresh his memory of what has been said in the preceding chapter on the subject of Marshall's attitude to contemporaneous and earlier work closely similar, in fundamentals, to his own. In view of the thoroughly un-Marshallian interpretation of the work of the Austrians and, to a lesser extent, of Jevons, which has been presented in the preceding section 1547, it is necessary to consider Marshall's different appraisal of this work and some of the arguments by which he supported it. 1548. I submit that the impression the reader of Marshall's principles is bound to receive, in spite of qualifications that Marshall inserted occasionally, is this. Marshall maintained, 1. That English classic analysis stood in need of corrective reinterpretation here and there, but that there was nothing fundamentally wrong with it. 2. That Jevonian and Austrian criticisms had been largely due to failure to understand and to interpret it properly. 1549. 3. That the positive contribution of Jevons and the Austrians consisted in elucidating the demand side of market phenomena, though Ricardo had, of course, not been ignorant of these rather obvious things. And, 4. That in overstressing demand aspects Jevons and the Austrians had erred at least as much as Ricardo and Mill had erred in the opposite direction. These positions must be considered from three different angles. First, as regards Jevonian and Austrian criticisms of Ricardo, Marshall's irritation, though unjustified in part 1550, was not unnatural. We may readily grant that Nicolaus Cusanus and Copernicus did not prove the geocentric theory to be wrong, but that they simply applied some corrections to it. Second, as regards the performance of Jevons and the Austrians, Marshall, by nature and acquirement, could not help being severe toward their deplorable technique. We are no longer concerned with this. Third, however, as regards the fundamental meaning of that performance, Marshall's interpretation amounts to serious, though of course unintentional, misstatement. It is on this point that our argument in the preceding sections needs counter-critical supplement. Marshall illustrated his criticism of what he conceived to be overemphasis on demand aspects by a famous simile. The cost of production principle and the final utility principle are undoubtedly component parts of the one all-ruling law of supply and demand. 1551. Each may be compared to one blade of a pair of scissors. When one blade is held still, and the cutting is effected by moving the other, we may say with careless brevity that the cutting is done by the second, but the statement is not to be made formally and defended deliberately. 1552. Even when we narrow down the Austrian analysis to this particular point, doing which implies neglect of all its wider aspects, we have still to recognize that its essential achievement was precisely the new theory of supply and cost that it yielded. It is in this sense only that Jevons' saying should be understood: value depends entirely upon utility, theory, p1. Hence it is meaningless to accuse either Jevons or the Austrians of wishing to minimize the importance of the very theorem which they were the first to deduce rationally and which Wieser called the law of cost. They stood in no need of being told about the two blades of Marshall's pair of scissors. What they aimed at showing was that both blades consist of the same material, that both demand and supply, no matter whether the case is one of exchanging existing commodities or one of producing them, may be explained in terms of utility. In appearance at least, there is more to another form that Marshall gave to what was substantially the same indictment. Both Jevons and the Austrians were in the habit of expressing themselves in terms of causal chains, which ran from the value of consumable goods to the value of resources, as if the utility of a quantity of a consumer's good were first determined independently and then, in turn, determined causally the value of the producer's goods that went into its production. It was child's play for a superior technician to point out that this was inadmissible, since the utility of the consumer's good depends upon its quantity and the latter upon its cost. Jevons and the Austrians were held up to ridicule as people who, like school children, had to be taught that when three balls, A, B, and C, rest against one another in a bowl, the position of the three mutually determines one another under the action of gravity, because they were contending instead that A determines B, and B determines C, Principles, p. 567. But Marshall of all men should have realized that this criticism takes advantage of deficiencies in technique, in particular of a glaring inability to understand the logic of interdependence, and entirely fails to do justice to the substance of the position criticized. To keep again to Marshall's simile, what Jevons and the Austrians really did was not the nonsense imputed to them in that passage, but something very different. They discovered precisely that the position of the balls is to be accounted for by a single principle, gravitation in the case of mechanics, utility in the case of economics. Half the generosity lavished upon Ricardo might have revealed the great achievement behind the poor technique and reduced criticism to the one point that could have been justifiably made, though Marshall never made it, that Jevons knew not enough mathematics and the Austrians none at all. 1553. The only other point that must be attended to in this connection is Marshall's real cost. If the Austrians had used this term, they would have meant by it the consumer's goods, as distinguished from the satisfactions afforded by their consumption, that we sacrifice when we decide to produce others. Marshall meant the exertions of all the different kinds of labor that are directly or indirectly involved in making it a commodity, together with the abstinences or rather the waitings required for saving the capital used in making it. Principles, p. 418. This point turns up here because, at the time, it was discussed within the general controversy on the nature, cause, or ultimate standard of value or cost. The quarrel was exclusively a Mendrian one. For most of the other sponsors of the new theory of value, such as Gosson, Jevons, Auspitz, Lieben, and Clark, not Walras, though experienced no qualms about admitting both disutility of labor, Jevons' term, and abstinence into their analytic structures. Since all these authors were in no mind to rehabilitate the classics, by pegging the independent role of costs or in any other way, this should suffice to show that recognition of disutility and abstinence does not impair the marginal utility position or constitute the adoption of another one. But the Austrians were of a different opinion. Bohm-Bawerk fought hard indeed in order to minimize the importance of both, evidently believing that allegiance to marginal utility theory compelled him to do so. Let us take the measure of the problems involved. Abstinence is, of course, very important for every economist who holds an abstinence theory of interest. But, though holding an abstinence theory of interest of course involves introducing abstinence into the general theory of value, the question has always been dealt with primarily in connection with the theory of interest, and we shall do the same. Sector 5. As regards disutility of labor, we have our choice. Either we can take, with a given population, the quantity of labor hours available as a datum, for example, as institutionally fixed, or we can make it a variable to be determined, in which case our system contains one more unknown and one more independent equation, which says that, for every workman, the marginal disutility of labor must in equilibrium equal the marginal utility of his wage income. Which we choose will depend on considerations of realism and considerations of analytic convenience. 1554. But the point is that our choice does not make any great difference to our theoretical pattern. For the element of disutility acts upon the value of products only through its possible influence upon the quantity of labor offered, and leaves the principle of opportunity costs untouched for purposes of allocation of the quantity that is being offered. It is always the latter that matters in the first place, whereas disutility matters, if at all, at one remove. Moreover, if we attach enough importance to having our value theory based upon utility only, all we have to do is to replace disutility of labor by the utility of leisure. 1555 Hence, Baumgartner did not gain much by the limited success of his attempt to minimize the importance of disutility. But neither did Marshall gain much by introducing real cost, always excepting the special service that abstinence rendered in his theory of interest. It can be left out without being missed not to speak of the difficulties inherent in the concept of a sum of all disutilities and abstinences directly or indirectly involved in producing a commodity. Thus, we return from this excursion with the same result that we always get when inquiring into the nature and importance of Marshall's deviations, in what purport to be fundamentals, from the Jevons, Menger, Walras analysis, they are negligible. 1556. 5. Interest, rent, wages. Any pure theory needs facts in order to produce concrete results. This platitude must be repeated because economists are in the habit of including certain particular facts in what nevertheless they call a pure theory. Thus they speak of a minimum of existence theory of wages, although the minimum of existence theorem may be deduced from any general theory of wages, provided we introduce the appropriate factual assumption about the behavior of workmen. But the marginal utility theory not only needs to be complemented by a supply of particular facts if it is to apply to concrete cases, it also needs to be complemented by additional material in order to produce general theoretical propositions. As has been stated at the end of section 3, it does not, of itself, yield any general theory of interest, though it does supply, of itself, adequate explanations of rents and wages. Since it is interest that causes the trouble, we shall begin by discussion of the interest theories of the period under survey. A. Interest. We know already that the economists of that period sharpened the distinction between entrepreneurial gains and interest. But most of them still took the view that we have traced to Nicholas Barbon, Part 2, ch. 6, Sector 7b, namely, that interest constitutes the bulk of business gains, the part of business gains that results from the application of physical capital and is a return to physical capital in the same sense in which rent is a return to land and wages are a return to labor. In this respect, it is highly significant that Baumgartner, in his critical history of interest theories, dealt with Ricardo's and Marx's theories of profit without raising the question whether the returns thus denoted were really the same thing as interest. He would have answered this question much as A. Smith or J.S. Mill had answered it. Monetary interest remained for him simply the shadow of the interest that is earned by supplying physical goods which really were what, though perhaps in the form of money, the capitalist owned. This is all the more remarkable because Baumgartner's own work was principally instrumental in dissolving this schema. To begin with, it is not recognized sufficiently that Baumgartner's criticisms of existing explanations of interest awoke a new awareness of the problem involved in that view of the matter. It is true, more or less, that all the theories of interest survived that had been inherited from the preceding period. Even a theorist of Pareto's rank felt no compunction in declaring that the fact that physical capital bears interest was not more of a problem than is the fact that the cherry tree bears cherries. 1557 But the standing of some of the simple theories that used to satisfy a majority of economists rapidly declined. Few writers cared to go on holding that because one can produce more wheat with the help of a harrow than without it, a net return must result from using it. Baumgartner's admonition that the physical productivity of capital is not enough to prove its value productivity took the wind out of the sails of the productivity theory of interest, even though it was not immediately destroyed. 1558 Similarly, Baumgartner showed successfully that, in themselves, used theories of interest, Nies, Menger, Walras, were no good. There is no doubt that the services of durable goods, such as houses or machines, are priced and that their prices times their quantities constitute returns to the owners of these goods, but since these goods have to be insured and amortized, it does not follow, without appeal to some other element in the case, that these returns are net. Disregarding a number of other theories that received their coups de grace at the hands of Bohm-Bawerk, we may say broadly that the only survivors that had any strength left were the Marxist exploitation theory, the abstinence theory, and, on a distinctly lower level, several forms of bargaining power theories. Of newcomers we shall only notice the theories of Bohm-Bawerk and Irving Fisher. Substantially, Bohm-Bawerk's criticism of Marx's theory was successful. Nevertheless, the latter survived in the circle of Marxist orthodoxy until it was silently discarded by later socialist theorists, who were not Marxists any longer. Having commented upon it already, ch. 5, Sector 8, we proceed at once to the abstinence theory. Here Bohm-Bawerk's attack was not successful, not only in the sense that it failed to convince but also in the sense that it was unconvincing. 1559 Marshall had no difficulty in formulating an explanation of interest that took account of abstinence 1560 without being open to logical objection. In fact, he succeeded in reviving the productivity theory as well by linking it to the element of abstinence. If physical capital is to yield not only returns but also net returns, something must prevent it from being produced up to the point at which its earnings would no more than repay its cost. Abstinence qualifies logically for the role of this something. We may, with Senior, call it a cost so that employment of capital yields a return over the other cost elements. Or we may say that abstinence acts as a brake to the production of capital goods so as to prevent it from reaching that point which renders Carver's version. 1561 Bohm-Bawerk attacked both versions, as it seems to me, without success. 1562 Most writers whose views on interest display more or less affinity to Bohm-Bawerk's, such as Jevons before him and Fetter after him, made no difficulty at all about abstinence, with the exception of Fisher. I have said that the bargaining power theories moved on a lower level of theoretical analysis. In fact, no first-class theorist ever held one. There is a very good reason for this. Either the bargaining power that is to explain the surplus called interest consists in the possession of some requisite of production. In this case, appeal to the bargaining power of the owners of this requisite is ocious, because the real explanation of the resulting net return has still to be sought in the role of this requisite in the economic process. Thus, neither Marx nor Bohm-Bawerk appealed to the bargaining power of the capitalist, though this element might easily be recognized in both their theories. Instead, both tried elaborately to show how the mechanisms of capitalist markets produce the surplus or premium, which the mere term bargaining power does nothing to explain. Or else, the bargaining power is held to consist of something distinct from the possession of a requisite. It could consist, for example, in the power to levy taxes for the benefit of capitalists. But in this case, the existence of such a power and its adequacy to explain the phenomenon of interest would have to be proved, a task no theorist who knows his business would undertake. 1563 We confine ourselves to a single example of a theory of this type, the markup theory of Lexus. Interest exists because businessmen are in a position to charge prices for whatever they sell that are higher than their costs. If by costs we mean expenses, this is of course so, but does not prove the existence of a surplus over expenses plus compensations for the services of owned factors evaluated at equilibrium prices. In order to establish the existence of such a surplus, general enough to account for interest, it is no doubt possible to fall back upon imperfections of competition, but this would imply the thesis that there is no interest in perfect equilibrium and perfect competition, which in turn would require adequate proof. 1564 The outstanding performance of the period that dominated discussion and exerted formative influence even on many of its fiercest critics was Bohm-Bawerk's. It has been emphasized already, see above, Sector 2c, that this performance centered in a highly simplified picture of the manner in which, given a certain supply of labor and of subsistence, interest and wage rates are simultaneously determined and in turn determine the organic composition of capital. 1565 It has also been emphasized that this central schema is in part independent of, and in part but imperfectly coordinated with, Bohm-Bawerk's causal explanation of interest, a fact that we have ascribed to the unfinished state of his work. Now we are concerned with this causal explanation. It runs in terms of goods. Baumgartner strongly believed that money does not play any other role in this matter than that of a technical device that occasionally gets out of order. 1566 The fundamental proposition is that interest arises from an exchange of present against future consumers' goods and is essentially a premium, agio, attaching to the former. Thus defined, the problem consists in indicating the reasons why the market where present consumers' goods are exchanged for, claims to, future consumers' goods so works as to produce normally such a premium, or, in other words, why people are normally prepared to promise, for the delivery of present goods, delivery of greater quantities of goods of the same kind and quality at some future time. 1567 As the reader presumably knows, Baumgartner adduced three such reasons. First, a man may be prepared to return to a lender more than he received, because he expects to be better off in the future. 1568 Second, a man may be prepared to promise to repay more than he receives because most people do not experience future enjoyments with the same pungent sense of reality as they experience present ones. 1569 Individuals, classes, and nations differ greatly in this respect, and the differences in the intensity with which they realize the future is one of the most important of the factors that determine their fate, a truth that cannot be too strongly impressed upon modern economists. But Baumgartner, like Bentham and Jevons before him, held that some undervaluation of the future in this sense is a general characteristic of normal man. Observation of actual behavior, especially in the public sector, goes far toward supporting this contention. 1573 A man may be prepared to pay a premium for present goods because command of present goods may enable him to embark upon physically more productive processes of production that require a longer period of production. In Baumgartner's sense, technological superiority of present consumers' goods, see above, Sector 2c, so that a present stock of consumers' goods may mean more consumers' goods in the future. A generation that has witnessed the Russian 5-year plans should have little hesitation in placing at least limited confidence in this argument. Of course, it is necessary to emphasize the phrase to embark much more than it has been emphasized by Baumgartner, who in dealing with this third reason committed several errors. 1571 For unless we do so we are likely to be caught in the gears of the synchronization argument. Baumgartner's third reason would, in itself, not account for any persistent surplus from the continued repetition of a process of given length. Once it has been introduced and the whole economy is adapted to it, it is only the successive extensions of the period which would keep interest alive, even if there were no other reason for its survival. 1572 As it stood, this explanation of interest was not accepted by any economist of note. Even Wicksell added so many qualifications and developments to it that he cannot be listed as a follower in any strict sense. Nevertheless, Baumgartner's theory of interest exerted not only the kind of influence that is implied in stirring up discussion and stimulating thought but also a much more direct one. This was due to the fact that it admits of a simplification that one may accept without committing oneself to the details of Baumgartner's analytic structure. This simplified version reads like this: interest arises from the interaction of psychological time preference with the physical productivity of investment. And in this diluted form, Baumgartner's theory became not only one of the interest theories of the period but the most widely accepted one of all, though each author added special features of his own that did not as a rule meet with the approval of any considerable number of other authors. Many examples could be cited. 1573 But by far the most forceful and brilliant performance of this kind was Irving Fisher's impatience theory of interest. 1574 The phrase is self-explanatory, but it points too exclusively toward Baumgartner's second reason. The third reason is not absent in Fisher. It appears in the garb of investment opportunity which, though stripped of certain specifically Baumgartnerian features, expresses, but much more elegantly, essentially the same facts. 1575 Also, Fisher brought out more clearly than had Baumgartner himself an aspect of the latter's interest analysis that is perhaps the most important of all. We have seen that a majority of the non-Marxist writers of that period continued to look upon interest as an income that stands on the same plane with rent and wages as the payment for the services of a physical requisite of production, plant, equipment, and so on, or else abstinence, that in turn stand, within the sphere of production, on the same plane with the services of natural agents and labor. The agio or premium theory of interest involves an entirely different conception. Being a general time discount that applies to the returns from productive services of all kinds, interest as it were preys upon them all, upon the returns from the services of physical capital goods not less than upon any others. It is, therefore, something that differs in nature from all productivity returns properly so-called 1576, not only from rents of natural agents and wages of labor but also from the productivity returns of capital goods. Bohm-Bawerk did not bring this out well, though his theory of capitalization, of the manner in which the values of land and capital goods are determined, 1577 suffices to prove that this was in fact his view. But Fisher's terminology did. In order to underline the novelty of this view, let us again notice its affinity, in this respect, with the exploitation theory of Marx. Given the appropriate ideology and phraseology, it might have been presented as a novel exploitation theory. A minor consequence of this was that returns from physical capital goods could no longer be diagnosed as interest in the fashion set by Barbon and sanctioned by A. Smith. Several circumstances combined to suggest their assimilation with the rent of natural agents, see below, subsec B. A much more important consequence was that interest now entered the theories of rent and wages in an entirely new manner. In fact, this is the most important reason why we have once more to take up these subjects instead of resting content with a simple reference to the theory of imputation or of marginal productivity sans phrase. 1578. B. Rent. Disregarding minor issues and various blind alleys, we shall survey developments in this field in 3 steps. First, we shall consider the theory of rent that was to explain the incomes derived from the ownership of natural agents, no matter whether they are supposed to be indestructible or not. Second, we shall consider certain generalizations of the concept of rent which that theory suggested. Third, we shall notice a tendency to harness the concept of rent into the service of entirely different purposes. Under each of these 3 headings we shall observe a struggle between old and new ideas that was an important cause, if not the only one, of waverings, hazinesses, and spurious issues. 1579. First, then, as regards the rent of natural agents, it is obvious that the Jevons, Menger, Walras analysis provided a perfectly good explanation of this rent phenomenon and, if adequately complemented by the facts of every concrete case envisaged, also all the laws or propositions about it we need. All that had to be done was to take a clue from Say or Cantillon, that is, to recognize that rent is simply a matter of pricing the services of these requisites of production and to apply the marginal principle to the formation of these prices. Account being taken of Bohm-Bawerkian time preference, the result would read, the rent of natural agents tends to equal the discounted values of their marginal products. This theory allows automatically for differences in quality of natural agents of the same kind. And, as thus explained, rent does and does not enter into the prices of products exactly as do wages. In fact, rent in this sense and wages are parallel phenomena. The main purely economic difference between them is that the total supply of any natural agent may, in many cases, be taken as fixed and hence does not react to variations in its price, whereas the total supply of labor is in general less irresponsive. But this difference does not affect the explanatory principle involved, which remains the same for both cases. Moreover, it is irrelevant for the question of allocation of the supply available for any particular use of a natural agent that is capable of serving more than one, how much land, at what rent per unit, is available for the production of cane sugar when the same land could also be used for the production of cotton is merely a matter of opportunity cost. 1580. This theory, sponsored by the Austrians and by Walras, was however not as readily or generally accepted as we might expect, considering its simplicity and usefulness. There were two reasons for this and for the consequent survival of the Ricardian theory of rent. 1581 On the one hand, many economists experienced an emotional resistance to a theory that seemed to treat the landlord's unearned incomes on the same plane with the workman's compensation for the sweat of his brow. These sentiments were completely irrational because there is nothing in that theory to prevent an economist from differentiating as much as he pleases between the two on moral or political grounds. 1582 But they were effective nevertheless, and they told for the Ricardian theory, because the latter seemed, though it really is not much better qualified to support an adverse value judgment on the rent of land. On the other hand, as we have seen, classic doctrines kept, throughout the period under survey, a strong hold on the thought of many economists. Of these doctrines none had percolated more widely, or enjoyed a more established fame, than had the Ricardian theory of rent. Moreover, it was easier to defend than were other parts of classic analysis because, formulated with proper care, it did not assert anything that was positively wrong. Menger's criticism of it, Grundsätze, pages 144-5, was justified but only amounted to saying that the necessity of having to construct, for so important a class of phenomena, a separate theoretical apparatus was in itself proof of the defects of the classic analysis. 1583 Defenders were, therefore, in a relatively favorable position. By far the most eminent of these was A. Marshall, who made the most of this opportunity for fighting a rearguard action in defense of Ricardo. 1584. In any case, the Ricardian theory remained in the center of discussion and continued to hold the attention even of its opponents. Not all of these came from the marginal productivity camp. The monopoly theory of rent was bound to lose ground in a time when general price analysis was so greatly improved, but it did not die out entirely. 1585 Other approaches were also tried, but none of them met with any great success. 1586. Second, extensions of the concept of rent just discussed suggest themselves readily in view of the difficulty of drawing a logically tenable line between what objects are, and what are not, natural agents, or, which is only another way of expressing the same thing, of agreeing on the defining characteristics of natural agents. Thus, violating his original definition of rent, income derived from the ownership of land and other free gifts of nature, principles, p. 150, Marshall denied that mining royalties are rents. 1587 Other writers were more impressed with the analogy. But he made no difficulty about the extension, if indeed it can be called an extension at all, of the concept of rent from rural to urban land. 1588 Much more important, however, was one of his most felicitous creations, the concept of quasi-rent, or income from an appliance for production already made by man, that embodies the recognition of two facts that were particularly important in connection with the new theories of interest: the fact that any price paid for the services of capital goods is closely analogous to the price for the services of natural agents, and the fact that this analogy holds particularly for the short run and decreases with the increase in the length of the time to which a proposition is intended to apply. 1589. Another class of extensions sprouted directly from Ricardian roots. A man who still persisted in seeing point in Ricardo's emphasis upon differential rent was likely to discover, as Bailey had done before, that such differentials were not confined to land. We have had occasion 1590 to notice Mill's, Mangold's, and Walker's interpretations of entrepreneurial gains as rents of differential ability. Marshall presented the general case for the latter concept, though, in my opinion, this only served to expose its emptiness. 1591 Similarly, a man who has acquired Ricardo's habit of deducing rent from the physical law of decreasing returns from land may easily discover the ubiquity of this phenomenon wherever factors are being applied to a fixed quantity of one of them. 1592 This amounts to generalizing Ricardo's rent concept by generalizing Ricardian decreasing returns. If the fixed factor is plant and equipment, which may in fact be taken as fixed in the short run, we shall, after a certain point, observe decreasing physical returns to successive doses of those factors that can be varied in the short run, and the Marshall-Lian quasi-rent then appears as the exact analog of the Ricardian rent of land. 1593. Third, 1594 The aspect of the Ricardian theory of rent that appealed most to policy-minded economists was the aspect suggested by the word surplus or residual. Strictly speaking, these words, as applied to the rent of natural agents, had lost their meaning in the Jevons, Menger, Walras analysis, which was no longer under the necessity of explaining rent as a leftover sui generis but was able to explain it directly and on the same fundamental principle with other types of income. But economists soon found that they might retain the surplus aspect all the same. Rent might be capable of being interpreted as the payment for the services of a requisite of production, but this payment was not necessary in order to call forth the corresponding service, whereas it was in the cases of the services of capital goods and of labor a fact that seemed important for questions of welfare economics and of taxation. Marshall, shifting emphasis to the surplus aspect of rent, gave a lead toward expressing it by saying that the services of natural agents were costless in the sense that in order to have them, society need not incur real cost, disutilities of labor and saving. Point 1595. But if we elaborate this unearned surplus aspect of rent, we discover two things. In the first place, we discover, as we discovered before from another standpoint, that rent defined as a surplus is no more confined to natural agents than is rent defined as a productivity income. Similar surpluses, that is, differentials over and above the payments that would be necessary to call forth the corresponding supplies of goods and services, are scattered all over the economic organism. Many workers, and not only movie stars, receive much more than the amount necessary to induce them to do what they are actually doing, and in many cases they would offer more service if they were paid less per service unit. Even if we carry the hypothesis of perfect competition as far as it is possible without getting ludicrously out of contact with facts, there are plenty of situations of advantage, some short-lived, others more durable, in which such surpluses are earned. Under conditions of monopolistic competition, let alone straight monopoly 1596, such situations must be still more frequent. Finally, we may include gains from situations of advantage that are created by collusion, contrived scarcities, or by specific 1597 institutional patterns. A tendency has asserted itself in our own time to combine all such surpluses under the heading of rent. Though the incomes from ownership of natural agents are included, they only form a special case of rent in this sense, the theory of which has but little in common with the theory of rent surveyed in the first part of this subsection.